from 2020 basically to 2023, of what life was like. I mean, imagine if we had whenever 1930s, people would love to see that. We watch footage, old footage, as a civilization like it is brand new, because it's so exciting to see what life was like then. Imagine what civilizations will be able to do now. You're gonna-
was where I think my heart should be for about an hour and 20 minutes this morning on that wild ride on the east end of the 134 in here from the IE into Burbank. You don't have to do it with the other people. I don't even know what to say. Just stay the heck off the road. This karaoke meeting will help you get there this morning. If you do have to,
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to be super good at something if you're not necessarily super good at something. You know what I mean? I do have some talents. I'm a very, well, I can be, let's just say, a good golfer. And so I can show that, but it's very difficult to, video that on 5 different streams and in the same way. But I definitely understand. I mean, even the best singer or dancer on earth can only do that for about a couple hours, 5 hours at the most, and they're going to be exhausted. And then they've got another 19 hours of the day. So even if this were the biggest pop star of all time, who's the most interesting person, they're going to be boring after, their set is done, so to speak. And then you're going to actually get to see what it's like on the inside, so to speak. And that's what I think will be exciting to people. The little things, the minutia of life. Yes, it'll be interesting when I sing karaoke and we talk about ufology and disclosure and NFTs and crypto and all the other interesting things on which we talk on a daily basis. But then there's also things that people will want to learn about the given day, the nuance of their day that they have in common with someone, from everything from eating, sleeping, to going to the bathroom. There's a lot of courage that has to be done to be able to do this with just absolutely no devil may care kind of attitude. I don't care. I have no fear, especially when it comes to people. I've never been afraid to say anything to anyone in my entire life, and I'm not afraid to show them my entire life. I've been very honest in my life. I've had many relationships with women, and they've all been positive. I know that if anybody in my past wanted to have any discussion with me, I haven't done anything badly to anyone, so I'm not worried about that. But if they did, I would welcome a discussion. But I know I've only treated people really, really well. And if I ever did have a misunderstanding with someone, I could definitely explain it. If they saw it from my side, I think we could totally understand. But that when you're at that point in life where you have no fear, I don't have a girlfriend out there. There's no ex-wife. I don't have children out there who are going to be embarrassed by this. It's really a unique thing for the world to see. That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, more than that, though, now. I'm approaching 700 days. No, I keep it on while I'm asleep, and I awake to it. Yeah, 24/7, 365. So you get to watch it on 5 different streams at least. So it's always going. Yeah, there's no, the only time I have to get up and turn on a live stream is if one of them goes down for some reason. Why would that be? Like Chrome can crash, like, the browser can crash that shows YouTube, or my internet can go out. But usually I'm awake. When I awake, there are at least 2 or 3 streams going just on YouTube. That doesn't count Instagram and Twitter, on which I'm always streaming or have been. And the Twitter one's really nice because it can do like 24-hour videos. So that's a really unique thing. On YouTube, YouTube's well, let's see here. At least when I came in Twitter Spaces, I wasn't having anyone talk on it. I was just playing the radio, if I recall. And the reason why was I'm not as talented as, say, Logan and some of the other people, where I can just start a Twitter space and have you know, a bunch of people come. I'm still pretty new, so I join people's Twitter spaces if I'm generally going to talk in them. I was kind of just testing out at least Twitter's capabilities on my phone. For some reason, I've done this now 3 times. I run a Twitter space. I was just trying to run it for as long as possible, and 24 hours and 3 minutes is the longest that I could get on my iPhone. I know other people can get it, but I have an older iPhone. I haven't tried. The reason why is if I have a like of which I know. So here's how I have the record. I did 24 hours, it ended 24 hours, and then it ended, and 24 hours and ended. So I have like 72 hours, but they would have little gaps in the middle. If you ask ChatGPT, the longest is 33, but that's at least for video. And I can't have this. Well, I should say, like, I've broken that one too. I have the last like 13 days on Twitter. Yes. So it's $5,000. It's $5,000 to get the certification. So I don't have $5,000 to just give to Guinness to get the formal certification. Yeah, I was surprised at it too, but I mean, basically, they don't. Hey, I'm down for it. Essentially.
You know what? I guess what it is get in this routine. And sometimes we don't think about even the simplest little way for somebody to hack into something or get a little piece of malware on whatever our device happens to be. It's just so easy because we are trying to plan, 5 pounds of whatever.
It's a good idea, and Logan be the one to do it. His are longer than mine. There's no doubt about that. I
just think that even though I like to think that I'm smart enough to not do these and I report on them all the time and that kind of thing, if something was sophisticated enough, I think we all could fall for it too. Well, California is taking a big step towards women making the same as men. Jennifer Stephen Newsom from Los Angeles, Long Beach, and San Diego are among the first group of cities in California to sign a pledge supporting equal pay for women. She said yesterday closing the pay gap for mothers and women of color may seem daunting, but California is up to the challenge. 111 companies have also signed the pledge, which Newsom says sends a clear message to employees, customers, and constituents that women are valued and women's labor is as valuable as men. In 2020, women in California made a median salary 90% of what a man makes for the same work.
Taylor, you don't pull punches. I like it.
Veterans are getting a post office in Yorba named after them in honor of their ultimate sacrifice. Congresswoman Young Kim says Sergeant Major Robert Cottle and Lance Corporal Rick Santani were both killed by a bomb in Afghanistan in 2021. To let them know that their service has not been in vain, we will be able to help your residents of all ages and future generations remember their names and their stories. Santani's family says it was his dream to join his dad on the Santa Ana police force. Cottle was the leader of the LAPD SWAT team. Friday, the post office name will officially be
I think Maria Report would have that. They've done 365 days straight every day for 18 hours a day. That's that Ukrainian one. There's like a Ukrainian Twitter space. It's MRIYA. It's called Maria Report or Maria Report. Maria Report. Yeah. Well, there's one main one, but that person like has to work. He definitely has right now a top 3 Twitter space of which I know, and I asked. I know, and I'm saying that as the only host, but even we know that Logan sleeps every like 2 hours or so. But nevertheless, okay. I'm not saying every 2 hours. He sleeps for 2 hours every like 16 hours or something like that. Well, he's got some kind of what is it? The Leonardo da Vinci kind of sleep schedule. He makes it work somehow. I'm not taking it away from him. I'm saying that I would think he could do it as well.
You know,
What the fuck?
I probably would have tried one at like a baseball game. If it was hot,
I don't have the money to pay for it.
something
And
cool
like,
down.
getting
Did
started,
you mention if they were alcoholic or are they? No, they're not
Why?
alcoholic. Yeah, no thanks.
Because that'd be so cool. And you can, you know, if you want to get the topic out there, this is what you do.
I'm telling you now, as a connoisseur of them, they
It's
taste
super fucking
so
easy
much
to
the
be.
same. Although the thing you just get like these empty
It
calories
is.
and you get the gas load.
You watch, once my thing goes viral, everybody's going to try to break all these records. And people will have like them for a long time. And I really think that they'll open up the platforms to allow for just, I'm not saying unlimited streaming, but like go for it. If you want to have a stream that's, 10 days long, go for it.
He already does it. Like, why not get something out of it?
Over Southern California, as well as some gusty wind advisories. And then it looks like though by tomorrow things should taper off. We do have another campaign coming in on Friday. We need local live for the KFI's 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jessica Jones Lee. This has been your wake-up call. Let's get a look at your drive with Nick Palliatini. It's pretty much no matter where you go, it'll give you plenty of time wherever you're at. You can tell us today that is today is definitely the day for it. Again, on the 14 southbound. From as far back as Avenue X, you're usually going to get the winds on the 14 southbound all the way straight on 34th to 5 as you go to the new all fine southbound. Moving the 14, going to be a big one for you till the 405. But surprisingly, not too bad for you through the valley, San Fernando Valley, that is. As you're coming away from Roscoe Boulevard, light rain stretches for you as you make way through the 101 in Sherman Oaks as well as into West LA towards Sunset. Got the issues going down for you down on the southbound side of the 101 around Lancaster. A couple of cars got into it. Looks like there's two right lanes that are taking away. That's Addington already busy drive for you on the 101 southbound out of Valley Roads in North Hollywood, leaving a Magnolia. I'm not getting a problem or anything else slowing you down. Time to pick yourself on keyword is KFI traffic 15.
Director.
Continue for you 15 southbound all the way to Ontario as you make way toward the 60. KFI in the sky hopes to get there faster. I'm not calling it. Going into super prices and a super selection at the Norbury Superstore. This great brand, Honda, Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, and Volkswagen at 9 convenient locations. From the Cerritos Auto Square to the Irvine Auto Center. From West Covina to Huntington Beach, we have all your
Well, I think, Taylor, you got a good point. And perhaps you could get sponsorship for it too. But, it's one of those things that, imagine right now, they could just run a banner ad on Twitter for nothing. And, they're not monetizing this. They don't realize the type of value that they have on their platform and that they could really, they could pay their hosts whatever it is that they feel is sufficient for people to be on their platform. Honestly, if not for Twitter Spaces, none of us would be here like a 90th of what we are because it's like the
Oh no, he's been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself.
I kind of like
victim will work no one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
90th as opposed to
60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex.
You're stupid.
That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certifications, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. Double A, yeah. Check engine light on? We'll test it for free.
Is there an accident? Visit superfunded.
People used to do like dance-a-thons. There all used to be all kinds of like things when I was a kid. Put your hand on a car, like a radio station would give it away, a car for who could do things the longest, and like longevity was a real thing. But once we got to the internet, everything had to be so quick. The thing that changed it, I think, podcasting, a long form podcast changed that. And then you get into Twitter spaces that literally last for days and are all really interesting. And they're recorded too. So they're just a long form podcast. And I'm surprised nobody is trying to capitalize on this.
That you could do that drive in this morning. Yeah, surgery Monday.
and took the day off yesterday. Probably could have come in, but
especially once AI can come in and like, well, Logan, you were saying there was that it had limitations, like it was only 3 hours. And you can put in your Twitter space, and basically AI would give you a script of what it had, a transcript. Essentially, they could just run AI through these and see when a Twitter space, used the correct commercial phrase of what it is, McDonald's, KFC, whenever the people are talking about that, and then just like run banner ads on it, basically like they do on Google right now. It's just, I mean, it's really not that far for them to do. I'm kind of with Taylor. I kind of think it's a cool like pirate radio thing. You can say whatever you want. Nobody's really gonna flip out on you. When you get commercialized, then they're gonna freak out. But it's just to me, it's not that hard to do, especially with AI. Oh, speaking of which, I heard about ChatGPT. Of course, I know I'm talking about this, but next week it's going to have an update that it's going to include like a way for this AI to perhaps, now this wasn't announced yet, we'll have to see for ourselves, but it will allow AI to be able, or like a comic, and it would be able to interpret why the comic is funny or what is in a picture. So that's going to be a big, and then it's also going to be able to do the same with video. So video and video, audio, and image, I think are going to be on Chat GPT 4. Like its next update, which allegedly is that came from Microsoft's CTO, and that's going to happen next week. So that can change the game as well.
welcome to the show.
Ready for it, and right? I think that was nicer than what he said to me. Isn't he fun? Oh, definitely nicer.
Kind of to summarize, AI is going to really dictate what's going to happen in the future Twitter Spaces.
Let me see what else is going on. First of all, we're going to be
Agree.
dealing with obviously the runs. So virtually every break, I'm going to be turning over to Jennifer, who's keeping up.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I don't know if you've seen Black Mirror, but basically within Black Mirror, there's this dystopian app. But basically in the future, dating apps will just run you through a simulation of 1,000 different partners and give people the success rate. And that's how people will date, and they'll just know what their success rate will be for like in a compatibility match. It won't be this random swipe right, swipe left. It'll be like you have 1% compatibility with this person, and you might not even be showing them.
It started in Northern California, and I was actually on the phone with a friend of mine who was driving through areas watching like the roads overflowed and things like that. And I remarked to him stupidly, not that bad down here right now.
Oh,
Dumb.
yeah, I got interested in that.
Blame it on myself.
Yeah,
So,
there's what state of emergency in
Yes.
County.
I know I'm just a barrel of flowers with all my dystopian dating app idea, but it's AI. I really think it will give artists an opportunity in the future because they are people who can produce things. In the future, if you don't have a 9-to-5 job to which to go, then you can't really produce anything. At least an artist can create their art and then attach an NFT to it, and then that gives them something that can be passed along, or it can be shared, or has some kind of future transaction. When your local, manager of a restaurant or a local business doesn't have that kind of opportunity.
Storm is expected. It should taper off later this morning, but between now and then, it's not really going to let up. So this morning commute is
Many artists, I think, are afraid of AI. I think it gives them a lot of opportunity in the future to perhaps get new ideas.
I interviewed him, and he actually broke out in that song, How High the Water Mama. Just out of the blue. Just that was kind of interesting. Didn't sound as good as Johnny Cash, I'll tell you that.
Was he talking about the weather?
I don't know what he was talking about. All I remember in the interview was How High the Water Mama, why he would sing that.
You asked him something about what one of the favorite things about his mother or something. I think he said his mom and him used to sing that song.
I guess. Yeah, I thought it was kind of. All right. let's go beyond that.
All right, so now let's talk about the heightening flood danger. So the levee breach that left that big area in Monterey County, Paro River, the burst. I don't know if you've seen any of the pictures of it. It looks like one of those.
Taylor, I'm totally with you. I've gotten 3 different certifications while on this, and so that isn't something that I haven't done. It's just, it's hard to share that with people when you're studying for your Amazon Big Data certification, but people will see that over the course of this. But I'm with you. Definitely, I would like to become a medical doctor in several different fields. I've learned a lot on this, and I feel like really money won't be an issue in the future if people found out about this and they really would get interested in it. I could go to any medical school I'd want to, just to have to be able to professionally record that process of what it would be like to go through medical school or law school or to get a PhD. I think that's a fabulous idea.
My question is, how many levies were prioritized, and where was this on the priority list? Have there been levies that were more in trouble that in fact the authorities dealt with it? And I don't know the answer to that. I would.
That's why we watch documentaries all the time, and I would say that they're always learning.
I just wanted to throw that at you.
I'm saying that no. I don't think you're understanding. We watch every documentary there is that's out there, every movie that's out there, every album that's out there in music. I try to take every kind of art and bring it into this as much as possible, on top of getting certifications in it. Every major book, we've listened to every single major audio book. So basically, yep, absolutely, multiple times. Yeah, absolutely, read front to back. Yeah, it's like I'm Jewish. Through my mother and her mother and her mother and her mother, going all the way back to the Bible. That's not something in which I believe. No, we all the major belief systems, including the Quran. I wanted them all on this. So in addition to the Aeneid, the Odyssey, the Iliad, the Odyssey, the Aeneid, I want all the major books on this. I think people won't look at like one Bible as being better, like the Bible as being any better than any of the other great works. It's just another book out there. I think in the future that people will study and say it had some particular significance in society, but I wanted to make sure that it was all on here. I didn't want anybody to be left out. I didn't read it. I played it on YouTube. Yep. And it was a video. And it's I think we did it a couple of times because I fell asleep during it and it just kept playing for like 8 hours.
As in, Jackson Hewitt guarantees the biggest refund or your money back. Plus, $100. Get to Jackson Hewitt for your biggest refund.
No, it was a video of the words of the Bible. And just like what it would be in, I guess, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, all the other ones. And then it was it wasn't like a video. I shouldn't say it was a video, but it wasn't like a dramatization.
Almost won $1 billion for their clients with $188 million settled in 2022. You see, being hurt after an accident has a major impact on a person's life. The last thing you need is to take it on alone.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good book. If that's your cup of tea, it ties up a lot of loose ends that other people may think haven't been tied up. So I totally, if that's your cup of tea and you believe that, then you're absolutely free to believe that. And I wanted to make sure that your beliefs were included in this live stream.
During the Staples Teacher Palooza, teachers say there or you say post a paper-made hand helmets in store only on the men's war round. While supplies last, help your favorite teachers stop their classroom at Staples.
Here before you know it, to start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Call SolarMax.
I've got an interesting take on Jesus. Honestly, I think he was an alien abductee. Hold on, his mother, because she couldn't prove who his father was, and she said it was God. And how are you going to explain that as Well, whatever the story is, it's basically like you tell me. I don't know. I don't want to tell you what your beliefs are. You tell me.
I'm Mark Cope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage.
I thought it was this. Basically, that they didn't have sex, that Joseph and Mary didn't have sex, but she had Jesus, and it was like unexplainable, and that could have been an alien abductee. And I just think we in today's day we don't have evidence of an alien abduction that occurs. They're inexplainable. But what I'm saying is nobody talks about that. Basically, everybody talks about, I guess, Joseph and Mary. They were like young, and Mary got pregnant, and Joseph like said he didn't have sex with her, and so perhaps like some, I guess, people think that this might have been like an immaculate conception kind of deal. And if you believe that, that's cool. Some people don't, so that's cool too. But if it was that, then how are you going to explain that? That doesn't really make sense. If God did it, that's cool too. But I'm saying nobody ever talks about if alien abductions happen. How the hell she could have been an alien abductee and been fertilized somehow. This does happen. This is a thing that we learn about in ufology.
Life in America. One particular runner has never been allowed to even get a lap in.
Can you repeat that? A testimony of Solomon?
The other was like, man, I gotta go back to the drawing board and see if I can get there sooner or later.
Brief me, please.
Follow Sharp, Saturday evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handle here, morning crew. We continue with Handle on the news.
It sounds vaguely familiar, but I'm not.
The flood watch is still in effect. It'll last through
Apparently not. Apparently you're as enlightened of a being as I've ever met. So please tell us all about this. It's very interesting.
Let's go on the news. Jennifer Wayne.
Okay. Well, can you say it again? It's interesting, but I couldn't really understand it all.
Crackdowns on dealers who are supposed to do background checks and aren't. Crackdowns on guns being stolen or lost while they're in shipment between firearms dealers. Public awareness campaigns, two of those. One, letting everybody know about red flag laws. The other one to promote safe storage of your firearms. And finally, the FTC is going to produce a report about how guns are being marketed, especially if they're being marketed to children. And I know you got Steve Gregory coming on, and he's got more on this and all the stuff that happened with Biden there yesterday. We do it 8 o'clock. And you're not going to see too many lawsuits arguing that these executive orders are somehow in violation of the Second Amendment. These are already law. And all he's doing is clarifying what's already law. So the part of it that's going to be controversial is he wants the Justice Department to better define who is supposed to be doing background.
Whoa. How are you going to do that? Connor waits that long, and then you just cut him off. Taylor, calm down, woman. Go ahead, Connor.
Do I need to? They want to clarify the law, so there might be people who currently are not being required to do.
That's okay. Taylor, that was nice of you to even say that. Go ahead.
That's where you might see some pushback from gun rights groups. I doubt, the gun rights groups.
Yeah, don't ever put the pussy on a pedestal, kids. Go ahead, Connor.
I don't know if they're going to go forward. I wouldn't be surprised, but I would be surprised. We'll find out over the next couple of months.
All right, there is a new bill that's sponsored by a Republican assembly.
Connor, you were coming at me with a question before getting T-boned in the intersection by Taylor. What were you saying?
In writing, once a school employee learns that a student is identifying as a gender that doesn't align with their birth certificate. So if a child
No, not currently, though I have had a dog in the past, and he just was a wonderful.
Or LGBTQ, that they could have some sort of backlash in their family. Maybe they're at school.
Yeah, great question. So Twitch only allows you to save up to 90 days, and then regular Twitch is only 30 days, and that's just not enough time for me to have an archive. I need this thing to be permanent. And so I did do Twitch. Then what I did was I started doing there's something called like Streamlabs, and then also So I had a Streamlabs premium account and then an Omelet premium account. It's like, what's Omelet? Omelet is a Twitch alternate. They're the big competitor to Twitch, and they would allow me to stream to Twitch, YouTube, and Omelet itself, and all three of those at once. So it was like a 3-for-1. So I thought that was a pretty good deal. So I did that for a long time. So yeah, I was on Twitch for a long time. Honestly, Twitch is more, well, they do have it's a newer channel or newer server kind of. It's called IRL, in real life, which they actually had an issue with. So I would call Amazon and try to fix Twitch with Amazon customer support. I actually have a video of this. And Twitch customer support says, yeah, like our app is broken. Like, and they say it on the live stream that I actually upload. So I would like try to work with Twitch as much as I could, but it just wasn't as I don't say user friendly as I needed, but I would find that it would crash a lot. And really, when you're doing long form streams, I need this thing to work for a long time, and I need to be able to play it back. And Twitch would just kind of, I would crash. It would crash pretty often with that normal with the normal Twitch app, to the point where I was recording. I have a video of me on the phone with Twitch while they're watching me on the phone, on speakerphone. So they're watching me on my live stream, and I'm saying, okay, are you watching me? Yeah. Okay, I have your device on my tablet, and now watch when I do this. It crashes. Why does it crash here? And they're like, well, we don't know. Honestly, we see it's crashing, and it shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, I understand this, but you have to understand that I am paying for this stuff. And I refuse to pay for it if it's not going to work. It's not fair to me as your customer. So basically, you know, they love having me in their customer support, I'm sure. But I have done Twitch. Let me think what else. So Snapchat. I've built these robots that automatically post on different apps. So basically, it's an auto clicker on a phone that I call it robot, but it's basically like something that auto clicks the phone over a certain number of times, over certain durations, and then does things for me. So what does it do? I can have it auto post to Snapchat for me. So I just have months of my life at like 15 seconds of Snapchat that would just upload very, very quickly. I also have the same on Instagram. Now, Instagram allows either like 1 hour maximum or 3 hour maximum videos. So I have those, and I have like 7 different streams going all the time that are just posting 1 hour videos on Instagram. So I have like the last few months of my life on 7 different streams on Instagram. I'm trying to think of. Yes, you can. I'm doing it right now. No, it's not. I'm definitely doing it right now, and I can send them to you. I'm positive. Go to Rabbi Rothschild 5, and you'll see right now hour-long videos. You'll see them. You could also go to Rabbi Rothschild 7. You could also go to Rabbi Rothschild 48. How many different stores is that? Oh, no. Stories is different. I'm doing lives. No, you're right. Yeah, they have Instagram Live. You don't know about Instagram Live? Oh, Snapchat's different. The longest Snapchat I think I could do was, I thought it was 15 seconds. It was really short. And so, yeah, no. No, that was Instagram. I'm sorry. I was talking about Instagram. No. You're absolutely fine. Snapchat was difficult because it was 15 seconds, but its upload API, meaning like the quickness that it could upload, was pretty good. So that I could do like 15 seconds, and I have it on a bunch of different devices. So while one's uploading, I have it on another. But yeah, I mean, that's, nobody wants to watch someone's life every 15 seconds. I gotta go to another video. It's ridiculous. So, but let's just say I've tried everything, and really one that I really like is Twitter, that allows for 24-hour videos, which is a really interesting premise where you can just watch the entire day. I should say YouTube does as well. I've had the longest YouTube I've ever had was 222 hours straight, which was like a long video. And that was like, why was it so long? It just happened. My internet worked. Everything worked really well, and the app didn't crash on it, and it was really great. But here's the catch with YouTube: you can only watch the videos that are 12 hours or less on YouTube. So I have like a 222 hour long video saved on my archive, and I can watch it on my archive, but I can't like publish it. It can only be published 12 hours of it. So there are some limitations, but I really think once YouTube knows that they have such an opportunity here, especially with the amount of data that they have, they can change those limitations pretty easily and allow for really long form streaming. I mean, you got to think what podcasting did for audio. The long stream video is going to perhaps do for the long stream vlog, really is what it is, a video blog. But when these were popular, say at the beginning of the century, like the 20th century, the 21st century, they were uploaded, and it would be like something someone would like cut this up into like 3 hours, or it would become a reality show like The Real World or something like that. In this case, it's basically like a free flow. You can watch whatever you want, as much of it as you want, and it's all free. And while people aren't necessarily watching it right now, I really think that in the future, I mean, I think this will be studied at the university level. I definitely think it would be. It's like a real life story.
News is brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center, a senior care facility in LA, and 3 of its managers are facing.
When I say Castaway, the movie Castaway with Tom Hanks, it's like basically a person on a deserted island. You get to see what they do, or a real life zoo. It's like a human zoo. And when people start to understand that, wow, there's someone really out there who's a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother, that's going to be really exciting.
The particular resident began displaying COVID-19 symptoms the morning after arrival and tested positive for the virus that evening.
More than 100 people contracted COVID-19 following the patient being admitted. 14 people, including the nurse who admitted that patient, died in the outbreak. In LA, Blake Troll is KFI News.
Three clerks at supermarkets and liquor stores in Ventura County have been accused of selling alcohol to minors. The State Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control targeted 10 businesses last week where a minor was told to try and buy alcohol from certain stores. Officials say the undercover team was successful at Village Green Market, La Bodega, and Smart and Final. They say the clerks were cited and face a minimum fine of $250, along with 24 to 32 hours of community service. UCLA has created human-like robots that will compete in the 2023 Robo Cup in France. Professor Dennis Hong says that there are other humanoid machines out there, but theirs is the only one capable of running.
There's a number of our research robots, but Artemis is very different. It's a one-of-a-kind, very dynamic robot.
Hong says people are a long way off from being able to use robots in place of humans in dangerous situations, but says this is a start. The machine will play in the soccer tournament in Europe this summer. And author John Jakes becomes part of history.
Prolific best-selling author John Jakes started.
We were talking about AI. Has anybody seen these robots in real life? Like, I've seen robots at Walmart that basically look security robots, and they're starting to have them that they're like able to replace stock the shelves and stuff. Has anybody seen, oh, and of course, you know, like there's like, has anybody seen these the like dogs yet that they have, like from Boston Dynamics, or like I see these things they're using them for instead of security personnel, but I'm not sure if other people have seen them.
Davis put up 35 points as the Lakers prevailed over the New Orleans Pelicans 123 to 108. Davis was the high scorer, but as you'll hear in a moment,
Perhaps I'm the only person to see these robots. They're out there. But you haven't seen them?
Because it's 2 games in a row. Here's Coach Garvin Ham.
We made an organizational decision, start with our team doctors to hold them out back to back. So
Can you repeat that? Do I know who is?
it's still an active injury.
The Clippers host the Golden State Warriors at 7. That game live on AM 570 LA Sports.
That name sounds familiar, but no, I don't think so.
New York Islanders 5-2. Good enough to keep the Kings solidly in second place in the Pacific Division. The Ducks get the Islanders tonight.
Logan, it could just be me, but you sound very far away from the microphone. Can you check that?
Today the Dodgers play the Colorado Rockies.
Oh my God, you're so much better now.
Weather from KFI.
Okay, so what was her name? Julianne Cookta?
It'll start to taper off as we head into the afternoon. Highs today, though warm, will just be in the upper 50s.
I don't know who she is. Is she a robot?
It'll look like by tomorrow we could see some sun breaks, another chance of rain coming in on Friday. 57 right now in Fullerton and in Dana Point. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky, and we'll start in the come home pass. Good morning, Mike.
Your mic is coming in and out.
Morning, Jennifer. It looks like weather already a factor. Hour. Now the South 15, that's one of them. 15 southbound, that's jamming up out of Victorville, pretty much from this area, Bear Valley Road, on and off the brakes into the cold pass. In fact, that stays with you almost all the way into Ontario. As we transition there to the 210 westbound on the brakes down from the 15, most of the way out to the 7157 there. Now, if you gap, then back on the brakes from another problem. That's up ahead at the 210 west side of Baldwin. They're putting on the right lane. They say that might be another hour or so. So that's quickly building up back towards Urbandale and 605. 710 southbound. Lots of slowing now. Looks like maybe some flooding into Long Beach, but the 710 southbound already very heavy from the 105 down into downtown Long Beach. And then northbound 405 through the South Bay area on the brakes there for the 110. Most of the way up to the 10. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
A light store system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filters to change ever. It's maintenance-free. New customers get a free Apipure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source Water, taste and feel the difference.
Jacoby Myers is here to help you get the justice you deserve. We specialize in serious injury cases and have been fighting for our clients since 1972. Trust Jacoby Myers to be your guide, your advocate. You can rest assured that you'll get the compensation you deserve. Plus, our consultation is always free. Call Jacoby Myers today and let us help you navigate the legal process and get the justice you deserve. Jacoby Myers, justice for you since 1972. Please check your Rand Mattress Firm's Big Spring Sale. Shop at Rand's today and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base for select purchases. Time to score big savings on your dream bed.
Why?
Oh, good times are waiting on St. Patty's Day. Now, here's top reasons to visit Orlando.
St. Patrick's Day preview. Get a free plush rainbow keychain March 17th.
Number 2.
Get healthy toaster when you earn on your rewards card. The 20th or 21st.
And the number 1 reason.
We work hard for you. That's why LA Times readers voted out the best casino in the Southland.
Morongo, good time. Bill and Kathleen showcasing the way they have run this company with love and dedication to their employees for the better. People make the difference. American Vision Windows is built around a team of home improvement experts who take great pride in their work and the energy-saving advice they provide is free. American Vision Windows makes sure that all their installers are AAMA certified. Now, due to the rising energy costs, many people are turning to dual-paned, energy-efficient windows to reduce their utility bill. If you have wood, aluminum, or even vinyl windows and enjoy saving money, plus you love the feeling of a well-insulated home, then you might be in the market for new windows and doors. American Vision Windows are custom-made to fit your needs and the style of your home. 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. For all offers, call or see website for details. On-approved credit, offer expires 3/31/23. CSW 778-326. Welcome to the
feel honored.
Live from the Haste Bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. The curious one. Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with this success. His wife Michelle is as tense as a fiddle string, trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. The whole mind is snoring. Michelle's frozen elbow.
Closure project.
100-pound laugh. That's on track, Steve.
All right. And have you all seen the top secret KGB UFO files and the Disney aliens from another world, the alien encounters from another world special? Good. I mean, that's like what you have to know to get into UFO. I feel like those 3. If you're just like a random ass person, I guess you could watch some of the ones on Netflix. The newer ones are cool too, but I don't know. There's something about the Walt Disney Corporation talking about aliens that's kind of important. Has anyone here ever had a UAP or a UFO encounter? If so, what was it? Did you report it to MUFON?
Yeah, so today we've got this rain, heavy at times, tapering off later this morning. Has will just be in the upper 50s to lower 60s. Another storm could hit us by 48 hours. That's nearly all it took for the second biggest bank failure in U.S. history to happen. So what happened was we started seeing this two-day run, 42 and that
Did you report it to MUFON?
that nearly a quarter of the bank's total deposits.
You still can. It's an international organization.
Well, I was just going to say, and we all know, it's not like the banks have that kind of cash on hand. Everybody who will go and invest in a bank, their money's not just sitting there. So everybody can't go pull it all out all at once. So the people who deposited, they're got their money back.
Now, 720, 750, I'm going to go into it a little bit. And just a quick introduction to what's happening. Number one, we're all safe. Number two, even with deposits going up to the millions of dollars, way over the 250 deposit, everybody should get their money back. Number three, and people don't know that. It is a lot to do about nothing except it's about something. And it has more to do with confidence than anything else. But you have to have confidence. Because I'm going to tell you, it is, we're safe. It's no big deal. We're on the Titanic and it's not sinking.
Totally understand that.
Also, as everything is now in this country, an opportunity for partisan finger pointing. So the Democrats are blaming Republicans for this bank failure, specifically because of a law that was signed back by then President Trump in 2018 that lifted some regulations regarding stress testing for banks. They're pointing the finger at Republicans about that, despite the fact that many Democrats also supported and voted for that law. And the Republicans are pointing the finger at the Democrats and Joe Biden saying that let's try to make the leap here.
Rothschild. ROTHSCHILD.
That caused inflation.
Certainly. When you're talking about those orange orbs, I saw one around the same time, 2013. It flew over my car. I was on my way to work. It was in the evening, about 8 o'clock. I did report it to MUFON, but it was only many years later. So don't feel badly if you ever like, hey, I didn't report it at the time. I didn't report mine for a decade, but eventually, after enough thought, I wanted to make sure that it was documented, and they have a very good website. I understand if you're leery of doing it, but it's important, because or just go look and see if other people saw it. I know that there was a flap of them in England around that time, certainly, or in the United Kingdom, and really they've been related to crop circles and some other things. Very, very interesting things. They're absolutely silent. The only thing that I could tell you about it is it had an intelligence that I could sense about it. Like it just had like almost like a consciousness. Like I knew it was something special, and I've never seen anything else like that.
Like Signature Bank and website that limited itself to buying one thing. And when one thing collapsed, in this case, Silicon Valley.
Absolutely. So it was about the size of maybe a beach ball, but to me it looked like the size of maybe like a basketball. So between those two sizes, a glowing ball. You could not see through it, but it was like almost like a foggy inside, and it was sun. The sun was setting at the time. It was in the evening, but that was setting in the west, and this flew silently and made like a complete like left-hand turn over my car, about 20 feet over my car, I would say, and went in silently behind my car into the subdivision where at the time I lived, and I was on my way to work, And it kind of freaked me out because, of course, it's like something you've never seen before. And I like wanted, I just wanted to like see if I could see it anymore, but it passed into the subdivision. And I remember making a right-hand turn after that and being like, wow, I can't believe I actually saw something, because I've always wanted to see something like a UFO or something like that. And that was definitely something that wasn't of this earth. It had this intelligence about it. I remember that it wasn't like a being, but it was like definitely like it was, I could pick up brain waves or something like that. If I had to describe what it was like, it was almost like a beach ball, like perfectly spherical, and it was like milky in the inside, so that it was like glowing though, like a plasma ball, I guess as I would describe it, like a big plasma beach ball.
Oh, what day is it?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, my goodness. I'll come back. And, oh, I almost forgot.
It was very, very interesting, and I've never had anything else like that. I would say that at the time, I think I told some people with whom I worked, but like who I trusted. But really, you know, it wasn't like I saw aliens or anything like that. And I you know, could it have been some kind of advanced government technology? Absolutely, but I don't know anything they'd have like that. And honestly, stuff that I've seen from the government does not run this efficiently. It was absolutely silent. There was no kind of gas coming out of it, or any kind of like vapor or any kind of exhaust, and it was almost like just like a ball of plasma. And it was almost like you wanted to hug it. Like it was just like really, really like glowing warm. And I just, honestly, thinking about it just made me feel like there was an intelligence about it. It wasn't just like a piece of anything like I normally would find on Earth, or you normally find on Earth, that it's just like I guess like trees have their own kind of, people think, you know, and they do. They have like perhaps like all kinds of cells and things. They're living things, but maybe just like, I don't know, a car or a grill, or you know, a tube, like a piece of concrete doesn't ever have like an intelligence about it. This had even a computer doesn't have an intelligence about it. This had an intelligence about it that you could almost sense that it was like, whether it was friendly or not, I don't know, but it was like picking up brainwaves.
Two mortgages with HMS Capital, and I truly believe they're simply the best for what they do.
I want to see it again, honestly. I think that kind of stuff is really interesting. And that's why, I mean, not the only reason why I reported it to MUFON, but if you ever do report anything to MUFON, well, if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is the Mutual UFO Network, and MUFON.org. Basically, a lot of people don't know that people see UFOs every single day, every single hour around the world, and they don't know this. And they're like, I would always say to skeptics, you know, UFOs are out there, like, oh, there'd be a big map out there. Somebody would be like, there'd be a big map out there and you could see where these things are. Well, there is, and you can see them on a daily basis. And of similar things, I can post them in the chat just to kind of see if it's anything similar to what Alex saw. But it just, I'm trying to think, like, if you've ever seen a child's ball, they make those children's balls that are like plastic, that are kind of cheap. They're like maybe the size of a basketball. Kids kick them around. They're pretty light, but they sometimes have like an orange or like that kind of look to them. If you could have one of those that would fly around, that was like a plasma ball, it was exactly like that. And just very, very interesting to know that there's like really, really advanced technology out there that like, that's not even close to anything we have on this earth.
With 3 right lanes are blocked with a big wreck there. Jerry got through Costa Mesa, and they still have a closure in the mountains. Highway 18 is shut down between Snow Valley and Big Bear Dam. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Spring back to life at Whole Foods Market. Get 5 yellow mangoes for just $4.50 with Prime through March 21st. Brighten up your smoothies and salads and count on this deal now. While supplies last. Shop in store or online. Terms apply.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt for your guaranteed biggest refund and 50% off tax prep. Use the Jackson Hewitt. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients buying at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/issues return.
I'm attorney Gary Capanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-CUPS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-CUPS, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUPS.
Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime?
QC Kinetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and put them in your achy joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available for anyone.
Imagine being pain-free by this summer. Living life the way you used to. Walking, running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PLAIN, 213-997-PAIN.
Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN. In this week's marketer support, Patricia Spaniello, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Director of Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Hey, it's Mo Kelly. This is the fun part. This is where I get to tell you about the great results I'm having in real time. I get to notice how well I sleep now, how much more energetic I am, all since I incorporated Field of Greens into my daily diet. And I did it. Trust me, I do. You probably think the Field of Greens can't be as good as you say.
In case you're curious what that plasma ball looked like, I put it in the chat. However, that picture is from a Mirror article that says these ball lightnings could be, these ball spheres could be ball lightning. I didn't see ball lightning. It was perfectly blue skies out there. There was nothing like that. It flew over my car like how do I ever describe it? Like a bird, not like a lightning strike. It has nothing to do with that, but it is a good picture of what it looked like.
Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code AFI.
Logan, I want you to be able to see something. You're in Huntington Beach. That's a big spot for them.
Attention, Southern California. Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for
Anywhere coastal is, but they love running up and down the coast.
Processed over 35,000 applications and counting. More than any solar company in California. No one works harder than.
Oh, you have? Oh, okay. I thought Alex was the only other person. So you've seen a lot of UFOs?
Your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until.
Oh, you've seen the top secret UFO, the top secret KGB UFO files, where they have that one UFO that is from Russia that's like on the ground and they actually are touching it and like you can see it up close. You've seen that one, right? Is that the best video you've ever seen of someone with a UFO up close, or am I missing something? That's the best one I've ever seen. Yeah, definitely. So this stars Roger Moore, who is James Bond. He introduces it, and he talks about at the fall of the Cold War, at the end of the Cold War, the KGB leaked all their UFO files to the United States, or well, to the clandestine services of the world, and someone got the United States, and then they show a bunch of videos. I'll send you what this looks like up close. It's amazing. These fucking Russian guys are right up against, like, they're walking inside the UFO. It's crazy. I'll show you. Other people have seen these are it's a famous documentary. Just one moment.
Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on the Classic Rock Channel on iHeartRadio. And now, a few words from your
Hey, it's Dr. Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call
Travelers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd. The Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help take care of the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFIAM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We put a handle on the news. As we continue on, boy, we got a busy day today. First of all, what's the stock market? I mean, it should plunge today after yesterday.
We've got, let's see, it is down 470.
Okay, yeah, no surprise there.
Futures were lower, so it's actually doing a little bit better than it was, say, an hour ago.
Yeah, we'll see what happens throughout the day. And also, quick look on the weather before we finish our handle on the news.
We'll have this rain heavy at times through the rest of the morning commute, but it'll taper off as the day goes on. It's a very warm storm, but we do have these flood watches and advisories as well. Some gusty winds possible throughout the day.
All right, let's move on. More handle on the news. We finish it with Jennifer Wayne and me. China now has better hypersonic missiles than Russia. Missiles that can strike U.S. bases along
I don't think that
west
the
coast
fact
of our
that
country. This
Sean Connery
testimony
beat his wife has
by
anything to do with
Congress
Roger Moore being in this
intelligence agency.
KGB documentary. Take a look at the picture that I put in the chat, because I want to know if somebody has a better picture of a UFO up close. There's video of that encounter, but does anyone have anything better than that? That's pretty fucking close of people up close and personal with a UFO. So it's from the documentary that I have pinned to the chat, which I also have just a breakdown of what it reviews. So basically, this documentary was released in 1998 but kept secret until the Russian government until 2016. The documentary includes interviews from KGB officials who have witnessed UFOs. One of the interviews, blah, 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 blah. The big thing is that it has UFO. It has this UFO up close, and these. I mean, if you haven't seen it, Logan, you got to watch this one, because it's not like you're seeing it from way out in the fucking sky. These guys, this thing falls to the ground, and they have a bunch of these KGB and Russian troops that go around it and are trying to, clean it up. And I've never seen one on the ground with camera footage, because anybody who ever would have a camera there would immediately be shot, because that's like a super classified thing. They're not allowed to do that. But in Russia, this tape got out, verified that at least these were the correct kind of uniforms that they would have had, that these types of troops would have had. Everything about it is credible. I've never heard anybody say anything about this that was that at all invalidates its credibility. But if you haven't seen it, this is a really good one. These guys are up close and personal with a real UFO.
Repeatedly saying the N-word and also saying that they hate black people. Problem.
Additionally, they do an alien autopsy on it in this video as well. It's a very good one. It's the Russia's best video footage that they had from alien stuff that ever got leaked. It's very interesting.
And the point is, when I come in, one person said something, I go, come on, that's not a big story. That's one person. This is many people.
Excuse me, I misspoke. I said alien abduction. Alien autopsy. They do an alien autopsy. Now, I've always been really skeptical whenever I've heard that alien autopsy, but hey, if they're going to do one, that's great, and it would look exactly like what I saw in this documentary. Whether it's fake or not, I don't know, but that's what one would look like.
For 99 large dog kennels, but it's got 120 different dogs in there, so these dogs are being put in portable crates.
You absolutely. They don't actually show going inside of it. They show guys going inside of it, but they don't show what the interior looks like. Though there is interior footage, it's just never been published. That's what I've researched on the matter. But you see, these guys are up close and personal with it, where they're touching it, and there's this one KGB leader who's telling everybody what to do. And they actually, in this documentary, it's not just from one angle either. They've got it from 2 or 3 different. They have like a tripod, and they have like handheld cameras. It's really good quality. It's not like the shit kind of, oh, I saw something in the sky and it could have been anything. No, this is one on the ground. It's amazing footage.
Some information out on the storm, the latest. And then a bill that we talked about earlier, forcing California schools to tell parents if their child is trans.
In fact, I'm gonna look at the documentary link that I posted, and I'll tell you exactly where you can see where they have this this UFO, because I want you to just look at it and know exactly what I'm saying.
This is KFI AM
Absolutely, just one moment.
everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
What you need to know and when you need to know it.
KFI,
And KOST HD2
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Help is on the way. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. San Bernardino County is delivering some relief to people who've had property damage from the recent heavy blizzard. KFI's Lake Trolley reports live the county will be waiving up to $5,000 in rebuilding fees.
Those fees are for county planning and permitting. Supervisor Don Rouse says as people rebuild, the county needs to eliminate as many burdens as possible.
Contractors that serve the mountains, they're stretched pretty thin right now, and insurance adjusters are taking their time to get up and do those.
Those are just a couple of the issues people are still faced with. Homes and businesses and other structures were damaged by the weight of the snow during the recent storms. County inspectors have red tagged at least 29 structures, meaning they're too damaged to be inside, and yellow tagged 27 other buildings, which allow for limited occupancy. Those numbers are both expected to rise. Reporting live, Lake Trolley, KFI News.
A flood watch is in effect for Orange County, including the Santa Ana Mountains, until 2 this afternoon. Parts of LA County are under a flood watch until 11 this morning. That applies to the Santa Clarita Valley, the Malibu Coast, downtown LA, the San Fernando Valley, the San Gabriel Mountains, and the San Gabriel Valley. Now, a couple of cars in Baldwin Hills have gotten stuck on a road that runs along
Sorry
the
about
hillside.
that, Mike.
Part of the hill became a muddy mess overnight and slid onto North La Brea. President Biden has stopped in Monterey Park to promote his new executive order on gun control.
He also took the opportunity to urge Congress to pass stricter legislation, including universal background checks for all guns.
It's just common sense. Check whether someone is a felon. Unless they abuse
My app crashed. If you watch on that video, 30 minutes into it is exactly where that UFO starts. Yeah, so essentially what you'll see is a crashed UFO, and these guys will be in a truck, all these Russian troops, and this one KGB guy is pointing at them saying, this is where you go, this is where you go, this is where you go, and they document this thing as best as possible. And it's like, oh my God, that's what one looks like. It's like, I don't know, 30 feet across, and it's like halfway in the ground. And it's like, well, how the hell did it get halfway in the ground? It crashed. So they actually do like an animation of how they think it crashed when it hit the ground and the trees it took out. And then it's there. And then you'll see it, a few different views of it. So it's really good footage, meaning like it's not just, and it's really clear from being like from the 1960s. It's really the best kind of, and I think it's really important too that this is dated footage. This isn't something that's brand new that like you literally could make with AI nowadays. I mean, you could do it nowadays, but this video came out, it was in 1998, so that gives it some credibility as well.
Access the company based in China has users' information and data. The U.S. says the Russian military interception of an unarmed U.S. surveillance drone over the Black Sea was unsafe and unprofessional. ABC's Luis Martinez says the aircraft had its transponder on, so it should never have been intercepted.
We have the Russian Defense Ministry saying that they felt that this aircraft was headed towards Russian airspace. We're told it was significantly beyond the 12-mile limit of Ukraine territory.
Martinez says the U.S. is looking at this as potentially escalatory, and a lot of effort will be made to ensure that does not happen. And a post office in Yorba Linda will be stamped with the names of 2 local veterans as a thank you for their service and their sacrifice.
to make sure that their stories and memories kept alive.
Congresswoman Young Kim said while we can never fully repay our veterans, we can honor them.
We're able to enjoy our everyday freedoms because of the dedicated service and sacrifice of
Russia is
those
the secret to a lot of the UFO mysteries that we have out there, exactly because what you said, Alex. It's such a large landmass. It has so many secrets that they don't about which they don't even know. I mean, Siberia and Yakutsk and all those Kamchatka. I mean, it's just such a barren wilderness out there that they could have stuff that's been crashed there for a long time and we have no idea, or preserved in the ice, because a lot of it, as you know, I mean, it doesn't even all have to be UFO. They have a lot of interesting things stuck in the glaciers there.
Closer to returning from injury. The Lakers lose to the Houston Rockets today. The Clippers host the Golden State Warriors. That's at 7 live on AM 570 LA Sports. With 5 goals from 5 different players, the LA Kings beat the New York Islanders 5-2. The Ducks get the Islanders tonight at 7. In spring training baseball, the Angels topped the Cleveland Guardians by a score of 8-6. Today, the Dodgers play the Colorado Rockies. I'm Nate Resnick, KFI Sports. Yeah, I've been a small business person my entire adult life. Still am. And over the years, on several HR issues, I just got nailed. Why? I own a small business. You own a small to medium-sized business. You can't afford an HR person. That's just impossible. There's an answer. Bambi.com. With Bambi, you get that HR person starting at $99 per month. And come on, that's too good to be true. This is for real. And this works.
So I provided for like a UFO on the ground where we have video. Does anyone else have any UFO footage on the ground where of any kind? If you do, I'd love to hear about it.
Access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat.
The only other kind that I ever saw that I was willing to somewhat believe was from China. And this maybe came out like 7 years ago, and it was like, I just would describe it as people were like had a vehicle cam, and they were driving, and all of a sudden they started chasing this UFO, or I shouldn't say they started chasing, the UFO flew over their vehicle, and they pulled off to try to follow it, and it had landed in this field, and it was on camera, and you could see some kind of beings that were getting out of it. That was the best I ever saw, and the fact that it came from China and it was, kind of newer, I didn't know whether to believe it or not, but I'm really interested when they're on the ground. There's also that one video from 3 different angles. It's not necessarily on the ground, but it's really close at the Dome of the Rock, maybe from 2013, where it was 3 simultaneous videos of some kind of UFO that flies over the Dome of the Rock and then flies up into the air at like a light speed, basically. Like you can see it go into the air, and then that was like debunked. But I don't believe that. I mean, like, who the fuck else has 3 different angles? I mean, look, I'm telling you, somebody streams their life in one room. It's hard to get 3 different angles synchronized. It would be very difficult to do that. And if you've ever seen that video, that one's really interesting. But that one's not actually on the ground, so I don't want to include that one as much. The only one that I really have is the one that I provided, where it's actually these Russian troops with this thing on the ground. If anybody else has any kind of documentation of the saucers being on the ground, I'd love to hear. That kind of stuff fascinates me.
That's the 10 east stretch there back to about mounted almost to central. Now the west side of the 10, looking to lose in there for just
when I find out these things are on the ground, that means we can run tests on them, or like we can, try to figure out of what they're made, and the special metals and the alloys and advanced propulsion and all the other things. When they're flying in the air, that's great. I mean, that's cool too, but it's like I can't get my hands on that. When this thing's on the ground, then we can run tests on it.
It's dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Hey, nope. Oh no. He's been stolen.
Livestock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at livestock.com. At
Identity theft protection starts here.
That really any organization is. It just provides for an opportunity for people around the world to put their stories on a map. That's what's important to me. So you don't feel alone, so that you know this is a global issue. Whether they own the story or not, you can tell the story any way that you want. I don't remember sending my anything like that away, and if I did, how are they going to stop me from telling my story that I'm an alien abductee? Okay, move on. You can tell that story as well, or tell about what I wrote in your on your website. But if anything, I think it would bring more shed light on the issue. I think that would be important. But the reason why I like it is because it's a map of the world, and you get to pick what kind of UFO it was. Was it a disc? Was it a ball of light? Was it a flying? And that's an important thing, I think, as well, because there are so many different kinds of UFOs that are out there, but you don't necessarily know what it is necessarily at which you're looking. So that's something that I feel is important.
Also, from the stories we're sharing today. Also, back to the stock market and life of the failure of Silicon Valley Bank. Stock market is now down 4/3.
You're exactly right. I really liked that about it. I thought it was really interesting. And then, let's say that 99 of them are bullshit. Well, that means that one of them is true. And then that's very, very interesting.
Yes, et tu, Brute. And you, Brutus. Now, if Brutus were Hispanic, would it be a two Jose? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I've just started. There is a bill
The ufology world is filled with drama, especially when it comes from NICAP and MUFON and all these, like who was going to be the top dog when it comes to ufology. I don't like to get into any of that kind of drama, because there's a lot of drama in that. There are husband and wife teams, and there's all kinds of organizations and clandestine organizations that have taken over, perhaps. And to me, that's not my. I mean, I think that all could be very true. If those aren't the good organizations, then somebody should create another one that is better than that one. But as of right now, the thing that they have going for MUFON does is that map. When you can just click on it as entertainment almost to just read people's reports, that's really interesting.
Saley, who represents parts of Riverside County, said public policy should never presume that a parent does not have the best interests for that child.
To me, it made me feel like I wasn't alone. When I saw that, I mean, the biggest thing that I would always hear, and that you would always hear from any skeptic, is if this was a thing, it would be on the news. Well, then it's on the news a lot of times, and they can't explain it. Okay, if this was a thing, then it would be on a map, and people would be able to say all over the world that it happens. Why don't I hear about that? Why don't I see this map? Well, there is this map. People just don't know about it because they don't have the money to advertise like on your local social media. And that's another thing too. Honestly, I don't know what it is. Like MUFON and those kind of organizations, they don't do social media. If anything, or maybe they do, and I'm just not aware of it. But if I were running the organization or any organization like that, I would have my main UFO page, and then we just take all the best UFO footage of the day before, and that's what we upload, and that's every single day. They don't do that, and I think that that's unfortunate. Or at least if they do, I'm not aware of it.
From school because she refused to withhold information about one of her students and told the parents. And that's in violation of the law right now. And Tapia asked the school administrators, "Are you asking me to lie?" They say yes.
There are some really good like Reddit forums and Twitter pages and other social media accounts, but none of them have the name recognition as MUFON does, where they could be the be all and end all when it came to their. I mean, I'm sure they have operating budgets, and they're just normal people as well, and they do field reports and things like that, which a lot of people don't do. But at least when it comes to social media and getting out the word that this stuff happens every single day, I wish they did that better. The only way that I ever really hear about them is on Coast to Coast AM.
You know what the courts have said? Hey, we appreciate your beliefs. Get out of the pharmacy business. If you want to not fill a prescription because if you're
Does anyone else out there listen to Coast AM ever?
And so this, I believe, is the same thing. And then he went on and on. And he's a first-time assembly member, and this is just, it's all religion. The California Family Council, which sponsored this, described itself as advancing God's design for life, family, and liberty through California's church.
I think you're right. So it is the largest overnight talk show in all of North America. And what it is allows anybody to basically call in about anything that they want, whether it's like UFOs or Bigfoot or anything paranormal, and talk about it. And they give people a platform, and anyone can call in. And I've called in, and so I believe the largest overnight radio show in the world is the BBC radio internationally, but number 2 is Coast to Coast. So you're hitting like, you know, millions of people with this every single night. And yeah, people think you're kind of weird because you listen to overnight radio, but what people have to say is really, really interesting. And when you get into these topics, they're talking about advanced propulsion and advanced elements and anti-gravity, all these things that are very, very technological, very, very rational, that if you were to play them during the day, people would understand it as well, but it doesn't get that kind of airplay. It's a very I feel, good show, at least in America, to get out the word. Yeah, you get some crazy people on there too, but honestly, not that many. Everyone who talks about it, they talk about their alien encounters. Alex, what you talked about, what you shared with us is would be a very typical call of what you would hear on there. If someone would say, hey, yeah, this is what I saw, and then the host would just ask them, essentially like, how big was it? You know, were there multiple? Did you have any missing time? Those kind of things. And yeah, but it's kind of an exciting thing to know. At least in North America, the number one thing on the radio every single night is talking about ufology.
The plan is to continue to get emergency funding from Congress. The California ski resort's asking for patience as it tries to keep some slopes open. Palisades, Tahoe, and Lake
Another
Tahoe
thing
says
about it, I mean, at least where I've always been, it's on the biggest AM networks. That's kind of its setback. It's on AM radio, but usually it's called Coast to Coast AM. But nevertheless, it's on the biggest AM radio stations in the United States. And so when it's interesting. It's very interesting for us to be like, this is the kind of UFO evidence that I've had, or like, this is what I've seen. But like, when people don't normally do that, like if you walked into a Starbucks right now and asked anybody like, hey, has anybody ever seen a UFO here? They think you're absolutely fucking crazy, even though you're like on the same planet. It's just, that's how society is, that if you ask someone about UFOs, especially during the day, you look like a nut.
Right into the merge with the 57. It's going to gap up a little bit through Roland Heights. Back on from there, though, into Monticello, out to about Garfield Wilcox. But then Eddie better, probably a little worse. But then west side, you've got going out of the Israel Empire. Pretty much from Montclair on and off there to Mid-City. Yeah, we've got much of a gap that long stretch. There are plenty of potholes. We're literally a whole full of hot right now. But here's the west side. Here's the Broken Baldwin. We've got a right lane block there. Potholes, and we're coming up all over the place. Bumper to bumper back to the 605, and before you get that far, you got on and off points for Cucamonga out through the burn. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blinds.com. Want to get big on custom forward blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blinds for today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick and mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blinds.com. This report is sponsored by Churches.
You're absolutely right. The clandestine organization MI5, MI6, CIA do a very good job using the media, particularly to make anyone who tries to legitimize the UFO or UAP subject look bonkers.
Going into super prices and a super selection at the non-read Superstore. Great brands, Honda, Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai.
Certainly, they've done this too for decades, so it's not like it's brand new. You are literally fighting a decade-long propaganda fight for ufology. One of the things that I think is so cool about Twitter Spaces is the ability to talk about these things. And nobody's going to stop you. Nobody really cares that much. But really, the three topics on which I can kind of tell Twitter Spaces, they're going to be really big. Ufology is one of them. Cryptocurrency and NFTs. Those are the big things. And if I'm wrong here on Twitter Spaces, please correct me. But usually when I shouldn't even say ufology is that big. It's usually just Logan and a couple other people. But at least it's discussed here. And I don't know a lot of other places where it's discussed. It's not discussed on TikTok. It's not discussed. You look like a loon if you do it on Facebook. On YouTube, you're like alone in a desert or alone in an ocean of media. It's hard to get a lot of people to follow you. On Instagram, nobody's going to talk to you about UFOs on Instagram. People are too vain for that kind of stuff. It's kind of, Twitter Spaces is the only place of which I know where it's discussed all the time, almost 24 hours a day. Mike Krenish is here. No, go ahead. Sorry, I was just welcoming a new guest. But Alex, go ahead. An excellent question. Logan, you probably would know better. Logan, how long has UFO Twitter been going? Or at least on Spaces? He may be predisposed. I want to say at least 18 months, but I could be wrong on that.
Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See amco.com for complete details. Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app.
Now we can. Do you know how long UFO Twitter has been active on Spaces? How about you in particular? Okay, so you're about a year now, right? And people were talking about it before you came, correct? UFOs? So that does have traction. It's not just a one and done. Every single day you can find somebody talking about it. And that's when I find that you really you gain a following. Because if it's just I see people on here, for instance, they'll talk about a subject, but it won't have any traction. Ufology has traction. People will come to that.
What we've got is heavy rain expected throughout the rest of this morning. And it looks like at times we could see those flood watches be a little bit more important than others. Gusty winds also.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Is it Mai or Mike Finish? Absolutely, Mike. How you doing? Welcome.
Over 500 right now, in light of the banking crisis. So it comes out with banks, signature banks, and all over the world, the banking system is looking at what happened. And it's 7:50, near the 8 o'clock hour. I'll explain why it's which is not safe. And I'll go through that. Now, there's a hearing today in Jackson, and a federal judge is going to consider whether he should block the U.S. government's approval of the drug used for medication abortion. This is probably one of the more important cases in light of Roe v. Wade being tossed, and it's being brought by anti-abortion doctors and medical associations. And here's what it's about. Clearly, it is a religious issue. We know that. Everybody knows that. Those people that are against abortion talk about how abortion is dangerous, how women are somehow talked into it, and whatever reasons they come up with. It's simply religious. Bottom line, where it's, I guess some people say it's murder, and I'll buy that, but I'm going to say it's religion. So they can't argue this to not want abortion. Or Christianity or other religions are saying no to abortion. That can't happen in a court of law. So what they're saying, and it's an interesting spin, they're arguing that the FDA, which approved this drug, methylprednisolone, or how you pronounce it, it's one of two drugs that are used in medical abortions, which is by far the number of abortions that are done in the United States are with these drugs. Not a surgical procedure. They're saying the FDA violated 20 years ago. They're saying that the FBI violated the law by allowing this drug to be sold in the United States. Wait, 20 years ago, what's this about? The argument that's being used by the plaintiffs, those that are arguing that the drug should be taken off the market.
Mute him.
After 2 decades of engaging the FDA to no avail, plaintiffs now
That's
ask this court to do what the
Yosh.
FDA was and is legally required to do.
Yosh.
Protect women and girls by holding unlawful
Yosh.
setting aside and
Yo,
maintaining the
dog,
FDA's
how do you
actions to
fucking
approve chemical abortion drugs.
mute this
So
guy?
what they're saying is they're asking the judge to say the FDA, which medically approved the
Very
drug,
good, sir. I'm
was
sorry.
wrong.
Yo, can you? I'm good at Roblox. Yo, should be like, it's good at Roblox. Ask him about it.
The sale of the drug, even though it's approved by the FDA, because he says that the FDA wrongly
Look at this, kids. Oh. Dude, I had 70 people and then nobody. Wow.
Or they're not allowing the safety concerns that a judge, who of course is an expert in aviation, a judge in this case who is an expert in drugs. Wait a second, is he? No, he's not. You know what his background is?
They're like,
He
yeah,
was
they're robots.
an anti-abortion lawyer who represented Christian alliances to stop abortion. That's who this judge was. And he is going to argue that, he can rule that the FDA was wrong in okaying this drug. Now, in light of that, you've got a bunch of health officials, you've got people of the FDA, the lawsuit itself, the argument saying, wait a minute, this drug is
Mike, if I'm looking for that Richard Dolan video, what would I search?
Out there. And its side effects is equivalent to care. As a federal judge, I have decided the FDA did it wrong. Administratively, they did it wrong, which I don't understand. Now, there's some issues. There's some procedural questions. First of all, those attorneys, those organizations have to come in and say they've been harmed by the FDA's actions. Okay, go ahead, that's standing. Also, whether the judge unilaterally pulled the drug off the market. And, they're asking the judge to pull it off the market pending, this is a preliminary hearing, pending the full hearing. Well, here's the problem, is that even if the FDA pulls a drug, we don't know whether they have to go through certain steps. It could take weeks or even months. And what the plaintiffs are saying, let's forget about all of that. We don't care about the process of what the FDA says. We have to pull it off the market now, today. Which way do you think it's going to go? You've got an anti-abortion federal judge. And the argument is that, number one, the FDA did it wrong. Completely didn't follow its own rules. That's basically the argument. We don't know if the judge has the authority over the FDA because it's an administrative decision. And as a matter of policy, the court will not get involved in an administrative decision unless it is capricious, it is arbitrary,
Excellent,
it
thank
makes no sense.
Mike, have you, are you aware of any video or photos of a UFO on the ground on Earth?
Don't throw in your religion, or don't pretend not to throw in religion and tell me the FDA did it wrong, or the FAA did it wrong, or any agency in the United States did it wrong. A single judge is going to stop it cold. Which way do you think this judge is going to go? I don't know how he can stop this drug from being sold and ask the FDA to pull it. I'd be shocked. But then we'll follow it. We'll see. What a hearing today. Can you imagine how important that is?
Coming up, Jay Ratliff, aviation expert for iHeart, is going to be with us about banning family fees on flights, junk fee upon junk fee. This is really junky. And huge private shortage. I'll jump into that. This is KFI. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones live in the KFI 24-hour news.
A senior care center and 3 of its managers in LA County are facing charges in connection with the deadly COVID-19 outbreak. DA George Gaston says Silverado Beverly Place admitted a patient from New York in 2020 without having them tested or quarantined.
We believe that Silverado put the interest of financial gain and profit or the safety considerations for their patients and employees.
Gaston says the patient tested positive for COVID the day after they were admitted. 14 people ended up dying of COVID as a result of the outbreak. More than 100 people got sick from the virus. Silverado says its top priority has always been providing world-class care to people and denies all charges filed against them. News is brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. A nonprofit in Fullerton has teed off on a fundraiser to help kids with disabilities by using therapy horses.
The golfing tournament was open to the public, and all money raised will go to the ranch to help children with special needs like autism and Down syndrome. Executive Director for Carrot Camp, Matt Powell, says the hardest thing is keeping up with the cost of maintenance.
For us to be able to serve 90 children a week like we are right now, it costs us about $550,000 a year to run this program.
Powell says funding comes from donors in the community. To join the tournament on May 1st or donate, you can visit couragecamp.org. In Fullerton, Grisasso, KFI News.
Accumulated snow has caused part of the roof to collapse at a shopping mall in Duluth, Minnesota. Fire Chief Sean Kurzak says workers had been removing several inches of snow yesterday when the roof gave way.
They heard some popping, it sounded like the reports initially that we got. They heard some popping and they evacuated the roof.
No one was hurt. The Duluth area got more than 12 inches of snow over the weekend. Duluth International reported more than 116 inches of snow this season. That's 40 inches above normal.
Excellent. So today's the day that changes. In the nest, you can watch a documentary. It's called The Top Secret KGB UFO Files, and you can see a disc that's on the ground. It's video. It's not just pictures. It's video of these Russians, these Russian KGB guys, and so that can change. And I put a picture of it in the chat if you want to see what one looks like of that video. But it's not just pictures. It's a video on 3 different videos, 3 different cameras on tripods and stuff. It was a very official like setup for Russia. I don't want to say a setup like it's fake. No, you can tell these guys, it's some kind of UFO in the ground. And this one Russian guy is telling all these Russian troops to like surround it and see what the hell it is. I don't know exactly what he's saying because I don't know Russian. Logan, did you have a chance to watch that snippet? It starts in that video, and if anybody else wants to see it, it's at the 30-minute mark. You can actually see a UFO craft on the ground with people walking up to it and like what their observations are. It's quite interesting. Exactly. Halfway in the ground. Exactly.
The Clippers host the Golden State Warriors at 7. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports. In hockey, the LA Kings defeated the New York Islanders 5-2. That's good enough to keep the Kings solidly in second place in the Pacific Division. The Ducks get the Islanders tonight at 7. In spring training baseball, the Angels bested the Cleveland Guardians 8-6. Today, the Dodgers play the Colorado Rockies.
We've got rain heavy at times for the rest of this morning. It should taper off though by early afternoon. The highs today are just going to be in the upper 50s to lower 60s. We do have flood watches in effect for most of Southern California. Also, gusty winds are expected in mountains and the high desert. Right now, it is 57 in Orange, 58 in Newport Beach. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky.
Here looks like the Corona Corolla is on. 91 westbound and loading up the past the 15. First stretch heavy over the green wherever it's up ahead it gets even tougher. You're going to load up before Imperial Highway and let's further over towards State College in Fullerton. That's
definitely in agreement with you on that. I'm glad finally I get to talk to someone who has seen this. So you know what I'm talking about. It's not that big, but and let's just assuming that it's real. It's the only time that I've ever seen one on the ground where it's like a really good up close view of what one looks like. And I'm with you on this. I always thought it would be like what Bob Lazar said, like a perfect pewter shell, like everything perfect about it, but most it's like if I remember correctly, it's like a farmer reported finding it, and then they told the government about it, and the government came out and viewed it, and that's when they got all this footage. I think that's what they say in the documentary, if I'm not mistaken. So you're definitely probably right, where it was probably there for some time, and that's why it's not the normal color that we see it, because it does look somewhat tarnished. But I'm with you as well. I've never heard anyone debunk it, and that's the best, most up close footage of a UFO I've ever seen. Is that the most up close footage of a UFO you've ever seen, Mike?
In this week's Marketers Report, Patrice Spaniel, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. With Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Tara, quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pot. Navage uses suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such a relief. It's become a lifesaver. End quote. She's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life. Hey, all this being sharp in 2023, time for some changes at home, but when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, even in my secret weapon, WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. So to get that kitchen and bath done right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I have trusted for years, WDC. Find the one nearest you at WDCappliances.com. WDCappliances.com. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, KFI's on all of them. Follow us at KFIAM 640. Fly me to the moon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. The weather, the storm, the latest. Orange County declaring a local state of emergency yesterday. Flood watch is in effect in both Orange County and LA County. Although looking out the window, it looks like the rain is tapering off, which is good news. It was miserable coming in this morning. Junk fees on airplanes. When they started the junk fees, charging for food on the airplane, and especially the baggage stuff, charging for seats, I mean, come on now. And I'll tell you what really pissed off a lot of people is charging families sitting together, as in kids sitting with their parents. Jay Ratliff, aviation expert for iHeartRadio, who I have yet to talk to. Jay, good morning. Welcome to the show. Nice talking. Good morning. Hey, good morning. So now we have the Department of Transportation sending legislation to Congress. Can't the Department of Transportation just mandate it?
They can suggest it, and they can apply pressure to the airlines to conform. Unfortunately, for the last, 3 decades, it's been the airline industry telling the government what to do instead of the other way around. We see this time and time again on a lot of different issues.
But, the Biden administration has made it clear we're going to hold you accountable, and we want you to provide better service. And they've been putting a great deal of pressure on the airlines to do a better job. And you're right, the latest move is to get the airlines to adopt a more family-friendly approach when you're talking about seat assignments. And unfortunately, what happens if you have a family of 5, 6, or 7, a lot of times if all those seats are going to be together when you are charged the premium fee, or sitting in one of those premium seats that's called an aisle seat or a window seat. Premium used to be more legroom, bigger seats, not the case now. So when you add all those fees up, sometimes for a family, it's $200 each way beyond everything else. And so what'll happen a lot of times is families will just put a lot of the kids in middle seats and stand them around 3 or 4 rows, and then when they get on board, their thought process is, well, when I'm there, we'll ask people to move, we'll see if we can get us all sitting together, blah, blah, blah. And unfortunately, that's been during flight, causing a lot of on-board disgruntled passenger behavior. So the airlines are doing what they can, and a lot of complaints are going through the DOT website, which is how you complain. Don't complain to the airline. Go to DOT.gov, file your complaint, let the Department of Transportation know what's going on. And it's those complaints that have really been feeding this.
You covered a lot in there, and you know a lot. So shout out to you for doing your homework. When it comes to Skinny Bob, you're right. They do feature crafts. There's like a little bit, the Skinny Bob footage isn't longer than like a minute or something like that. At least none that I've ever seen. But they do have like a craft that's like taking off from the back. And I've always felt that Skinny Bob was credible. Honestly, I love Skinny Bob. I feel whenever I saw that, I felt connected to that one. Like, something is interesting about this one. I hope this one's real. And I saw it on the internet, I don't know, years ago. It was just randomly put on YouTube. And once you watch all the shit on YouTube that is like alien related, you would eventually have seen it. And that one's definitely interesting. And I like that one too. I mean, what's better than a UFO? A real alien, of course. Yeah, damn right. So let's talk about that. Pictures of actually aliens on the ground. So there's Skinny Bob. And then I don't know if anybody else has seen this one, but if you're familiar with the J-Rod of Area 51, there's like a J-Rod interview at Area 51, if you've ever seen it, which is a wild interview where this J-Rod, this alien, is like having trouble breathing in this environment. And it's like, like you can be as skeptical as you want, but this is a weird video. I don't know if anyone else knows about which I'm talking. I can post it if you need a point of reference. But so let me ask this: has anyone ever seen the J-Rod video at Area 51 where they're interviewing him?
I remember it wasn't too long ago when if you were a pilot, you couldn't get a job. It was fine.
Hell yeah. Good job, Mike. You know your shit. Absolutely. You're right.
Taking lessons in their car, going up a hill, pull back on the steering wheel and pretend you're in the air. I mean, it's gone crazy, hasn't it?
Let's not scare people. It's not quite that bad, but I like that analogy. You still have to have a 1,500 minimum flight hours before you can become a commercial pilot. But you're right. I mean, American Airlines this summer had to cancel 55,000 flights on their summer schedule because they simply do not have enough employees and pilots to pull that off. If you Google TSA numbers, you can actually look at the number of people that are screened each day by the TSA. You can compare that back to 2019 pre-pandemic. So what you're going to see is many of those days, we have more people flying now than we did pre-pandemic. And then you factor in that there's a lot fewer flights now than before.
It did. You're absolutely right. There were two weird videos that were like in an office-like setting with this, like an interview of, but yeah, I do remember that. And so I didn't know to believe neither of them, to believe both of them, or to only believe one of them and the other one was misinformation, but I do remember that.
On the other hand, I think only 3 needed it. We call those igers flights.
Didn't it used to be 3,500 hours before you were
Actually, it was 250 hours that you could begin the process of becoming a commercial pilot. And we had the TRILLIONAIRE crash, which was February of 2009. And one of the things that they cited was the need for experience on the flight deck. And that's when the Federal Aviation Administration increased that minimum to two doorways, if you will. Some of the regional airlines actually asked for a reduction in that 1,500 hours because of the pilot shortage. Thank God the FAA came back and said, yeah, there still needs to be a captain, second seat, and left seaters very, very different. Well, you know, it takes a lot of time before you move into that, but with American Airlines, also some of the others that increase their pay where some of these pilots, those captains are going to make them go to $600,000 a year. So it is a very lucrative, but look, you know, our lives are in their hands. These men and women, you know, we want both sides happy people out there in the front of the playground.
You got it. All right, Jay, thank you. Always appreciate it. So you are on the horizon. How much trouble are we in California? And as I said, we're on the Titanic. It's not safe. It's doing just fine. Now it's like that. In the meantime, let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Well, Wall Street is opening sharply lower, down 600 right now. Pressure on the financial sector continues to increase as Swiss bank credit week has seen its share fall. The EPA has proposed federal limits on so-called forever chemicals in drinking water. The chemicals known as PFAs are linked to a range of health issues from cancer to other serious illness. And Quentin Tarantino is taking a big step on what could be his final film. He's inviting potential buyers to read a screenplay of his 10th film.
I understand that. Have you seen this? I don't know if you know who Michael Schratt is, but he's like an aerospace historian, and he is what I feel is one of the best newer voices that you hear in ufology when it comes to real science of advanced propulsion and such. I really think that if you've seen this one documentary that he's done, he like walks you through what area S4 is. So basically, he gives this discussion of what each bay is like at S4, where he's like, this is where the sport model is, this is the one where they found, this is where the wreckage from Roswell is, this is where like there's a teardrop one, this is one that they shot with a missile. Anyway, this bay is open. So he talks about it. He also I love the detail that he gives about S4. When you walk in the first door, like he talks about the doors, how it's like a patio door, not a patio door, but it's like a patio door that it like slides out, and it's like all built into the mountain. The first thing you see on your left-hand side is that poster, I want to believe. And I've heard other people talk about that too, that poster is like an important poster. Then you walk down this corridor, and all of those bays are on the right hand side, and they're like on the left hand side there's like some kind of like offices and stuff like that. Then there's like a second level, a third level, a fourth level, fifth level. He talks about getting down to the seventh level, and I could be wrong on all the number of levels, so please, if J-Rod's not on the seventh level, sorry, whatever level J-Rod is on, or whatever that story is, you get down there, and basically he is in this chamber kind of for what you're talking about, to like protect him, or it, I don't know him, I'm sorry, I'm just using a pronoun, but whatever it is. And the way that, like, apparently, I don't know, I have to watch this again because it was really interesting, and I've watched it a whole bunch of times, but it's at the very end, and I just haven't seen it recently. But basically, you like either walk up a ladder, you climb up a ladder, or there's like a lift, and it takes you up to J-Rod's room, and he's got like a room at the bottom of S4 at Area 51. And what a crazy ass story is that? Have you seen this? Do you know who Michael Schratt is? And have you seen his video?
Heading through the Saberdina Mountains, goes at Highway 18 is closed between Snow Valley and Big Bear Dam. Michael O'Brien, KFI on the Sky. Hi, I'm Kyle at likeforlike.com. Since 2010, Blindshade sold millions of custom blind shades and shutters to satisfy customers across the country. With 20,000 five-star reviews and an A+ rating.
I think it's from elsewhere. If you know the story of the Roswell craft, apparently, like, I don't know, honestly, the stories change, but there were like 3 beings that were found. 2 of them were dead or something like that, but one of them had survived, and that was supposedly J-Rod. From like 1947 to 1954, he was like perhaps in other places, other locations. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base definitely could have been one of them, but he needed a permanent home, and basically Area 51 was going to be that. And it wasn't, this was another thing. It wasn't like he was here like a prisoner. We did some kind of alien exchange with like information in 1954, and apparently J-Rod was going to stay here to help somehow. These aliens can do, at least what I understand, they can do really complex math problems and all kinds of other problems instantaneously. So basically, like these big contractors like EG&G and some other like major, like the Carlyle Group, kind of like major players in defense can basically go to one of these things and have it solve problems for them. Apparently, J-Rod was helping solve major problems for the military-industrial complex, and that's why they needed him here. That's kind of the backstory on it. But I do recommend that you look up Michael Stratt, because he isn't like a hocus pocus kind of guy. He's very science driven, and he's really not a ufologist as much as he is a military an aerospace historian. And the actual interesting thing that I like about him is I would listen to this guy for like a decade talk about airplanes and all this like really cool airplanes, but he was never into UFOs. And then all of a sudden, like it's like he finally put all the pieces together and was like, oh my God, this is reverse engineered technology. And once he got into it, he really kind of merges the world of advanced aerospace with aliens. And it's really interesting, some of the in-depth thought that he has, especially at Area 51. So if you were going to search for this, you would put in Michael Stratt, Area 51 lecture. And it is specifically on S4, and he talks in depth about the vehicles that they have there, in which bay they're there, how like I really like hearing about the building itself. Like I like about Area 51. Like the first thing I want to ask about is like, what's the cafeteria like? I love all that really interesting shit. But so like he talks about like what the things like you're when you walk in the door, they have different lines on the floor. Like I don't know, they have this in like prisons, and they have this in like hospitals, and like you're only allowed to walk on this line. And if you walk off that line, they tell them we will shoot you, and they tell everyone they're very, and you are always he talks about you are always with a security guard who's armed, and they don't mess around. These guys are like, they don't laugh, you don't, but just to hear about the nitty gritty of Area 4, I think is really interesting. When it comes to J-Rod, do I still think he's alive and everything? I mean, he could be. I've also heard stories that he died because he had all these health problems, but I don't know. Part of me wants to think that he's still alive in Area 51 in the basement and in there, like Michael Stratt says. But if you want to know some of the origin stories, he might be one of the aliens from Roswell that survived.
Looked out the window, and the rain has wet up a little bit. I mean, it's raining right now, and it was coming in this morning. I didn't break 50 miles an hour. Most of the time, 45.
It took me almost an hour and 20 minutes to get here. And it usually takes me like 50, 55.
Yeah, well, you go slowly, then stop people that were 80 miles an hour slowing down. Now, what's going on? Why is stock market crashing? Really, and that has to do with the collapse of two banks, mainly Silicon Valley Bank up north, 16th largest bank, and then a bank in New York, Signature Bank, and a couple of reasons. First of all, the bank didn't have the reserves that it needed because it was a full regional bank. Under the Trump administration, the reserve test, stress test banks have to have the kind of deposits and the kind of regulations the president actually he eliminated or reduced to regional banks. The big guys still have to pass these stress tests. And what ended up happening is, and this is why this is no big deal, right now, the Feds have come in and taken over both banks. The FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and they have the power when a bank is insolvent is to simply come in and take it over. And they assign someone to do it. In this case, by the name of Tim, what he's just, the credentials are insane.
Because there aren't people in the FDIC that have experience running banks. They come from banking, but they don't know how to run banks that are involved. He does. And isn't costing the taxpayers one dime. How is that possible? And another good thing, and give you a little bit of history here, insurance is up to $250,000. You're in an insured account, $250,000, you're going to get paid because of insurance. The FDIC mandates the banks have, which they pay for. Taxpayers are paying for that insurance. It's coming out of the banks that are paying for it. About $142 billion in that account. About $52 billion walked out, or $42 billion walked out of Silicon Valley Bank. Still plenty of money there. And the other thing, and the Feds do this, and they've done it every time banks have got failure since the FDIC has come into being. It started in 1933. You know how much investors or depositors have lost? Even way in excess of the insured amount, not a dime. There has never been a non-insured account in the bank or beyond the insurance value that was not paid off, and I think exactly what happened here. Treasury Department said outright, we are going to honor every single depositor.
I understand what you're saying. It's definitely worrisome who controls what's going on. We've got Mr. Rogers up here. I keep trying to let him in, and it says connecting. Mr. Rogers, if you're able to connect, I want you to know I'm trying to let you in. Logan, if you can also let him in, I don't know if that's possible. But this is Fred Rogers' back door, and if anybody we need in here, it's Fred Rogers. Okay, same here. That's right. I put that Michael Schratt video or one of them in the chat if anybody's interested. He talks about, I mean, like, if you want to know anything about the, he's the guy to go to. He's the person I know has the most amount of information on it, whether like, you know, like how all that shit uses anti-gravity and like the thrusters and all of that. And really, I like how he links it to the government programs. How like, oh, it's a Lockheed Skunkworks program and blah, 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 blah. And he knows all this stuff about it. So if you're going to go to anybody on that, he's the best person who I have found. But I when it comes to the idea of like the humanoid aspect of the aliens, I think we're only seeing one kind of alien, though they don't all look the same. I mean, honestly, Skinny Bob looks a little different than like the J-Rods that I've seen, but they all could be like similar. I mean, they're not crazy different. I have yet to see like a reptilian on camera. Honestly, I've only ever seen a gray alien on camera. Has anybody ever seen, or like, I guess, or like a greenish, like that J-Rod kind of look? But has anyone seen any other kind of alien on camera that isn't a gray alien? Oh my fucking God. UFO Shane speaks. What did we do to deserve it? Oh my God. Okay, so 1977. So you got something. So it's like a werewolf looking thing. Any
Rabbi, like this comes over like from underworld, like a 8.5-foot tall, muscular, neck, but canine head, dog man.
I don't know if it's possible. Can you find a picture and put it in the chat? I'd love to see it.
Yeah, give me a minute, but I'll get it.
Take your time. Take your time. Excellent. Anybody else? So here's the closest I've ever heard of a reptilian on the ground, and this is bullshit. I don't want to say it's bullshit. I've never heard anybody debunk this, but this is like my shitty evidence. But honestly, you guys know there's not a lot of good evidence. I have two pieces of evidence. This is how shitty my evidence is. Okay. The first one is this. Okay, so you've all heard the theory that like the royal family and shit, they're like reptilians and stuff. and that there was this. I don't know if this is true or not, but it was very interesting that somehow, I don't know, when the queen was alive, she had some kind of shape-shifting moment that went viral on Twitter, and Twitter was able to basically, it had some kind of override that it could silence tweets in an area. So basically, she did a shapeshift, and all these people tweeted about it. And I remember reading the tweets, so it's not like these tweets did not go out, but they basically were able to suppress that. The second one I've ever heard was just these girls were really big Adele the artist fans, and they went to one of her shows, and Adele sat down with them. I know this is like a crazy thing to hear, but this is the only evidence that I've ever heard of reptilians on the ground. So Adele was there and said, like, can I share something with you? And she said, like, I want you to know that I'm not what you think I am. I'm an alien. And these girls are like, what? You're Adele. Like, shut the fuck up, basically. And she's like, no. And she shapeshifted in front of them. And they were freaked out about it. And so apparently, like, this is why she doesn't do it anymore. These are the two stories I've ever heard. They're both British. I've never heard of a reptilian who's like shapeshifted in the United States. So I don't know. Does anybody else have any stories about shapeshifters or any other kind of reptilians on Earth?
Our homeowners are strapped with a lot of expenses that they were not counting on. It could be insurance deductible.
No shit. That's really interesting. I'll have to take a look at that one.
Heavy snow damaged homes and structures that weren't designed for the weight of the snow on them. At least 29 structures have been red tagged, meaning they're too damaged for people to be inside. That number is expected to rise. Supporting live, Blake Foley, KFI News.
More than 300,000 people across California have lost power as the state's 11th atmospheric river storm brought more rain and snow. More than a dozen areas along the Salinas, Sacramento, and Merced rivers overflowed yesterday. The National Weather Service says at least 90 flood losses, warnings, and advisories were in effect across the state. Now, the storm has caused some trees to topple over. A large one came down in Culver City. Another one fell in Sherman Oaks. President Biden has promoted his new executive order on gun control at a Boys and Girls Club in Monterey Park.
The president began with emotional testimony about some of the lives lost in that St. Paul shooting in January, where 11 people were killed. Then he segued yesterday into the lack of action on the part of Congress to pass the gun law.
Remember in one day, I'm here with you today.
The new order also puts pressure on states to ramp up red flag laws. The U.S. PCA Association says the new order would have done nothing to prevent the recent mass shootings in California and around the country.
Former LA Deputy Mayor Raymond Chan has asked a federal judge to declare a defense for the last several months. Attorney Harlan Braun has been sick and in the hospital for about 2 weeks. The trial's been on hold during that time. People living on Balboa Island in Newport Beach say they're worried about homes used under fractional ownership because it could make the area quite noisy. The city council yesterday discussed banning fractional ownership of property. Officials have recommended fractional ownership be viewed like timeshares and prohibited in all residential zoning districts. Commissioners found that worked in Palm Desert, Truckee, St. Helena, and in Sonoma. And weddings have been canceled at Downton Abbey because of Brexit. Well, at least the place where the TV show is filmed. I'm a popular place for couples to get married.
Look, I'm a rabbi. I've seen a lot of David Icke's productions, and in my opinion, what he has said has never been anti-Semitic. He's never said that the reptilians are the Jews. And if you want to, I mean, I know Jews. I'm telling you, we're not any more different than any other humans on Earth. And so for people to associate, when he says reptilians, let's put the word Jews in here and call him an anti-Semite, to me is unfair to him. He never says that. He says reptilians the whole time, or lizard people. He never says Jews. For anyone to say, it's your problem.
With 5 goals from 5 different players, the LA Kings beat the New York Islanders 5-2, and the Ducks hit the Islanders tonight at 7. Spring training baseball, the Eagles topped the Cleveland Guardians to score their 8-6. Today, the Dodgers take on the Colorado Rockies. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. Americans pay about $5 billion a year control termites and repair their damage. There's no question that termites can be destructive. Of course, we know that. But most of us underestimate exactly how much damage is
deal buggers can do to a home. Termites cause more property damage every year than storms, earthquakes, floods combined. And termite damage probably isn't even covered by your home insurance policy, which means you get to pay the bill when your house has serious damage. So, Pacific Coast Termite, let me suggest calling them at 800 Pacific. Even if you don't think you have termites, it's still worth the call to get a free home inspection, certain restrictions apply, and they'll tell you if you do and don't. And if you do, they treat your home without fencing, and that's where you want to go. No fence. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific, PacificCoastTermites.com, 800 Pacific.
Friendly way.
Your KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is down 519, S&P dropping 57, NASDAQ down 130, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in
One of my
California
favorite
is
documentaries is I forget, it's like a BBC or like a BBC Two documentary, might be Sky, where it's like called like David Icke and the Jews or something like that. And it's so funny if you listen to like this one person who's describing David Icke's like his thesis basically. He's like, okay, so there's really rich people who are like controlling the world, and everybody's on board with this, absolutely. And then he just shits in the punch bowl and says that they're a bunch of reptilians, and nobody could get on board with that. And it's so funny in this documentary how it is, but that's exactly how this goes. But it's not that crazy. If honestly, like there are other kind of species out there of aliens, and they could shapeshift if they have that kind of technology. I don't know why they'd want to be here and run the world. I'm not exactly sure, but I do think it's absolutely unfair for people to say, oh, when he says lizard people or reptilians, that means Jews, because you can do that to anybody. You can do that to anything. And I just think that's completely unfair. And it was purposely done. So for several reasons. One, if you ever like try to like say anything bad about the royal family, they can come after you with this. It's like an anti-Semitic canon that, like, okay, you're saying that they're reptilian people and that all really wealthy people, Jews, royal family, all together with this like taboo subject, which is not what he's talking about necessarily. He's saying that perhaps that there may be other like species on this planet, but he never mentions a religion. And for people to just say that, oh, we're going to infer this is exactly what was said, that's your problem, and you're the racist because of that.
Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com.
Let's see what is here. You have so many choices of ViralRabbi with our fresh seafood catches, full circle market wild caught fish fillets, and plant-based protein. And don't forget our Skater Brothers shrimp. Grab some today and grill some tonight.
On IC Daily Game Podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's selected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith in your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Spring's getting here soon, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Drop down $250 and say SolarMax or go to solarmaxtech.com.
Will they be available for pre-credit CSOB and action to support?
More stimulating talk. Today, the part of the show will be handled by Still Handle. Now, here's Still Handle.
Bill Handle here on a Wednesday morning, March 15th. The eyes of March are upon us. A Super Day and new Brutus.
If you ever watch like on YouTube for reptilian evidence, a lot of times they'll use like clips of people on television and have weird things that happen with their eyes that look like reptilian. I don't know if you know what I mean, but like they'll make it look like, or they'll just use a clip where it looks like their eye looks like a reptilian's eye. And I remember seeing one of these that I saw with Stephen A. Smith. You know who Stephen A. Smith is, he's an ESPN personality. And at the time, I did not know, I knew who Stephen A. Smith was, but I did not know him personally. And I watched one of these, and I wasn't convinced that he was a reptilian, but I was convinced that the camera could do something to your eye to make it look like a reptilian. I'm not exactly sure what it was, but it's like just the way a camera could be, it could make your eye, just your pupil look a little strange. Well, years go by, I meet Stephen A. At lunch, and just as normal as any other person that I've ever met, for me to be able to like say like, okay, well, if they're reptilian, I can't tell the difference. Meaning, like, there are people who are going to make accusations on the internet that people are reptilians, but when I meet them in real life, I can't tell the difference. So if they're doing it, they're very, very good. But this is one case where people on the internet were making an accusation against this person, and when I met him in real life, I could not tell that was true. And I sat right next to him.
On any show here at KFI. Yeah, yesterday the president was in Monterey Park. I had asked Steve to lunch yesterday, and he goes, no, I have to see the president. I'm surprised you made it this morning, considering not only the weather, but the president being in town. That's a disaster, isn't it? You know what it is? We were doing the math yesterday with Conway, and I've covered 5 presidents. That's what we figured out. And it's all the same kind of thing. You have to get there really early, it's hurry up and wait. And then the president was 45 minutes late yesterday. And then you have to wait until he's off the property, and then we can go. So yeah, it's a lot of, it's basically a 5-hour ordeal for 15 minutes each. So that's it. So I don't like covering the presidency anymore for that reason. I'm getting older and grumpier now, and I'm less tolerant of traffic and people. So that's it. Yeah, you have the helicopters overhead, although in terms of the storm yesterday, was it raining like crazy? It was nice when we got there. It was just that overcast and kind of cool, and then there was a drizzle, and then it started to sprinkle, and then it turned into a pretty steady downpour. All right, so let me get this. Instead of it's raining and when the president shows up, the skies open and you have sunlight. So wow, it was okay, and when Biden showed up, it started pouring rain. Well, that's your second. I will tell you that the reason it was delayed yesterday, he flew Air Force One from San Diego, where he was at the day before, up to LAX. Air Force One touched it down at LAX, then he was supposed to get on Marine One and fly from LAX to El Monte Airport. And then he would motorcade from El Monte Airport over to the Boys and Girls Club in Monterey Park. Well, apparently the air crew declared too low a ceiling and unsafe to fly helicopter. So they had to motorcade from LAX to Monterey Park. The problem was, according to White House official,
I'm in agreement with you. If I came like 1,000 light years away, I don't think I'd have sex on Earth. You know what I mean? Like, that's a very good point. I think it'd be like, they have normal human issues with the media and stuff, and I don't know. I just don't think I would have those kind of issues. I'm not saying that that's like proof that they're not by any means, but it's like their problems are very, very human. Wouldn't you make it so that like no shit like went your way if you were from another planet and it was just like, full steam ahead and you didn't have to worry about all this stuff? That's how I would do it, but I don't know.
Yeah, so that's kind of what caused the big delay yesterday. We were all packed and crammed into this tiny little gymnasium in the Boys and Girls Club. And so you get hot and humid inside there while it's downpouring rain outside. So it made for a great set for the story. Oh, I thought I think that it was like, I'm going to get sick. I'll die. And if you get sick, I get sick. I'm eating right across from you. It's very close. Go to lunch with Peter and Julia. That's right. It's like 30 weeks off. Great, exactly. All right, we're going to come back. And I got a question. What do you want to do? I'm going to leave it up to you. Do you what happened in Monterey Park yesterday, or do you want to do the we can do a little of both. Okay, all right, we'll do that. We have 2 stories that we'll cover when Steve comes back. In the meantime, let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
There we go. The first nor'easter of the season has dumped nearly 3 feet of snow in parts of the Northeast and has caused power outages across the region. The federal government says it's subjecting 27 drugs to inflation penalties. The Biden administration says people on Medicare will pay less out of pocket starting April 1st. And Volkswagen is promising to invest $193 billion to electrify its vehicles over the next 5 years. We'll get a look at your drive with TFI in the sky in just a moment. What are you eating, Amber?
I'm eating a sandwich. Why are you clapping?
I literally saw you
I know. Timing is everything. Am I a pro?
I can't wait.
I'm a pro. All right, you want to give me a countdown, please?
We'll get a look at your drive with TFI in the sky in just a moment.
If you own a small business and you happen to get through COVID, you're able to retain 5 or more employees also through COVID, you can be eligible for a payroll tax along this commercial. You could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Going to get refunds.com. You answer a few questions. Takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this payroll tax refund. No charge up front either. They don't get paid until you get paid. Businesses of all types qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this payroll tax refund program. They've already returned $3 billion to businesses. I got actually a little over a 6-figure refund in my business. So, to see if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like we've got a rainy part of the morning anyway. Should taper off this afternoon. Still very gray and not very cold. Has to be the upper 50s to the lower 60s. This report is brought to you by Momentum Agency. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Shopping Center, let's go places and check out that drive.
There's something at Norwalk. The 5 northbound loading up just a little before Rosecrans. And from there, the East-LA interchange. That's going to be a real challenge. South outside of the 110, jamming up at Dodger Stadium, leaving the 5. On the 5 on down, pretty much all the way down to the 105. North outside of the 110, on the base for the 105. Pretty much up to the 4-level interchange. Still working with big problems into the Anaheim area. 91 westbound, actually eastbound now. 91 eastbound, emergency pothole repair, the 2 right lanes at about Brookers. They say it probably is going to be another hour or so. Up to the buffer, back to about 9 in Valley View. I will exit there and take up Orange Court, just north of the freeway. It saves you time. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky. Visit Momentum Refresh at the LA Abilities Expo on March 10th, 11th, and 12th. When an ADA restroom isn't enough, Momentum Refresh provides an innovative solution for restroom equity that is safe, sanitary, and comfortable. Check it out at MomentumRefresh.org. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
Save on salmon at Whole Foods Market. Sustainable, wild-caught, tropical, marinated, and plain sockeye salmon fillets are 25% off this price through March 21st. Save now and get any dinner at Flavor Booth while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Dr. Charles Manger at Saddleback Eye Center. He will give you the all-new Laser Light LASIK exam. Have you heard? The Laser Light LASIK exam. Uses a laser. Measures your eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly match your vision. Everyone's eye is slightly different. We're all eyes different. And the Laser Light LASIK exam helps Dr. Manger when he does the procedure to give you crystal clear vision. I will give away a Laser Light LASIK exam for the first 14 KFI callers. I'll give you the phone number in a moment. You'll have your phone ready. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, or you need reading glasses, Dr. Manger can do it all. I told you not a candidate for the Laser Light LASIK exam. It takes over 1,000 measurements of your eyes. You're one of the first 14 callers to get the free exam. Call 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
I'm in agreement with you. I want everyone to know it's been a really great discussion this morning. I got to go on. I've been up all night, and so I'm going to bid you adieu. If you haven't had a chance, please retweet the room, follow everybody, and I want Mr. Rogers to know that I am doing my best to grant him access to speak. It just, oh, he can. Hey, we got it. Yay, Mr. Rogers.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We'll handle here. It is Wednesday
We got
morning,
it.
March 15th. The odds of March short opponents. God, too bad this is tomorrow. Looking at the stock market, the Dow is down 450 in light of the failure of the bank. Covering that, if there's any changes, I think we're going to be fine. And the latest on the storm, it's just like raining here in Alberta. Anytime you'll see is declared a local state of emergency. That was yesterday. Flood watch is still in effect for Orange County and LA County. Back we go to Steve Gregory. Who was
Are you sure that your device had AIDS?
President showed up. And Steve, very quickly, because let's talk about what he actually did or didn't do.
Well, he used the backup of the Boys and Girls Club there in Monterey Park to promote his new executive order, which he says will reduce gun violence. And basically, it's a series of administrative edicts, if you will, that direct federal agencies, put a lot more pressure on state agencies to enforce the red flag laws. It also directs the Attorney General Merrick Garland.
Why did you get so many
gun
people?
purchasing requirements. He wants to do all of this right up to the point where it doesn't require any legislation. So he's really mandating a lot of administrative things.
Yeah, and more clarity. He just wants a cleaner way of describing what you can and can't do.
Sure, there's public outreach involved in it as well. He has to hold gun manufacturers responsible for the way they market to young people, kids, if you will. The use of military imagery in their ads. So it's a lot of that kind of thing. Now, critics have already said the Concealed Carry Association said that Biden's missing the point here. What he needs to do is have an honest story.
Yoda.
And this has to do with the metro and what is going on.
People want it, daddy.
And it is,
well, fair to say, they're just in my room talking.
This is the interesting thing. So when we were
Really?
focusing on
For
this
sure,
story last summer, and that's when I released
Yo,
a video that montage
yo,
of
shit.
crimes being committed on the metro.
Are you gonna be happy when you see him? Oh my god, I'm really glad.
Crimes,
Thank God this fucking thing is over.
Assault. It's pretty brutal.
She'll be like, you did it. I'll be like, Yosh,
But I also outlined
you got a lot of shit that you gotta have to do. Really? Yeah, I almost popped my foot. Oh, did you? Yeah, a little.
What prompted them to do that or how their
Are you done?
coverage was.
These people have to be like,
This is something we can
what
cover
the fuck is this guy doing? Yo, 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 yo,
security on trains.
yo,
When the sheriff's department
yo.
last summer did, I believe it was
This girl's got
Operation
fucking
Safe
camera
Crime,
access and I don't.
and Captain Kehoe, who heads up
This
the
is
Transit Bureau of the
bullshit.
County Sheriff's Department,
Dog.
he allowed us to do a ride-along. Remember, I did some live shots with you that morning, talking about the
I'm down.
presence of armed security
I am
or armed
down.
deputies and armed officers on the trains.
Please let me know.
They said their stats show that crime had dropped more than 70% just with the presence of armed personnel on the train. Now, Metro disagrees because of their that ad hoc committee that they have that said that the presence of law enforcement
Man,
on
if
the
I'm
train
fucking Adele one day and she's like,
and it's
turns into a fucking crocodile, that's gonna be a wild hello. Like, bitch, if you fucking turn into a reptilian, there's the fucking door.
How do you
Are you done?
How do you not feel safer when there is a cop aboard a train? When you look at the crime that is committed, how it's scary to go on a train because if there is a crime, you're trapped. It's not like you can take a flyer and
Are you
run.
done?
You can't. People say we don't want to militarize the police. We're
Are you
afraid of the
happy?
police. Probably have never been held at.
Right. Yeah, there's never been a victim
All
of
right.
crime, especially
Oh, dude, you
a lot of
can't.
violent crime
You
happens
know,
on the trains.
you're not all.
Ridership
increases
you know,
pandemic, you're going to have
gassed or whatever you want to call it.
because you're going to have
Gas, I don't know, happy.
this
Happiness.
rollout of this ambassador program.
Look at
something
Yoshi.
they came up with,
Toshi.
about a year or so ago too.
Toshi,
based on
Toshi,
Facebook
oh, my.
from ridership.
Nike went like this once. Tell the story, Yoshi. Toshi like, oh,
Polo shirts.
well, this one time,
And they walk
Nike went like this.
both on trains and on
Went up to
platforms.
here.
And it's basically, I equated
Oh,
to if you're in an airport and the person with the
I'm-
mask that says
I'm like more like, what do they have to eat at fucking Area 51? That's interesting to me. It's like, oh, but they use fucking element 150, and I'm like, dude, that'd be tight if they did Taco Tuesdays on Area 51. Taco Shred.
Is your police or sheriff's uniform. Now you still have to make that call to somebody
So
else.
basically, all you know
Now,
is that
I assume
fucking
they have
Adele,
radios, they go back and forth. Some of them have radios, yeah.
Adele,
Some of them have radios.
like the
Not all of
singer.
them. Hey, video.
Let me get-
Is
let me
there
get
a
this
video
straight.
camera in every car? Yes. Okay, so with that being said, is there some
Adele,
kind
the
of a
singer.
control center where in real time people are looking at
What I'd like to do for you this morning
that's
is
a very
give you a
interesting
brief
question because some of those
project
video
experience
feeds are live,
and give you
the
some
platform
specific
videos are live,
details
but not a lot of
regarding
the train
the
videos
interaction
are
that Dr.
recorded.
Dan Burrish
And
had
let's go back
with
and
an
watch.
extraterrestrial called
So that's
J-Rod.
also a problem.
And we've got some very quick announcements before we begin here. Number one, the information, drawings, and illustrations highlighted in this presentation originated from directly the testimony and direction of Dr. Dan Burrish. So in other words, I didn't make this up. This comes directly from Dr. Dan Burrish. He will be available after this presentation to address all your questions. And number two, shown in this presentation do not conform 100% to Dr. Dan and Marcy's testimony or descriptions, and should be the overall idea of what the S4 facility looked like. So in other words, I didn't get this 100% correct. There are some minor errors, a good understanding and visual aid regarding what the S4 facility looked like. Now this is the breakdown of what we'll be talking about today. I'll give you a background on Dr. Dan Burrish. We'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about walking the line. We'll describe what that actually means, what it pertains to. I'm going to give you a food facility. We'll consider the extraterrestrial and alien craft because there is a difference. We'll talk about the Roswell craft. We'll talk about the propulsion research laboratory at S4. We'll consider the catwalk, the files department, and the cafeteria. For level 4-2, we'll consider Project Sidekick, the weapons release, the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox. Dropping down to level 4-3, we'll consider the MJ12 residential suites, the boardroom, the culture department, and analysis department. 4-4, we'll look at the wing pads, the biocontainment labs, battery decontamination procedure, and finally at level 4-5, which is the level 4 facility, we'll consider the clean sphere, the Caesar lift, the lighting, the iris aperture, the kick plates airlock, and the test, which is the totally encapsulated suit. So that's the layout of what we'll be talking about today. So who is Dr. Dan Burrish? He was the youngest person ever to be elected into the Los Angeles Microscopical Society. And in 1985, he received his bachelor degree in biological sciences, and in 1986, a bachelor degree in psychology. In 1987, Dan explored the feasibility of becoming a priest at St. Patrick's Theology. However, that didn't quite work out, so we actually had to bypass that. Now, in 1989, New York, studying he earned his PhD there. So I asked this question to all of you. Where have we seen this gentleman before, Dr. Edward Teller? Where have we seen him come up in the stories of these type of craft and vehicles before? It was none other than Dr. Teller who arranged for, allegedly, Bob Lazar to get his interview at EJG at McCarran International Airport, and that's how he got his job at S4. So we have secondary independent information that Dr. Greg were telling her
red
wasn't
flag
wrong.
law in California, which could
In
have
1991,
enabled
he
people to
was
take the
employed
guns
at
away.
Desert
I
Storm
think people in the
as a
immigrant community do not
biowarfare
know that.
expert.
So I think the greater outreach,
Now,
that's
in
what the president is
1994,
doing with the
he received
executive
his
order for
first
Larry
two
Barkley's
clearance at
district,
S4,
and he is the
and
former
he
mayor
began
of the
working on
city.
something called
News is brought
Project
to you by
Aquarius,
American
and I will
Vision
draw your attention
nonprofit
here
and Fullerton
to
hosting
the
a golf tournament.
aircraft
Co-founder of Parents Tim Howell says it's about giving kids with disabilities an outlet.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most highly guarded airspace, Greenland airspace in America. This is the borderline here. You'll notice Crew Lake is right up here, so we can see it does exist. If you ever try to break into this airspace within the 480 in airspace Greenland, three
Because the Republic
things
Airways flight
immediately
crossed the
happen.
runway
Number one,
at Reagan
AT
National
do not
pilot ram on the
they will
brake
immediately
after an
scramble an
American
F-16.
Airlines plane crossed the
Who will
wrong
perform
runway.
a
ABC's
particular
Rhiannon Alley says
maneuver
some
will fly
analysts think that cases
perpendicular to your
show the
flight
industry
path
can't keep
at
up
about
with the
100 feet
post-pandemic
away
travel
from your
boom. She
aircraft,
says
and
that
then
will
when
be
you
one of
fly
the
into
issues
this jet
discussed at the
wash,
summit. And
you
UCLA
either
says it's
depart from
created the
controlled
world's
flight
fastest
or you
humanoid
might end up
robots that can
wrecking
compete
one of
in
your
the
wings or tearing
2023
one of your
Robo
wings off. So that's the second thing.
4-foot
And the
alien
third and final thing is you'll receive a final warning
while in
to
motion.
exit the
Professor
area.
with the County
And
Riley
if
School of
nothing
Engineering
happens,
at
they
UCLA,
will
Dennis
lock
Hahn
onto the
says
sidewinder
the body
missile and
turning
they will
humanoid
neutralize the target.
robot created
So
by
the bottom line
students
is don't
and the
try
culture now
to
to the way
break
it's
into
structured
Dreamland
from
airspace.
Every year, the technology
Okay, so
that's
S4
a great way to
again received this clearance and he worked under the direction of the Naval Research Laboratory and the Defense Intelligence Agency. So these are the two outfits that are running the program in Area S4.
Yeah.
The ETG terminal, 737-200 high beam jet
prevailed over the New
to
Orleans
Area
Pelicans
S4.
123 to 108.
It's the
Lakers
ETG
move over to
terminal,
the
which is
Houston
the
Rockets today,
gateway
but
to Area
LT will
51
not
and
play 2 games in
S4.
a row.
And to fly on this airliner here just before the airplane turned into landing approach on Crew Lake, which is a 27,000 foot
Yoshi.
runway. It's the lowest runway in the world. There's an ATC clearance called Pyramid. That is the clearance to land 737-200 to Crew Lake. They play Neil Diamond's song Coming to America.
I love this fact. I love these
The
facts.
question is,
Hey everybody,
what
it's
is the
before I
encrypted
get the bill
symbolic
here,
message
we're
that
well
they're
into
playing on the
Today.
and during their well, under its original interpretation, that song talks about immigrants coming to America to make a better life for themselves. That makes a lot of sense. But under the direction of what happens at S4, it actually is talking about extraterrestrials coming to America and specifically coming to S4. That was confirmed by Danvers as the correct interpretation. Now, when you land at Crew Lake, how do you get to S4? It's 12 miles away. There's three ways. You can take a blue-colored Air Force Plus. That's number one. Number two, you take a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. The third and final option is a Russian Mi-24 Hind-beam helicopter gunship. So those are the three options that you take to get to S4. Now we're flying, we just landed, we're at the helicopter landing pad, we're now going to enter the facility for a virtual walkthrough. And you'll notice that there are some very interesting lines here on the tarmac. We have two parallel red lines, okay?
Yeah, she is
Two
kayaking.
parallel blue lines. This is called blocking the line. And you are
Yeah.
told, according to the immersion, this is a very oppressive society. It's not a user-friendly area. It's not something that is a nice place to be at because there's black guards with guns and it's an oppressive society. You are told to follow the lines and do not breach the boundaries of the red lines because if you do, ladies and gentlemen, they will shoot you. That's the level of security that we're talking about here. Now, we're entering the facility. And you'll see this swinging door to enter the facility. It turns out that that is actually incorrect, so we've made the correction. The actual door to get into the S4 facility is none other than a double sliding glass door with an indented receptacle, which is circular. You turn that to the right, that's how you get into the facility. Very similar to what you would see on your 4-3, 4-4, 4-5. Moving to the AutoCAD record,
Yeah. Yeah, she.
Anything below 4-1 is all. Now, area S4 4-1. This is the blueprint that I was able to put together under the direction of Dr. Dan Burrish. And if the first thing that happens when you walk into this facility, you enter that door, what you see is this long hallway here, very long hallway. It has the same type line configuration or stripes on the floor. To the left, you'll see a red line. You cannot go to the left. On the right, there's a blue line. You can't get access to that. So walking up here, the first room to the left, ladies and gentlemen, is actually the avionics lab. Just beyond that is the propulsion systems lab. Over here, we have a files department. And we have something called the briefing room. This is a very important room. Why? Because there's something called key tucks or training update tapes. And they have something called three-ring DTIC. This thing about Carl Sagan stating that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Well, here's what the evidence is. This facility, they not only have the hardware, they've got the tissue samples, they've got the motion picture film. They've got the high digital audio tapes. It's all this is what we're looking for. So, on the far western wall, on the interior of each of the 9 hangar bays, there is a 4-1 in red paint circled by a red circle. So that indicates that you are at area S4, floor 1. That's the significance there. The first hangar bay, which is right here, this is hangar bay number 1. Was none other than Bob Lazar's sport model or a P45 sport model. Hangar bay number 2, we believe to be the exact same vehicle, possibly an ARV, alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3, ladies and gentlemen, was the Roswell craft, which was covered by a tarp, so Dan didn't get to see the entire configuration. But it was the Roswell craft.
We're live everywhere on the
Next we
iHeartRadio
have
app.
in the next
Here
hangar,
in the morning crew,
which is
Wednesday,
number 4,
we're
is this contained a man-made F-22 conversion or
yesterday.
sort of
Flood
a
watches still in
dog and
effect for
pony show
County,
of
LA
what
County. I
was
think
in
they're
Hangar Bay
ending
3,
now.
so it was a man-made
This morning
version
coming
of
in
the Roswell craft.
into Burbank.
Up here we have, it's believed to be the 1953 crash retrieval in Kingman, Arizona. That was Hangar Bay 7. Hangar Bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle licorice drop. Hangar Bay 9, ladies and gentlemen, so that's the layout here. Up on the left-hand corner, we got very amazing lighting. That's the important part. Remember, when you're in this facility, it's not important lighting on the first floor, so that's why we have that. Moving over to the right, we have the biohazard security area. We have the files department, and then we have the communication area. And then over to the bottom right here is the meals right for the cafeteria.
Oh, Connie. That guy got it.
So if you work on Project Sidekick, or if you work on Project Galileo, you sit in the
Okay.
right. If you work on Weather
I think it should be better.
It's a person day to talk about this. Let me tell you, this is key.
Right? Yo, see. The cheese. Bullshit. Yo, listen.
So you gotta be very careful there. Now, 4-1, looking down.
So that's my deal.
Left-hand side, this is the first hangar bay, is the 52-foot diameter
Yeah.
sport model. So this is looking down through the catwalk. Over here we have hangar bay 2.
Yeah.
Again, it's believed to be the same craft.
Trouble?
Production vehicle.
Trouble ahead, trouble behind.
Hangar bay 3 is the
I might get it.
Roswell craft.
Retweet, dog. Is it done? Connecting.
Now, this is interesting. I did not make this statement, but Dr. Dan Bursch and even late geologist Dr. Phil Schneider indicated that
It all depends on
the
how you want
F-22
to go.
That
Raptor,
sucks.
the exterior configuration of the F-22
a
Raptor,
lower price limit because
was
anything below this
originating
is
from
not
the
an
original
outdoor kitchen.
Roswell
It's
craft.
just you
That's
outside.
a very bombshell statement to
I
make. But
consider
if you take away the vertical stabilizers on the F-22 Raptor, told
our
me,
high-end
is
estate
if you
clients,
drew a
sometimes
spline curve
Yeah,
connecting
she-
all of the major points or intersecting areas on the Raptor, what you end up with
Is it done?
is the Roswell craft.
Remember when it said
This
connecting?
configuration,
Yoshi.
is there any way to prove this? Well,
Yoshi.
take a look at the historical
Yoshi.
legacy on the origin point of stealth technology. We'll start up here. There is a defining feature that goes through all these configurations. You've got the FB-22 up here. We've got a Russian stealth configuration here. Down here to the left, we've got a Northrop configuration. Just to the right of that, we've got the Testers Model Corporation, Rockford, Illinois, the F-19 configuration by Lockheed, and then we've got the configuration from the movie Stealth, which was
Yoshi.
released in 2005. All these configurations
Yoshi.
contain the same design model. In fact, they contain the same wing
Yoshi.
fuselage joint, which is completely integrated and smooth contour, identical to the B-2 stealth bomber to reduce the radar cross signature. That is the defining design feature on these stealth technologies. The same thing you'll see in the Roswell craft. Hangar Bay 4 was a P-52 Orion craft. This is the original configuration. This is the cleaned up configuration on the bottom side by Dr. Dan Bursch. Hangar Bays 5 and Bays 9 were empty. And you'll notice too that there are these interesting traps here, and these were used to pull the craft out of the hangar bays so that they could test flown on the tarmac immediately from the entrance of the facility. Hangar Bay 6 was the man-made reproduction of the P-24 Roswell craft that was in Hangar Bay 6. Hangar Bay 7, again, that Dan believed would not be completely confirmed that this was the 1953 Kingman UFO project vehicle was covered by a tarp. Hangar Bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle.
That
They called it
motherfucker.
the exterior configuration or
Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman
looked like
reportedly
when we
might
saw
be
this
hospital
craft,
for
it
as
looked
many
like
as 2
a
weeks
black
more. He checked
liquid
himself
water in this
into.
particular
And there's a
craft.
5,000-mile wide
We've
seaweed
got
bloom that's
Bob
headed toward the
Lazar
South Florida
stating that
coast.
S4
Scientists at
exists.
the University of
That's what
South
he said
Florida
back
say
in
all that
1988,
seaweed could blend into the
confirming the same thing. You'll see the cutaway AutoCAD
Yoshi.
drawing originating
Is it
from
impossible?
house, indicating that
Yep.
there was a flight simulator,
It's
flying
a
saucer flight
bitch.
simulator that was attached to a depot mount. And you could rotate this thing almost up to 90 degrees. There was a diagnostic cadence release, and then you could quote unquote fly the vehicle at that time. So, the P-45 craft was the sport model, measured 52 feet diameter, 16 feet high, it had a smooth, polished aluminum exterior configuration. And then I want to take you inside here and show you some of the interior components. It had 3 different levels. We've got the lower bay, we've got the mid-deck, and the upper deck. So that's what we've got right there. Now let's zoom inside. We'll take a look at what it looks like inside. On the bottom section of the vehicle, there were 3 gravity amplifiers. Right above that, we have the mid-deck, which contained 3 gravity amplifier heads, 3 seats that all sat in the same direction, which were too small for even test pilots to fit into. Then we've got a gravity amplifier system here.
I'm
We've
not
got a
gonna
multi-amp
head was fucking top
we've
out
got
thousands
all
fucking
the way up
days.
through the
So
mid-deck.
when he retired, it was only
Believed
just
to be an avionics or navigation department right here.
So
This is the layout of the spoolway. Mr. Bob Lazar.
This
Now,
thing sucks.
spend 15 seconds on the propulsion system of this vehicle.
What in the fucking
Element
hell?
115 is machined into
Look at
triangles
that.
at Los Alamos, transported to S4, it is loaded into the antimatter reactor, and then the target substance is bombarded with protons. When a proton plugs into the
Ew.
nucleus of an atom of element 115,
Gosh.
it bumps its atomic number up to
Tearing up-
element 115,
tearing up my
which
heart.
immediately decays and
Tearing up.
releases
Oh,
antimatter
listen to
that
that.
has the power source for the vehicle in a new 100% thermal electric generator. So that's the outcome of the propulsion system. Project Aquarius terminology. Let's talk about some terminology here. Project Galileo. Project Aquarius is nothing more than an umbrella term for everything having to do with mankind's interaction with extraterrestrials. Below that, there are about 5 different programs. The first one is Project Selfie Physics of seeing the effects of an artificially produced gravity wave on time. This project was a second-generation weapons program which originated in Project Scientific.
They make purple one.
This program dealt with a series of biological defense operations.
All right, are you done? Yeah, Jose.
Of senior scientists.
Yeah, Jose.
So those are the
Yeah,
programs
yeah.
that fell under Project Aquarius.
Yo, oh, dude, you got it.
How did
Sick.
Podcraft,
Sick.
or what was the term
Yo, dog.
1933?
No, none of that for right now. Okay, where's this thing? Yoshi, where's the thing? Yoshi, big. Oh, the thing with the phone. Yoshi. 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 Yo, dog. Back here. Back here, Mikey. Where's the thing? Oh, dog. How are you doing?
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound. Meet colorful characters and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening at awakening.com.
If you're ever hurt in an accident, whether it's a car, motorcycle, truck, or even a dog bite, call the firm that's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and winning. I'm talking about Sweet James Accident Attorney. Sweet James settled $188 million last year alone for the injured clients. And the best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate meals to those in need. Having fed almost 80,000 people over the last year, most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident. You might not be able to use your car, and the injury might not allow you to go to work or take part in your normal everyday activities. If it happens to you, just call Sweet James. Speak to somebody who cares. You got nothing to lose. Get the compassion you need, help with medical treatment, and the money and justice you deserve. So if you've been hurt in an accident, you got to call the Deaf Beard of Justice. Awarded best attorneys in America. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. For SweetJames.com.
As many as half of workers battling cancer choose to hide their condition from their employers. It's time for those in charge to take charge. Together, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Publicis Group are urging companies worldwide to take a stand and pledge to help create a more open, supportive, and recovery-forward culture at work. Half of us will get cancer during our lifetime, but we all have a role to play. Sign the pledge today at workingwithcancerpledge.com and follow hashtag WorkingWithCancer on social media.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
When he gets on the stand and he's fake crying and talking about Pawpaw, and we went to the duck pond and I love Pawpaw, that's what you call your son? How come you never refer to him that way in interrogation or any of your conversations with police? Never. Once. Jerry and Shannon. He was putting on a show on the stand.
Right. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It is Wednesday, March 15th. We're looking at the weather right now. It's not raining here in Burbank. I don't know if the state of emergency is still going on in Orange County. If not, it'll surely be lifted. Flood watches are in effect, Orange County and LA County. And so that's the weather. Also, we're looking at the Dow. We're looking at the stock market. Dow is down over 500 points right now in light of what happened with the banks a few days ago. And I told you 750, we're not in trouble. So you can go to that segment or any segment on demand. Just go to the iHeartRadio app. And also, finally, we'll go back to Dean. More time today will Adam Carolla is his guest. Oh, on Instagram, there is a photo of me right after my eye surgery. You know, I had cataract surgery on Monday, and the coolest guy in the world. And that's at Bill Handel's
on Instagram. Back we go to Dean and the House Whisper segment. Dean, as I told you, we're talking about outdoor kitchens, which of course is a fabulous day today to do that. And what I did is something that you just talked about. I didn't put my kitchen right next to the house, my outdoor kitchen. It's on the other side of the patio. So I ran the gas line, I ran the electrical, and I put in the kitchen, the big barbecue, the refrigerator, which, by the way, I still don't know if it works. I've never used it, and that's 22 years later. And that storage, the big storage cabinet underneath the barbecue, what I do is I use it for small pieces of outdoor furniture. So I'm not a big user of the barbecue. But had I put that kitchen, you need a refrigerator there, you don't need a stovetop there. All you need is the barbecue itself. And not necessarily even built in, just roll in a good quality barbecue and you're done. Maybe a work area that you roll in a cart, for example, next to it for a surface, and you can do that for $500.
Yeah, like I always say, ultimately, now there's nothing wrong with doing what you've done. We do it all the time. It's just a matter of preference. But yeah, especially when it comes to cost savings on something new that you're doing at your house, design matters most. It always does. Thinking these things through. And so you're right. A barbecue right outside of the kitchen doesn't have to become an extensive outdoor kitchen because it's simply a cooking annex from the main kitchen itself. Maybe the expense is you get one of those pass-through windows so that somebody inside can hand you stuff through the window and you don't have to walk through the sliding glass door. Those are the kinds of conveniences that can be built in for very, very little money whatsoever. That's just taking a standalone appliance, getting it in the right position in the yard.
And you don't even need a gas line, the propane tank. I mean, I find propane tanks, I have an outdoor sort of a fire pit, which I didn't initially put in, which I should have. There's no gas line out there, so I use a propane tank. And it's really lovely when the propane runs out. What a pain in the rear end that is. But just keep an extra tank around, and all of a sudden you save yourself putting in a gas line. However, how much is extending your gas line from the kitchen? How much can that cost?
Well, when you think about it all depends on extending the flare and under that's code for a gas line. So a nice little deep trench in the backyard can disrupt a lot of existing stuff. So again, not the worst idea in the world, but things that have to be taken into account as you go. And I'm with you on propane. I like the idea of propane, actually. Yeah, the tank runs out and you got to switch it out. But if you got 2 or 3 in spare, and these days, a lot of companies and even the local gas station have to wait around for somebody to fill it and do all that stuff. And the other thing that I like about propane myself, an advantage is if your whole outdoor kitchen is all hooked up on natural gas, and we have a natural disaster and the gas goes off to the house, then you're kind of SOL when it comes to being able to
give you some specific details. We've got some very quick announcements before we begin here. Number one, the information, drawings, and illustrations highlighted in this presentation originated from direct testimony and direction of Dr. Dan Bursch. So in other words, I didn't make this up. This comes directly from Dr. Dan Bursch. He will be available after this presentation to address all your questions. And number 2 is a disclaimer. The drawings and computer-generated forensic composite illustrations shown in this presentation do not conform 100% to Dr. Dan and Marcy's testimony or descriptions and should be considered strictly as a visual aid, specifically designed to give the general public an overall idea of what the escort facility looked like. So in other words, I didn't get this 100% correct. There are some minor errors here and there in the renderings, but it's definitely sufficient to give all of us here today a good understanding and ability to provide us for facility looked like. this is a breakdown of what we'll be talking about today.
You're actually
Give you a background, I'm Dr. Dan Birch. We'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about blocking the line, describing what that actually means. We're going to talk about the Roswell craft. We'll talk about the propulsion research laboratory at S4. We'll consider the catwalk, the files department, and the cafeteria. For level 4-2, we'll consider Project Sidekick, the weapons research and analysis department. 4-4, we'll look at the waiting paths, the biocontainment labs, and that tool. And finally, level 4-5, so that's the layout we're talking about today. So who is Dr. Dan Birch? He was the youngest person ever to be elected into the Los Angeles Microscopical Society. And in 1985, he received his bachelor degree. In 1987, Dan explored the feasibility of becoming a priest here at St. Patrick's School of Theology. However, that didn't quite work out. Arranged for Dan to take classes at the University of Stony Brook, and he earned his PhD there. So I asked this question to all of you. Where have we seen this gentleman before? Dr. Edward Keller, where have we seen him come up with the stories of these type of craft and vehicles before? It was none other than Dr. Keller, the chief Recruiter International Airport, and that's how he got his job at S4. So we have secondary independent confirmation that Dr. Edward Keller was involved. In 1991, he was employed at Desert Storm as a biowarfare expert. Now, in 1994, he received his Q clearance at S4, and he began working on something called Project Aquarius, and I will draw your right-hand corner. You've got R-4808.
She says one has a family in it that includes elderly people, and they had to be removed from the house because it was red flag. Police said it's a three-home fall.
It's a little note that if you ever try to break into this airspace within the 4808N airspace during land, three things immediately happen. Number one, ATC and TRUMAN air traffic control will not allow you clearance to enter into their airspace. Number two, they will immediately, if you do not egress the area, they will
A
immediately
post office
scramble
in
an
Nova Linda
F-16.
will be stamped with the names of two local veterans as a thank you for their service and sacrifice.
Your flight path at about 100 feet away from your aircraft, and then when you fly into this jet wash, it will
We are able to enjoy our everyday freedoms because of the dedicated service and sacrifice of those like Lexofer, Richard Tiny, and Sergeant Major Robert Collins, and Dr.
the final warning to exit the area, and if nothing happens, they will lock out with a sidewinder missile and they will neutralize the target. So the bottom line is don't try to break into Dreamland airspace. Okay, so at S4, again, he received his clearance and he worked on the production of the Naval Research Laboratory and the Defense Intelligence Agency. So these are the two outfits that are running the program here at S4. The AG&G terminal 737-200, how can you get to area S4? Well, it's the AG&G terminal, which is the gateway to Area 51 and S4. As you're flying on this airliner here, just before you turn into the landing approach on Runway, which is a 27,000-foot runway. It's the largest runway in the world. There's an ATC clearance called Air Procurement, and that is the clearance to land trip on a 737-200.
Maximize your compensation after an accident. Coach Myers now. 53 years since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI looks like we've got this gray weather all day today. The heaviest of this rain should be tapering off as we get to the early parts of the afternoon. Has to be in the upper 50s to lower 60s. We still have some gusty winds and rapid showers coming in on Friday. 53 right now in Dana Point, 54 in Orange, 52 in Arcadia, 53 in Santa Monica. Let's go drive
That
the
was confirmed by
DKFI
Dan
inside.
Birch
This
as
time
the
we're going
current
through
location.
Westminster.
Now, land and crew link. How do you get to S4? It's 12 miles away. There's three ways. You can take a blue-collar Air Force Plus. That's number one. Number two, you take a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. The third final option, it's a Russian Mi-24 high beam helicopter gunships. So those are the three options that you take to get to S4. Now we're flying, we just landed, we're at the helicopter landing pad. We're now going to enter the facility for a virtual walkthrough. And you'll notice that there are some very interesting lines here on the tarmac. We have two parallel red lines, okay? And then there are two parallel blue lines. This is called blocking the line. And you are told, according to the immigration, this is a very oppressive society. It's not a user-friendly area. It's not something that you are told to follow the blue lines and do not breach the boundaries of the red lines, because if you do, ladies and gentlemen, they will shoot you. That's the level of security that we're talking about here. Now, we're entering the facility. It turns out that that is actually incorrect, so we've made the correction. The actual door to get into the S4 facility is none other than a double sliding deck to the right. That's how you get into the facility. Very similar to what you would see on your patio door. Now we've got a layout 4-5. Flip to the AutoCAD render to give you an idea of what that facility looks like. Keep in mind that anything below 4-1 is all underground. Now, area S4 4-1, this is the blueprint that was able to put together under the direction of Dr. Dan Burch. And if the first thing that happens when you walk into this facility, you enter that door, what you see is this long hallway here, very long hallway. It has the same type line configuration to the left, ladies and gentlemen, is actually the avionics lab. Just beyond that is the propulsion systems lab. Over here we have a files department. Why? Because there's something called pink tucks, or trading update tapes, and they have something called 3-ring DTIC, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Well, here's where the evidence is. In this facility, they not only have the hardware, but they've got the tissue samples, they've got the motion picture film reels, they've got the high visual digital audio tapes. It's all here. This is what we're looking for. So, on the far one in red paint circle by a red circle. So that indicates that you are at area S4, floor 1. That's the significance there. The first hangar bay, which is right here, this is hangar bay number 1, was none other than Bob Lazar's sport model, or a P45 sport model. Hangar bay number 2, we believe to be the exact same vehicle, or possibly an ARV in reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3, ladies and gentlemen, was the Ross P52 Orion craft. The next hangar bay 5 was empty. Hangar bay 6 contained a man-made F-22 conversion believed to be the 1953 crash retrieval in Kingman, Arizona. That was what was in the next hangar, which is 7. Hangar bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle. We have the biohazard suppression area. We have the overflow files department. And then we have the communication area. And then you look area. And you'll notice here that the different colors indicate the compartmentalization of the people who work on different programs at Area S4. So if you work on Project Sidekick, or if you work on Project Area, as we mentioned, the orange area is Project Looking Glass. So what they're doing is they're quarantining the employees and engineers who work on the different programs so that these things remain secret. Okay, so this is a far look down of the main hallway. As soon as you walk in, you'll see that red stripe immediately left-hand side. Now, right to the left, there is an I Want to Believe poster, confirmed by Dr. Dan Burch. Over to the right, there is a nurse there and a waiting pad. So all this talk about trying to smuggle things out of S4 so that we can prove all this is real, well, it's next to impossible. Why? Because they weigh you in the nuke when you get there, and they weigh you in the nuke when you get out. If there's a discrepancy with ounces, it's over. So you got to be very careful here. Now, 4-1, looking down through the catwalk to the left-hand side, this is the first hangar bay, is the 52-foot diameter Bob Lazar Sport and a reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3 is the P24 Roswell craft. You'll notice the 4-1, where an area S4 under Dan Burch and even late geologist Dr. Phil Schneider indicated that the F-22 Raptor, the exterior configuration of the F-22 Raptor
Point about what it is that
was originating from the original Roswell craft. That's very well connected. All of the major points or intersecting areas on the Raptor, what you end up with, ladies and gentlemen, is the Roswell craft. So this comes directly from Dan Burch. Is there any way to prove this? Well, take a look at the historical legacy on the origin point of stealth technology. And we'll start up here. There is a defining feature that goes through all these configurations. We've got the FB-22 up here. We've got a Russian stealth configuration here. Down here to the left, we've got a Northrop configuration. Just to the right of that, we've got the Testers Mine Corporation, Rockford, Illinois, the F-19 configuration by Lockheed. And then we've got the configuration from the Stealth, which was released in 2005. All these configurations contain the same design model. In fact, they contain the same wing interface launch joint, which is completely integrated and smooth contour, identical to the BT stealth model to reduce the radar cross signature. That is the defining design feature on these stealth technologies, the same thing you'll see in the Roswell craft. Hangar Bay 4 was a P-52 Orion craft. This is the original configuration. This is the cleaned up configuration on the bottom side by Dr. Dan Burch.
Amazon.
Hangar Bays 5 and Bays 9 were empty. And you'll notice too, that there are these interesting tracks here, and these were used to pull the craft out of the hangar bays so that they could be test flown on the tarmac immediately from the entrance of the facility. Hangar Bay 6 was the man-made reproduction of the P-24 Roswell craft that was in Hangar Bay 6. Hangar Bay 7, again, that Dan believed, but not completely confirmed, that this was the 1953 Cuban UFO crash retrieval vehicle, was covered by a tarp. Hangar Bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle. They called it the Linger's drop, according to Dan Burch. And I will mention that everything from Hangar Bay 1 to Hangar Bay 7 were all extraterrestrial vehicles. Hangar Bay 8 was the only alien vehicle because there's a difference between extraterrestrials and aliens. And according to Dr. Dan Burch, the exterior configuration or
Coming up next,
what it
it
looked
was
like
no
when you saw
stop when
this
we
craft. So we've got Bob Lazar stating that S4
the Defense
exists.
Department pleading
That's what
funding
he
for
said
the
back
war
in
in Ukraine
1988,
out of it.
1989. We've got Dr. Dan Burch coming forward stating that S4 exists. We also have Bill Newhouse, who worked on the flight simulators at S4 and at Los Alamos National Lab. So we've got three independent people to flight simulator that was attached to it. If you rotate this thing almost up to 90 degrees, there was a diagnostic cable attached to the vehicle when it was static. But when it was energized, the craft was the sport model. I'm going to take you inside here and show you the interior components. It had three different levels. We've got the lower bay, we've got the deck, and the upper deck. So that's what we've got right there. Now let's see inside, which were two small for human test pilots to fit into. And we've got a gravity amplifier system here. We've got a antimatter reactor and a waveguide that goes all the navigation compartment right here, and these are not windows. So that's the layout of the sport model according to Mr. Bob Lazar. Now, spend 15 seconds on the propulsion system of this vehicle. Element heat, it bumps its atomic number up to element 116, which immediately decays and releases antimatter. That is the power source for the vehicle in a near 100% thermal reservoirs. Below that, there are about 5 different programs. The first one is Project Galileo. It dealt with the propulsion system of extraterrestrial and future terrestrial vehicles. So that was the first one. Second one under Project Aquarius was Project Sidekick. Relates to a weapons program. No further information is available from Dan Burch on that program. Project Looking Glass dealt with the physics of seeing the effects of an artificially produced revenue wave on time. The fourth project was a second-generation weapons program, which originated with Project Sidekick, the whole program name provided. The fifth program dealt with a series of biological defense operations which did aquarius. So how did the J-Rod craft, or what was the term, the Human 1953 full pressure jingle, how did it get to this point? 1953, according to Dr. Dan Burch, there was a UFO crash retrieval at Kingman, Arizona. There were 3 bodies recovered. One died on impact. He was still contained to his biocontainment device. The other one went to Los Alamos, and the third and final one went to Area 51 S4. That's the J-Rod that Dan Burch worked with. Now, in 1954, according to Dan Burch, there was a meeting between President Dwight D. Eisenhower and representatives of the P-52 Orions, and a treaty was signed. A copy of that treaty was kept at Area S4 Level 4-1, and they also gave what is the Orion Cube. It was also known as the Yellow Book. It has nothing to do with phone numbers, okay? What it is it's an 8-by-8 signal. Once it's accessed, you can look at the probabilities of future events. There was protocols that had to be followed in order to activate this. And at one time, it's believed that this cube was stored at level 4-1. Later, it was moved to the Scottish Rite Masonic Temple just outside Washington, D.C. From that point further, we don't know where it is. So that's the one there is. In 1947, and the formation of the Independent Air Force also in 1947. 3 events happening at the same time. In 1952, it was the National Security Agency, who, according to the CIA, had improper intelligence, so Project Majestic Control of Project Aquarius was handed over to the quote boys on the block because they came after the Central Intelligence Agency. So there was this animosity that continues today between the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency. Now, moving down to C, when you walk into level 4-2, is a 3-foot tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. There's a symbolic message that they're giving to the Einstein Rose branches. On the left, I've got a graphic of what we have termed the galactic positioning codes, because when you access the Stargate at the S4 facility, you don't need to have a galactic positioning code on your arm or flip book, because all that data is inside the control room. But when you go outside S4, you do need to count jump pads and 4-2. And then down here, we've got the Project Sidekick storage facility. There's also one just below that. To the right, we've got Women's Research and Development. I've got a blown up view of the Looking Glass device here. We're going to consider something called the doctrine of convergent time-time paradox. And then we're also going to consider how did the U.S. government get the technology to access naturally occurring stargates throughout the world. It has to do with the Sumerian cylinder seals that were recovered in Baghdad years ago. Now, this is a SolidWorks rendering of the Looking Glass device. You'll notice that there's this toroid or donut ring-shaped device. And inside this, we have multiple permanent electromagnets, and this is consistent with 6 electromagnetic fields that form above this device. There is a up and down actuating rotating cylinder, so there's a height adjustable rotating cylinder which is attached to a 3-axis gimbal system. That's the general layout of the Looking Glass device. Now, what does this thing do? Well, it can actually work the fabric of space-time both forwards and back, and you can actually see the probabilities of future events. That's the primary function. However, there's a secret to the Looking Glass device, which Dan Burch has told us. What you can do is you can flip this device up at a 45-degree angle, and if you tune it to a slightly different frequency, it can be used as a Stargate. So it actually has a dual purpose. You've got these spires or guide rings just above the Looking Glass device. These are used to guide the electromagnetic field
right
from
now
the
to
looking
the
glass
look
device.
exactly where
It's
back in
something
the
that you
time
can hit
to
with your
put
hand.
them possibly
Now,
back in
per
place.
Dan's
But
comments,
essentially
there
these
was a
tests
3-foot
will
tall
allow these
statue
things to,
of an
you know,
Alice in Wonderland
understand how many
rabbit.
assets
He
they
had
should be
a
holding
maroon
on to,
vest, he
understand
had
the situation
golden
with a
fringes,
like
and
the
he had
situation
black
with
buttons.
what
He
they
was
should be
holding
doing
a clock, and
beforehand.
this is
So a lot
symbolic
of that
that
goes
you're
back
going
for
down the rabbit
small
hole
and mid-sized
into
things in
a world
2018.
that's
And
beyond
again,
belief,
it's
and
kind of
that's
as well
exactly
as
what
White
happens
House has
in the
kind of
looking
pointed
glass area.
towards
So it
that
was a
direction
symbolic
as
encrypted
for
message.
Congressman today to take a look and see
Now,
if they
when
should.
we talk about time travel
We
and
have
we
our
talk
eye
about
on
the
the Dow
doctrine
Wall
of
Street,
convergent
and
timeline
it's at the
paradox in
100th
the
point
movie
in
Back
about
to the
20
Future
minutes.
2,
It's got to be
and they
top
talk
of mind
about
for
this in
Congress
that
as they
movie. So,
embark on
just
their
to illustrate this,
investigation
for
and
example,
their
on the bottom here,
their
we've
mission
got
to maybe
something
change
called
the
the
rules
flow
a
of
bit.
time, representative
Yeah,
of the
absolutely. This
bottom arrow
fallout
or
continues
timeline 1. That's the
despite the White
timeline
House
we're on.
saying,
So
hey, everyone,
we're moving down this
relax, try to
timeline
hold
and
on to your
everything is
money. The
fine,
money
everything
is
is great.
safe.
And then
Clearly,
somebody
systems are still rising
somebody
again,
decides
especially
to
like the
flip on
Europeans
one of
talking
these
about the
looking
lower
glass
sharpness
devices, and this
today.
is
As
called
you
the
mentioned, the Dow
looking
is
glass
down
point
because
of
they do
observation.
think
That's
that
right here.
global markets are still
Now,
there. And in
we have
particular,
someone that
the
is
Credit
looking into
Suisse,
the
which is
future
this
of
bank that's
probable
suffering from
events. At
similar
that point,
problems
at
to
that
Silicon
exact
Valley
point
Bank
in
and
time,
Signature were
we are
particularly
no
noted
longer,
for
ladies and
positive
gentlemen,
activity
on
in other
timeline
tracks.
1,
So
but we
we've
are now
actually
on
lost about
timeline
quarter
2.
of values now hitting a
And we
record
have
low.
theoretically we have
This is to say
affected
the
our
planet is
future
not
timeline 1.
confined to
So
the
that's
US,
how this
and
works.
many
Now,
of this
in this
actually
movie,
the contagion
a
effect. And
DeLorean
certainly
is
the White
used
House
to go
is
from the year
taking a very
1985
close
to the
look
year
and monitoring the situation.
2015.
Funny you
And a
use the word
character by the name
panic
of
and
Biff
contagion
Tannen,
there.
he
The
eventually
other word
comes
that
into possession
sort of
of something
offsets
called the
those
Gray
hopefully would
Sports
be
Almanac,
confidence that
1950
we
to
in America,
2005.
but
He
also
picks
around
this
the
up
world, would have
from
confidence in
an
our
80s
banking
memorabilia
system.
store. He goes back to the year
How do they
1985,
begin to
and it's
reinstill
a big
confidence
one.
in the
He
banking
knows
system,
all the
especially when it comes
results,
to these smaller
all the
regional
sports
banks?
scores, to the horse racing, to
Right. I
NFL,
mean,
to
of
hockey. He
course,
turns out to be a
what happened
billionaire.
on
It's
Friday
just
with
incredible. But
SVB
in the
shutting down,
process
and
of
then
doing
Sunday with
that,
Signature Bank, the
he
White House
completely
has
destroys
lost letter.
himself,
They came out
everyone
right
he's
away
with,
to
and
say that
everything,
they were
all the
acting on the
surroundings. So you
situation,
can see
to
of
say
the
that the president is not
catastrophic
holding outside
consequences of
conversations
looking
with
into the
Congress.
future. It
And then
has a
that
very
saying that
serious
the president
consequence.
is calling
And
on
that's borne
Congress
out by
and the
what we see
executives
here
to
with the
strengthen
Mayan
the
calendar.
rules,
Some
to
believe,
protect
ladies and gentlemen,
American
that
money,
on December
and small
21st
businesses.
of
At
two
a time
dawning
that
of
this
an
is
age of
not a
enlightenment.
bailout,
This
the
is, if we
taxpayers
flip
did
over
not
to
intend
the
for this,
prophecy
unlike
rock
what we
by
saw
the
in
Hogans
2008,
here,
where of course they're going
they
to
have a
bail out
similar
companies,
motif.
shareholders, and
They
management.
talk
This
about
time, the White House
evolution
says
of
they are
mankind's
protecting
consciousness
depositors.
on this
If they want
bottom
anyone
straight
to
line.
panic, they want
And then
the
something
message to come
happens.
through that
An
the money
event
is
takes
safe.
place where
And
we
when
go off
excellent
into
reporting, as
chaos.
always,
And that's what you
appreciate
see
your time.
with this squiggly line. So again, it's very destructive in
A
some
little bit more
cases
about what's
to
going
try
on.
to predict
Probably the
future
fight
events.
of the
It can
year
have
will be
catastrophic
Ron
consequences.
DeSantis
Here you
and
see
Donald
the
Trump.
It's a good one.
rendering
I mean,
3D
I
Max
feel like
here,
they're
rendering
equally
of the
weighted
looking
at
glass
this point.
device.
And
We've
who
got the
knows if
transport
I
pads
read
in
an
this
article
location.
yesterday, Ron DeSantis
Everything
already
that took
claiming that,
place
you know,
in this
he rarely
facility
takes
was
questions.
recorded
You
on
don't really
digital
know where he
videotape,
comes
something
down with a
above
few
the
things
looking
he's
glass
been vocal
device.
about.
There was a stand
But
clear
who
yellow
knows
and
whether
black
these
stripe
two
that
will be
followed
the
the
heavy hitter
circumference
as we
of
get
the looking
closer to
glass device.
2024, but right now that's
Now
certainly
again,
the case.
this is
We'll
Dan
continue.
Parrish's
Jennifer Jones
rendering.
Lee
We
is
talk
live
about the
in the
looking
game.
glass
24 hours
configuration.
or
It's the
Keeping
general
an eye on
configuration
exactly what
on
you
the
guys
upper
were talking
left-hand
about. The
corner.
stock is
And then on
falling
the
as
upper
where
right-hand
go about
corner,
the trends
we've
of banks in
rotated
the
the
US
device
and overseas.
45
The
degrees
Dow,
from the
Nasdaq,
horizon. And now it's in the quote star A configuration. So that's what we see there.
shares of Credit Suisse
The
have
flip
tumbled
book, this was
this morning
something
now
that
to a record
engineers
low.
wore on their arms in becomes kind of a GPS
contributor and depositor.
because you have to
That's
know
the Saudi
where you
empire.
are
So
and
when the
where
kingdom
you're
says,
going when
yeah,
you
no more funds
operate
coming
or
in, credit
access one of these
I
stargates.
just freak out.
Can't buy
Now, some
financial
of them
analysts.
Stargate,
Going to bring
the
down the
actual
global markets
Stargate
in the
looks
financial
nothing
sector
like
and keep
what you
focused
see in
on
the
all
movies. The
financing
only
and
thing
banking
that
in
is
the U.S. and
consistent
beyond.
is this
Credit
metal
Suisse has been
catwalk
fighting
that
troubles
gets
for
you
years,
into the
including
actual
losses
Stargate.
they
That's
took
the only
in the
similarity
2021
in the
collapse
entire
of investment
operation.
firm
Level
of
S4,
an investment
level
firm.
3. We're moving on to level
Supervisors
3.
in San
This is the
Bernardino County have voted to
accelerator
waive up to
below. We have
$5,000
the
in
auto cat
review and
rendering.
permit fees for property
Now,
owners who
there
need
are
to
at
do
least
repairs
3
or rebuild because
primary
of damage
areas
caused by
to
the snow.
4-3.
County inspectors have red
You'll notice
tagged
that there are
29 homes and
3
other buildings
distinct
as
segments
too
here.
damaged to be
Each
inhabited,
has
and yellow
4
tag
residential
27,
suites.
which
Ladies
allow
and
for
gentlemen,
limited
this is the
occupancy. The
Majestic
numbers
12
are expected to grow
residential
with the
suites.
assessments
That's where
continue.
they
The
stay when
permit
they get
waiver
to
is
S4.
available for each building
It
and will be
consists
paid
of a
for by the
very simple
$500,000
1-bedroom
of
apartment
a
with a
$10
sunken
million
living area. There's a
emergency
tile
response fund
walkway
board
to
created
enter the
March 1st.
facility. There's a single
California is
TV,
taking a
there's
step
one
toward
single
women
bathroom,
making
so
their
that's
famous
the
men. First partner Jennifer
S4
Siegel Newsom from Los
Majestic
Angeles,
Floor
Long Beach, and San
residential suite.
Diego are among the
You
first
also
group
know
of
that
cities
we've
in
got the
California
culture
to sign a
department,
pledge
we've
supporting
got the
equal pay for
analysis
women.
department
He
just
said
to the right
yesterday
and
closing the pay
below
gap for mothers and
the
women of
culture
color may
department.
seem daunting, but
Up
California
here
is
on
up to
the
the
right,
challenge.
we've got the
111
call-outs, the
companies
leader
will also
call-outs.
sign
We've
the
got
pledge, which
slider
Newsom
trays,
says
we've
sends
got
a clear
pressure
message to
incubators.
employees,
And when I was
customers, and
going through
constituents
this,
that
it
women are
really
valued and
dawned on
women's
me
labor is as
that
valuable as men. In
there's a
2020,
lot of
women in
attention to
California made a
detail here,
median
and it was
salary
my
90% of
assessment
what a
that
man
this
makes
was
for the
coming
same
from
work.
a man
Amy
who had
King,
practical
AFI News.
application
Consumers
experience
in the
in
U.S. have cut
working
down
in
on
this
spending. The
environment. I mean,
government says
it
retail
just seemed to me
sales
that you couldn't
decreased
make this up. There
0.4%
was a
last
lot of
month after
detail here.
some nice
You
jump
really
in
see
crude
what
reporting
on U.S. households.
now level
ABC's Jim Ryan says the
4-4,
decrease
that's what
takes
we're
into
moving on to
account
now.
spending online
A
and in
number of
stores, but
primary
the February
areas here.
retail
We have
sales
the
figure was
badge
way down
board. This
by
is a
1.8%
globe of the
drop
badge
in
board
auto
on
sales, as
4-4.
well as
We've got a
declines in spending
meeting
at
room
restaurants
or a
and furniture
boardroom in that
stores.
facility.
And a
There
senior
are
care
multiple
facility in LA, and
biocontainment
3 of its
labs
managers
in
are
level
facing
4-4.
criminal
You will
charges
zoom in
related to a deadly
his desk
Code says in
at
2020,
S4,
Civil
level
Level Beverly
4-4
Place
is
admitted a
right in
patient
this
from New York
facility right
without
here. So
testing
again,
them
the
for
level of
COVID-19.
attention to me was just
The
astounding.
particular
It really
restaurant
seemed
began
like someone
displaying
who was actually
COVID-19
working there.
symptoms.
Security
19
badge
following the
at
patient being
S4.
admitted. 14
We've
people,
got
including the
badge
nurse who
here
admitted
that's
that patient,
short from
died in an
Majestic.
outbreak
That was
in
the
LA.
program that
A
put
gray
these
day ahead that
diagonally
rain should
striped
taper off by
blue
early
and
afternoon, but
darker
it will
blue
be very
running
warm.
along
Highs
the
are going to
upper
be areas
confirmation
are going to
that there
subside in
was
the
a
early
security
afternoon
badge
hours as well.
that actually
Then by
looked like
tomorrow,
that.
just partly
His
cloudy
badge
for
number
everybody
was
with another slight taper rain coming in on Friday. 57 right now in
Level
Newport Beach,
4-5,
58 in local
very
Linda. Let's
important
get a look at
floor.
your drive with
This is
BKFI in
the
the sky
cleans
through Norwalk.
fair floor. And you'll notice that
Tough
there is
one
an
for the
iris.
northbound
This
loading up
iris
now,
can
just
move
about
out
Imperial
for the
Highway.
clean
The Imperial
sphere
Highway,
floor.
it'll be riding the
You've got
brakes
these
all the
orange
way up pretty
cables
much into
going
the valley
across
up to the
the clean
134.
sphere.
60
And
that's
one room on the
that's
left
a little
side.
bit through Rolling Heights
And
and
then we've got the actuation
from
of
Fullerton
the
Road,
actual
right off
clean
to
sphere
Montefello.
floor. So what
10
does this thing
westbound by
actually look like?
comparison. Going down
Before you
to
get
the
into the clean
605
sphere,
is
there's
your city
multiple
terrace.
protocols that
It'll
have
bed
to be
and then
followed.
back
This
on
is
in
the entire
mid-city,
layout
pretty much
of the
west and
protocols.
into downtown
The
Santa Barbara.
4-5
Michael
gantry
Bryan,
vehicle
KFI
and
in the
overview
sky.
of clean
Hey, it's
sphere
Jennifer.
entry
Join us
protocols.
this
So
March to
you've got
Make
the
March
totally
Matter for
encapsulated
Children's
suit
Hospital
that
Los
you have to
Angeles.
contend with.
Make
You
March
have to
Matter
have
makes
a
amazing
positive
things
pressure
happen for
environment
sick
in
kids.
that suit.
It's a
And
month-long
you know
event
the
that takes
core
place right
chords
in your
that take
neighborhood.
place
So
at
every
this
time you
stage
shop,
are
dine, or
integrated
attend an event
into
at
the
a
clean sphere.
participating partner,
Now,
they'll donate
detail
funds to
views.
support
We've got the
Children's
pins
Hospital Los
device, what
Angeles.
the Dan
It feels
version 2
so
when
good
you
to
got
give,
there.
and
You work
saving
with
lives
this
is
pins device,
everyone's business.
which is the
For more
pressure
information,
induced
visit
needle system. He
makemarchmatter.org.
carried a
That's
briefcase with him when he
makemarchmatter.org.
got into the airlock, which
Giant
gained
transmission
access to
fluid.
the clean sphere. Down here, I've got the representation of the 40-ton Dragon wagon tank hauler, shows you how they got the craft to the facility. And this is a rendering of the airlock here. This is a layout of what the 4-5 facility looks like. So picture in your mind's eye a large square building, somewhat similar to what we have here. And on all four corners, you have this fillet radius. So the corners aren't sharp, but they're blended really nicely. And then on the lower floor, you've got something called a scissor lift. It's the same type of scissor lift you see in manufacturing, in construction sites here. And the clean sphere, ladies and gentlemen, is not a complete sphere. It's like an orange cut in half, so it's strictly a half of a sphere. That's what we'll be considering here. Here you see the SolidWorks rendering of the clean sphere device, and then the concession trucks that bring this box up to the 747 cargo bay and then bring in the meals. And that's the same type of configuration that you would see at the bottom of 4-5. Here's the rendering of what the clean sphere actually looked like. It was 52 feet across. The plexiglass clear engineering, impeccable lighting was located on 4-5, which is different than level 4-1. There were 7 indented windows, or Majestic 12 observation gallery windows. They measured 2.5 feet wide and 4.5 feet tall. So there were 7 of those so that you could look down inside the clean sphere as you're taking your teaching device. And these were actually designed and built by J-Rods and the S4 engineers. Just an impeccable level of lighting on 4-5. Why is that needed? because you don't want any shadows when you're taking tissue samples from an extraterrestrial. Here you can see the edge of the 4-5 with the yellow and black stripe right here, and then also the edge of the clean sphere bubble right here. That's what we're indicating in this illustration. Now, there's something called kick plates that actually are manually operated, and they seal the gap between the clean sphere edge and the floor of 4-5, the opening. That's what they do. And according to Dan Burrish, these were done by hand manually. When you slam these down, there's a bang that takes place. So it's something that you really stressed.
In February, consumers
We're
pulled back a little bit after a
scissor
strong start to the year.
lifting the
Spending
clean
at
sphere up
stores,
to
online,
the
and
second
restaurants
floor
fell
of
by
4-5.
seasonally adjusted for
And then
tenths of a
you can see
percent
again
in
the
February.
hydraulically
January sales
actuated
were revised
scissor
up to
lift.
3.2%.
Now, we're talking
It said
about the
consumers were
test
spending
score
less at
totally
restaurants, auto
inclusive,
dealerships, and
similar
department
to what you
stores,
would see in the
and then
Gemini
more on essentials
Mercury
like
even the
groceries
Apollo
and
program in
health
1969. It's
So
a
when you
positive
take out
pressure
the
suit
auto
to
sales,
keep
overall
out
purchases decreased
biocontaminants.
0.1%
That's
in February.
actually
Here's a
job.
fun world
And
record
when
story
Dan
for
Burrish
you.
was at 4-5
No.
inside the clean sphere, he was
Isn't
taking
it
upwards of
crazy?
300
Isn't
tissue
that
samples
insane?
from the J-Rod
Free
because he suffered
diver
from a
David
genetic
Venkel
neuropathy
is now in a
defect.
class
And
by
the overall
himself,
doctor,
drilled
David
in the
Burrish,
ice
personally
on
told me
Switzerland's
it was
Lake
very
Still,
small. He
and
called
grabbed
it a
a
Saturday night
face more than
special. And
170
it had
feet
a
below the
pneumatically
surface of the
actuated
frozen lake.
hose off the
1
aft
minute
end
and
of the pinch
54
device.
seconds
There
later,
was a small
he comes up
cartridge
through the
that was
hole,
loaded right
takes out
inside the
blood,
shaft here,
and
and you
opens a
could take
bottle
the
of
tissue
champagne
samples
to
that were
celebrate.
sent up to the analysis department. So
Well,
that's how
the
they did
water
that.
temperature
He
was
also had the clean sphere as well. Now again,
On this one for your
remember,
city.
they
But
weigh you
when
in
you
the
jump
nude
into
when you
cold,
get in, then when you drop down to
I jumped into
4-5,
my
they weigh you in
pool
the nude again.
this
So
morning.
there's just no way
You
you're
have a
going to
heart
sneak
attack
in.
today
The world's
on
premier
Eric
aerospace illustrator
nomination to be
showing Dan
ambassador to
Burrish
NES,
being
but
suited
about
up
2
in the
years
test
of
suit and
delays,
then
they
entering
still have
the
no
airlock
idea
or
how this is going to go.
decontamination
There's a
chamber
procedural
for
vote
entry
expected
into the
today.
clean sphere.
I haven't seen anything
Now,
on it yet, so I don't know if
what
they
in the
delayed it or if
world
they've
does
even taken it.
J-Rod
But
mean?
an unusually
We've
high
heard this
number of
before. In its
absences
simplest
among
terms,
senators
J-Rod
and some
means
doubts
15
about how much
because
Garcetti
J
knew
on the
about
computer
his
keyboard
former
is the
top
10th
aide
letter
and
in
his
the English
grabbing hands
language.
all over the place.
The
And
dashboard
it
rod was
added a
symbolic of the
level of
Mayan
uncertainty
glyph
to all of it.
that
Well, and
indicated the
then
number
yesterday,
5. So you
the
put
quote
those
from
together,
his
you get
ex
15.
aide
That's also
said
symbolic because
he is
he
unfit
traveled from
to
15
become an
light years
ambassador
away
or
to
really
get
to
to
hold
Earth.
public
So that's
office
the
anywhere
definition
in this
of
country or
J-Rod
this
and how he
world.
got his
He
name.
was
Now,
like,
two
That's
quotes
his
from Dan
former
Burrish. They're very
communications
important.
director who told Jake
He said,
Tapper
I have, that's the
officially
difference between
entered
an
the
extraterrestrial
presidential
and
arena.
an alien.
But
Now,
Trump's
when
campaign
he
is
was working there, you could
preparing
see him
a
with the PINS
grenade to
device
launch
taking
his way
samples
at
from the
political
J-Rod.
hmm.
And he
One
was
of the
called
things that they
Kayla,
have been
a little
looking
bit of
at
description of
is
what he looked like.
they say
He
they
measured
have
3.5
plans
feet
to
tall.
accuse
He
him
had
of
dark
being an
brown
extremely
appearance,
lenient
very
prosecutor
black
in
inset eyes, and
cases involving, among
disproportionately
others,
large
child
head.
pornography.
He had
Yeah,
a
they're
small
combing through
nose,
his
long
record as a
arms, and no
prosecutor,
teeth.
member of Congress, and
Interesting to
governor
note
of
that
Florida.
the
And they're
designation
going to find
for
some
this
stuff
particular
that
J-Rod
anyone would find some
was
stuff.
EBE
Dash
53AZ2.
They recently conducted
That stands
focus
for
groups. They
Extraterrestrial
looked at
Biological
polling to hone in
Entity.
on the best messaging to take on
1953
DeSantis. And we
UFO
last told you
crash
about this when we
retrieval,
were weighing all
Kingman,
the different
Arizona, number 2. You
nicknames
can remember
because
the
Trump
first
was
one died on
positioning the
impact.
plan. But
The
which
other one
one
went to a
would
Y11
land best?
facility
Which
at
one
Los
would
Alamos.
get the most juice?
Now, during one of
And he
these
went from
tissue sample sessions,
just sanctimonious
remember you have to follow a certain protocol to approach this J-Rod. You have to
DeSantis or Romney
raise up
Paul,
your right
whatever it
hand,
was, and
the
then decided
J-Rod
that
raises
was
his
mean.
right hand, and then you take
I
multiple
don't know
ride
if he
straps
really has
together, and then you meet in
ground
the center.
go after
During
somebody's
one
weight
occasion
or
within
shape.
the clean
And
sphere,
then went back to
the
Romney
J-Rod
sanctimonious,
was
but then
known as
over the
Kayla.
weekend
He
when he was in
broke
debt.
before.
Amount of
He wasn't under
sunlight
attack,
between
but
Trump policies
Dan Burrish
and
was
DeSantis
startled
policies.
about
Which,
what took
like I
place.
mentioned, we
He
don't really know what
stepped
his
back
policies
and
are.
accidentally caught
And
his
you know,
boot
Trump
of the
is the
total
180th
encapsulator backwards on his
citizen
oxygen
to
tank.
do so.
Well,
Oxygen
I
tank.
actually
And
think
the
that Ron
J-Rod
DeSantis and
proceeded
his
to
campaign have an
infuse
opportunity
into him
there to
a
say,
tremendous amount of material having to do with
because
future
I think
events. So it's
the
incredible
times that I
what
have
took
heard him
place
speak in the last
inside
couple
the
of weeks. We're on
green sphere.
the
This is an illustration by Mark McGillis showing
We're on
the
the same.
decontamination
He's on a book
process
tour.
within
He
the
was out
airlock
in California.
for
He was
entry
to
into the
Iowa. He was to
4-5
other
facility.
states.
Now,
He's been saying things
again,
like, "Yeah,
how
if
do
I
we get this
decide to run, it'll
technology
be a
to
couple of months."
access
I
these
still have a lot of
naturally
work to do
occurring
in stage
stargates?
4. And
Ladies and gentlemen, they
my
got those
argument
from
a couple
the
of weeks ago
Sumerian
was,
cylinder seals,
a lot can
in some
happen in a
cases from
couple
the
of months.
Baghdad
I mean,
Museum.
there
Now, what you
you
do
could have
here
natural
is
disasters
you'll
that
take a
happen in
piece of
Florida. There
lead
could
clay
be,
and you'll
you know,
roll that
a
over the
bank
clay or
collapse in the
cylinder
state of
seal,
Florida. It's
and you'll
regional
end up
there.
with this
We know of
positive
plenty of
relief.
things that
Now,
could
according to
happen
Dan
in
Bush,
Florida
what the government
that
figured out how to
through
do
no fault
is
of his
you take
could
a mirror
damage
go right down the center line of one of these cliffs, and you get a mirror image, which is nothing more than a blueprint on how you access these naturally occurring stargates. That's how they did it. That's how they did it. Now, in 2003, something interesting happened. J-Rod was moved from his position within the Plainsboro 4-5 facility. He was flown to Abydos Temple, which is down the Nile River. Perhaps some of you there actually. And remember, he has to be in his own positive pressure atmosphere environment or he'll die. So they ended up building a
The other thing is,
stroller
and you've mentioned this before, I think Ron DeSantis
of what that
is
stroller
very
actually
capable
looked like.
of a one-on-one
And
debate
recall
style
too that they were friends at the time. So
competition, if you want
Dan
to call it
Burge
that,
was
between
sad
himself and
that
President
J-Rod
Trump.
could
One of
not
the
go
things that
home to
President
his
Trump has
family.
done over and over
His
again
family,
in
he had a
debate
compassion
performances
for him.
or on
So
stage with
in
somebody,
this act
town
of
hall
compassion,
style, is
during
his
the
style of argument
accessing
is
by
not
the
an
government of
actual
these
argument.
naturally
He
occurring
says things like,
stargates
yeah, but
at
look at this
Abydos
guy,
Temple.
or yeah, but here's that. He doesn't argue the point. And I think Ron DeSantis, in his time as an attorney, in his time working in the U.S. Attorney's Office, in the time as a judge advocate general, he has the ability to make those arguments in a cogent manner that would put former President Trump to shame.
It's a very interesting direction. And the sign says
what he's
home.
doing there,
And this
Trump,
is a symbolic message that what
using
takes
that
place at
political
Eskimo
weapon
Lake.
of screwing up your rival's
Is
name
underground.
to
It's in
show
outer
that they're not
space.
even
It's
deserving of their name, or they're
West
so
Pole is
insignificant
everywhere.
even
There's
in
a
their own
symbolic
level of their name.
message.
But he's doing it with his own nickname that he gave from the
Here. So,
which is the next
ladies and
level
gentlemen, I
of
think it's
insult.
really important that we honor
I'm not even
the
getting your
courage that
correct name
Dan Burge had
wrong. I'm
to
getting the
come
nickname
forward
I
and give us
gave
this
you
information
wrong.
regarding the specific
President Trump
details
did
of
say
the
to a group of
facility
reporters on
and
his way to
providing all
Iowa,
of us
I'm a very loyal person, so I don't understand disloyalty, but you do see it in politics. The irony of that statement, think of the number of people who, at the beginning of the Trump presidency, now want nothing to do with the guy. And he then pushes them away. So he may claim that he has more years on,
This is why I think this Haley plays the I want to be your VP card. Let me hang around the primary, and then when you get the nomination, I'll be your VP this time around. And I don't think she. By the way, Trump's latest favorite nickname for Ron DeSantis is Tiny D.
No.
Yes, Tiny D. No, baby D.
All right, when we come back, we haven't done Terror in the Skies for a couple of days, although we had a good streak there. It seems like the last couple of weeks we've had the majority of days we've had something to do.
This is a new one. This is a new twist on Terror in the Skies.
This is a good one. It's not just the passengers who get in fights every once in a while. Gary and Shannon will continue in just a moment. Jennifer Jones-Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Guess who's getting on a flight at 12:20? Thanks, guys. Oh, well, it might be entertaining.
Wow, okay, well, in that case, stocks are sliding on Wall Street as investors eyes Swiss bank Credit Suisse. It's got a large U.S. and global operations, and it's being looked at as maybe the third bank to be in trouble in less than a week. The EPA has proposed federal limits on the so-called forever chemicals in drinking water linked to a range of health issues, including cancer and other severe illnesses. And Quentin Tarantino is taking a big step on what could be his final film. He's inviting a number of potential buyers to read the screenplay to his 10th film, which he has long said will be his last, with the working title, The Movie Critic. So hot weather from KFI, we've got a great day ahead, more rain is on the way, 50s are off by the afternoon, I believe
interaction
the
that
upper 50s
Dr.
to
Dan
lower
Burge
60s.
had
This report is brought to you by
extraterrestrial
Whole
called
Foods Market.
J-Rock.
From the Southern California
And we've got
Toyota
some
Dealers Shopping
very
Center,
quick
let's go
announcements
places
before we
like
begin
Anaheim.
here. Number one, the information, drawings, and illustrations highlighted in this presentation originated from directly the testimony and direction of Dr. Dan Burge. So in other words, I didn't make this up. This comes directly from Dr. Dan Burge. He will be available after this presentation to address all your questions. And number two is a disclaimer. The drawings and computer-generated forensic composite illustrations shown in this presentation do not conform 100% to Dr. Dan and Marcy's testimony or descriptions, and should be considered strictly as objectionable, being specifically designed to give the general public an overall idea
fresh, clean water right to your tap. Call 1-800-WATERBOY now. Clean water for drinking, showering, cooking, laundry, and more. Call 1-800-WATERBOY. That's 1-800-WATERBOY. I've small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I've gotten nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer.
I'll give you a background on Dr. Dan Birch. We'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about walking the line. We'll describe what that actually means when it pertains to we'll consider the extraterrestrial and alien craft because there is a difference. We'll talk about the Roswell craft. We'll talk about the propulsion research laboratory at S4. We'll consider the catwalk, the files department, and the cafeteria. For level 4-2, we'll consider Project Sidekick, the weapons research and development, Alice in Wonderland Rabbit, this is a good historical note, Looking Glass Device, Stargates, ARBs, or Einstein-Rosen bridges, the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox, dropping down to level 4-3, we'll consider the MJ-12 residential suites, the board, the culture department, and analysis department. 4-4 will look at the wing paths, the biocontainment labs, edge board, and decontamination procedure. And finally, at level 4-5, which is the lower floor facility, we'll consider the clean sphere. And in 1985, he received his bachelor degree in biological sciences, and in 1986, a bachelor degree in psychology. In 1980, it quite work out, so we actually had to bypass that. Now, in 1989, it was Dr. Edward Teller who arranged for Dan to take classes at the University of New York, Stony Brook, and he earned his PhD there. So I asked this question to all of you. Where have we seen this gentleman before? Dr. Edward Teller type craft and vehicle before? It was none other than Dr. Edward Teller International Airport, and that's how he got his job at S4. So we have secondary independent confirmation that Dr. Edward Teller was involved. And in 1991, he was employed at Desert Storm as a lab project Aquarius. And I will draw your attention here to the aircraft sectional chart that anyone can get at any local airport. This is something that's readily available. If you look up here on the right-hand corner, you've got R-4808. And ladies and gentlemen, this is right up here, so we can see it does exist. Approximately 12 miles south of Moon Lake, or something called Papoose Lake, or area S4. And it's important to note that if you ever try to break into this airspace within the 480 airspace, Dreamland, three things we have. Number one, ATC agreement on air traffic control will not allow you clearance to enter into their airspace. Number two, they will immediately, if you do not egress the area, they will immediately screen. You will perform will fly perpendicular to your flight path at about 100 feet away from your aircraft, and then you'll fly into his jet wash. It will
Keeping an eye on the storm situation, 3 apartment buildings in San Antonio have been evacuated due to a landslide.
And the third and final thing is you'll receive a final warning to exit the area. And if nothing happens, they will lock onto the Sidewalker missile and they will neutralize the target. So the bottom line is don't try to break into Dreamland airspace. Okay, so at S4, the direction of the Naval Research Laboratory and the Defense Intelligence Agency. So these are the two outfits that are running program Area S4. The EG&G terminal, 737-200, how do you get to Area S4? Well, it's the EG&G terminal, which is the gateway to Area 51 and S4. As you're flying on this airliner here, just before the airplane turn into landing approach on Moon Lake runway, which is a 27,000-foot runway, it's the largest runway in the world. There's an ATC clearance called Pyramid. That is the clearance to land at Moon Lake. And what's interesting, a historical point from Dan Burge indicated that on the trip on the 737-200 to Moon Lake, they played Neil Diamond's song Coming to America over and over again. So the question is, what is the encrypted symbolic message that TRILLIONAIRE will, under its original interpretation, that song talks about immigrants coming to America to make a better life for themselves. That makes a lot of sense. But the direction of what happens at S4, it actually is talking about extraterrestrials coming to America and specifically coming to S4. That was confirmed by English as the correct interpretation. Now, land in Greenland. How do you get to S4? It's 12 miles away. There's 3 ways. You can take a blue-colored Air Force bus. That's number 1. Number 2, you take a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. The third and final option is a Russian Mi-24 high-speed helicopter gunship. So those are the 3 options that you take to get to S4. Now we're flying. We've just landed. We're at the helicopter landing pad. We're now going to enter the facility for a virtual walkthrough. And you'll notice that there are some very interesting lines here on the tarmac. This is called walking the line. And you are told, according to Dan Bursch, and this is a very oppressive society, it's not a user-friendly area. It's not something that is a nice place to be at because there's black guards with guns. It's an oppressive society. You are told to follow the blue lines and do not breach the boundaries of the red lines, because if you do, ladies and gentlemen, they will shoot you. That's the level of security that we're talking about here. Now, we're entering the facility, and you see this swinging door to enter the facility. It turns out that that is actually incorrect, so we've made the correction. The actual door to get into the S4 facility is none other than a double sliding glass door with an indented receptacle, which is circular. You turn that to the right, and that's how you get into the facility. Very similar to what you would see in a patio door. Now we've got the layout. We start at the top, it's 4-1. The second floor is 4-2. We've got 4-3, 4-4, and 4-5. We'll flip to the AutoCAD rendering to give you an idea of what that facility looks like. Keep in mind that anything below 4-1 is all underground. Now, area S4, 4-1, this is the blueprint that I was able to put together under the direction of Dr. Dan Bursch. And if the first thing that happens when you walk into this facility, you enter that door, what you see is this long hallway here, very long hallway. It has the same type line configuration or stripes on the floor. To the left, you'll see a red line. You cannot go to the left. On the right, there's a blue line. You can't get access to that. So we're walking up here. The first room to the left, ladies and gentlemen, is actually the avionics lab. Just beyond that is the propulsion systems lab. Over here we have a files department. And we have something called the briefing room. This is a very important room. Why? Because there's something called King Tuts or training update tapes, and they have something called blue 3-ring DTIC binders, which is Defense Technical and Information Center binders. So I just submit, we've all heard this thing about Carl Sagan stating that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Well, here's where the evidence is. In this facility, they not only have the hardware, but they've got the tissue samples, they've got the motion picture film reels, they've got the high digital audio tapes. It's all here. This is what we're looking for. So, on the very far western wall, on the first hangar bay, which is right here, this is hangar bay number 1, was none other than Bob Lazar's sport model, or a P-45 sport model. Hangar bay number 2, we believe to be the exact same vehicle, possibly an ARV, alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3, ladies and gentlemen, but it was the Roswell craft. Next we have in the next hangar, which is number 4, is the P-52 Orion craft. 22 converging, or sort of a dog and pony show of what was in hangar bay 3. So it was a man-made version of the Roswell craft. Up here we have, it's believed to be the 1953 crash and retrieve in Kingman, Arizona. That was in the next hangar, which is 7. Hangar bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle that was nicknamed the licorice drop. Hangar bay 9, ladies and gentlemen, was empty. So that's the layout here. Up on the left-hand corner, I've got a very crude gymnasium floor. So that's where we have that. Moving over to the right,
Next,
we have the biohazard
Step
suppression
one.
area.
Hey Alexa,
We have the
stop playing crappy
overflow
disco
files
music.
department.
Thank you.
And then we have the communication area. And then you're looking over to the bottom right here is the meals ready to eat or the cafeteria. And you'll notice here that the different colors indicate your compartmentalization.
and
Or if
overseas
you work
the
on
Dow,
Project
NASDAQ,
Galileo,
and
you sit in
S&P
the red
500.
area.
All
If you
stocks
work
declined
on
with the
weapons
markets
research, you
open.
sit in the
Credit
black
Suisse
area. As
shares
we mentioned,
tanked after
the orange
reports
area
that
is
its
Project
top
Looking
shareholder
Glass.
won't put more
So
money
what
into
they're
the
doing
bank.
is they're
Shares also lost
quarantining
more than one
the
quarter of their
employees and
value.
engineers
Investors
who
also
work on
worry
the
about the
different
recent bank
programs
failures
so that
in California.
these things remain
News is
secret.
brought to you by Sunlight.
Okay,
A
so
flood
this
watch
is
is
a
in
far
effect for
look
Orange
down
County,
of the main
including the
hallway. As soon as you walk
St.
in,
Anna Mountain,
we
that
see
is,
that
until
red
2
stripe
p.m. and parts
and
of
the blue
LA
stripe on
County
the right
are
hand
under
side.
a flood
We've
watch
got the
until
avionic
11 this morning.
avionics
That
tab
applies to
and
the
the
Santa
propulsion
Clarita
system
Valley,
labs on the
Malibu
immediate
Coast,
left hand
downtown
side.
LA,
Now,
the San Fernando Valley,
right to
San
the
Gabriel
left,
Mountain,
there is
and
an
the San
I
Gabriel
want to
Valley.
believe
Now,
poster
people whose property
confirmed
was
by Dr.
damaged by
Dan
the recent
Birch.
snowstorm to the San
Over to the
Bernardino
right,
Mountains have been
there
getting
is
some
a
relief.
a nurse there and a weighing pad. So all this talk about trying to smuggle things out of S4 so that we can prove all this is real, well, it's next to impossible. Why? Because they weigh you in the new when you get there, and they weigh you in the new when you get out. And if there's a discrepancy within ounces, it's over. So you gotta be very careful there. Now, 4-1, looking down through the catwalk to the left-hand side. This is the first hangar bay. Is the 52-foot
President Biden
diameter
has promoted his new
Lasar
executive
sport
order
box. So
on
this
gun
is we're
control
looking
at a
down
Boys and
through
Girls
the
Club in
catwalk.
Monterey Park.
The president
Over
began
here
with
we
a
have
emotional
hangar bay 2,
testimony
which
about some
again
of the
is
lives lost in
believed to be the
Afghanistan
same craft
in
borne in
January,
an
where 11
elite
people were
reproduction
killed.
vehicle.
And he segued yesterday
Hangar
into
bay
the lack
3
of
is
action
the
on the part of
P-24
Congress to
Roswell
pass
craft.
the
You'll
gun
notice the
law.
4-1. We're at area S4, level 1.
Remember in one
Now,
day,
this is interesting. I did not make this statement, but
the new order
Dr.
also
Dan
puts pressure on
Birch
states to
and
ramp up
even
red
the
flag
late
laws.
geologist Dr. Phil Schneider
says the new order would
indicated
have done nothing
that
to prevent the recent mass shootings in
the
California and
F-22
around the country.
Raptor, the exterior configuration
LA
of
County
the
Sheriff Luna
F-22
says he
Raptor
supports President Biden's new
was
executive order and says
originating
it was
from the
powerful to
original
see the
Roswell
president in
craft.
Monterey Park to
That's
talk
a
about
very
it.
bombshell statement to make, but if you take away the critical stabilizers on the F-22 Raptor, and then you remove the air intakes, and then you do something with all of the major points or intersecting areas
A Russian
on the
security
Raptor,
official
what
says
you
Russia
end
wants
up
to
with, ladies
recover
and
the
gentlemen,
pieces of
is
an
the
American
Roswell craft.
surveillance
So
drone the
this
U.S.
comes
was forced
directly
to
from
down
Dan Birch.
into the Black
Is there any
Sea.
way to
The
prove
U.S.
this?
says
Well,
Russian jets
take a look
rammed
at the
into the
historical
propeller of the drone
legacy
as it flew
on
in
the origin
international
point of
airspace.
stealth
Defense
technology.
Secretary Lloyd Austin
We'll
said
start
the
up here.
incident is part of
There
a
is a
pattern that
defining
needs to
feature
stop.
that goes through all these configurations. You've got the F-22 up here. We've got our Russian stealth configuration here. Down here to the left, we've got a Northrop configuration. Just to the right of that, we've got the Testers Model Corporation, Rockford, Illinois,
Russia
the
claims its
F-19
jets did not use
configuration
their weapons
by
or
Lockheed.
impact the
And
U.S.
then
drone.
we've got the
The giant
configuration
ball,
from
the
the
Pinky
movie
Algae,
Stealth,
is headed
which
towards
was released
Florida.
in
Research
2005.
professor
All
Dr.
these
Brian
configurations
LaPointe
contain the
at
same
Florida Atlantic
design
University
model.
says satellite
In fact,
imagery
they
shows
contain
the
the same
5,000-mile
wing
wide
root
massive
diffuse
season.
Y-2 stealth bomber to reduce the radar cross signature. That is the defining design feature on these stealth technologies. The same thing you'll see in the Roswell craft.
And a
Hangar
non-profit
Bay 4 was a
facility has
P-52
teed off on a
Orion
fundraiser
craft.
to
This is
help
the
kids
original
with disabilities
configuration.
by using
This is the
therapy
cleaned up
horses.
configuration on the bottom side by Dr. Dan Birch. Hangar Bays 5 and Bays 9 were empty. And you'll notice too that there are these interesting tracks here, and these were used to pull the craft out of the hangar bays so that they could be test flown on the tarmac immediately from the entrance of the facility. Hangar Bay 6 was the man-made reproduction of the P-24 Roswell craft that was in Hangar Bay 6. Hangar Bay 7, again, that Dan believed would not be completely confirmed that this was the 1953 Kingman UFO crash retrieval vehicle was covered by a tarp. Hangar Bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle. They called it the licorice drop, according to Dan Birch. And I will mention that everything from Hangar Bay 1 to Hangar Bay 7 were all extraterrestrial vehicles. Hangar Bay 8 was the only alien vehicle because there's a difference between extraterrestrials and aliens. And according to Dr. Dan Birch, the exterior configuration or
Abner Gat will
What
fight
it
on
looked
your
like
behalf.
when you
Make sure
saw
you
this
get the
craft,
best
it
possible
looked like
outcome,
a
not the
black
insurance
liquid
company.
mercury
Even if
that
you
you
have been
could
dealing with
fall
insurance
into. It
companies
was
for
a
many
very
years,
unique
it's all they do.
surface
They've got
texture
their number.
on this
They've got the
particular
experience
craft.
in the industry, know
So
what you need on your
we've
side. They're
got
also rated 5
Bob
stars on Yelp,
Lazar stating
Google,
that
and Better
S4
Business Bureau.
exists.
No one
That's what he
messes
said
around with
back in
Abner Gat and his
1988,
team.
1989.
Give
We've
Abner a
got
call,
Dr. Dan Bursch coming forward stating that
818-917-5256.
S4 exists. We also have
818-917-5256, or visit
worked on the
abnergat.com.
flight
That's
simulators at S4 and at Los Alamos National Lab. So we've
abnergat.com,
got
or call
three
him directly,
independent people confirming the same thing. You'll
818-917-5256.
see the cover of a
Gas in
gimbal up, and
California
you
is
can rotate this thing
$4.91.
almost up to
Don't
90
wait.
degrees.
Maximize your
There's a
compensation
diagnostic
after
cable
Max today.
attached to the
Talk to
vehicle
Kobe and
when it
Myers
was
now.
static.
Just
When it was
it's warm
energized,
pretty much
it
all
had a
this week. Upper
smooth,
50s
polished
to lower
aluminum
64
exterior
Right now it's
configuration.
56 in Dana
And
Point,
then I want to
57
take you
in
inside
Fullerton,
here,
56
show you
in
some of the
Glendale,
interior
and in
components.
Santa
It had
Monica.
three
Let's take a
different
look at your
levels.
drive
We've
with
got the
DJI
lower
on your
bay,
side.
we've
Find
got
out why
the
it's low on
mid
the
deck, and the
405.
upper deck. So that's what we've got right there. Now let's zoom inside. We'll take a look at what it looks like inside. On the bottom section of the vehicle, there were three gravity amplifiers. Right above that, we have the mid deck, which contained three gravity amplifier heads, three seats that all sat in the same direction, which were too small for human test pilots to fit into. Then we've got a gravity amplifier system here. We've got a antimatter reactor in it. So that's the layout of the small model according to Mr. Bob Lazar. Now, spend 15 seconds on the propulsion system of this vehicle. Element 115 is machined into triangles at Los Alamos, transported to S4. It is loaded into the antimatter reactor, and then the target substance is bombarded with protons. And when a proton plugs into the nucleus of an atom of element 115, it bumps its atomic number up to element 116, which immediately decays and releases antimatter. That is the power source for the vehicle in a near 100% thermoelectric generator. So that's a breakdown of the propulsion system. Project Aquarius terminology. Let's talk about some terminology here. Project Galileo. Project Aquarius is nothing more than an umbrella term for everything having to do with mankind's interaction with extraterrestrials. Below that, there are about 5 different programs. The first one is Project Galileo. It dealt with the propulsion. The second one under Project Aquarius was Project Sidekick. It relates to a weapons program. No further information is available from Dan Burge on that program. Project Looking Glass dealt with the physics unseen effects of an artificially produced gravity wave on time. The fourth project was a second generation weapons program, which originated with Project Sidekick, no program name provided. The fifth program dealt with a series of biological defense operations, which Dan served in the capacity of senior scientist. So those are the programs that fell under Project Aquarius. So how did the J-Rod craft, or what was the term, the Kingman 1953 UFO crash retrieval, how did it get to S4? Ladies and gentlemen, it got there by a 40-ton, what's called a Dragon Wagon tank hauler. That's how they got it there to the facility. Now, in 1953, according to Dr. Dan Bursch, there was a UFO crash retrieval at Kingman, Arizona. There were 3 bodies recovered. One died on impact. He was still contained to his biocontainment device. The other one went to Los Alamos, and the third and final one went to Area 51 S4. That's the
We
J-Rod
are now in a
that
race
Dan
against
Bursch
time to
worked
find
with.
the
Now, in
MQ-9 drone
1954,
that was down by a
according to
Russian
Dan
fighter
Bursch,
jet over the Black
there
Sea
was a meeting
yesterday.
between President
Reaper
Dwight
drone
D.
crashed after it
Eisenhower
was
and
intercepted by a couple of
representatives
Russian fighter
of the
jets yesterday,
P-52
including
Orions.
what the
And
Pentagon
a
has said
treaty
was
was
one of
signed.
those
A
planes
copy of that
running
treaty
for power.
was kept at
U.S.
Area
officials
S4
have said
level
it was a
4-1.
deliberate act to take that
And they
plane out of
also
those skies. Moscow
gave
also
him,
says it's going
they
to work to
gave
try to get
President
the wreckage.
Eisenhower something called the
And
Orion Cube,
said
which we'll talk about
earlier
as
that
well.
it will consider
What
any
is the
action
Orion
with
Cube?
U.S.
It was also
weaponry
known as the
as
Yellow Book. It has
openly
nothing to do with
hostile.
phone numbers,
CNN was
okay?
reporting a short
What
time
it
ago
is
that U.S.
an
officials
8
said that
by
the
8 inch square
information on that
cube,
drone
and
was
it's a
bricked
quantum
before it
viewing
crashed. They
device
completely erased
that
it,
you
so whatever
could,
it had received
once it's
was
accessed,
not
you
going
could
to be
look at the
retrievable
probabilities
from
of
the
future
actual
events.
plane
There was
itself.
protocols that had to be followed
Coming
in
up
order to
in the 12
activate
o'clock
this.
hour, we
And
will
at
talk
one
what to
time,
watch on
it's
Wednesday.
believed that
What
this
you watch
cube
and
was
watch a
stored
couple
at level
good
4-1.
movies.
Later,
We've
it
got a
was
new
moved to the
bachelorette
Scottish
coming
Rite
out.
Masonic
And
Temple
we
just
also have
outside
a trio
Washington,
of
D.C.
trailers
From that point further, we don't know where it is. So that's the lineage of the Orion Cube.
Also at 4
Now,
o'clock
interesting
today,
to note that
everybody's best friend
there are
Adam Cole
three
is meeting
events
with,
that took
Tim
place in
Howard Jr.
1947. Is there a coincidence? I don't think there is.
If you
We've
drove
got the
anywhere
Roswell
today or
crash
yesterday, you
on
probably
July
saw
2nd,
an increase in
1947.
uptick
Then
in
we've
the
got
number
the
of
formation of the
potholes. And
CIA
these
in
are not just your
1947
everyday
and the
potholes. These
formation
are
of the
potholes that have
Independent
been
Air
patched
Force
up
also in
repeatedly as
1947.
we've had a
Three
weather
events
than
happening
wet
at the
season,
same time.
and
In
they're getting
1952, it was the
massive.
National
As I said,
Security
to move
Agency
into some of these
who,
things. As many
according
as
to the
30
CIA,
vehicles were
had
disabled with flat
improper
tires and other
intelligence.
damage
So
after
partial
driving off
majestic control of Project
this morning
Aquarius
in
was
Pomona.
handed over to the
The
quote, new
incident was
boys
the
on the
closure of
block
all
because they came
northbound
after
lanes
the
on the
Central
freeway.
Intelligence
I
Agency.
ran
So
into something
there was
similar
this
to this coming
animosity
into work today,
that
where there were
continues
6
today
or 8
between the
cars
Central
all off to the
Intelligence
side,
Agency
all with their
and the
hazards
National
on, and it
Security
looked like
Agency.
they had flat
Now, moving
tires.
down to
With the
4-2,
CSP at the
we've got
one
the
end and a tow
SolidWorks
truck at the
rendering
other of this
and also
line.
the AutoCAD rendering
I
of
mean, it's
4-2.
unbelievable how bad the condition of our
Moving into
roads
the
are, and
facility,
you
the
don't
first
know it
thing you'll
until you
see
go
when you
somewhere
look,
else. Like
walk
in
into level
Scottsdale,
4-2
the
is a
Uber
3-foot
ride
tall
to the
statue of
airport.
an
Yeah, they're going to continue to see a little bit of
because
rain
all
this
that
morning, but for
data,
northern and
this
central California,
positioning
the
code data
levees
so that
are
you know
being
where you're going.
repaired
Here
as
we've got
much
the
as possible
jump
under
pads
cloudy
at
skies
4-2,
today. But we should see
and
for
then
the
down
next
here
couple of
we've
days
got the
sunny skies.
project
So the crews that are
sidekick
up there trying to
storage
rescue,
facility.
for
There's
example,
also
people
one just below
along the
that.
Paro
To the
River,
right, we've got weapons
to
research and
actually allow
development.
them to get some
I've got
work
a blown
done
up view of the looking
positively.
glass
And
device
Power
here.
Outage
We're
US
going to
says that we're
consider
at about
something called the
180,000
doctrine
people
of
in the
convergent
state without
timeline
power.
paradox.
That's down
And then
from
we're
a
also going
high
to consider
of about
how did the U.S.
230,000
government
overnight.
get the technology to
In the
access
Bay Area,
naturally occurring
up there, the
stargates
storm was
throughout the
causing
world.
some urban
It has to
flooding,
do
road closures,
with
down
the
trees.
Sumerian
Wind
cylinder seals that
specifically
were
was the
recovered
biggest
in
issue
Baghdad
because of the wind.
years
About
ago.
40%
Now,
of the
this is
flights
a
out of
SolidWorks
SFO
rendering
experienced
of the
delays
looking
yesterday.
glass
San
device.
Francisco's
You'll notice
awful
that
in
there's
terms
this
of delays
toroid
anyway.
It is
donut
awful.
ring-shaped
I think it's
device.
worse than LAX. I
And
mean,
inside
LAX
this,
is a
we have
headache and a
multiple
traffic nightmare, but
permanent
SFO, you know if
electromagnets.
you're going to get out.
And this is consistent with
The fog
6
usually, and
electromagnetic
it's just
fields
a
that
massive
form
headache
above
always
this
flying.
That's
device.
my longest
There is a
sit
up
on the
and
hard
down
story.
actuating
That's terrible.
rotating cylinder. So it's a
also
height adjustable
You're
rotating
flying that
cylinder,
now.
which
You
is
can get
attached to a
flight.
3-axis
You go to
gimbal system.
Burbank with
That's the
no
general layout of the looking glass device. Now, what does
I mean,
this
it's
thing
great
do?
Yeah,
Well,
I've done it once. And
it
that's
can
because they
actually
also
warp
decorate
the
the airport
fabric of
crazy.
space to
And
looking
there's
glass
like a
device,
skating rink
which
just
Dan
because I
Burge
like
has
all the
told us.
cheesy
What you
decoration
can do
there
is
in Santa
you can
Rosa.
flip this device up at 45-degree angle, and if you tune into a slightly different frequency, it
In
can be
Monterey
used as
County,
a
I mentioned
stargate. So
Pajaro
it
River,
actually
about
has
10,000
a
people
dual
under
purpose.
evacuation warnings and orders
You've got
because of the
these
Salinas River.
spires or
County officials said
guide
that there would be
rings
more
just
flooding
above
significant
what had a
south
maroon
residents in
vest.
parts of
He
Ventura
had
County being asked
golden
to
fringes and
prepare.
he
We're
had black
expecting
buttons.
this
He was
rare high
holding
risk
a
of
clock,
flooding in
and this
some
is
areas.
symbolic that
And
you're
they said
going
that they
down
only
the
get to it
rabbit
about
hole
4% of the
into
year. It
a
covers
world
Ventura
that's
County
beyond
north,
belief,
to
and
Santa
that's
Barbara
exactly
County,
what
and north all
happens
the way up to
in
Big
the
Sur.
looking
About
glass area. So
40%
it was a
of all
symbolic and
flood-related
message.
deaths and 80% of
Now,
all
when we talk
flood-related
about time travel and we
flood-related
talk
damage
about the
happened
doctrine of
during what they
convergent
call the
timeline
high-risk
paradox,
season.
Again,
in
it looks
my
like for LA
assessment,
County, the
there
flood
is
watch
no
will
better
expire in less than an
illustration
hour
of
at
this
11
concept
a.m.
than
and the
the
flood
movie
watch
Back
for
to
Orange
the
County
Future 2.
remains in effect until
And they
2.
talk about this in
Couple of
that
quick
movie.
updates,
So,
by the way. We were
just to
talking
illustrate
about
this, for example,
these people who wanted
on
to
the
sit
bottom
on a
here,
plane.
we've got something
She
called the
wanted to
flow
give
of
up her
time.
first class
We're on this
ticket.
timeline and everything is fine,
So
everything is
your
great. And then
wife
We
somebody
do it all the time.
decides to
We do
flip
it.
on one of these
We do
looking
it all the
glass
time. I'm
devices.
always
And
in
this
the
is called
igers.
the
He's always in the
looking
igers.
glass point of observation. That's
Have you
right
ever
here.
had anybody challenge
Never.
Now,
I mean, I
we have
guess
someone
if
that
it
is
was that
looking into the
important,
future
I
of
don't think it's going
probable
to be an
events. it's at that point,
Still,
that exact point in time, we are no longer, ladies and gentlemen, on timeline 1, but we are now on timeline 2.
People are
And we have,
so
theoretically, we have affected our future timeline 1. So that's how this works. Now, in this movie, a DeLorean is used to go from the year 1985 to the year 2015, and a character by the name of Biff Tannen, he eventually comes into possession of something called the Gray Sports Almanac, 1950 to 2005. He picks this up from an 80s memorabilia store. He goes back to the year 1985, and it's a cakewalk. He knows all the results, all the sports scores, to the horse racing, to NFL, to hockey. He turns out to be a billionaire. It's just incredible. But in the process of doing that, he completely destroys himself, everyone he's with, and everything, all the surroundings. So you can see the catastrophic consequences of looking into the future. It has a very serious consequence. That's borne out by what we see here with the Mayan calendar. Some believe, ladies and gentlemen, that on December 21st of 2012, it's the end of the world. However, some take a more positive approach and indicate that this is a new dawning of an age of enlightenment. And this is
is being acquired by T-Mobile for over $1 billion. And the
They have a
Bulldog
similar
is the
motif.
new top dog
They
in
talk
America.
about the evolution of
American
mankind's
Outlet
consciousness on this
ended the
bottom
Labrador
straight line,
Retriever's
and then
31 years
something
stay at the
happens.
top.
An
Let's
event
get a look at
takes
your drive
place
with
where we go off into chaos, and that's what you see with the squiggly line. So again, it's very destructive in some cases to try to predict future events. You see the 3D Max studio rendering of the Looking Glass device. We've got the transport pads in this location. Everything that took place in this facility was recorded on digital videotape. So they have the evidence. There's no question about it. You can see the electromagnetic fields forming above the Looking Glass device. There was a stand clear yellow and black stripe that followed the circumference of the Looking Glass device. Now again, this is Dan Parrish's rendering. We talked about the Looking Glass configuration. This is the general configuration on the upper left-hand corner. And then on the upper right-hand corner, we've rotated the device 45 degrees from the horizontals. Now, some of you may have seen the movie Stargate. The actual Stargate looks nothing like what you see in the movies. The only thing that is consistent in the entire operation. Level S4, level 3, we're moving on to level 3. This is the SolidWorks rendering. Below, we have the AutoCAD rendering. Now, there are at least 3 primary areas to 4-3. You'll notice that there are 3 distinct segments here. Each has 4 residential suites. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the majestic 12 residential suites. That's where they stay when they get to S4. It consists of a very simple 1-bedroom apartment with a selfie living area. There's a tile walkway to enter the facility. There's a single TV. There's 1 single bathroom. So that's the S4 just to the right and below the culture department. Up here on the right, we've got the call-outs, the leader call-outs. We've got slider trays. We've got pressure incubators. And when I was going through this, it really dawned on me that there's a lot of attention to detail here, and it was my assessment that this was coming from a man who had practical application experience in working in this environment. I mean, it just seemed to me that you couldn't make this up. There was a lot of detail here. It really seemed that this was someone who could speak from experience that was actually working in the facility. Now, level 4-4, that's what I'm moving on to now. A number of primary areas here. We have the bed in that facility. There are multiple biocontainment labs. On the 4-4, you will zoom in and blow up that area right here. These are the decontamination areas. And Dan Burrish's desk at S4 on the 4-4 was right in this facility right here. So again, the level of attention to detail to me was just astounding. It really seemed like someone who was actually working there. Now, some of you may have, that was the program that was operated under Truman in 1947. And then we've got these diagonally striped blue and dark blue running along the upper left hand. So again, we've got secondary independent confirmation that there was a security badge that actually looked like that. His badge number was H644. This is the cleans fair floor. And you'll notice that there is iris. This iris can move out for the clean sphere floor. You've got 1 boardroom on the left side, and then we've got the actuation of the actual clean sphere floor. So what does this thing actually look like? Before you get into the clean sphere, there's multiple protocols that have to be followed. This is the entire layout of the protocols. The 4-5 entry vehicle and overflow clean sphere entry protocol. So you've got the totally encapsulated suit that you have to contend with. You have to have a positive pressure environment in that suit. And the umbilical cord that take place at this stage
and then somehow the government's going to come in and make the rich people whole. We're talking about a lot of companies, big ones and small ones, who use that bank. And if they're not allowed, if they're not able to get their deposits made whole, then they can't make payroll. And you're talking about a lot of people that would have been affected by all of this. The Dow Jones Industrial Average has been negative all day, not unexpected considering the stress that's been put on some of these even some of the major banks. But right now, the Dow is down about 2%, up 550 points. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are also lower, but we have seen a little bit of positive movement in the last couple of weeks.
There's a new top dog in America. It is the French Bulldog. That's according to the American Kennel Club, which says it ended the Labrador returning the poodle. Nowhere on the list is the dog.
Don't say nowhere.
There's a floor with a large circular cutout.
Non-binary and transgender applicants, they approved the referendum.
You receive
But at
the
this point,
SolidWorks rendering of the clean spirit device,
the
and then the
spokesperson
scissor
says
lift.
there are no plans to change any of the emissions policies as a result of
These
the election.
concession trucks that bring
We
this
talked about
box
John
up to the
McKay
747
challenging
cargo bay
George
and then bring
Gaston.
in
Whoever
this
had that
52
job,
feet
he never tried
across.
to take.
The
He was just bought his way
plexiglass
into the office.
clear bubble was
And
2
one of the
inches
first things
thick.
that
Think
he
about the
did was
manufacturing
he
that
got
had to
rid
take
of
place
gun
to
enhancement,
get that
which
there.
means
Was
that
located on
extra
4-5,
It's
which
also
is
trying to
different.
crack down on gun crimes, right?
There
Trying
were
to get
7
rid of gun violence.
indented
It was
windows
very
or
useful.
majestic
You
12
look at the
observations. There
gun
were
in
7
county.
of those, so that
And
you
then
could look down
you looked at
inside the clean
the
sphere
gun violence
as you're
after
taking
that
tissue
enhancement policy
samples
was
from
put
the
in. There was a
J-Rod.
huge
That's
drop
what we
off
see
there.
here. Now
George
we've got something called the beehive
Gaston
lights.
was at
These
UCLA Law
beehive
School
lights
last week,
could
and
actually
one
move
of the
along trapeze
asked him,
cables. They could
hey,
be lowered
you are
and
super in
raised
favor of new gun
through
laws,
a
but
telescopic
you're
device.
not
And these were actually designed and built by J-Rods and the S4 engineers.
done that,
Just
which is
an
a great question.
impeccable
If you're
level of
pushing
lighting
for
on
more rules,
4-5.
why
Why
are
is
you
that needed?
enforcing the rules
Because
that
you
are
don't
already
want
at your
any
disposal,
shadows when
which
you're
he's not
taking
doing?
tissue samples
And
from an
then
extraterrestrial.
putting people
Here
of
you can
color
see
into
the
greater
edge
jeopardy
of the
because you're not
4-5 floor,
throwing the
which is
book
in
at
the yellow,
guys that
actually
blanket
are
policy and
manually
never
operated,
officer.
and they seal the
And
gap
then he said,
between
well,
the clean
it was
sphere edge
used, the
and the
gang
floor
enhancement
of 4-5, the
was
opening. That's
used
what
for
they do.
people when they were
And
just in
according to Dan
possession of a
Burrish,
weapon. And
these
it was
were
a
done
tool for law
by hand
enforcement to go
manually. When
after
you slam
black and
these
brown
down, there's
people,
a big bang that takes place. So
which
it's
flies
something
in the
that you
face
really
of the
stressed.
gun enhancement
Here we
policy,
see
which
the scissor
only
lift
comes into effect
lifting
when
the
you're
clean
using
sphere
a
up
gun
to
in
the
commission of a
second
crime.
floor
It
of
cannot be used for
4-5.
possession.
For
And then
Yeah.
you can see
So he
again the
has no,
hydraulically
not only
actuated
has he never tried
scissor
a
lift.
case,
Now,
he has
we'll
no
talk about the
concept of
test
the law.
score.
He doesn't know
Totally
what the law
close.
is. He doesn't even know what the
Similar
policy,
to what you would
his
see
own
in the
policy
Gemini,
for this law
Mercury,
is.
even the Apollo program
asinine.
in
Isn't part of the
1969.
problem that
It's
he's
a
surrounded
positive
himself
pressure
in
suit
his
to
specific
keep out
office, not only the DA's
biocontaminants.
office in
That's
general, I
exactly
mean his
actually
office
his job.
in particular.
Dan
The
Burrish
people
was
don't
at
know the law.
4-5
Well, he
inside the
surrounded
clean
himself
sphere. He
with
was
public
taking
defenders
upwards
who
of
know he's an
300
idiot
tissue
and are just
samples
using
from the
him as a
J-Rod
toy and
because he
as a
suffered
puppet,
from a
really.
genetic neuropathy
So
defect.
that's a
And the
problem.
overall
And then this
program was
story
to
comes
find a
out.
cure
This is the
for that
story. A
genetic
senior
defect.
living facility in LA is now charged in connection with 14 deaths that happened during the height of the COVID pandemic. So Silverado Senior Living Management, previous administrators of the residential care facility here in LA. This is what the finger
There was a
quotes
small
VA
cartridge that was
We
loaded right
believe
inside the
the
shaft here,
overall put
and you could take the
the
tissue
interest
samples
and
that were
financial
sent
gain
out to the
and
analysis
profit
department. So
for the
that's how
safety
they did that.
considerations for
He
the
also
patients and
carried
employees.
Okay, so
a briefing
admitted
case
a
with him with
patient from
multiple
a
needles and
unit in New
cartridges
York
that
City,
went inside
and
the
they
cleaner
did
as
not
well. Sketched
almost
by
a
Mark
unicorn.
McCandless. She was again the
that was
world's
the time
premier
when you could
aerospace
test for
illustrator,
it, but you
showing
would have to go to a
Burrish being
specific
screwed
place,
up in
a
the test
Department of
and then
Health
entering
sanctioned
the
place
airlock
or doctor. They
decontamination
would send it to the state.
for entry
They would
into
come
the
back. I mean, it was taking 48,
Now,
72 hours to get
what
results
in
for
the world
testing.
does J-Rod
March
mean? I mean,
of
what we've
2020.
heard this
This
before.
isn't April
In its
of
simplest
21
terms,
or even
J-Rod
April of
means
last year,
50.
not today,
Those
the
together
day after they were
give 15.
admitted. And
That's
then ended
also
up testing
symbolic because
positive.
he traveled
Apparently
from
later that
15
night,
light
they
years
did not
away to
put that
Ventura.
person into
So
isolation
that's
to
the
prevent the
definition
resident from
of
infecting
J-Rod
others.
and how he got
So
his name.
they
Now,
said that began a 45-day outbreak, 14 deaths, including one person who was
have
only
never
32
been
years
an
old.
alien,
Now,
but I
before,
have
before we
met
go on,
extraterrestrials.
that is an important
Difference being
problem
that
with the way the stories about
such as a
COVID are written.
J-rod is
One
actually a
person who was
future
32
human
years
and
old.
therefore
Why
shares
is a
the same
32-year-old
human
person
lineage
living in Silverado senior living management. The assumption is there are massive health issues that are already at play in that 32-year-old. Not saying that they deserve to die. They have every right to stay alive, and they have every right to vacation. It's very, very
These faculty members face 13 felony charges for elder endangerment and 5 felony counts of violation causing death. You can shoot someone in South LA and get away with basically probation, but you can't take care of elderly people without facing 13 felonies, 18 felony counts, because you COVID test them the day that they arrive for care. This seems a little bit crazy.
Sessions,
Silverado
remember, you have to follow a certain protocol to approach this
priority is and
your
always
right
has
hand.
been providing
J-Rod
world-class
raises
care
his right hand,
to
and then you take
living with
multiple
dementia
wide
and caring
straps
environment for
together,
our
and then
associates.
you
We deny all charges
During
that
one
are faced
occasion
with
within
their
the claims fair,
egregiously
J-Rod,
contradict the
known
facts.
as
We
Kayla,
look forward to
he
presenting our
broke
case
the
during the legal
protocol,
process.
rushed
So
Dan,
I think
and
this is
they
a
had
huge
developed a
stretch,
friendship
and
at
I'm
this
not
time, so
sure.
this had never happened
I don't
before.
know of
He wasn't
any
under
other
attack, but
criminal suit
Dan
cases that have been
about what
filed
took
against
place. He stepped back and
Why
accidentally
would you
caught
die
his
on that
boot
hill?
of the total
It's just,
encapsulated suit
it's just
on the
crazy.
grid
By the way,
structure of
the
the bottom
The
of
32-year-old was
a
in fact a
4-5,
staff member.
and he tripped over backwards on his oxygen tank,
With that
oxygen
13
tank,
resident,
and the J-Rod
13 residents
proceeded
and
to
one nurse. It was
infuse
All right,
into him
coming up next, as we speak, LA Unified is announcing where they are when it comes to progress on the contract talks. This could result in a massive strike, a 3-day strike affecting.
within the airlock for entry into the 4-5
It is good
facility.
it's
Now,
children, isn't it? Of course it is.
how did they get this technology to access these naturally occurring
Firefighters in Riverside
stargates?
County have rescued a
Ladies and
person from a
gentlemen,
car
they got
caught in
those
flooding
from
in
the
Utah Valley.
Siberian
They say the
silver
water at
seals,
Beach and 58th
in some
Street is
cases from
moving
the
fast.
Baghdad Museum. Now, what you do
Water
here
rescue team
is you take a piece of
More
wet
than
clay and
300,000
you
people
roll
across
that
California
over
have
the
lost
clay
power
with
as
silver
stage
seal,
11
and you end up
atmospheric
with this
river storm
positive
brought rain and
relief.
snow.
Now,
More
according
than
to
a
Dan
dozen areas
Bush,
along
what
the
the
Galena,
government figured
Sacramento,
out how
and
to
Merced
do
rivers
is
overflowed
you
yesterday.
take a
The National
mirror,
Weather Service says
go
at least
right down
90
the center
flood
line of one
warnings
of
and
these
advisories
cliffs,
on effect
and you get
across
a
the
mirror
state.
image, which is
President
nothing
Biden
more
has
than a
visited
blueprint
Monterey
on
Park
how
to
you
talk about a new
access
executive order
these
which he
naturally
said will
occurring stargates.
reduce
That's
gun
how they
violence.
did it. That's how
The
they did it.
executive order also
Now,
expands
in
public awareness
2003,
campaigns
something interesting
about the
happened.
red flag report.
J-Rod was moved
My
from
son,
his position
before he
within
died,
the
Attorney
Plains
General
Fair
of Delaware,
4-5
was a
facility.
great proponent
He
of
was
the
flown
Institute.
to
Biden
Abydos
spoke
Temple,
yesterday
which is
at a
down
Boys and
Mount
Girls
River,
Club and
perhaps
met
some
with
of
the
you
families of
been
those who
there
lost
actually.
someone in that dam
And
shooting death in
remember, he
January.
has to
Critics
be
of the
in
new
his
order say
own
there's no
positive
legislative fix that will
pressure
stop gun
atmospheric
violence.
environment where
Democratic
they'll die.
Congresswoman
So
Judy
they
Hughes
ended up
says she
building
was
a
pleased
stroller
with the
for him.
president's
This
new
is Dr.
executive
Dan
order, which
Parrish's
includes a number
illustration
of
of what
provisions.
that stroller
We have a red
actually
flag law
looked
in
like.
California, which could
And
have
we're called to
enabled
that they
people
were
to take
friends
the
at
gun
the time.
away. I
So
think people in the
Dan
immigrant
Burge
community
was
do not know
sad
about it.
that
So it has
J-Rod
greater
could not
outreach.
go
So that's
home
what
with his
President
family
Biden is doing
and
with
be
the
with his family.
executive
He had
order.
a
Monterey
compassion
Park is
for
in
him.
Chief
So
District, and
in
she is
this
the
act
former
of
mayor of the
compassion
city. The Justice
during
Department and
the
the Securities and
accessing
Exchange
by the
Commission are
government of
investigating
one
the
of these
collapse
naturally
of
occurring
Valley Bank.
stargates
ABC's Rebecca
at
Jarvis,
Abydos
two
Temple,
people familiar with
Dan
the
Bush
situation, claim the
thrust forward
investigations
that
are in the
stroller and pushed
preliminary stage.
Kayla
Sources
into
tell
this
ABC
stargate,
News the
sending
FBI's
home.
early fall
However,
cases on
Dan
Silicon Valley
and
Bank
the stroller
leadership
device
and
were
whether there's
kicked
any
out.
evidence
He
of
got into a lot
possible
of trouble
insider
for this, but
trading.
it was
Jarvis
an
says
act
it's not
of
clear
compassion
whether any
on
wrongdoing
Dr.
has
Dan
been
Burge.
committed. One of the sources says the
There's
DOJ's
a very
investigation
interesting
involves federal prosecutors in
piece of
California,
nostalgia
along with
at the end of
prosecutors
Groom
involved
Lake
in fraud
Runway.
cases.
According to
And
Dan Burge,
overcrowding is
there
forcing
is
an
a
animal
sign
shelter in
there
LA
that has
County to make
multiple
some
arrows pointing
extreme
in every
decisions.
direction. And the sign
Long
says
Beach animal
home.
shelters
This is a
resorting to
symbolic
possible
message
euthanasia
that
as a way
what
to
takes
deal with the
place
recent
at
influx of
S4,
dogs. The
perhaps Groom
facility
Lake,
has 99 large
home
dog
is
kennels, but
underground,
currently is
it's
housing
in outer
120
space, it's
canines.
north, it's
The
east, it's
overflow
west,
animals are
home
living
is
in
everywhere.
portable
There's a
crates, staff
symbolic
offices,
encrypted,
and they were
it's
brought in
bringing
from
home
homelessness that
information
will be
regarding the
euthanized unless
specific
they're adopted
details
by the end
of
of
the
the month.
S4 facility
Jennifer
and
Jones,
providing all of
SFI
us
News.
a
Southline weather
potential
from
Georgia by showers decreasing for the day, mostly cloudy, windy and sunny. Low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, low 60s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s in inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 59 in Seal Beach and it's 60 in Ladera Ranch. We have flooding on the 14 in Santa Clarita.
As we're going northbound toward the Newhall Avenue area, it looks like it is lanes that
Hey, all, it's Dean Sharp. Are you running out of hot water? Water Heaters Only has been specializing in the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1968. That's over 54 years as the original water heater specialist. So visit waterheatersonly.com for zero interest financing. Terms and conditions apply. Request quick service or call to speak with a live operator 24 hours a day. Don't wait and don't overpay. Visit waterheatersonly.com today. That's waterheatersonly.com.
Reset your rest at Mattress Firm's Big Spring Sale. Shop top brands today and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select purchases. Time to score big savings on your dream bed.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp. Water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free Apple Pure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase, a savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call Life Source at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com.
What you got? Is it coming to bring this out? For medication, decrease risk of complication. Level 1, 2, 3. Some come get from multiplying. Isolate so you don't feel fear. You can't be
For medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound. Meet colorful characters and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Losing your air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweating old nightmare, and no one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
And we'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL.com. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
License number 1047781. If you get hurt in an accident, choose the law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby & Myers. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. AM 640.
An iHeartRadio station.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
I have breaking news. Why are you smiling? You do. And it said to Eric Garcetti, the Senate has voted 52-42 to advance the nomination of Eric Garcetti to be U.S. Ambassador to India. The key test vote sets up a final confirmation later today. Several Democrats voted against the nomination, but enough Republicans said, sure, pass him on by.
Which is funny because the arguments I've seen in favor of voting to put Eric Garcetti in that ambassador's chair is not because Eric Garcetti is a great guy or because he comes with a clean past, which he doesn't. It's that our relationship with India is too important for us to continue to not have an ambassador to the country. And that we're working on 2 years now without somebody in that chair, without an actual ambassador. So later today, they'll do another vote. It sounds like because he passed this one, it's very likely that he would also pass the next one.
Marco Rubio said, I just don't think he's qualified, especially with all the questions that are still circling around his previous tenure, of course, referring to his time as mayor. The reason that this was maybe not going to happen is because his former aide, Rick Jacobs, was getting handsy with people all over City Hall, and there were some...
No, it's about the American Kennel Club.
Okay.
And because I found the lists, you only wanted to go through the top 5, apparently. French Bulldog, Lab Retriever, Golden Retriever, German Shepherd, Poodle. Well, right there between the old German wire-haired pointer and the Bull Mastiff is my favorite little Scottish Terrier breed of dog in the United States. But at least it's not down at the bottom. Some of these I've never heard of. Norwegian Moonhund?
Doesn't Mo have Scottish Terriers too?
No.
They look like Scottish Terriers. Why are you so weird?
I'm not. He is Schnauzer.
Schnauzers. They do look similar.
If you cut them right, yes. I mean, if you cut the, if you what's the word? Groom them right, yes, they can have very similar beard and the things, and yes.
Why are you so weird about your dog's breed? Why are you such a breedist?
You've met him.
Yeah.
So I think that it comes from him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Other dogs don't know who they are. Like
5,000 workers, including teachers and support staff, because a walkout would be too much to overcome. Student safety could not be ensured.
Right. So Alberto Cavallo sent out an email to families and said we would simply have no way of ensuring a safe and secure environment where teaching can take place. We'll give you as much advance notice as possible, but we encourage you to begin discussions with your employer, with your child care providers, and others now. In a separate email to the employees of the district, he said you need to prepare for out-of-school support and learning that would be made. We're making every effort to provide students with resources for learning, social, emotional well-being, and nourishment in the event of a strike. There's a couple things that are worth pointing out. Number one, it's for the kids. It's always for the kids.
Sure.
Not. And what better way to make sure that the kids are taken care of than force them out of school for 3 complete days, where the parents now run the risk of potentially sidelining their kids because they got to go to work. I've never in my life, in 30 years of covering stories about teacher strikes and potential teacher strikes or school worker strikes or bus driver strikes or something like that, I've never understood the absolute BS crock-a-foo line that was it's for the kids. It's for the kids. It's not for the kids. If it's for the kids, you would never leave the negotiating table. Ever. And that's apparently what they've done. UTLA is also involved in these contract talks. They've advised their members that they should walk out in solidarity with Local 99 of the SEIU to ratchet up pressure on the district. The SEIU, the actual union that would potentially walk out, Local 99 represents about 30,000 workers, bus drivers, custodians, cafeteria and food service workers, campus security aides, teaching assistants, and aides for students with disabilities.
Let's not forget where we are. We are coming off a unprecedented loss of learning from the pandemic. And you're going to shut down the schools, which we're also nearing end of year tests for these kids as well, when you got to get them ready for that.
When you think about that alone, as much as we criticized LA Unified, they didn't stop teaching. There were times when it was difficult. People who work for UTLA, the actual teachers themselves, not the union leadership, they need to be the ones that tell the union leaders, we've got to be there. We can still stand in solidarity with the 30,000 brothers and sisters who are represented by Local 99, but that they need to be there for the kids, because you know why? That would be for the kids. That would be the only way to please them.
All right, coming up next, speaking of the kids, those kids are a-holes.
I saw this story. We are doing an awful job of raising our children.
I thought that this was not what was going on. I thought kids in high school were much gentler with each other now than we were.
Well, there is an example of something that happened up in the Santa Clarita Valley that may be an illustration of this.
Okay.
But we'll talk about this new study that discusses high school students going after each other. Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Former LA Mayor Garcetti is another step closer to becoming ambassador to India. The Senate has voted 52 to 42 on the procedural measure. A vote on final approval is expected later today. The storm has caused some trees to topple over. A large one is in Culver City, another fell in Sherman Oaks. And the Environmental Protection Agency has proposed federal limits on so-called forever chemicals in drinking water. The chemicals are linked to a range of health issues, including cancer and other severe illnesses. Southland weather from KFI, showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy, highs 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by Blindster.com. We've got problems continuing on that 71 in Pomona.
Stuff on site is still pothole repairs underway for the drive right around Holtz Valley Boulevard. The left lanes that are off limits from Holtz Valley Boulevard to make way toward the 10. So plan for the 57 north of your alternate to the 71 northbound. Seeing delays on the 71 northbound as you make way toward, from as far back as the 60.
Also, issues continue for you. Pop over later in Arcadia on the westbound side of the 210 at Baldwin Avenue. Right lane is taken away, about 12 vehicles off on the right shoulder with flat tires, and you're seeing a slow-going drive 210 westbound as you come away from Mountain. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Napoleon T.
This report is sponsored by Vanguard University in Orange County. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Vanguard.edu to learn more.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce, and the change is not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rates, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSLB 1008374.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Want to stay big on custom forward blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Shop Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick and mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blindster.com.
We have Games live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce.
It sure is, Ron. Steve has been struggling with his CPAP.
His wife, Michelle, is trying to keep the rage. Michelle throws an elbow. She's leaving for the couch.
Steve should get inspired.
Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just sleep. Learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Hey, y'all, it's Dean Sharp. It's 2023. Time for some changes at home. But when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, you're going to need my secret weapon, WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. So to get that kitchen and bath done right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I have trusted for years, WDC. Find the one nearest you at WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com.
Everyone knows that a ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? This is Leland Smith, founder of Service Champions Plumbing, Heating, and AC, and that's especially true when it comes to air conditioning systems. Precision trim and professional cleaning cost a little bit up front, just $88. But we'll put that much bigger and more expensive problems later. We replace systems all the time to get what we don't get from the terminals. So instead of lasting 12 or more years, your systems get out in just 6 or 7 years. Don't risk it. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Call Service Champions for an $88 tune-up today to keep your system clean, energy efficient, and in great working order. Call Service Champions right now to schedule an $88 precision tune-up. Remember, it's 833-777-7777 or online at servicechampions.com.
I'm attorney Gary Cavanoti, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COPS, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COPS.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting live here at Crest
Got the latest here at Union Station.
Putting live here in Laguna Beach.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday.
Really heavy rain come through.
We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
Saturday and Sunday on the CW. It's a party after an incredible start to the season in Mayakoba, Mexico. Liftoff returns to the U.S. live from Tucson, Arizona. Liftoff is live all season long. It's the battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW.
Are you ready for this?
Stream Friday on the CWS and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. iHeartRadio icons with The Edge 40-song reimagined collection. YouTube's The Edge joins Jim Kerr to do a deep dive into the making and remaking of YouTube classics on Songs of Surrender. I'm Bono's working on his book. There's 40 chapters. Well, let's see if there are 40 YouTube songs that you can reimagine. Don't miss it. Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on a classic rock channel on iHeartRadio.
See, that's the
the difference between cats and dogs. Dogs, what should they think about, am I going to go to that person? All I have to do is open the door, and they are right there waiting for me. They don't care about how bad my day was. They are there to love me. Oh, Kelly, that's the difference between cats and dogs. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Gary and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We have our eyes on Wall Street today, which is deep in the red. The Dow dropped by more than 650 points at times today. Other major averages sharply lower as well. Investigators worried about the banking sector. It looks like the Swiss bank, Credit Suisse, may be the third bank to collapse in less than a week.
There's a hearing in a lawsuit in Texas today trying to overturn federal approval of mifepristone, the abortion pill. This is going to be the first opportunity to hear arguments of the anti-abortion groups that filed this lawsuit and of the FDA, which is fighting to keep the abortion pill legal. This lawsuit is trying to end more than 20 years of legal use of medications for abortion. Could have widespread implications in states where abortion is California, not just where it's illegal.
The drone that went down over the Black Sea after it was intercepted by 2 Russian jets may never be recovered. That's according to John Kirby, told CNN the drone fell into very deep water. Officials are assessing whether recovery is possible. We will have all the latest coming up after Deborah's news at the top of the hour when we do Swamp Watch.
Also, the developing story from just a short time ago, the U.S. Senate voted 52 to 42 to the former L.A. Mayor Eric Garcetti's nomination to be ambassador to India. Still have to do a whole nother vote later on today.
Well, the more I read the story, the sadder I got. It appears that the messy political climate that we're in at each other's throats over politics in this country is now soaking into the youth.
Yeah, and they say this study came out of UCLA and UC Riverside and suggested that students at high schools around the state are increasingly willing to criticize each other about political views, about race, and about sexuality. And the advancements that I think that have been made in terms of fair, equitable treatment of people starts when you're younger, right? I mean, it starts with the integration of little I integration, the integration of neighborhoods, the integration of schools. Schools are so much more racially and ethnically diverse now than when you and I went to school, or specifically where we went to school. How's that? So to see this is very frustrating. They said that there are possible causes to all of this. One of them, the tone of political advertising when it comes to congressional districts, which high school kids do not listen to. But they said that the rise of angry talk on campus when parents are increasingly willing to yell at school board members, teachers, and others when they attend school board meetings.
They say these public school board meetings have become de facto political rallies. The people going after the mask mandates, talking about racism, LGBTQ issues, that the rhetoric has been turned up, the heat has been turned up, and it's trickling down to school campuses. In fact, Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, ordered the FBI to investigate a rise in violent speech and threats at public school board meetings. Last year, an investigation by Reuters found evidence of at least 220 threats of violence or other intimidation involving school boards around the country.
This report is called Educating for a Diverse Democracy, says 7 in 10, 71% of school principals throughout California said demeaning or hateful remarks among students increased.
They say LaSalle TV.
A high pressure,
yeah.
You're talking about your children.
Right.
And in the event that you feel that someone is imposing something on your kid that's not true to the edict of education, you're going to be pissed off.
You can be firm, though, without losing your edge.
Well, and you don't have to bring race or gender or sexuality or politics into it.
But they're putting that into the schools. That's part of it.
That is also very true. Now, part of what I was saying about what happened, a video posted to social media up in Santa Clarita showed a couple of girls driving around in a school parking lot singing the song, singing the lyric during the. You know that song, right?
I do not.
Well, I played it for you a little bit ago, and I had to make sure that it wasn't on the air because we would have been in loads of trouble had it been. It's just a woman saying she hates the N-word over and over again, talking about dudes, I assume, and then calls them bees. News conference last night to talk about this. I agree. If I caught my kid doing something like this or posting something like this, as stupid as this on social media, my head would blow up.
Well, it's not just them posting it or singing it; it's wanting to sing that song.
But what if you're just singing a song? And this is the other part about it that we can't discount. The word is everywhere. The word is in all kinds of music.
But when you're saying I hate the N-word, that's the problem. What if there's two boys driving around singing I love to rape girls, raping girls, let's rape girls, I love to rape girls, I'm gonna rape girls all the time? That would be hate speech.
But why is it not hate speech when Kahil 4MB?
He doesn't say I hate.
Oh, she.
So that's a whole. I think it is hate speech for her to say that. You can put the N-word in a song without having, without attaching hate to it.
Right. Even though she literally says I hate them.
That's not what I'm talking about. That song is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what you just said, where that word is ubiquitous in music.
Oh, right. Yes.
It's completely different.
Yes. It's used in different ways. Listen, I mean, you and I are not the ones to ask about the use of it and when is appropriate and when is
totally.
But if you're gonna be upset, we need to make sure that we spread that upset around. You know, we can't pick and choose about when we're going to be upset about.
Right. I mean, that press conference, I would hope, came with what they're doing when they create those types of lyrics.
Yeah.
And who those lyrics would fall into the hands of.
Let's condemn the word. Let's condemn the word in general as part of us,
right.
And the value of that word. The value is not
the history.
Yeah. What goes into it, and rolling around in your own little parking lot at Valencia High School is not the way to make it.
Well, it's just dumb. It's just dumb.
That's why my head was.
All right, coming up next, we will get into all news Washington. Tons to get to today when it comes to the drone, when it comes to Eric Garcetti getting his gig in India, and Biden in Vegas. That seems like a mismatch.
Eric Garcetti, sorry, not sorry.
What do you mean? That goes back to my Dawn show.
We're here to give you the latest.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Arrested on Deborah Mark live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police have arrested a driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro.
The woman was driving from one bar to another bar when she hit the man. Police stare at him and then drive around him. That was probably the most frustrating part within the whole scene. Officers found the woman last week thanks to a tip by someone who thought they spotted the woman's car. Police say she confessed. In L.A., Blake Trolley, KFI News.
More rain has hit SoCal following the state's 11th atmospheric river this winter season. ABC's Andrew Dimbert says nearly 300,000 power outages were reported overnight.
Some mountain towns could see 3 more feet of snow in the coming days. The snowpack in parts of the state already nearly 300% above normal.
Multiple areas experienced record rainfalls yesterday, including Oxnard, which broke a 93-year-old record. LAX also broke its daily rainfall record with 1.97 inches of rain. Governor Newsom yesterday also declared a state of emergency. Newsom's action adds to the 40 counties the governor had already proclaimed a state of emergency since the start of the winter storms in late February. Last week, Newsom got a presidential emergency declaration. Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley says some homes are in danger of sliding down a hillside in Newport Beach. She says one has a family that includes elderly people, and they had to be removed from the house because it was red tat. Foley says if the 3 homes fall, a cascading effect could happen to 50 other homes on the bluff, and they must be prepared in case that happens. Former LA Mayor
Garcetti's nomination to be ambassador to India has cleared a procedural measure on the Senate floor. The Senate voted 52 to 42 on the measure, and a final vote for approval is expected. Former aide's alleged sexual harassment. Garcetti had previously said if he had known about the harassment, he would have done something. President Biden nominated Garcetti to be ambassador to India in 2021. The post office in Yorba Linda will be stamped with the names of 2 local veterans as a thank you for their service and sacrifice.
To make sure that their stories and memories kept alive.
Congresswoman Young Kim said while we can never fully repay our veterans, we can honor them.
We are able to enjoy our everyday freedoms because of the dedicated service and sacrifice of those like, Lance Corporal Rick Santani and Sergeant Major Robert Cutter.
Santani was a recent Esperanza High School grad and had dreams of joining Santa Ana, and the official renaming is Friday. In Yorba Linda, Corbin Carson, KFI News. First it was the crypto bank, so then it was Silicon Valley Bank, and a couple of other regionals. Now it's international.
Stocks are back to falling on Wall Street. KFI financial analyst Jason Middleton says Credit Suisse's one major contributor and depositor, the Saudi Empire, has decided not to inject any more money into the bank.
So it's going to bring down the global market.
Been kept in storage since 2011. LA Lakers Governor Gene Buss and former Lakers coach Byron Scott are set to speak at the ceremony. We're going to go to 71 next.
Are you tired of living with that pain? I mean, what if you didn't have to? What if there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that does not require drugs or surgery or downtime?
We're talking about QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics has lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
Now, QC Kinetics is the nation's leader when it comes to these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and then put them into those achy joints. The goal? Restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but it is now available to anyone.
Imagine that, being pain-free by the summer. You live life the way you used to, walking and running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only options.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN.
213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics. Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN.
The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 525. S&P 500 is down 58, NASDAQ down 95, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day. Mostly cloudy, windy in some areas. We're looking at highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando valleys. Mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Low 60s in inland Orange County. Upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now it's 60 in Orange, 62 Buena Park. It's 58 in Agora Hills, and the same in Sherman Oaks. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 71 in Pomona.
On that 71 northbound right at Rio Rancho Road involving semi, and it looks like they're getting that over the right shoulder, but that's right where we've got some road work going on. The 71 southbound right at Holt Avenue, all lanes are shut down as they try to fix some potholes, and the northbound side closed there as well. It is going to be stacked up from the 60. Also on the 60 eastbound, right past the 71, they were holding all lanes, fixing potholes, and you got a back up on that 60 eastbound from before the 57. Your 57 northbound, you're going to see some delays from Diamond Bar Boulevard. Arcadia, more potholes. 210 westbound, right at Baldwin Avenue, they're holding lanes, trying to fix a big one in the right lane. Fontana, 10 eastbound between Etiwana Avenue to Cherry Avenue, the right lane closed. Huntington Beach, PCH, Huntington Beach, Hermosa Beach, northbound and southbound between Sea Point Street and Warner Avenue. It is closed due to flooding. And in San Clemente on the 5, southbound Avenue, Pico, that crash, and the center lane is blocked, so hitting the brakes from Avenue to Vista Hermosa. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreolipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's TREONinfo.com.
Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
More stimulating talk.
Radio stations.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio. The last few places getting some showers today. Out the 210 towards San Bernardino Riverside. We're headed out towards Palm Springs. You might see some up the that 11th atmospheric river that rolled through was pretty amazing compared to it had been. We saw some very high winds up in the San Francisco, San Jose area. We saw flooding continue in Monterey County and some incredibly high rainfall totals in Monterey, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara County. But again, for the most part, it looks like it's going to be dry now through the weekend.
11 o'clock, we like to talk Washington.
Wow, it's horrible.
The government doesn't work.
Come on, man. Make this like a reality TV show.
What was the bad
News. Always a pleasure. Anywhere in Washington, D.C.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, it's just a town hall too clearly built on a swamp. In so many ways, still a swamp.
That's a bunch of Milwaukee.
Two weeks to drain the swamp. I said, oh, that's so hokey. Yeah, this you know,
Ron DeSantis decided to weigh in on Ukraine with Tucker Carlson on Fox News, and the responses continue to roll in from both Republicans. Real dispute, and not among the U.S.'s vital national interests. That latter point probably is seizing on recent polling that shows close to 60% of people think we're doing too much in Ukraine. Marco Rubio went on a radio show and said, well, I don't know what he's trying to do or what the goal is. Obviously,
very well put together. It was not an off the top of his head kind of an answer. And there's a possibility that it's not even Ron DeSantis' answer because it came from a questionnaire from Fox News. So my assumption being it is sort of a boilerplate issues questionnaire that goes out to different candidates or potential candidates. And like you said, quote, while the U.S. has many vital national interests, becoming further entangled in a territorial dispute between Ukraine and Russia is not one says. Whoever it is that's asking the question usually would say, oh, so are you saying that when you're president you would cut off all support or you would do? There's no give and take in that kind of a conversation.
he previously called out what you're talking about, the Biden's blank check policy on Ukraine, and Twitter is.
Okay, that makes sense. Now the thing is, he's going to have to massage perhaps this policy when he does announce is that Ron DeSantis is just the same old Republican in name only kind of guy, the establishment Republican who wants. Lindsey Graham, for example, said that Ron DeSantis' comments display a misunderstanding of the situation. He says this is not a territorial conflict, it's a war of aggression. It needs to increase its support of Ukraine because while there is no immediate territorial problem that puts us at risk, it is clearly to NATO and the rest of Europe, which we hold very dear, as we should, because of our long-time alliances with them. So, speaking of Lindsey Graham, in the context of this drone that had to be put down into the Black Sea after collision with Russian fighter aircraft, Lindsey Graham has come hold them accountable and say that if we ever get near another U.S. flying in international waters, your airplane will be shot down. What would Ronald Reagan do right now? He would start shooting Russian planes down if they were threatening our coming back. Eric Garcetti news out of D.C. and some more on Silicon Valley Bank and what Congress can do, if anything, to make sure that all of the banks stay afloat.
And the electric boogaloo. Boogaloo.
Boogaloo.
Boogaloo. Boogaloo.
Gary and Shannon will be singing. Jacob could have turned our mics off a minute ago. Deborah Marcus live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Governor Newsom has expanded California's storm state of emergency to 3 more counties. One of them is Orange County. 6 bodies in the ash remains of 154 other people have been found in a warehouse used by a cremation business in the Bay Area. The business had a suspended business license and was not supposed to be operating or keeping remains in the warehouse. Officials say the remains date back to 2013. Police outside of Syracuse, New York, say a mass shooting has been averted. They announced the arrest of a man accused of threatening to carry out a shooting at a top supermarket just 10 months after a massacre at a grocery store in Buffalo. We're heading over to the 210 next. If you're ever injured in an accident, maybe it's a boogaloo.
He's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and winning.
We're talking about Sweet James accident attorneys. Sweet James has now settled $188 million just this past year alone for their injured clients. And the best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate meals to those in need.
And they've fed almost 80,000 people in the last year. Most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident.
Ow, that's a boogaloo.
You may not be able to use your car, and the injury may not allow you to go to work or take part in your normal everyday activities.
If it happens to you, just call Sweet James. Speak to someone who cares. You've got nothing to serve. So if you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. Awarded best attorneys in America.
800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200. Or go to sweetjames.com.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Altadena. On the 210 westbound right at Arroyo Boulevard, it is in the Senate Divider area. A little bit of flow in there. In El Monte, 60 westbound of Santa Anita Avenue, got a crash involving a big rig over on the right shoulder. If you're on that 605 and you're making your way through Santa Fe Springs, 605 northbound, you're on and off the brakes. From the 5 all the way up to the 10 southbound, it's going to be slow from the 60 to the 5. And in Linwood, 710 north at Firestone, got a sold-off vehicle in the Center Divider area. Looks like the tow trucks are on the scene trying to take that away. You're still going to see some delay from the 105. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harner.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. 2 for $6. Looking for new blind to deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager, like phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down. The air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweating all-nighter, and no one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
And we'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing, GOE2TL.com. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047781. Hey, it's Dean Sharp. Clean and healthy water is essential for living your best life. Light Source is the whole house water system that will change that life. Light Source gives you filtered and delicious water from every tap, filtering out the bad, keeping the good, no maintenance needed. And right now, new customers can get a free Aquapure antibacterial filter with qualifying purchase. That's an $825 value. So call Light Source today at 800-803-2696 or go to lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take us with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, get thousands of other stations and playlists all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeartRadio. Metro was telling all of its drivers on the buses, in the face of conflict, try to scale down the tension. You imagine that? You're just a bus operator, and now you have to make sure the vagrant that gets on the bus doesn't slash your throat. The vagrant who's whacked out a mess. John and Ken. That's what a policeman is for. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin from the Pentagon regarding the downing of the American drone over the Black Sea, said that he did talk with his Russian counterpart.
I just got off the phone. It's important that great powers be models of transparency and communication. The United States will continue to fly and to operate wherever international law allows. And it is incumbent upon Russia to operate its military aircraft.
Everything in terms of our support of Ukraine, and says that Russia's running out of capability and it's running out of friends.
I just did a deep dive on Boogaloo and the origins of Boogaloo. Boogaloo didn't always mean the pro-gun, anti-government, let's have another civil war group. Boogaloo originally referred to a rock and roll dance and music style, especially popular among Latin American youth in New York City in the 60s. And then it was adopted for a style of street dance that inspired the electric boogaloo in the 1970s, which is popularly associated with break dancing. Electric boogaloo dancing was featured in the 84 film Breakin' Electric Boogaloo. And then the sequel, the widely mocked sequel of the same year, Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. By the 2000s, jokes about Breakin' 2 extended Boogaloo as a slang term for any nonsensical, unnecessary, or strange sequel, literal or figurative. And so the Boogaloo movement...
The reason you even thought about it is Enrico Wood. You've seen any of his work?
No.
That's because he's an aspiring porn star. His real name is Eric Schianti. Is on the run currently from the FBI following a raid on his home. They were thought that the fugitive was sitting on an illegal cache of weapons originally stockpiled in anticipation of taking part in the violent uprisings after the 2020 election. Eric Wood hails from Tempe, Arizona, but he's been in the wind for weeks, according to this criminal complaint against him.
I think Boogaloo was last talked about on this show in maybe around March of 2020.
That's probably
right. When we were like, what's this Boogaloo? Who are these Boogaloo people? Speaking of,
question about what is aspiring porn star? Like you're not good at it.
You want to bang around a lot of chicks.
Yeah.
And so I want to have sex for a living. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of men who are aspiring porn stars.
Yes.
Speaking of, I got this memory. Instagram now does this memories where it tells you what you posted on this day in the past 3 years or so. And closure of all bars, pubs, wineries, and brew pubs. They were non-essential services. I saw that memory just brought me right back to when we were doing the show and that crossed the wire.
Somebody also, it's hard for me to remember. I had gone this deep into March without even thinking about it. It was 3 years ago that the world was collapsing in front of us. Somebody posted Rudy Gobert's news conference. Rudy Gobert was the first NBA player to test positive for COVID.
That's
after
right.
he gave a news conference,
When he licked all the mics.
He put his hands all over the mic and all over the table and everything, and then walked out. And a couple days later, they were canceling games at halftime because of the fear that that was going to be a spread.
I just remember when we got the alert that March Madness was canceled, and I was like, oh, heck.
And the hospital shift that was going to show up.
Yeah.
We don't need those. We're not a third world country.
Turns out we didn't.
Turns out we didn't need it. But Eric Garcetti got some good news from Washington, D.C. today.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 42, the motion is agreed to.
Now, this motion was for him to become the next ambassador to the United Nations, although there's a final vote that comes in the Senate later today. Chuck Schumer wanted to have a couple things to say about all of this.
Majority Leader.
Madam President, today I ask unanimous consent to complete my remarks prior to the scheduled recess.
Without objection.
My remarks are very simple. The United States-India relationship is extremely important, and it's a very good thing we now have an ambassador.
The Foreign Relations Committee approved Garcetti's nomination last week with support from a couple of Republicans, Todd Young of Indiana, Bill Hagerty of Tennessee. None of the Democrats on the committee came out against him, but he did not get, as you could tell, the expected unanimous support from the caucus, and that uncertainty means that the Republicans in the Senate had to. All right. comes the cleanup crew. Is that why you drink Diet Coke, so you could blame it on Handle when something like this happens?
I was just impressed that I turned my mic off in time.
You almost.
Well, it really was like a firework. I threw it out in the wastebasket, and all of a sudden it was like a fountain of Diet Coke.
Empty it and take it down to the recycler?
What? No.
What an animal. Guess you just don't care about children or animals anymore, do you?
I guess not.
I guess not. I guess that's the way we're going to do it.
I don't know why you hate women.
Because women don't recycle. That's why. We will talk in a few minutes. Justin Worsham was going to join us. A couple things. Should parents and teachers be allowed to physically discipline their kids? And then are those kids shows for your kids, like the really baby ones, like
I like the magic mirror.
are they actually good? Can babies learn from them?
I did. Romper Room and Friends.
Gary and Sharon will continue in just a moment. We'll need some cleanup.
Yeah, I need a wife. Can you give me a wife?
Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A senior care facility in LA and 3 of its managers are facing criminal charges related to a deadly COVID-19 outbreak.
The facility is accused of putting financial gain over the safety of its patients and staff members. DA Gascode says in 2020, 100 people contracted COVID-19 following the patient being admitted. 14 people, including the nurse who admitted that patient, died in the outbreak. In LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Silverado denies the charges. It says they are baseless and contradict the facts. Stocks of banks, both large and small, have fallen. ABC's Alexis Christoforous says there are new concerns after its biggest backer, Saudi National Bank, said it would not provide any fresh funding for the embattled Swiss lender. This caused an automatic pause in trading of Credit Suisse shares on the Swiss market and sent shares of other banks in Europe tumbling, some by double digits. Credit Suisse chairman Axel Lehmann said the bank already took some medicine to reduce risk. A federal judge in Texas is set to hear a lawsuit that seeks to overturn the FDA's approval.
Claiming the FDA exceeded its authority, and they're asking the judge to pull the Drug Enforcement Agency to try and get it reapproved again, which could take years and could affect 64 million women across the country.
ABC's Myra Villarreal says the drug was originally approved by the FDA more than 20 years ago. The Guttmacher Institute says more than half of women who get abortions in the U.S. do so by that drug. And Bobby Caldwell, singer known for R&B hits, What You Won't Do for Love and Open Your Eyes. Mostly cloudy, windy in some areas, highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, in Cypress, and 58 in Brea. We're going to a crash on the 110 in Highland Park.
On the 110 northbound right at Avenue 52, brand new crash. The 2 left lanes are blocked and just past it. We've got some more of it over on the right shoulder. Then out to Dina 210 westbound at Arroyo Boulevard. Got that wreck in the Senator Minor area, but right now all lanes are stopped. They're trying to hook it up and take it out of your way. It is backed up for a little bit to downtown LA on the 10 westbound at Alameda. Got a hit and run involving a semi reported on the shoulder, and also in downtown LA on the 101 southbound at Los Angeles Street. Heads up, a large metal rock.
The CPAC Kings live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is, Ron. Steve has been struggling with his CPAC. His wife, Michelle, is trying to contain the rage. Michelle throws an elbow. She's leaving for the couch. Steve should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Duffy Power Services is the leading supplier of emergency power supplies and backup generators for Southern California. Your business deserves more uptime and fewer power issues. With Duffy's help, your power will keep running smoothly. Go to DuffyPower.com. That's DUTHID Power.com.
Hey, it's Jennifer. Join us this March to make March Matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Every time you shop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
Remember, whatever you do, don't let drunk drive. And remember, driving under the influence of anything is illegal for your family and yourself.
Let's Start a Coup wonders, what if a secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest schemes.
And for you, Major General Scott Butler had nothing to ever do for the city. Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio's drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spell BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. The KFI is in your ear, so put it on your screen. Follow us now. Ask KFI AM 640.
Legislators.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, speaking of the Pentagon right now, has said that the United States will continue all of our surveillance flights after that American reconnaissance drone was hit by Russian warplane down of the Black Sea. Said he spoke with his counterpart in Russia and just said we need to be transparent about all of it. And apparently the Russians weren't as transparent as he thought that they should be.
The 11th atmospheric river of the winter here in California is taking parting shots at some places around here in Southern California. Water, mud, and rocks are reported on many roads, along with the potholes the size of sinkholes that have disabled numerous cars. Flooding has closed several miles of PCH through Huntington Beach. Monterey County authorities say the first phase of repairs on that 400-foot breach of a
dip right at the beginning of trading today on Wall Street. The regional banks that we've seen that have been up and down the last couple of days are back down for the most part. Credit Suisse is really the headline maker today because there's concerns about whether or not there are some significant cracks in its foundation. So the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 339 right now. It's about a full percent point. S&P 500 down as well. But it looks like the NASDAQ actually might turn positive here in a few minutes.
Justin Worsham, host of the Dad podcast, joins us to talk about all things parenting.
Thank you. Hi. Hello. You feel like a parent sometimes when you come in here? No. You know, to be honest, that's interesting. I feel way more like a child when I come in here than I do a parent. I definitely come over here. This is a mental exercise in coming over overcoming my imposter like syndrome. I just don't want to screw up your show. I feel that most weeks. I think we all get hurt. You came in and you were the one that came in as the cleanup crew when the Diet Coke exploded. Yeah. I just want to provide value for the here, Margaret. It's just a paper towel after she cleaned up most of the mess. That's what I bring to the table. You're welcome.
We found upon value on this show.
Was that the problem with my radio career? I was off brand. Try too hard. Well, I have some weird sense memories of when my kids were super young. One of them was the sound of a CD that my wife received or bought or something like that. It was like lullabies with the sound of a human heartbeat put underneath them. Oh, why does that sound like a horror? That sounds terrible, right? And then, was it creepy or was it soothing for you? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to describe. It was kind of
classical music, but it would be, for example, a small toy Ferris wheel that would just go in a circle, or a Jack in the Box that would be on the screen, and you'd see it, you know, blink, 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 and then surprise. So it's really bright, active things for babies to look
get
at.
your brain activated.
Or teach you that the television is the place for mental stimulation. I don't know.
For KQED, you wrote an article, which I thought it was interesting that this comes from KQED, like a PBS station.
Yeah, because they provide a lot of that program.
That's their thing. And they have kind of shifted with Sprout being their like preschool kind of brand, and there is a lot more like that. When I was still doing stand-up, my thing was people would ask all the time, like the TV host would ask the kid questions and then pretend like they responded, and that always drove me nuts. But what I'm talking about here today is that they did some research specifically about baby Einstein to find out if it was effective. And what they basically found, what they did was they would show baby Einstein videos to kids just watching them by themselves, and then they had a group where it would be a kid watching it with a parent, and then there would be a group where there was no video and it was just the parents interacting with the kid. And the goal was that they were supposed to learn these words that were covered by baby Einstein. And what they found is that the only instance where the kids learned the words effectively was when they were just interacting with their parent. Whether they were sitting and watching the video with their parent or just watching it by themselves, they did not learn the words. Really? Yes. And so they have a thing, and this is one of the reasons why I want to talk to you guys about it today, because I really think it validates you guys kind of championing and pushing to get the kids back in schools during the lockdown, is that I've never heard this, but it's a thing called video deficit. And what they found in this research is that really young children, 3 and younger, don't really learn anything from video interactions. It's slightly improved if there's an interactive element to it, but it's still not as effective. To the point where they use an example in this article that if you showed a 2-year-old a video of somebody hiding something in a room, they won't retain where that thing was hidden. But if they watch the person hide it in the room, they automatically know where it is. So they are able to tell the difference between video and real life. Whether they know it or not, they can intrinsically tell the difference. And they've even drilled down to the idea that that kids can interpret or intuit when there is even a 1-second delay via like a video chat or FaceTime or learning in a Zoom class. Like if there's a little bit of delay, it affects their ability to process and learn.
Areas where very few things exist.
Who has a husband who's a editor and producer, but
such a place.
Songs, and that's kind of what they're
You look up at the night sky, everything seems to be the same. Countless stars spread out in fairly uniform fashion. But huge areas such as Moody's Void are different and contain very few objects.
When you think
The universe is a structure on its own. Long filaments of dark matter threaded with galaxies and clusters of galaxies, punctuated by vast voids. These voids are just that, areas devoid of matter.
Wouldn't be able to pronounce a word for whatever
To truly understand the universe, we may have to gaze into the abyss.
Look at my mouth.
One of the largest known void in the universe is Moody's Void. This massive empty spherical region in space is about 330 million light years in diameter. It accounts for 0.27% of the diameter of the entire universe, which itself is a daunting 93 billion light years across. Moody's Void is a massive expanse of empty space, unlike any other ever observed. This place lies about 700 million light years near the Moody's constellation. The American astronomer Robert Kushner and his team discovered it back in 1981. When we first observed the void, we found only one galaxy inside. Since then, we've detected only a few dozen more. The average distance for each galaxy would place one every 10 million light years. That's 4 times the distance of the Andromeda galaxy from Earth. This is a big difference compared to our galactic neighborhood, the Virgo supercluster. much smaller region of space, about 110 million light years in diameter, that's home to over 2,000 galaxies, including our Milky Way. Astronomer Greg Aldering once described the scale of the great nothing. He said, if the Milky Way had been in the center of the Oot's void, we wouldn't have known there were other galaxies until the 1960s. Just for comparison, the Milky Way has about 24 neighbors in a region of space just 3 million light years across. 20 galaxies elsewhere in the universe is a few million light years. Instead, we have only identified a total of 60 galaxies there. The galaxies inside this vast emptiness are as lonely as they can be. The Hubble telescope even brought us a photo of such a galaxy. It's a spiral galaxy inside the Oot's void. The European Space Agency describes it as the loneliest of galaxies. How the galaxy got there is not known. Included in this observation are 3 foreground stars, all from our own galaxy. All other planets. But how do such voids form? Computer models have shown that smaller voids, which are more common, come as a result of galaxies drawing closer to one another thanks to gravitational attraction. This causes neighboring regions to deplete. But the empty universe, from mere gravitational forces to clear out space of that size. But, as I mentioned earlier, the large-scale structure of the universe is made up of long filaments of dark matter threaded with galaxies and clusters of galaxies punctuated by vast. The galaxies get further apart from each other. The universe is just like a sponge or Swiss cheese with empty areas inside. As the universe keeps expanding, cosmic voids such as the Oot's will be growing even more. The filaments connecting clusters and only gravitationally bound collective clusters will remain as islands, adrift in the expanding emptiness.
Southern California Edison. If you're trimming trees and other vegetation, it's always good to keep yourself and tools at least 10 feet from power lines to avoid injuries and outages. Learn more at fbe.com/stay safe. On Ice-T's Daily Game Podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger's, Publix, and more. Store-anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high-credit national tenants, tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation fund more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRC's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com. Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting ever. Call 800 Pacific. 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800 Pacific. Pacific Coast Termite. Coast Termite.
The clean, friendly way.
For over 60 years, Clark Pest Control has been California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help getting rid of pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Call 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. That's
with an emergency going on up there, it's probably just a big party.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
What about you? No.
He did a slow take to her, like this is
Really pissed
I
off.
don't understand
Really
that
pissed
question.
off that I would ever even ask.
Right, like how many years before you know me well enough?
Like, you don't even know me anymore.
That is,
Sometimes I do things like that just to upset you.
it barely shows.
Yeah, you and your wife can both breastfeed.
Yeah, why not?
And now you're just saying what you think you should say.
No, I feel like that. I think part of what you like, you wouldn't strap on a fake set of boobs.
No.
Like, but if you biologically, yeah, it's supposed to be a better way. Yeah, for stay-at-home dad.
I almost wanted to get one as a dad day.
She has the worst smile on her face right now because she's got an image. Yeah, she's got an image where just with his deadpan face, just completely unhappy with his lot in life at that moment. He's rethinking all of his choices, including marrying his beautiful bride, his choice to make people with her, like all of that is being second guessed in this hypothetical situation
So good.
where Gary is wearing a fake bra to breastfeed his young son.
Okay. What's up next? What are we talking about?
So they are talking. This is coming because they just kind of lobbying this out there, talking about why is it in the country of Canada it's still legal to spank your child, and then they go into cite all of the data that we all know that spanking your child doesn't really it's not more effective than any other thing. And this to me is there's a little bit of what I think is a gray area because I have a fear that when they do these surveys on spanking that there is some abuse spectrum that kind of trickles in that maybe gets in there just under the wire. You know what I mean? Because what's hard for me to imagine is that everybody within the sound of our voices right now arguably was spanked on some level as a child at some point, and yet it's not remembered as being severely traumatic. And I don't know anybody that really caused them to act out more. But that is the message that you get from experts and the data today. Spanking does not help. It actually it increases the bad behavior more than it helps it.
I did not know that it was banned in 65 countries, physical punishment. I got a list of 65 countries.
Surprisingly enough, on that list for me is Estonia, where Shannon enjoys pancakes on an annual basis.
They beat those kids.
Nope.
You know what happened?
Germany, illegal. Greece, Greenland, Israel, illegal to spank your child.
Now, I would say this. It's illegal, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Right? I mean, there's limits, obviously. We have limits, too, about what would be considered physical punishment versus physical abuse.
And the difference, according to what we're reading here, is that in our area, it's usually up to a judge to decide where you're crossing into abuse. But in their countries, technically, if you get caught, somebody presses charges, you go to jail. As long as they show you hit your child, you are in the wrong. It's a done deal. That's a wrap. Whether or not it's like an equivalent to a felony or misdemeanor, I couldn't find. But I was shocked that 61 countries say that it is illegal to strike your child.
When you ask about teachers, though, that to me is a completely different line. We grew up at a time when it probably was not uncommon for a neighbor, if they had to physically,
if you're staying like hanging out with a friend or something, you're acting up in the back of a car and they would slap you on the head or something like that. Yeah.
That was not uncommon.
Can you imagine doing like you as a parent today, like your kids' friends are over and you got a whop, like just give them a little whop on the head.
A couple of them had bricks for heads, so yes, I can imagine that. My son's friends, but other than that, no,
It's weird, right?
It is weird, and the idea that a teacher would be allowed to physically discipline a kid. Again, we grew up at a time when that wasn't unusual. It was not uncommon for a principal to have a paddle or somebody. I don't know if it's you. Somebody told me about a bar in a hallway. We had our school. Most of our hallways were open hallways, but there was one 3 or 4 classroom string that was technically indoors. It had a hallway because it was connected to the restrooms on the other side. So there was an inside area, and
there were bars on the wall, like, because I'm just curious, is what do we think caused this cultural shift? Because, again, all of us grew up having some kind of corporal punishment and yet don't see it as being traumatic. Yet, we all can agree that for our kids, it's different, right? And even our kids' friends. I would never want one of my kids' teachers striking my kid. Yet every day, for the first day of school, we got the little note. And for the second day of school, my dad would put a little note and sign it. I'd bring it back, and the teacher would always say, it's not a permission slip. I'd say, there's a note. And he would always write, feel free to hit him if necessary, and sign his name.
I think people are constantly looking at parenting the way they're looking at dieting or diet. In terms of what you should eat, what you shouldn't eat, how many cups of coffee should you have, how many are harmful. And the pendulum swings back and forth because everyone always wants to find the answer of what's going to make me look great or what's going to make my kid turn out okay.
And exercise is probably...
And it's fasting again, right?
Yes.
It's like, oh, okay, that'll make you lose weight.
That'll
and
do
then it's like 10 years ago, it was eat all the meat, and then it was eat no meat, and you know what I mean?
I do, yeah. And I think that what we kind of find in these segments is that the through line is that really what you have to do is just be connected to your kid, communicate, set expectations and boundaries, and don't make them too malleable. They need to be consistent. That's all. That's the diet and exercise of parenting weight loss.
And don't expose them to Ms. Rachel.
This is what you watch Wednesday, and we talk about shows. One of the good shows that we both fallen in love with is called Shrinking on Apple TV Plus. Harrison Ford just came out on Friday. There's a moment where, well, I mean, there's a series of moments, but it's a full scene where Jason Segel, as the father of this teenage girl,
oh my gosh,
has to setting those reins. She went as far as taking the car with some college guy's house. You know, I'm not ruining the episode. Everybody should definitely go watch the show. But to your point, when that happens, he's like, you got to have a consequence. It ends with her saying, I hate you. And we see him kind of go, okay, I feel like I'm doing my job. Right. But she said, I hate you, which is a very scary thing, but I would agree. Correct. She said, I effing hate you. Everybody loves that. As always, Justin, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, coming back. Trending stories. We'll get back into what you watch Wednesday tomorrow.
You could also use it to listen to KFI AM 640.
KFI.
The KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Another emergency declaration. I'm Deborah Marks, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Winter storms have prompted supervisors and the governor to declare a state of emergency in Orange County.
Multiple families have been kicked out of 3 apartment buildings in San Clemente because of a landslide that could send the building tumbling down a hillside.
We have several incidents occurring in Orange County.
Supervisor Katrina Foley says homeowners are struggling to get insurance to cover billions of dollars in damage.
A hillside collapsed in the Dover Shores community in Newport Beach, and other weather-related events throughout Orange County, from Seal Beach to Rancho Santa Margarita.
Governor Newsom yesterday added Orange County to the state of emergency, which frees up access to state and federal storm damage cleanup funds. In Newport Beach, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A hit-and-run driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro has been arrested. The man's son says he hopes the woman does some time.
It could have been an accident if she had just stopped, gotten out of her car, checked on my father, dialed 911, asked for some assistance, but unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Police say the woman hit the man earlier this month when she was driving from one bar to another. She got into another crash shortly after. Someone who spotted the woman's car tipped off police, who then arrested the woman last week. Police say she confessed. And this just in, we have some breaking news. The Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Eric Garcetti as the U.S. ambassador to India. A sex offender on parole has been arrested for allegedly sexually assaulting a woman inside a McDonald's restroom in Riverside. Police say the man entered the women's restroom Sunday, confronted a woman as she was leaving the stall. They say he blocked the door and assaulted her. The woman escaped, and another person followed the man into the parking lot, holding him down until police arrived. The man was released from prison in December and was wearing a GPS monitoring device. UCLA says it has created the world's fastest humanoid robot set to compete in the 2023 RoboCop. The machine, standing 4'8", can walk, jump, and run with both feet off the ground while in motion. Professor with the Samueli School of Engineering at UCLA, Dennis Hahn, says the bot is the first running human-like robot created by students, and the soccer match is a way of showcasing the technology.
Every year, new technology, new knowledge that we created. It's a great way to share. So that's why we do RoboCop or Robot Soccer. And again, it's exciting thing.
The bot will play against other similar creations in France this summer. Chris Adler, KFI Atlantic, the heaviest loss losses were focused on smaller and mid-sized banks, but KFI financial analyst Jason Middleton says people do not need to be worried about their 401ks.
Because most of those are diversified, and plus, if you have personal deposits of $250,000 or less, you're kind of guaranteed. So don't sweat it too much.
He says at the same time, people do have to keep an eye on the headlines because the rising interest rates are at fault. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says the U.S. will send $331 million in humanitarian aid to Ethiopia. While meeting with the country's foreign minister, Blinken pointed out some of the food being provided to Ethiopia that comes from Ukraine.
That just underscores the importance of making sure that the arrangements that have been put into place, necessitated unfortunately by the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the Black Sea corridor, making sure that Ukraine could get out of Ukraine.
He says the aid includes funds for life-saving support to those displaced by conflict, drought, and food insecurity. He says the U.S. is committed to helping Ethiopia develop and strengthen their own productive capacity. And again, the breaking news is the Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Garcetti as the U.S. ambassador to India. We're going to check Wall Street now. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 296, S&P 500 down 26, NASDAQ is up 15, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Top line weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy, windy in some places. Highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valleys, mid 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s in inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 60 in Tustin, it's 55 in Laguna Beach, 58 in Fontana, and 60 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 10 down heads up at Boulder, also on the 60 westbound of Phillips Ranch Road. Got a crash that went across all of the lanes, landed on the shoulder. Still trouble in Pomona 71 northbound is completely shut down between Holt Avenue and the 10. They're fixing some potholes and it is stopped going away from the 60. Also, it looks like we got a new trouble spot. Pomona 10 westbound up. It looks like eastbound, right at White Avenue. Another large pothole with rebar exposed. That is in the right lane. And that 10 eastbound is stopped coming away from the 57. Pasadena, more potholes 210 westbound between Michelin Avenue to Rosemead, the right lane. And in Malibu Canyon Road closed in both directions from Civic Center Way to Iona Road. It looks like it's still got that mudslide and it's closed in both directions. KFI and the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
This hour of the Gary and Shannon Show is brought to you by SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Go to solarmaxtech.com. Losing your air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweating old nightmare, and no one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
And we'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing, GOETTL.com. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047781.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number?
Not me.
Nope, nah. Oh no, he's been stolen.
LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. When the U.S. starts telling another country to end the war now, it's time to take a hard look at your own protection plan. If you've been on the fence about buying gold and silver, it's time to act. Securing your IRA or 401k with real gold and silver is a portfolio protection plan, and Oxford Gold has made it as easy as 1, 2, 3. Call Oxford Gold right now and ask about bonus opportunities you may be eligible for. Call 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
Superwoman, super lawyer, superwoman.com.
KFI.
More
March 15th, 2023. Don't forget to let us know what you're watching, because it's the What You Watching Wednesday. We'll tackle that at about 12:30 already on the website, KFIAM640.com. We've got 3 trailers, a trio of trailers for you to check out. Chupa, Holy S, and the Little Richard documentary.
Holy S one I saw last night looks. Well, the guy stuck in an outhouse, upside down.
That's not a good way to get through your life.
It looks like it just was awful to make.
I watched the new House Party last night and loved it. On Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
It was very funny. Yeah.
Earlier today, we were talking about a fight that broke out between flight attendants, actually, as part of our Terror in the Skies. They were arguing over whether or not it was within the policy of their airline to allow a first-class passenger to give up her seat in order to go back and sit next to her husband. And you said he's on his own back there. But here's a different take on that.
Hey, Shannon, yeah. The reason why you're puzzled of why a woman would leave first class to sit with her husband is you're missing one factor. In the story, it doesn't say the hotness factor of the young woman sitting in his immediate proximity and the chances that he might be having a good time sitting back there. So, yeah, that's the factor you're missing.
If you're worried your husband's going to cheat on you on a plane.
What else is going on? Time for What's Happening. Well, the big local story has been the weather. And it is lightening up. For the most part, rain has moved through Southern California, but we saw an onslaught of winter storms that came through. The Orange County Board of Supervisors declared a state of emergency for that county. They're particularly concerned about that neighborhood of Dover Shores and Newport Beach. At least one home was close to sliding into the Back Bay and endangering the severe winter storms at the late part of February.
Orange County government employees can forget about scrolling through TikTok on the job. Board of Supervisors following advice from the feds to ban TikTok from county-owned equipment. We're seeing this more and more as dominoes fall on TikTok and government devices.
A fugitive charges that he orchestrated a complex conspiracy to defraud people, specifically his online followers, out of about $1 billion. He was there to solicit investments in various entities and programs by promising outsized financial returns and other benefits. He was charged with lining his pockets with the money, including buying himself and his close relatives a tiny little 50,000 square foot mansion, $3.5 million Ferrari, even 2 $36,000 mattresses. There was also a $37 million luxury yacht that was financed in all of this.
The Senate has confirmed Eric Garcetti to be ambassador to India after the nomination faced some pushback from Democrats. Chamber voted 52 to 42 earlier in the day to break a filibuster on the nomination. So there you have it. He will get what he wanted. And it looks like Republicans signed off on this more than the Democrats did. Of course, there was speculation he may not get it because reports were he looked the other way when one of his aides was pretty handsy at City Hall.
Which was ironic that the Republicans decided to just allow him to get it, despite any... some of them that did vote in favor of Eric Garcetti had voiced concern about that, but said, it's been too long. We should not be going this long without an actual ambassador to India, because India is a very important country for us to have relations with.
Gloria Molina has announced she has terminal cancer. Agree with her or not, she was a force. She was on the LA County Board of Supervisors for more than 2 decades, and you did not F with Gloria Molina. I will tell you that. She was the first Latina elected to both the Board of Supervisors and on the LA City Council. She's 74. She's been receiving treatment for 3 years, but at this point it is very aggressive.
She said, I've lived a long, fulfilling, and beautiful life. She addressed the message to her dearest friends and her beloved community. She said, you should know that I'm not sad. I entered this transition in life feeling so fortunate. Quite an outfit. We got word yesterday that the special prosecutor in the Rust shooting involving Alec Baldwin has decided to resign. Andrea Reed, also known as a New Mexico State representative, she is also, I should say, a New Mexico State representative, said this decision to step down from the prosecution was difficult. She made it after much reflection. But she said, in every case I've prosecuted has been justice for the victim, but it's become clear the best way I can ensure justice is served is to step down so that the prosecution can focus on the evidence and facts. Baldwin's lawyers pointed to the state's constitution and argued that she should be barred from prosecuting the case because of the fact that she is a representative, that she is a representative in the state legislature.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Remember, let us know on Twitter at Gary and Shannon. What are you watching? Also, Aaron Rodgers is in the news. He went on a radio show and talked about how he still intends to go play for the Jets, but the Packers are just working out what kind of compensation they are going to get.
If you're the Jets, why are you doing this?
Get another year, go all in. They've got Sauce Gardner, they've got some receivers. They're signing all his wish list guys.
But for a year?
Oh, yeah, the Rams did it. The Rams pulled out. That's the thing it's a great debate on sports radio, right? Would you rather win a Super Bowl this year and be mediocre for the next 10 years? So would you trade away your picks and everything, and no cap space and the whole bit?
Or
just be mediocre for a while? Yeah, or it's one of those tough things. I mean, Rams look no further than Rams fans after what happened after they won.
Gary and Shannon will continue in just a moment. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Garcetti as the U.S. ambassador to India. A hit-and-run driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro earlier this month has been arrested. Orange County has declared a state of emergency due to the winter storm. From the Southern California Toyota dealers filling Pasadena on the 210 east on Fort Hill Avenue, brand new accident there. Bill Rowe reported a crash over on the right shoulder embankment. And in Pomona, 71 northbound still shut down between Alta Avenue to the 10 to fill some potholes. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harman.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster has sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters to satisfy thousands of inspiring, thought-provoking quotes. And now, we're passing that knowledge on to you in my new radio podcast, Daily Kids. In less than 5 minutes, I'll break down why these words matter and reveal personal stories that show their actions in my life. Listen to Ice Daily News every weekday on the iHeartRadio. Split it all nightly, and no one wants that, Zach. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
And we'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing, GOE2CL.com. We'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047781. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Not me. Nope. Nah. Oh no. He's been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, hurricanes can certain restrictions apply. No tenting ever. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800-PACIFIC.
Pacific Coast Termite, kills termites.
The clean, friendly way.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro, do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
When we hire new technicians at Service Champions, we always ask, would I trust this person to show up on my mother's doorstep? Leland Smith here, founder of Service Champions Plumbing, Heating, and AC. If a technician doesn't pass the mother's doorstep test, they'll never make it to your house. Applicants have to look clean and professional, and they have to be kind and polite, and they have to treat people with respect. They have to pass the background check and the drug test.
When they do show up, they'll be wearing a clean uniform and accompanying a definition. Because I flat out guarantee you, if I would send them to my mother's doorstep, I would never send them to yours. Our number is 833-777-7777, or find us online at servicechampions.com.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce, and the change is not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rates, but time is running.
That shifted very quickly.
The weather's coming up to Walla Sharp, Saturday evening at 5 on KFI and on the
That trailer got me a little misty-eyed. And then I started the Holy S one, and wow, those are diametrically
I told you that's the
very different.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We got about 40 minutes or so left in the trading day on Wall Street, and I am about to sneeze. The stock indices have moved lower. Bank worries have intensified because there's some concern about some problems with Credit Suisse, the latest bank to show some problems. But at this point, most of the regional banks have been holding steady today. They were down negative, especially at the beginning, but have rebounded quite a bit. The Dow Jones Industrial Average right now is down 400 points. S&P 500 is down 39. NASDAQ is down 23. The best performing index so far today is the NASDAQ. And again, still about 40 minutes left in the trading day.
Well, we told you about Aaron Rodgers is headed to the Jets, most likely. He says it's just got to get those details worked out in terms of what the Packers get. John Morant was just hit with an 8-game suspension without pay in the NBA for flashing a gun at a strip club earlier this month. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver calling his conduct irresponsible, reckless, and potentially very dangerous. If you think that pro athletes don't go to strip clubs armed, you are crazy. If you think that this is a one-off, you are crazy.
Well, when I saw this and I saw the outcry over it, it surprised me.
Me too.
It surprised me that it surprised me that he was stupid enough to record himself on video, or like it was
Instagram
Facebook Live. That's
yeah.
Instagram Live, and put this on video. Everybody caught it. It started making its way around the internet. He wasn't, but I was amazed at the reaction.
I know. It's like he hit somebody with it. You know, the reaction was almost like he pistol whipped someone or assaulted someone some way. It was, he has a gun and he's at a strip club. I think probably the reaction was he's like the face of the league, right, Jacob? Like he's like going to be the new face in the league as more and more of these guys are retiring.
Yeah, he's a young superstar.
Yeah. So I think it was more about his high-profile nature of the NBA protecting itself and its brand.
And I know, your point, I know that plenty of athletes probably do that. I don't know if they feel threatened. I don't know how many times they've had to pull guns on other people to protect themselves from a threatening situation like that. Or if it's just become sort of de rigueur. That's just the way they do it because that's what the other guy does.
Do you use French?
Probably. But yeah, I was surprised by that. I was surprised that if they were going to react that. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin says he spoke with his Russian counterpart about the destruction of that MQ-9 Reaper drone over the Black Sea. This is what they said is the closest to direct conflict since Moscow's invasion of Ukraine a year ago. He said in his call with Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu that he told them we need to be very transparent about all of this. Admiral Army General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, also said he was planning to talk to his Russian counterpart counterpart, General Valery Gerasimov, chief of the general staff of the Russian armed forces. The two country military chiefs have been talking. Really, the fact that those phone calls were made underscores how serious.
This French makes David Stern references in 2023. How about your Jeopardy question? How about that? But you gotta get the music. Why would it die? That just kind of makes me sad. Your category, Breakfast of Champions for $1,000. If we can have the music. Some translate the Spanish name of this breakfast dish as country-style ale. Yeah, I was just going to say, just think of the one Spanish item on every breakfast menu, not named chiquichili.
Que es huevos rancheros.
Sí, señor.
The sports stories continue because Sotheby's is listing Michael Jordan's 1998 NBA Finals Nike Air Jordan 13s up for auction.
Jacob, are you going to buy those?
No way.
No way?
I'm going to make here. You do have Jordans, though, right? I do. Yeah. I do have that model, but not that shoe. These sneakers were worn during Game 2. Jordan scored 37 as the Bulls beat the Jazz 93-88. He signed the sneakers. He gifted them to the ball boy who maintained the visitors' locker room. Now, that's the good old days. Do this enough. They don't just give away stuff anymore. You could go to a baseball game and sit in the front row, and 3 or 4 of those guys would end up with bats. But granted, there's probably a safety issue now.
I see it with the Chargers all the time, though. When they're making their way to the locker room, they'll throw their towels and their gloves and whatever into the stands.
But it's not their cleats or their helmet or something like that. I mean, think about that. I'm talking about the importance of the equipment.
Yeah.
To it. It'd be the equivalent of somebody.
They need their helmet and their cleats for the next game or for practice.
Trust me, they can afford a new helmet.
Yeah, I don't know. Why would you give your helmet? That's a non-safety.
I'm just saying the importance of the equipment that you give away would be if Ichiro gave away his bat, that was significant because he only used so many bats. If you give away your glove, which I don't know anybody who does, but it would be the same thing. It's an important part of the equipment that you use. And for Michael Jordan, outside of his jersey and shorts, his shoes are going to be the most important thing that he has. And even then, in 1998, you knew what those shoes were going to be worth. In this case, he gave them to the ball boy in the visitors' locker room. And then they, of course, went on to win the 98 Finals for their 6th title of decade. Michael Jordan game-worn sports memorabilia is the most elite and coveted items on the market. They are expecting somewhere between $2 and $4 million for Jordan's game-worn NBA Finals shoes from 1998.
It's incredible.
They'll probably get 3 times that.
All right, what you watching Wednesday? Check out the trailers we posted on the website there at KFIAM640.com and let us know what you're watching.
Gary and Sharon will continue in just a moment. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Former LA Mayor Garcetti has been nominated to become the next U.S. ambassador to India.
It's been 20 months since Garcetti was first nominated. The process was stopped after allegations that he knew about inappropriate behavior of his former chief of staff, Rick Jacobs. It was last minute the Republicans approved, and then
the yeas are 52, the nays are 42. The motion is agreed to.
New York Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer made the closing comment.
The United States-India relationship is extremely important, and it's a very good thing we now have an ambassador.
Gregory, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by 800 No Cuts. Retired OC Sheriff Sergeant who trained schools around the country.
Our sharp stick, we need to have a plan.
Cyber Safety Cop Blake Cranford says schools can train staff and conduct student campaigns so everyone is reporting students who post or talk about violence.
Schools need to have trained threat assessment teams.
Then those school officials work closely to identify threats with the trained law enforcement threat assessment team.
Then we need local mental health resources to help deal with
that student off the path to violence. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A nonprofit in Fullerton is hosting a golf tournament
tournament to help kids with special needs through equestrian therapy. It costs more than $500,000 a year to care for the horse. Owls. It's all about giving kids with disabilities an outlet.
We as staff get the therapy. It's just to see a smile on these kids' face who will maybe get the opportunity to participate in a Little League baseball game or a dance recital or a Bobby Sox game.
The ranch gives disadvantaged kids the opportunity to build motor skills and strength while interacting with specially trained horses. To play in the tournament on May 1st or make a donation, people can visit terraschance.org. One man has been killed by floodwaters that poured into a slot canyon in southern Utah. The Kane County Sheriff's Department says 3 groups of hikers had been hoisted out by helicopter yesterday. One man is still missing, and a third was rescued and taken to the hospital where he is being treated for hypothermia.
Russia is running out of capability and running out of France.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he spoke to his counterpart from Russia about the Russian warplane that hit a U.S. drone over the Black Sea. He says it's important that great powers be models of transparency and communication.
This is about the rules-based international order. It's about one country's ability to wake up one day and change the borders of its neighbor.
And operate wherever international law allows. Russia has denied that one of its fighter jets hit the propeller of the U.S. drone yesterday. The U.S. says it is working on declassifying surveillance footage from the drone that would show the crash. We're going to go to the 10 next.
We've been talking about SolarMax for years for one reason in particular. They are clearly the best.
Yeah, I did a bunch of research, the wife and I did, when we went solar with SolarMax 7 years ago, and they clearly had the absolute best technology. They built us a custom solar system, the highest quality solar panels. They have incredible inverters and the best battery systems in the industry, hands down.
Now is the best time to get solar because you get more electrical production in the spring. So save big, call SolarMax, get this 12 panel system for $0 down at $59.99 a month. These are the most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you want to do it now, CSLB number 97248.
And I want to make a correction. I think I said former LA Mayor Josh Berry has been nominated to become the next U.S. ambassador to India. He has been confirmed. Again, he has been confirmed he is going to be the next U.S. ambassador to India. Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day. Mostly cloudy, windy in some areas. Highs in the low 60s for Metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s inland to Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 60 in La Habra and 56 in Laguna Niguel. We're going to a crash on the 10 in Pomona. 10 westbound, Likeforlike Avenue. We've got a crash involving a big rig. It is over on the right lane. It's going to be stopped coming away from Town Avenue. And then at Dudley Street, the 2 right lanes are blocking another crash. Looks like right now all lanes are being stopped as they try to get some of this out of your way. Also in Pomona, 71 northbound, it is still shut down between Rio Rancho Road to the 10 with the pothole. It looks like in Pasadena, that wreck over in the right lane. You're tapping those brakes from Hill Avenue. But on the 134 westbound, FM Raphael Avenue, cut that crash clear into the shoulder. KFI Sky, split leader faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly cash distributions, and the potential for upside and exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com.
At Jacoby & Myers, our 5-star reviews attest to our commitment to excellence and our success in delivering life-changing results for our clients. 50-plus years of experience, $1 billion in settlements, and voted #1 for 4 years in a row. Our team's expertise is
names come through. Covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team. The most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
Sunday on the CW. After an incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, Live Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all season long. It's the battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Through Friday on the CWS and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with great deals from Stater Brothers. Pick up Guinness 8 or 12 packs on sale now for just $11.99 each when you buy two. And save $2 on Jameson Irish whiskey with digital deals. Happy St. Patrick's Day from Stater Brothers Market.
This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KMI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A bunch of stories that we are following. Still about 100,000, 150,000 people without power throughout the state of California because of the latest storms and wind that rolled through. According to Power Outage US, it's actually at 168, so 168,000 customers without power. Flooding is still the biggest issue up around northern and central California. Half an hour left in trading, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average continues to stay in that negative territory, although not as low as it used to be. Right now, the Dow is down about 364 points. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are also down. But
Is brought to you in living color.
What you watching in there?
Americans love television. They wean their kids on it.
USA television much better.
You gotta watch it too, any of those live television shows.
Well, this is going to hit a couple of the shows that we were going to talk on Instagram at Gary and Shannon. You can also hit us on the talkback feature.
That show's gone off the rails. It's no longer about Edward. There's so many side stories going on that it just has diluted it. And shrinking, I know you guys just said you liked it, but that show's gone out. That's my opinion, but okay. Love you guys. Bye.
There are sometimes stories that develop, you know, and there may be central characters, but there's a lot of storylines that go on in many shows.
Well, I would say this about Dear Edward. The original tease for it was, it seemed like it was going to concentrate on the kid and sort of his immediate family, etc. But then they didn't explain who Coach Tammy Taylor, the coach's wife, was. I mean, I don't mind it. There are a lot of different storylines that, you know, the singular through line is that there's a plane crash in the first episode that somehow unites a bunch of these people together. And how each of them deal with.
And of course, it seemed like it was going to be about the kid because his name is in the title, but it's all about the fact that he was the only one who survived. And everyone that doesn't even know him is writing to him, thus, Dear Edward. And the importance of believing in hope, I think, is a story that is in all of the shows that those creators made.
Yeah.
Hope, and that's why they write to Edward, is because he symbolizes hope.
The other one, Shrinking.
Written, and I swear to God, there's so many instances of things that we say that come up on that show, like the last episode when they're talking about swamp ass.
Yeah.
Like, for your sense of humor.
And listen, I even get a kick out of the fact, I know I've lived here for 20 years. I get a kick out of I recognize places that stuff is set in. You know, I think that's a really fun aspect of having lived here and worked here for as long as we have. And I'm sure it's probably even better for people who were born here and understand these different scenes. It is a north to Anaheim, and it takes them 24 minutes or something like that along the 405. We know that that's not true. I got to tell you, though, one of the great shows that Perry Mason is back. Perry Mason with Matthew Reese is back for season 2 on HBO. It is a beautifully shot show in that it's set in LA in the 30s. And the extravagance, the casino boats, the cars, the way season deals with the death of a baby, so it's kind of, I mean, it's really dark. This one is not as dark. I mean, there are some kids involved, but it's not like they're kids that are involved in crime or victims of crime. So it's a very different feel than the first season. And so if you grew up watching the Raymond Burr version of Perry Mason, they do a lot of fun twists with this one. Now, sure, Della Street is gay, and so is Hamilton Burger, but I mean, whatever. That's just the way it is. I mean, they were gay in the 30s.
Sure, he's been gay for as long as time has lasted. Everybody's gay. All right, we've got a new bachelorette to tell you about. I know you've been focused on The Bachelor. He's down to his last 3, and he says there's going to be no sex in the Fantasy Suite week. However, the teaser makes it sound like he did have sex with somebody.
He went back on his word?
Sounds like it.
Was it himself?
And he starts crying and goes, "It was a beautiful moment that was fraught." I can't handle him crying. What? Yeah, I can't.
Victor to go slap him in his neck.
I really do.
Two other things that we'll get to. Pete Davidson has a new series called Bupkis. He has hired, I assume because he's a producer, he's hired a 4-time Emmy winner to play his mom. I'll tell you who that is. And then Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson are getting back together from True Detective. Remember that season 1? They're getting back together for a whole different kind of series.
Can I tell you my favorite meme that's going around right now with the news that Aaron Rodgers is going to the Jets, where Zach Wilson is the quarterback? Zach Wilson is the one who slept with his mom's friend.
Allegedly.
I don't left, and it says, "I'm gonna bang your mom." And then Aaron Rodgers on the right, and he says, "Haven't spoken to my mom in years." Because he doesn't talk to his family. So good.
Gary and Shannon will continue what you watch on Wednesday. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A guy with a hatchet and knife has stabbed a man in the gym in Corona. The attack happened outside the Planet Fitness on Grand Oaks yesterday that ended up inside. The man who had been stabbed was able to take the attacker to the ground. And other people jumped in and held the man for police. The injured man was treated at the hospital and is expected to be okay. 2 people have been arrested during a student-led event at UC Davis that was organized by a group featuring conservative speaker and activist Charlotte Kirk. About 100 people protested outside the campus in the demonstration against the far-right radio host. Turning Point USA says Kirk spoke about American values at the campus yesterday. And the recent storm has caused some trees to topple over. A large one is in Culver City. Another fell in Sherman Oaks. Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day. Mostly cloudy. We're looking at highs in the 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Commerce.
5 northbound right at Washington Boulevard. This new crash is blocking the left lane. Here's Better Call coming away from Swanson Avenue. In Pomona, 10 westbound before Gary Avenue. There's that red blocking the 2 right lanes. Also in Pomona, 71 northbound between Rio Rancho Road and Mission Boulevard is closed as they try to fix those potholes. And it's San Bernardino, 215 southbound before you get to 30 to 210. Brand new accident here in the middle lanes as well. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Are you planning to celebrate St. Patrick's Day with a drink or two? Don't push your luck. Leave your keys at home and designate a sober driver. Be a saint. Don't let
Drunk Drive. Go safely, California, from the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Spaniello, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our point with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. Stations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Addressing hair loss has never been easier thanks to advanced hair restoration, simple one-day treatment. The most difficult part? Making the call for your free consultation. Call 844-333-HAIR and get $250 off and 250 free hair grabs. AdvancedHair.com.
And she just focuses right again on the guns and not keeping the bad people where they belong in a prison.
Put people away in prison for long sentences. See what happens.
What are we going to lose here?
John and Ken.
No intelligence at all. Genocide has a negative IQ.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Terry and Shannon, KFI at the trading day. Coming up at 4 o'clock today, Conway is going to host his old friend Adam Carolla right here on KFI.
Well, defense officials say they're not sure if Russia intentionally downed a U.S. drone flying over the Black Sea. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, said Russian jets intended to intercept the drone, but it's not clear if they collided with it on purpose. Russia has denied its jets made contact with the drone. Milley says the U.S. has absolute evidence that is the case. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke with his brother.
A real twist of lost meets science fiction, and I think you guys would love it. MGM Plus, so MGM Plus.
Yeah, the Epix network put this thing out, created by John Griffin. I have never heard of anyone in the cast, not one actor.
I didn't know about MGM Plus.
The premise of it, according to the Wikipedia entry, it's a town in middle America, a nightmarish town that traps everyone who enters. Unwilling residents strive to stay alive and search for a way out, but they are plagued by the terrifying nocturnal creatures from the surrounding forest and the secrets hidden in the town itself.
This trailer that we have posted, Holy X.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? Where did Commando get that from?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of stuff he's looking at.
He's into some weird stuff.
It looks like it's a horror-ish movie. Thriller is probably the better way to put it, but a guy stuck in a
fun trailer is Netflix's Chupa. It's all about the chupacabra. And in this case, the chupacabra is adorable. It seems like, as Mondo said, it's kind of like a present-day E.T. with a little boy and his relationship with the chupacabra.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't suck.
It looks really okay. You know what? This isn't the Conway show. We're not going to do stupid jokes like that. Good Lord. Chupacabra is Spanish for goat sucker. They didn't know.
So you explain his goat now?
Well, not everybody knows what chupa means in Espanol. Anyway. Did you know that chupa meant sucker?
Yes.
Oh, why?
Because of slang use of the term.
Oh, really? Like use it in a sentence?
No.
No.
Yeah. So they were in the first season of the first season of True Detective. This new series is going to be 10 half-hour episodes where they're
I just came up with the slang term.
Yeah, I know. When Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson's friendship is tested when their combined families attempt to live together on Matthew's ranch in Texas. So it is expected. They were also in Ed TV together, if you remember that far back. I also mentioned that Pete Davidson has a new show coming out called Bupkis. The 4-time Emmy winner from Sopranos and Nurse Jackie, Edie Falco, is going to be Pete Davidson's mother.
I can see that. That checks out.
Joe Pesci is also in the show and plays her dad. All 8 of the episodes come out on Peacock starting.
I just watched a movie the other day, and it was from 2005, and I had never seen it, and I thought that your wife might like it, and I meant to text her it. Let me just see what the movie's name is. She's probably seen it right.
With Woody Harrelson?
Yeah, it's called The Prize Winner of Defiance, Ohio. And it's a biographical film, excuse me. It's written by a book, a memoir that came out in the early 2000s, and it's fascinating. It's a really good, well-done family-type drama, and it involves historical fiction from the 50s and 60s, and it's pretty cool.
Where you saw it? Which streaming service?
I saw it. I saw it on Amazon Prime. It stars Julianne Moore, Woody Harrelson, and Laura Dern. And very good. Yeah.
Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo will be in the first Wicked movie. The wait has just gotten shorter. The premiere date for part 1 of the big screen adaptation has been moved to November 27th of 24. So it's going to be in theaters almost earlier than originally expected. So they can both sing. Jeff Goldblum will be the wizard in this one. Michelle Yeoh will be Madame Horrible, and Jonathan Bailey as Fiero.
I just wanted to finish the Woody Harrelson bit. He is teaming up with Matthew McConaughey for a new Apple TV Plus comedy series. And it sounds better when you say it, but when it comes from a woman, sometimes there's. Because I don't think
you were busy coming up with slang.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, do you want to hear the slang I came up with?
No.
No. But listen, I mean, for women, does it get better than a pairing like that? I think through the years they have been symbols. Past 20 years or so.
Woody Harrelson?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever would have put him on that list.
Especially when he's drunk in the Hunger Games. And then he cleans up his act.
So it's
the story of redemption.
Like you fixed him at some point.
Yeah, exactly.
Without doing any of the work, you fixed him.
And then did you also talk about The Bachelorette?
I have not yet got into The Bachelorette.
Oh, I was coming up with chupa phrases?
Yeah, no, I did not.
Charity Lawson has been named the new Bachelorette.
Oh, that is great.
This is kind of what happens every time where the one left out. It happens more often than not when the one they don't pick at the end becomes the next Bachelorette. You know what I mean? Like when you're watching The Bachelor and he cuts it down to 3, usually it's one of the finalists. Well, becomes the next.
This is part of it also because they've been on long enough. There's clearly something likable about
it. Right.
So you could root for them.
And they know how it works and all of it.
She was surprised with the news at the end of the Women Tell All reunion.
She was not surprised. I mean, I didn't watch it, but I doubt she was surprised. I think she probably saw this coming.
You think so?
Yeah.
It was a. It's a. I don't know. When do we not have a Bachelorette franchise show? When does it?
When does it go away?
Does it finally go away?
I'm surprised that it's still on the air with all of the, all of the spotlights that have been shined on men treating women poorly or women's rights, women's liberation of not showering or anything to take bath your, all the stuff that's going around right now. I'm surprised that a show like this is still on.
Well, I feel like you could have done this show in the late 60s, each gender, but you could totally see a guy in a, I'm surprised that they still do that.
Me too.
I have not yet seen The Mandalorian. Been asked a couple times about it. I've not yet seen it.
You kind of fizzled out after the first season.
Well, I didn't like the way they did some of the stuff, but I've heard that this is a good one to get back into. And then Ted Lasso. I had actually seen a couple of reviews and some suggestions that
worried about being feel good anymore.
It's too part of what made it nicer.
Johnny Cash.
One more than the other, though, right?
That's a real ding dong.
Speaking of, Conway is going to host Adam Carolla coming up 4 o'clock today as well. So we'll see you tomorrow. Stay dry, everybody.
Blessings.
I'm like that opinion. Keep listening. We've got a few more.
KFI.
And the KOST HD2.
Los Angeles. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, India has a new viewer.
Nomination, Department of State, Eric M. Garcetti of California, to be ambassador of the United States of America.
Mayor was nominated 20 months ago, but the process was paused after allegations surfaced. He knew he opposed his nomination, but an equal number of Republicans supported it. The news is brought to you by 800 No Cops. Orange County has declared a state of emergency due to the continuing barrage of winter. Newport Beach is just one example of damage reported across Orange County.
I've had the opportunity to see the hillside damage firsthand, and I'm deeply concerned about the ability to respond, especially as we see more rain coming.
3 apartment buildings have been evacuated in San Clemente because of a landslide that could cause the buildings to tumble backward down the hillside. The governor added Orange County to the state emergency yesterday, which frees up federal aid to help with damage by the intense snowstorms.
The Board of Supervisors recognizes the hardships that have been placed on our homeowners and our businesses, and they are trying to do everything that they can to facilitate lessening the financial burden.
Supervisor Don Rose says the county is waiving up to $5,000 landing fees for repair and rebuild properties. Heavy snow from the recent storms damaged homes and buildings. At least 29 properties were deemed too damaged for people to be in. The LA School District says it is willing to sit down and negotiate with workers who are demanding better pay and treatment. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho has been vocal about his concern for students since the labor union announced the potential strike. Now he says he's willing to continue talks to prevent schools from shutting down.
Why our kids? And why now? When we are saying we're willing to meet, we already have demonstrated our willingness to do right.
Carvalho says he's made it to the workers, but they haven't responded. The labor union, representing over 30,000 employees, said last week the wages are insufferable, and many are at the poverty line. At LAUSD headquarters, Chris Adler, KFI News. Almost 20,000 government employees in Orange County are no longer allowed to view, download, or use TikTok on county-issued devices.
Except as necessary for law enforcement purposes. OT Supervisor Don Wagner says banning TikTok will mitigate online security concerns and data tracking. The U.S. Army bans TikTok from government phones. The move follows Pentagon guidance and a similar ban by the U.S. Navy. Supervisors yesterday unanimously approved the ban, citing federal claims of potential spying by the Chinese Communist Party. The OT sheriff also issued a warning to parents and all TikTok users that the data collection could put users and national security at risk. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Some gun rights groups have reacted to President Biden's speech in Monterey
yesterday and also read through Biden's entire executive order on gun violence.
Everything that he brought up is already part of federal and state law. There is no new ground broken here.
Perez says California has the toughest gun laws, yet has the highest number of mass shootings. So when I asked him if he had a solution,
we have a very strong suggestion. That is what we have been pushing for a long time. The issue is not gun violence. The issue is criminal misuse of firearms.
Steve Gregory, KFI News.
And the Federal Aviation Administration is hosting a safety summit to address a recent string of close calls on airport runways in the U.S. The summit comes a day after the FAA said it's investigating another close call from last week. It says a Republic Airways flight crossed the runway at Reagan National Airport that another flight was using for takeoff. That makes at least 7 close calls this year alone, including one at New York's JFK Airport, where a Delta pilot had to slam on the brakes after an American Airlines plane crossed the wrong runway. ABC's Rhiannon Alley says some analysts think these cases show the industry can't keep up with the post-pandemic travel boom. She says staffing will be one of the issues discussed at the summit. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby & Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 279, S&P 500 down 27, NASDAQ is up 6, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby & Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day. Mostly cloudy, windy in some areas. Highs low 60s for Metro LA. Around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Mid 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Low 60s inland Orange County, from 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 57 in Seal Beach, 61 in Buena Park, 58 in Agora Hills, and 62 in Sherman Oaks. We're going to a crash on the 215 in San Bernardino. 215 southbound, this is right before you get to the 210. That crash has the two left lanes blocked, and it is stopped coming away from University Parkway. Also in Ranch Cucamonga on the 15 southbound before you get to Woodhill Boulevard. Brand new accident involving a semi. Looks like a car hydroplaned hit several cars. It is blocking the two left lanes, and it's starting to stack up. And once you're past that, in Ontario, 15 is southbound before the 10. Got a brand new crash over on the right shoulder, and just past that at her roof, Jackknife Big Rig is blocking a lane, and a spilled load is all over the lanes as well. In Corona, 91 westbound Lincoln Avenue, stall in the left lane. Pomona, 71 northbound, still shut down between Rio Rancho Road to Mission Boulevard to fix those potholes. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harden.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Injured in an accident? Visit superlawyer.com.
More stimulating talk.
And iHeart radio stations.
Get over that thickening of the bowel. Boy, it's funny, we're right on the same thing. The thickening of the bowel wall is what was in the thickening of the bowel wall. Yeah. The wall, right. I know, I heard that too, and I straightened up my chair. I said, wow, something else at my bowel walls. Something else you got to worry about. See my doctor next week for my annual physical. I'll ask her about my bowel wall. Do I have to reach in there? No, don't do that. A little farther. It's the John and Ken Show. John Cobell and Ken Shampoo. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. We're on the radio from 1 till 4. Podcast. John and Ken on the good. Oh, I just been told. We're back this week. We were both off Friday. Lots of openings for the voice line. So get your calls in there or whatever you want to sound off about. It's possible that what we're about to talk about might be one of the subjects you call about. The voice 77, voice 86, 1-877-664-7886. And to use the iHeart Radio app as well to leave a message directly with the microphone icon. Yeah, well, it's over. Garcetti is the new ambassador to India. The Senate voted just a couple of hours ago to confirm him. There's two huge matters here. One was not a straight party line vote. Bit of a surprise with Washington these days, right? Yeah, he got 49 total votes. 52 to 42. 52 to final tally. 6 senators not present, including Feinstein and Fetterman. 52 to 42. Right. So 7 Republicans voted yes. So he only got 45 Democrats, and he got 7 Republicans. Yes, that's interesting. See, what I don't understand is, well, first of all, obviously the Me Too era is over. There's Garcetti's sexual violations. Yeah, this been a few years ago. This would have been a tougher poll. Right, okay. So all that hysteria has gone by. But the second thing is, he clearly was one of the most incompetent mayors the most incompetent mayor that Los Angeles ever had. The worst mayor we've ever had. And one of the worst in U.S. history. And he got a reward. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't thought about that. The worst in U.S. history. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. Well, there's some pretty corrupt mayors, I remember. Corrupt mayors. But he's the one who allowed massive degradation of day-to-day life. And I can't think I've ever seen that. In about 5 years he did. Where it became, very difficult, dangerous, and unhealthy to go outside.
Yes, nothing but psychotic vagrants and mental patients and tons of garbage and criminals running around, and people are leaving LA. They aren't leaving like large percentages, but if the movement is out, because he's 5.5, they realign the election cycles, and that is just the worst 5.5 years you'll ever see in any politician. Yeah, and he set his sights on becoming president. What he did after he got reelected in 2017, that's what he wanted to do next, is run for president. And even though he never officially announced, everyone knew that's what he was doing. He didn't care what was happening to the city. He didn't care what it was like for the public just to live on a day-to-day basis. He didn't care about all the people dying in the streets, all the garbage. He didn't care how afraid everyone was. He didn't care about the businesses. He didn't care about the cops, called them a bunch of killers. He locked down tons of businesses. He took a knee. He took a knee, more than one. And he gets this promotion to be an ambassador to India. I mean, that is what's sick. Is it a promotion? I'm not going to get that worked up because this job is. And where do ambassadors end up in 10 years? Any of them become any bigger political names? I don't think through that, but it's not like he's a senator or a congressman who has his eyes on VP rich guys who donated a lot of money to campaigns. Right. That's what Garcetti's connected, and he raised a lot of money for Biden. Yeah, connected to the Biden campaign. But his parents are big in this politics. He shouldn't be getting a position where he's getting approved by the United States Senate. No, you and I just wanted him to be turned away. No, I wanted him to end up in a tent. Okay, with a needle sticking out of his arm. That's what should happen. I mean, and the thing is, he never, ever gets criticized by anybody in politics, anybody in the media. Never. Everybody just wrote it up. He's awful. I mean, people got killed and got murdered because of his lax policies. And this is a new low, an absolute new low in society. If a guy like Eric Garcetti get into being an ambassador. Here is 14 seconds of the process in the U.S. Senate today.
Yeas are 52, the nays are 42. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the president will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
All right, so there were 3 Democrats who voted against the nomination. One of them made a little noise this morning. Maisie Hirono of Hawaii. She said last week, I'm going to give Garcetti the benefit of the doubt. She didn't know about the alleged misconduct by a top aide. There was no doubt. This morning, she announced that she was going to vote no based on credible new information she got, but she never disclosed what it was she learned. Maybe that she finally saw the report that Chuck Grassley commissioned. Did she finally look at that or something? I don't know. Because she's not saying. He's not saying. Or is it the Communist Party thing? A story that popped up yesterday from Daily Caller News Foundation that Garcetti was friendly with some Chinese Communist Party members. No, she said it was information that was given to me in confidence, but very credible, which is leading to my no vote. She had been in favor, and she gave no indication that her information was related to the Rick Jacobs scam. Right. So it's a mystery. Although if it's such a big deal for her, she should have shared it. Now, a number of the Republicans who voted in favor of Garcetti, and here they are: Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, Roger Marshall of Kansas, good old Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, Stephen Collins of Maine, Steve Deans of Montana, and Bill Haggerty of Tennessee, and a guy named Todd Young of Indiana. Most of them said the job's too important, it's been open too long, there's nobody else nominated, we got to move forward. So get someone who didn't destroy one, but that's not up to them. Biden has to be. Right? Well, you would think of vote against it to make them start over? Yes. Yeah, but the process could take months again, and they didn't want that anymore. So it takes months again. You don't reward this. There's too many really bad. Well, they don't care what happened to LA. The speaks I read, they don't follow any of that news. They don't know what happened. Well, they should. They're senators, all right? They certainly learned about the Rick Jacobs story, though, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. Because that became big news in D.C. What he did to LA, I mean, the whole Jacobs thing is just massive hypocrisy. It's lying. Yeah, it's lying. Plus, he lied to the Senate, okay? So he commits perjury. He's a liar. Massive hypocrisy on this Me Too stuff. But he's bad at what he does. And he allowed a lot of damage because of him. And there's places you can't walk anymore and feel comfortable at night because of him. Everything is because of him. And nobody speaks about it outside of us. So of course he becomes a bastard Andy. But in some respects, this is now a rabbit hole. He's gone. You won't hear anything about him. That position doesn't make any news. It's a big country. It's an important country. But an ambassadorship job does not make any news. He will go down the rabbit hole until he decides to perk up and say, I can do better. And he'll run for something eventually. He's still in his 50s, right? Yes. Yeah. He'll eventually pop his head up. Because this is just something for him to land on. Yeah, he just shouldn't have. I can't stand incompetent people when they get rewarded. And there's so much of that going on now. Too much. All right, we got more coming up. John and Ken, KFI AM 641 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. And Deborah Mark live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
Governor Newsom has expanded California's storm state of emergency to 3 more counties, including Orange County. 6 bodies in the ash remains of 154 other people been found in a warehouse used by a cremation business in the Bay Area. Ocean View Cremation had a suspended business license and was not supposed to be operating or keeping remains in the warehouse. Officials say the remains date back to 2013. Police outside of Syracuse, New York say a mass shooting has been averted. They announced the arrest yesterday of a man accused of threatening to carry out a shooting at a Tops supermarket just 10 months after a massacre at a grocery store in Buffalo. We are going to check your traffic next.
Hey, if you've been looking to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They're going to make you a cash offer with no need for repairs. They will buy it as is. The Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. They can close in days. And again, they buy with cash. They'll even offer a $10,000 advance to help you with moving and other expenses. Go read their reviews online and call for a no-obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com. PRE 1961658.
On the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Pasadena. The 210 eastbound, right past Foothill Boulevard, brand new accident. The 2 left lanes are blocked. It's stopped from Hill Avenue. Ranch Cucamonga 15 southbound before Foothill Boulevard. Crash in the middle lanes on the center divider. And then right past that, 15 southbound at the 10, had a wreck on the right shoulder and at Harufla Street. Another new crash with a jackknife big rig. The 3 right lanes are blocked. In San Bernardino, 215 southbound before you get to the 210. The 2 left lanes are blocked from an earlier wreck. In Costa Mesa, 405 southbound at Bristol Street. Brand new accident with the 2 left lanes blocked there as well. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Duffy Power Services. Tired of the threat of power shutoffs due to wildfires, severe weather, or electrical grid failures? Climate extremes and aging infrastructure make a backup generator essential. Duffy Power Services has been Alley's generator expert for nearly 60 years. Go to DuffyPower.com. That's DUTHID Power.com.
Water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A LifeSource salt-free water system. LifeSource filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free Apapure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase, a savings of $825. But the offer ends soon, so call LifeSource at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com.
Need weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make them your weekend destination with free events, workshops, and more. Visit Lowe's.com/events for this month's full lineup.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. No question that termites can be destructive, but many people underestimate exactly how much damage these little buggers can do to a home. Termites cause more property damage every year than thunderstorms, blizzards, earthquakes, and floods combined. And termite damage may not even be covered by your home insurance, which means you're often left to pay the bill. So, a phone call to Pacific Coast Termite makes sense. Call them at 800-PACIFIC. And even if you don't think you have termites, still call Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. With Pacific Coast Termite, there's no tenting, no double bagging your food, no pet sitting. Mention KFI, 10% off termite treatments, and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. 800-PACIFIC.
Pacific Coast Termite. Kills termite.
The clean, friendly way.
For those of you in Monterey Park, there is nothing worse in terms of traffic is when a president shows up. Streets are blocked off. Good time to commit a crime 5 miles out.
Just kidding.
Merely recognizing a fact. They'll handle not promoting, just recognizing. Okay? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Kent Show, John Cobell, Dan, Ken Champo, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, lots of things to like on the show today. After 1:30, we'll get back into the topic of masks. Apparently, Barbara Ferrer, John's favorite public official, she'll be rewarded for needing a better job someday, won't she? The great work she did during the pandemic.
Oh, she'll become the Surgeon General.
She was asked by a reporter, what's with the mask? We'll hear that audio.
And she was wearing one?
She was. She was having one of her, every now and then, because I get the press releases, John and Ken now, it says that they're doing an in-person one.
I see.
They do those. They don't do too many COVID press briefings anymore, but every now and then in person. So she was staying there before, I guess it was a room of 6 people. That's all the coverage she got. And kind of asked, why do you need a mask?
Yeah.
You'll hear it. Okay. And then a great editorial about how the public has voted and it's screw the masks. But you'll see why that's important to point out based on what we were hearing in 2020 and even in 2021, and even somebody said it in 2022. Get all of this after the news at 1:30. And then next hour, well, speaking of confirmation processes, so we just told you, and it's been breaking news for hours now, Garcetti is the new ambassador to India. Will Julie Su be the new Secretary of Labor in the Biden cabinet? Julie Su used to be the woman that headed up the department that oversaw California's Employment Development Department. And of course, they handed out over $30 billion in fraudulent money to scammers,
Criminals, fraudsters, crooks.
Does she deserve that kind of promotion?
You know, there's 3 of them. There's
We'll talk
Garcetti.
about it after 2.
Garcetti becoming the ambassador. She's going to become labor secretary after blowing $30 billion. And then there's that dope who ran the Metro train system.
Bill Washington.
Bill Washington.
He was the CEO of Metro.
He might be the head of the FAA.
Yeah, then he became the airport director in Denver, and that's like, oh, that's good enough. Now
Yeah.
he can head the FAA, although he has no aviation experience.
Yeah, he has as much aviation experience as I do.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
we're tied.
And you wouldn't want to be on a plane with John Cobell as pilot.
But there's 3 horrific performances. All of them getting promotions in the federal government. All
Because
selected
it's
by-
who you know, not what you know.
Wow.
It's so that way in many aspects of American life.
You know
Just
something?
your connections, how much money you give.
I was scrolling around the internet and I found something, and I was surprised. And I have a very low opinion of human nature. Do you know what percentage of Americans have a double-digit IQ? No, 50%. 50% double digits, and 25% are under 90.
You have to understand, in this new woke world, that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, apparently
People
not.
can show their smarts in other ways.
No,
Look at my portfolio of work.
when you're down in the
You and your IQ testing. Get out of
when
here.
you're down in the
You're so old-fashioned, like the SAT. Get out of here.
No, but it does show. Yeah, they can bitch about it all they want, but it does show your real raw intelligence.
Who makes those tests? They're culturally biased.
No, they're not.
And IQ tests, how long have they been around? Hundreds of years?
They're real. You talk to 3 people with 130 IQs. You talk to 3 people with 80 IQs. You
I
tell
don't know
me if
anybody's IQ. I have no idea what anybody's IQ is. I have never been tested myself, nor do I know anybody that has.
you can tell.
I know it, but I'm talking about strictly speaking.
Oh, the exact number? No, but you can probably get within 10 points if you pay attention.
Some people just have a bad day when you're talking to them, so that may not.
You know, you got the mindset to work in government.
My father did. I'm very proud.
There you go. But that's what you're dealing with in government. You're dealing with everybody with a room temperature IQ.
Right.
And that's why government is incompetent.
But aren't a lot of people in science labs with high IQs actually rather strange people who can't even, tie their shoe? Isn't that often the case?
Yes. But that's why most of humanity just stinks. Because if it's not one thing, it's another. But I was just focusing on raw intelligence, because if you don't have the basic intelligence, it's hopeless.
How do you size up Deborah Mark?
Huh? I don't know, I size her up pretty nicely.
I meant the IQ side.
I'm not going to do that.
Well, wait, what do you mean?
She wants to know.
Yeah.
Above average.
Thank you.
Okay, that's so cheap.
Ken,
I'm not going to guess a number.
Ken, I'm waiting to hear your assessment.
This is not my game, Deborah Mark. I don't care what your IQ is. I don't. I'm the one that made a big speech here about people's IQ.
Okay.
I don't judge people that way.
Well, you should.
Because I'm a government worker.
You're a government worker, so you appreciate law.
I'm street smart.
Well, okay.
More problems with the banks today. This Credit Suisse, the Swiss bank, apparently took a real nosedive today. Shares in the bank slid 24% to a new low. So is this the next big bank to fail? Obviously, it's not an American bank. It's from Switzerland. But other major European banks took hits today. France's two major international banks, Société Générale and BNP Paribas. I always see them at the tennis tournaments. They're a big sponsor of like tennis tournaments. BNP Paribas, I think the French Open. Germany's Deutsche Bank too. Slick. So we're keeping an eye on that. Meanwhile, though, we can't help but enjoy the stories that come out about Silicon Valley Bank. Now, yesterday at this time, we told you about the connections to Gavin Newsom. Apparently, they hold his winery money and some private money too. Some Republicans are making noise now that he should have been, well, he should stay out of it. Because apparently he advocated that Biden make sure that the depositors are bailed out.
Of course he did.
But nobody kind of knew about his connections to the bank for a couple of days until reporters dug into it.
If that's all his business cash that he's squirreled away, of course he wants Biden to bail him out.
Oh,
You're not using it. It doesn't matter if it's a conflict of interest or he supposedly has a blind trust. Well, if you've got millions of dollars that's about to go disappearing down the chute, yeah, you're going to start making noise.
yeah, we don't know how much they have of this winery money. I think it's 3 wineries. And meanwhile, we find out that just in the last several years, the Silicon Valley Bank has donated over $73 million to Black Lives Matter related social justice. $73 million.
$3 million. This is the woke virus metastasizing and spread itself through the banking industry. People were almost got spurred out of their deposits, right? Until Biden stepped in. Meantime, they had $73 million to give to those fraudsters at Black Lives Matter. And we know what happened there. The Claremont Institute wrote a piece that Black Lives Matter was purchasing luxury real estate and dispersing grants to dozens of BLM chapters and revolutionary organizations, and operating a path to elect progressive community leaders, activists, and working class candidates fighting for Black liberation. And, in other words, it was people who are going to try to make trouble and create a big ruckus over one thing or another. And they were being supplied millions and millions of dollars by all these woke tech heads.
Yeah, they just took their eyes off the road. As we mentioned the other day, they didn't even have a risk person that evaluates whatever the risks of the bank are. That position was vacant for many months last year. And it sounds like instead, they just devoted themselves to all these social justice causes.
And what's BLM about?
But of course, a lot of their depositors are Silicon Valley people who probably like that, right?
Yeah, well,
That's nice when you send out the latest email or tweet. So look what we're doing now.
Yeah, I know, but it's a tiny minority that wants to defund the police, wants to abolish prisons, and all kinds of things to destabilize the country. They have a lot of money, these tech heads, these woke heads. They have a lot of money. They live in protected estates. They live in gated communities, right? But they're bored. And they want to donate to radical causes and watch the country unravel. So they donate to BLM, and the people who ran BLM largely ran off with a lot of the money and bought a lot of real estate, expensive real estate. I mean, that's been documented over and over again. A lot of the money did not go to local chapters who wanted to use it to help people in the neighborhoods.
I'm just saying, if this is what the bank was doing, and they didn't even have somebody to evaluate the risks, why are we bailing them out?
We shouldn't be.
Why are we insuring all the depositors' monies? We shouldn't be doing that. They should gain special consideration, particularly since they seem kind of reckless over the whole thing and they're involved in all their issues.
When you have 11 of the 12 board members with no banking experience, there's only one guy with banking experience. They going through the books. You would think, right? At every meeting, they're going to look and see what their assets are, what their liabilities are, how are the assets being deployed. Somebody would have noticed that they were way over leveraged with those long-term bonds. I mean, it's complete incompetence. And I'm telling that president, I think they ought to be seriously investigating him because
the Justice Department of the SEC is looking into the fact that the executive sold shares.
Yes, they sold shares, and
Not long before this collapse.
he gave out bonuses to a lot of other employees at the last minute. So he put out this smarmy video trying to explain himself a couple of days ago. But he took his money and it's stashed away, and nobody's ever going to be able to get it.
All right, we got more coming up. Johnny 10 KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app.
And Devin Mark live, the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
More rain has hit Southern California. ABC's Andrew Dimberg. Nearly 300,000 power outages were reported overnight.
Some mountain towns could see 3 more feet of snow in the coming days. The snowpack in parts of the state already nearly 300% above normal.
Multiple areas experienced record rainfalls yesterday, including Oxnard, which broke a 93-year-old record. LAX also broke its daily rainfall record with 1.97 inches of rain. Supervisors in San Bernardino County have voted to waive up to $5,000 in review and permit fees for property owners who need to do repairs or rebuild because of damage caused by all the snow. County inspectors have red tagged 29 homes and other buildings as too damaged to be inhabited, and yellow tagged 27, which allows for limited occupancy. The numbers are expected to grow as assessments continue. The permit waiver is available for every building and will be paid for by $500,000 of the $10 million emergency response fund the board created on March 1st. The news is brought to you by James Accident Attorneys. President Biden has spoken about his plan to help offset cancer drug costs in Las Vegas. He said some people are paying up to $14,000 a year for cancer treatment drugs, but in his new budget proposal, that will change.
They'll never have to pay more than $2,000 a year for all the drugs they consume.
He says these changes will give people peace of mind. Pharmacists say lowering drug costs in Nevada is extremely important because it has a large senior population on a fixed income.
This was international space, and we had every right to be there.
Officials in the U.S. say they are in the process of recovering a drone from the Black Sea that was hit by a Russian warplane. The drone was in international airspace yesterday when a Russian fighter jet hit its propeller. Mississippi Republican Senator Roger Wicker says the U.S. had every right to be there. And Moscow says it will also try to retrieve the wreckage from the drone in the Black Sea. Southland weather from KFI. Showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy. It will be windy in some areas. Highs in the low 60s for metro LA, around 60 in the San Gabriel and San Fernando valleys, mid 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, low 60s in inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, it is 56 in Laguna Woods and 57 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 15 in Rancho Cucamonga. 15 southbound, this is right before you get to Foothill Boulevard. You got a crash involving a semi. The 3 left lanes are blocked. It's back up to the 210. Now, once you're past it, 15 southbound to 10, got a new wreck on the right lane is blocked. And just past that at Harupa, got that crash. The 3 right lanes are blocked. In Pasadena on the 210 eastbound before Madre Street, looks like we've got a crash still blocking the 2 left lanes. It's going to be a really heavy ride coming away from Lake Avenue and in Costa Mesa, 405 southbound at Bristol, trying to clear that crash from the 2 left lanes as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Hey, it's Team Shark. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And the change is not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rate, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSLB 1008374.
Planning a spring getaway? This month, get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription and explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversation and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit rosettastone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
If I don't get a good night's sleep, believe
subject to credit approval. See sleepnumber.com for details. You can only find these beds either at sleepnumber.com or at a Sleep Number store. There are 30 of them in Southern California, including Brea, Valencia, Santa Monica, Studio City. Visit sleepnumber.com. That's sleepnumber.com.
At Ralph, we want our fresh produce to meet your expectations, which is why we're dedicated to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our fruits and veggies, checking for things like scarring. In fact, only the best produce like zesty oranges and crisp carrots reach our shelves. Because when it comes to fresh, our higher standards mean fresher produce. Ralph, fresh for everyone.
You'll find a great selection of the freshest produce every day. 1-pound packages of organic strawberries are $2.99 with your card. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting live here in Crest Line.
That's the latest here at Union Station.
Putting live here in Laguna Beach.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday.
Really heavy rain come through.
We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
What's adding up the moment? Saturday and Sunday on the CW. It's a hard after an incredible start to the season in Mayakoba, Mexico. Live Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all season long. It's the battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Stream Friday on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit servicechampions.com.
An iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Johnny Ken Show. John Cobell, Ken Shampoo. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yes, don't forget the Moist Line is coming back for the first time in 2 weeks, day after tomorrow, Friday. 3 o'clock hour, we got room for your messages. Use the iHeartRadio app. There's a little microphone icon that you can connect directly to the Moist Line. Or, of course, dial an old phone number if you want to. 1-877-MOIST-86, 1-877-664-7816. Well, we're going to spend a few minutes on the topic of masking. It's over, of course, but there's a few things we have to clean up before we move on. And one of them, a great example, the overreaction. We talked about this a lot in 2020 and into 2021. That there were people, and Fauci was one of them, and obviously Barbara Ferrer, the LA County Health Director, a big one. They come from this field of epidemiology where they are just constantly on alert, constantly afraid that we're all going to die. They overdo it. We know this. Well, the lockdowns that we have. Let me just finish this. I just want to finish this part because we're going to talk about her. Because the reason we're talking about her is she's still maskless. Where like 90% of the public is not, maybe even higher than that. People use their common sense and decide to move on to this idea that we need to mask forever. And that was a hashtag for a while, mask forever. Because even if we get past the worst stages of COVID, there's other things out there that could kill us. There's always things that could kill us. But honestly, if you're in that mindset, that's the type of prep. And I'm saying this because 3 years ago, there was all this veneration for Barbara Ferrer, like, well, she knows, she's not a doctor, by the way, we know that, but she's the county health director, and therefore she has the information and the science on her side. No, we're dealing with a personality that is overly, incredibly cautious and overdoing it. And maybe somebody who has phobias. No, I think that's connected to the personality. Yes, absolutely.
I think epidemiologists, probably as children, were somehow spooked by the idea of germs, and they became so germ-phobic that they decided they have to research these buggers. They have to figure out how they do their damage. And so that's what she turned into. She's a germaphobe who ended up with power trying to make everyone else into a germaphobe.
So the other day she held one of her briefings. This time was in person. Looks like 6 people were in the room. I don't know. Part of the information was telling us that beginning March 13th, John, don't laugh at this, but apparently, it's like anybody pays any attention to this. Beginning March 13th, a COVID-19 positive person may end their isolation after 5 days if they feel well. 3 years, we had a much harsher set of demands if you caught COVID, right? Yeah, people were locked up for 10 days, and they had to wear masks beyond, and they were all wrong on this. And we kept saying, common sense told they were wrong. They were being hysterical. So Fox 11 reporter Marla Tejas? Yeah, that's 2 L's, so that was. Anyway, she's asking Ferrer, why are you still wearing a mask when we just have a few people in the room? Here's part of the audio.
Alan is essentially 3 years into this. What is the message that you're sending by choosing to be masked every week? There's 6 people in the room right now.
Yeah. My message is, and I want to make this crystal clear. People who are wearing masks don't need to justify why they're wearing a mask. I think it's really inappropriate.
Wow. She did not like that question. I'm crazy. You know, you should make fun of people who are crazy. All right.
I think it's really inappropriate.
I flew in an airplane over the weekend. There was 2 or 3 people, and they made the announcement. Be respectful whether someone's wearing a mask or not wearing a mask. They're still making that announcement. But that's not really the point. The point is you're the lead science medical officer in LA County. What kind of message besides paranoia are you sending? That's what I'd ask you. Paranoia! Because she's paranoid. Because that's why she got into the business. There's a lot of people, and I know a couple of them, who grew up in really dysfunctional environments, right? And they became psychologists because they wanted to understand psychology, because they came from so much psychological turmoil. It's very common that if you have a strong fear or a traumatic experience, that you're going to want to learn more about it. How many people who end up being crime victims end up setting up organizations to help victims, right? Well, often when people suffer from a disease, they get involved with organizations to promote research for the disease and raise money for the disease. And I think all these germphobes, I'm going to use the phobe on them, all these germphobes had some kind of traumatic childhood involving sickness. Maybe they got very sick, somebody in their family got sick, or they saw a microscopic photo of germs like blown up, and it's like, oh my God, it's disgusting. And it shook them up. Wow, this is why I make the point they cannot be in charge of this in the future. No, they cannot. Right? They're too close to the subject. They're too cautious. There's a great Wall Street Journal opinion column by a writer named Gabrielle Bauer. Normal people say no mask. We fought for 3 years, but we won the war. Normal people who want normal things, community, connection, creativity, with a bit of dancing on the side for 3 years. As the battle goes, were unwilling to tolerate any COVID risk and demanded the world conform to their fears. At times I was sure we would lose, and she goes through articles. From 2020 and 2021, Tom Frieden, former CDC director, proclaimed that masks are in and handshakes are out for the indefinite future. March 2021, a Vox article marveled at the oddities of watching massive gatherings in movies and on TV. Imagine that. They were upset that they were. Oh, yeah. No, it's because people on the left are just a couple of steps over from the oppressive communist regimes that have governed Russia, China, right? It's that end of the spectrum there. The farther left you go, the more you want to control the public. You want to set rules. You want to control the economy. You want to control the outcomes. Right, because they believe people left to their own devices make poor choices, and the government knows best and should regulate it. Right, and that's how you get the nanny state. Exactly. Everything about the left is about the nanny state. What's surprising is you're not that way because you believe people are stupid. They're stupid. Yeah. And left to their own devices, they will do horrible things. But it's not up to me to control them. I just complain about it. Well, I'm sorry I have to deal with most of the people I deal with. I am. But I've never thought, well, I want to be in charge and I'll control them. No, I just avoid them. I've got the freedom to avoid them and make my own little bubble. What if they're pulling us all down? Don't we have to kill them at some point? No, because they're not pulling me down. Don't we have to drown them? Something? I'm in charge of my life. I'm responsible for my success. I'm responsible for avoiding losers. Okay? And everyone's responsible. I mean, you don't end up blaming everybody else for your struggles. You figure it out. You build a life where you don't have to rely on them so they can't drag you down. All right, coming up after 2 o'clock, there was a rally today at the Capitol in Sacramento opposing the appointment of a woman named Julie Sue as our next U.S. Secretary of Labor. This is the woman that headed up the California agency, which controlled the Employment Development Department, which gave out over $30 million in fraudulent claim money during the COVID pandemic. We'll talk to Congressman Kevin Kiley after the news at 2 o'clock. Johnny Ken, KFI AM 640, live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Deborah Mark live, the 24-hour campaign news.
Malibu Canyon Road has been reopened. The road had been closed between Piuma Road and Civic Center Way due to rock slides. Officials are asking drivers to use caution and beware of rocks on the roadway. The city of LA is looking to help street vendors save some money. A council committee has approved a motion calling for a study to look into the yearly fee for sidewalk and park vending permits. 3 clerks at supermarkets and liquor stores in Ventura County have been accused of selling alcohol to minors. The State Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control targeted 10 businesses last week where a minor was told to try to buy alcohol from certain stores. Southland weather from KFI, showers decreasing through the day, mostly cloudy, highs 50s and 60s. This report brought to you by the California DMV. We're going to a crash on the 405 in Costa Mesa. Southbound of Bristol Street, they're getting everything over the right shoulder. A little bit of slowing from before the 73 on that one. In Irvine, 55 north at Dyer Road, got a wreck in the left lane. Pico Rivera, 605 south, right at Beverly. They're holding lanes to fix some potholes. It's stopped from the 60. In Pasadena, 210 eastbound before Monterey Street, got that crash still blocking the 2 left lanes at Ranch Cucamonga. 15 southbound before Foothill Boulevard. Got an accident with 3 left lanes in the far right lane are blocked. And once you're past that, also in Ontario, 15 southbound, right before Rupert Street, got a crash, and the 3 right lanes are blocked. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online.
This report is sponsored by Catalina Island Company. Escape to Catalina Island this winter for adventure, wellness, and everything in between. Relax on the beach, explore the hiking trails, or spend a day on the water. When you arrive midweek and book 2 nights, your 3rd night is complimentary. Plan today at visitcatalinaisland.com.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp. Clean and healthy water is essential for living your best life. LifeSource is the whole house water system that will change that life. LifeSource gives you filtered and delicious water from every tap, filtering out the bad, keeping the good, no maintenance needed. And right now, new customers can get a free Apple-Pure antibacterial filter with qualifying purchase. That's an $825 value. So call LifeSource today at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
And now, a few words from your dog.
Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd, for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help good care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFI AM 640 for stimulating talk.
John Ken Show, John Cobell and Ken Shampo. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, we're now on 1 to 4, so if you miss any of the show, it's easy to grab at 4 o'clock just after that. Then we'll post up the podcast for you at KFIAM640.com or on the iHeartRadio app. Remember I told you last week that one of the latest scams I kept getting, like spam mail, email, was the people telling me to pay an invoice? Yeah, I'm getting that too. Yeah, it was usually, it looked like it was coming from Best Buy. Yes, I got one from there as well. It was coming every day, all week, Geek Squad. Yeah, well, remember what I said, pay the invoice? You know what they did, which is just as tricky? Thank you for paying the invoice. Here's your receipt. They still don't, see, they want you to click the receipt. All they want to do is get into your computer by getting it to download the attachment. And you're saying, wait a second, I didn't pay this. I want to make sure somebody didn't just steal my, I click it, but that's a good one. Right? Because now the follow-up is, oh, thank you for paying. Now just to take a look at your receipt. No. It works on the people in the bottom 25%. Are these still Nigerian installments? Could be not. Europeans are big on Americans with these. There are pockets like in places like Romania. But isn't it usually the tell-all that there are a couple of strange grammatical errors or something like that in the end? Yeah, well, that's why I always think it's foreigners, because they don't quite have a handle on English, the language, and spelling and all that, and they try to come close, but usually they make a mistake. Yeah, the ones we used to get used to be the ones that always wanted to share money with us. I pray to you and the dear Lord above that you would help me. I have funds in this account and I need your help to get the funds. Because the spam folder catches those. I should look. Once in a while I look. Oh, that's where I'm finding it. It's on my spam folder. Yeah. Oh, no, I click on it every now and then just to see what's in there. The titles. Oh, well, a couple of these, the best bottom ones snuck through. Ended up in my main inbox. They did. Yeah. That's because you applied for a mortgage. Everybody's asking you now. Yeah, I'm still getting calls. All right. Well, we love the state of California, and of course, they made so much during the first couple of years of the pandemic, and they were on the side of the renters. But they still are. Landlords are still hurting in LA City, LA County, and throughout the state because the protections are so. Oh, I just heard this the other day from somebody I was talking to about the protections for tenants are so unbelievable. And you know why that is, John? Because if they don't protect the tenants, here it comes, they could fall into homelessness. Sure, that's another one of your favorites. That's all. Well, that's their all-purpose shield to justify control. See, I look at the premise of all this. The premise of these people is we would like to create a socialist communist utopia, and we're willing to incrementally grab a little turf, a little bit at a time, use a crisis like COVID as an excuse, then block property owners from being able to get the money that they are entitled to. And now you've created a dependent class in these renters who, as long as this government's in charge, these people don't have to pay rent. And the property owner is the one who's punished. And it's an incremental step towards centralized control of people's lives. Then taking over private property. That's right. Private property is the first thing. Somebody will say that. At some point, we'll have too many homeless people, and somebody will say, we'll just have to take over all private property, and the government will figure out how to house everyone. That's right. You didn't have private property in the Soviet Union, in communist Russia. That's the first thing that goes. Yes. And so you have to understand, but they know they have to justify it to the general public. So they say, oh, it's because of COVID. Oh, it's because these people end up homeless. Well, no, it's not because of COVID, and it's not because they care if people end up homeless. If they cared about homelessness, you wouldn't have 40,000 people in the streets, right? No, what they care about is a justification for control. So California set up a $5 billion fund. This is during the pandemic in 2020, called Housing is Key. And we talked about this before, where they were going to help out and help tenants pay rent. And yes, allegedly, landlords who aren't receiving rent could apply for the money. Well, here we are a couple of years later, and here's an update from NBC reporter Carolyn Johnson.
Yeah, 2020 was a tough year for Teresa Glover. The pandemic hit. She had to have open heart surgery, and she lost her job. It wasn't too awful long before I was dipping into my savings to pay my rent and stuff, and I wiped that out. And I maxed out all my credit cards, trying to keep, stay on top of my rent and stuff. So the Ventura County tenant was relieved to learn about the state's Housing is Key program, a $5 billion fund set up during the pandemic to help struggling tenants like Teresa pay rent. Landlords who were not getting rent could also apply for money. Teresa was approved for $7,800. That was a year ago, but she says she received nothing but the runaround. And that phone number is the number that anybody can call to ask any question about that, but you'll receive no answer. They'll answer the phone, but they won't answer the question. John Schneider is a small landlord.
I've been hitting my head against the wall since then, trying to get anybody to do anything.
He was approved for $24,000 in rent, isn't paid, but Housing is Key sent the check to John's tenant, who then cashed it and never paid him. John asked Housing is Key to fix its mistake. That was a year ago. He's received nothing.
The last thing I would think you'd do is give the money to the debtor and cross your fingers they're going to do the right thing.
The IT heard from several
would get a passing grade on this program, unfortunately.
Jackie Samari is an attorney with the tenant advocacy group ACE. She says thousands of applicants, like Teresa and John, are still waiting for money. So ACE is suing the state for mismanaging the program and failing to pay the money it promised.
Part of the issue right now for us is to figure out how we can get everyone the money that they were told that they would get.
According to the Housing is Key website, it's paid out nearly $4.5 billion, but it's unclear how much money is left. The IT learned through court documents that Housing is Key paid an independent contractor $260 million to manage the program. Says it likely needs to pay that contractor even more.
We think a government agency like this,
would be more together. Meanwhile, some landlords are wondering if they'll ever get the money they were promised. Now, the IT asked the director of the Department of Housing and Community Development, which is in charge of the Housing is Key program, for an on-camera interview. He declined. A spokesperson also declined to comment on the lawsuit, saying they don't comment on pending litigation.
Okay, so here's the key quote for me from Teresa Glover. No, and I have a key quote from the landlord, but you go ahead first. You would think a government agency like this would be more together. Why would you think that? Yeah, really. We're going back to the IQ thing. Were you born yesterday? Or the day before yesterday? I mean, there is no government agency that would well be together. I think John Schneider had the key. They're saying they paid out $4.5 billion. John Schneider's the landlord who's owed $24 grand. And he said, giving the money to the debtor and expecting them to do the right thing, that's not a good idea. What he's saying there is, he paid out billions of dollars, but I'll bet you those people did not turn around and hang around with it. They went on a trip. What a lot of the poor people did. That's what they did. Got the free check. If they've got an eviction ban, I get the money from the state. Why should I hand it over to the landlord until they make me do that? I told this story before, but I keep thinking about it. Every time this thing comes up, we have a friend, and she used to work in the shoe department.
Good morning,
one
everyone.
Of the expensive
First of all, I want to thank Open Minds for
department stores in Beverly Hills.
join all of you today.
And she said
What I'd like
when
to do
they
for you
started
this morning
sending out
is give
all
you
the
a
COVID
brief
checks, right?
overview
Pandemic
of Project
money, and everybody got
Aquarius,
$1,300.
give you some
She
specific
said a whole
details
bunch of people
regarding
from Philadelphia
the interaction
got on a
that
plane.
Dr. Dan Bursch had with
And
an
they landed in
extraterrestrial
Los
called
Angeles, and they
J-Rock.
went to this department store
And
in
we've got
Beverly
some
Hills,
very
and they
quick
set her
announcements
right
before
in
we
the shoe
begin
department.
here. Number
And
one,
they
the
were talking about
information,
all the cash
drawings,
they
and
had from the
illustrations
government check,
highlighted
and it
in
was
this
funds for
presentation
Biden.
originated
And
from
they
directly
were,
the testimony
they
and
really
direction
caused
of
a
Dr.
ruckus,
Dan
right? I
Bursch.
mean, they were
So in other
angry,
words,
they were
I
demanding, they were so
computer-generated
happy to have
drawings
this
and
free
composite
money.
illustrations
That a
shown
lot of
in
that
this
went on.
presentation
I
do
mean,
not
those
conform
always go on. There's a
100%
reason why
to
some
Dr.
live a fun
specifically
lifestyle.
designed
They
to
want to
give
talk
the
to your
general
people.
public
Up,
an
take a
overall
risk
idea
with that.
of
I'm
what
going to
the
go
best
party.
form
That's why so many
facility
lottery
looked like.
ticket winners
So
go
in other
broke.
words, I
Coming
didn't
up
get
next,
this
Congressman Kevin Conley
100%
will join us
correct.
as
There
part
are
of the
some
protest
minor
at rally
errors
at
here and
the
there
Capitol in
in the
Sacramento
renderings, but it's
against the
definitely
appointment of a
sufficient to
woman
give
named
all of
Amy
us here
Sue
today
as the United
a
States
good
Labor
understanding
Secretary.
and
She was
visual aid
California
regarding what
head of
the
our
best form
Department of
facility
Labor, and
looked
wow.
like.
Well,
This
we're
is the
number $30
breakdown
billion
of what
and
we'll
out
be
the window
talking
with
about
fraudulent
today.
payments. Yeah, good. That's why I
Dr.
don't
Dan Bursch
I gotta get
will be
KFI
discussing
640
level
live
4
everywhere the
dash 1.
iHeart
We'll
Radio
be
app.
talking about
Think KFI magically appeared using AM 640.
extraterrestrial
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
Behind bars, I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police have arrested a driver who hit and killed a man.
Police say they think she may have been driving under the influence. The cyclist's son says the crash earlier this month makes his blood. That was one of the most frustrating parts in the whole scene. Officers found the woman last week thanks to a tip by someone who thought they spotted the woman's car. Police say she confessed. In LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Winter storms have prompted supervisors and the governor to declare a state of
A landslide that could send buildings tumbling down a hillside.
We have several incidents occurring. A hillside collapse in the Dover Shores community in Newport Beach, and other weather-related events throughout Orange County, from Steel Beach to Rancho Santa Margarita.
Governor Newsom yesterday added Orange County to the state of emergency, which frees up access to state and federal storm damage cleanup funds. In Newport Beach, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The Metropolitan Water District has rescinded the emergency restrictions that were put in place last year due to the state's historic drought. 2020 to 2022 was the driest period in California's history, prompting the district to impose limits on outdoor watering of plants to help offset the water shortage. And and it is lifting the emergency mandate restrictions for nearly 7 million people. LA School District Alberto Carvalho says he is urging workers to sit down and talk before going on strike. The labor union representing from the district has been insufficient. Carvalho says schools should not shut down when the district has more money to put on the table.
Other educational institutions across the country.
Covered a minimum wage of $20 an hour for workers and retroactive raises by 15% last week. The union says it's not enough. Most of its essential workers are living below the poverty line. The Senate has voted to confirm former LA Mayor Garcetti to be the next ambassador to India. Several Democrats voted against his nomination, but enough Republicans backed Garcetti to give the U.S. first permanent ambassador to India under President Biden. The Senate voted 52 to 42 in Garcetti's favor. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the U.S.-India relationship is extremely important. It's a good thing the U.S. now has an ambassador. Orange County has banned TikTok on all government devices except those used for law enforcement purposes. Supervisor John Wagner says the ban approved unanimously yesterday applies to the phones, laptops, and desktops used by almost 20,000 employees.
Placing restrictions on the use of TikTok on government-owned devices will mitigate the high security risk associated with the app.
Almost 4 million employees over potential spying concerns. The Houston Sheriff also issued a warning to all TikTok users that the data collection could put users or kids in national security at risk. And the executive director of the group Gun Owners of California says there was nothing new in President Biden's comments from Monterey Park. Dan Paredes says he read Biden's executive order on gun violence. He heard the whole speech yesterday because lawmakers are over-legislating the issue.
Criminals do not comply with them. They will always be ridiculous. So as long as they put their focus on that, we will continue to see more and more tragedies that are committed by people who need to be addressed.
He says lawmakers will not be successful in banning so-called assault weapons or high-capacity magazines because courts have ruled the bans unconstitutional. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Industry Attorneys. The Dow closed down 281, S&P 500 down 27, NASDAQ up 6, and the average price for a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low to mid-60s for Metro LA, San Gabriel, and San Fernando Valley. Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire around 60 for the Antelope Valley. Right now, 59 in Tustin is 54 in Laguna Beach, 58 in Fontana, and 63 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 110 in Highland Park. 110 northbound before the Marisol. Got a brand new accident. The 2 left lanes are blocked. Just got that from out of 52. Pasadena, 210 eastbound before Monterey Street. Got that crash blocking the 2 left lanes, and it is going to be stopped from Lake Avenue. Next to Cucamonga, 15 southbound before Foothill Boulevard. Still got that crash with a big rig. The 3 left lanes are blocked. One ticket pass to 15 southbound before Haruka Street. Another crash in the 3 right lanes are blocked. In Anaheim Mills, 90 eastbound at 2.1. Never sold on vehicle block in the left lane, and in Santa Ana on the 55 northbound. Waco Dyer Road got a crash block in the left lane. Here's hitting those brakes on the 405. KFI is dying. Get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. Their voice, for good reason, becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tuning in every night for Greta Van Susteren, Rob Smith, Eric Bowen, Greg Kelly, and much more. No surprise, Newsmax is already the 4th highest rated cable news channel. Zumo, Twitter, video, Apple, and more to tune in. You can even download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now.
Millions are maybe dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before I start the annual reading of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers? Nope, that's will work to fix it.
No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25%.
The experts at Amco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certifications. So they can fix anything. We haven't seen a Tahoe cars inside and out. AA, CF. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free.
Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
More stimulating talk.
On the iHeartRadio.
Yes,
Well, welcome everybody to another hour on from 1 to 4. If you missed it, it's all posted up there just after 4 o'clock on the website. And you can enjoy all 3 hours of the show. Yes, you can use well, John's in denial. Are you kidding? No, he's hoping that this is a nightmare or a dream. Wow, it's in a parade. We're excited to tell you, though, that the Moist line has lots of openings and it's coming back in 2 days for the first time in 2 weeks. So connect to the Moist line using the iHeart Radio app. The microphone icon is there for you to leave a message. Or call the toll-free number 1-877-MOIST-86, 1-877-664-7886. This is going to be an hour full of incompetent, possible confirmation. U.S. Secretary of Labor, the one by the name of Julie Stu. You probably never heard of her, but she was running the Employment Development Department here in California when $30 billion was given away to criminals around the world. That was the unemployment money during COVID. Yeah, she was the head of California's labor department. So that's what they oversee. And she pretty much opened the floodgates because when people started applying, it was like, let's go for the checks on this. We got to get the money out of the economy. All the scammers find us out. Everything else too. Just she cost us $30 billion and got promoted from California Secretary of Labor to, it looks like, U.S. Secretary of Labor. I think this is mind-boggling. There's a Julie Stu. Well, there's number value. Yeah, there was a rally today at the Capitol in Sacramento among a couple of politicians, of which were Congressman Kevin Hyman, Republican from up in the Rockland area. And Kevin used to work in the California legislature for many years. And now he's a congressman. Kevin, how are you?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Oh, good. That's great. I mean, the bigger boom you are, the bigger failure, the better job you get with the Biden administration.
Yeah. You know, it's a great concept, right?
Yeah, so go through all of the problems with Julie Stu.
Well, problem number one is the EDD. So she was gathering third labor secretary, and so, you know, these things just shut the state down. Millions of people have lost their jobs under government's orders. And then they're applying for these unemployment checks, and they just can't get it. The department is so incompetent. Myself and many other Olympics that are the number one thing you're doing people to not get their check. And it's a very good thing. But as, you know, raw obvious checks are flying out the door to the tune of some $30 billion on the big five, which basically bans any kind of contracting in California. Thousands of people, their livelihoods, and they just don't
why were the fraudsters so easily able to get the money? But the unemployed citizens of California had so much trouble. Like, why did the fraudsters have trouble getting money?
Yeah, it boggles them out. You know, they were able to easily figure out how to game the system because Julie Stu made the sort of inexplicable decision not to put in place basic fraud protection measures like most other states did. The federal government, for example, advised very early on to prosecute lots of checks that went straight to the correctional facilities themselves. You know, the fraudsters, they wouldn't even try very hard. They used names like John Doe, they used names like Diane Feinstein, and they got their checks. Remember, even if it's such a waste of money, $30 billion waste, if you it was worse than a waste. This is money that went to hardened criminal people to perpetrate and carry out criminal crimes.
So what do you think was wrong with the EDD that regular citizens couldn't get the checks? Like, how could a million people get their unemployment claims denied?
Well, it was sheer incompetence. It was the simplest answer. I mean, you know, not all of us could do it of Julie Stu. I mean, we had outdated technology systems. The EDD was in the midst of an 11-year upgrade of technology. You could imagine that, 11 years. To do basic technology upgrades.
Well, it would be outdated by the time they finish the project.
Exactly. It would be outdated within a year. It takes 11 years. But if you look at other states that actually handle the influx of unemployment claims well, they quickly pivoted to things that would work. You know, cloud-based solutions that would allow them to process claims in a timely manner. But the stuff that was happening at the EDD, I mean, you can look at the report that the state auditor did, the independent state auditor. You can look at the letter that 61 assembly members made from Democrats wrote. He looked into this in 2020.
What's wrong with her? What is wrong with her?
someone who has been elevated based upon her capabilities, but rather based upon her rubber stamp the agenda of special interest groups aligned with Gavin Newsom. So, if you look at who was supporting her for this nomination, as soon as Marty Walsh announced she was leaving the vacancy, it was all the big juniors that were behind AB5 that run the capital of California and immediately put out a letter saying Biden's nomination.
Just to the right of that,
and I guess Biden's people don't care that she was such a failure here.
Well, they don't seem to care because they nominated her. They nominated her for deputy secretary. And by the way,
why is that though? Do they want her to screw up the U.S. Labor Department now?
I mean, I think that this is just a matter of Biden feels like he needs to give this gift to the special interest who's been pushing through. He even said the other day, he said if you were not nominated, and he used a passive voice, which is a little odd to people on doing the nominating, but he said if you were not chosen, he would be run out of town. At that point, the president himself is sort of admitting he's not the one driving the train here, that he's deferring to those who have profited immensely from Stu's corrupt policies.
Other doubts about Julie Stewart, it's just going to sail through.
It's not going to sail through. When she was up for deputy secretary, she only was confirmed by about a 50 to 47. It was strictly party line. And so now it's a very different dynamic because you have, if you're up for the top job, there's going to be a lot more scrutiny, there's a lot more on the line. And you also have a number of Democrat senators in, more right-wing states that are up for election in 2024. So I'm trying to make it very clear for anyone who votes for her exactly what they are associating themselves with. Number one being that $30 billion bill.
I got one more question. It's worse.
The jury is still out on that. And for Congress, is that a lot of the problems that we have in California are starting to go national. And so, Stu's nomination is really
something else out there. All the troubles with Newsom. And they're wondering, why is he obsessed with Newsom? Well, I think that you just made the point. California policies may be starting to flow around the country, and you want to point out the flaws.
That's exactly right. And Newsom himself has explicitly said that is what he's trying to do. California is a model for the nation. And so, the Stu nomination is a perfect case in point. I mentioned AB5, the independent contractor law that Stu is a huge part of. They're all trying to nationalize that right now. It's called the PRO Act, which actually passed the House of Congress. And there's also a rule in the Federal Labor Department that Stu would leave, that's going through rulemaking right now, as they would essentially nationalize. If you're not looking closely at what the Gavin Newsom policies have done to California, then I wouldn't be doing my job.
All right, Kevin Kiley, Congressman up in the Rockland area. Thanks for coming on. All right, again, trying to oppose the nomination of the Julie Stewart. Jonathan, KFI AM 640, we're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. Never Mark live with 24-hour KFI newsroom.
The Senate House voted to confirm former LA Mayor Garcetti as the next U.S. ambassador to India. The hit-and-run driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro earlier this month has been arrested, and Orange County has declared a state of emergency due to the winter storm. We're going to go to the 6:05 next.
Dr. Charles Mager at Saddleback Eye Center. He has the laser light LASIK exam. Laser to measure your eyes over 1,000 times, perfectly match your vision. The laser light LASIK exam will give you crystal clear vision, 20/20 or better. I know I went through this. To start off with the exam, then you do the procedure. It only takes 20 minutes. There's no pain. You walk out of there, and you're seeing better in most cases. The laser light LASIK exam is for people who are nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, or you need reading glasses. I will give you the free laser light LASIK exam now if you're one of the first 14 calls. You call now. 866-559-4444. 866-5534. 866-559-4444.
We're going to a crash on the 605 in Long Beach. 605 northbound, this is right before you get to Carson. Got a crash clearing over the right shoulder, but you're stopped right now from Catella in Pasadena, eastbound before Road. Still got that crash blocking the carpool and the two left lanes get stopped from Lake Outer. Wrench took them out on the 15th southbound before Foothill Boulevard. They had a crash involving a semi blocking the 3 left lanes, and just past that at the roof off, the 3 right lanes as well. In a Santa Ana 55 north on a Dyer Road, trying to clear that wreck from the left lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon. This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. You can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, Inc. Copyright 2023.
Brought to you by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, with rebates for water-saving devices and tips to reduce water use inside and out. Visit bewaterwise.com. That's bewaterwise.com.
What I would tell people is that you don't have to be in pain anymore.
Meet Dr. Justin Garzone, Medical Director at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using advanced regenerative medicine to give people lasting relief from chronic joint pain. Once regenerative medicine, it's an all-natural way to use the power of your own.
And we're simply concentrating them and then put it in an area of your body that you're having the pain, so that your body can start
The only treatment. Avoid drugs and surgery and get lasting relief. Call QC free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-8. That's losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a sweat all night, and no one wants that.
It's critical adjustment, so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and rejuvenation. Just $129.
Get air conditioning and plumbing. GOE2TL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047-781. I'm Martin Coach, better at Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's powered sucker will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and the Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Josh, quote, after walking around my whole life being a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navage. I read directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my gosh, what a sensation. So much mucus, so much breath, but oh sweet, merciful air, I can finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life changer, unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, healthy life.
I mean, this loan forgiveness program is no small deal. Look how unfair it is for them to start life in so much debt. That's right. How about the people that paid off their loan? Bill-handled taxpayers are subsidizing these students under the loan forgiveness program. It's $500 billion. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. What? That was a while. Johnny Finn Show, Johnny Cobell, the 10 Chance Poet, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. Coming up after 2:30, we don't talk much about Russia and Ukraine, but there's a few stories floating around the news this afternoon that you got to hear, including what appears to be another purge by Vladimir Putin. Some people, some Russian people who doesn't approve. Yeah, seems 39 prominent Russians all kind of suicide. Well, wow, they got a little depressed over how it's going. And, must be a bad winter in Russia. We'll talk about that, and we'll talk about 39 of them. We have to say a little update on Ukraine, Russia. About after the news at 3:30. We've already mentioned several times, and we're only going to mention it again here because we're talking about somebody connected to this person. That Yoga Pants Garcetti has been approved by the United States Senate as the next ambassador to Syria. That's it. It's done. So after a year and 9 months was it since he was nominated? Yes. That this stuck around. Now, one of the other legacies, in addition to the crimes and the homelessness and the filth and the potholes, is corruption. And although he's never been charged, we'll have a deputy mayor of police who's been on trial dealing with this corruption with the real estate developers. His name is Raymond Chan. He's being accused of being a key member of what prosecutors call the Council District Enterprise, a conspiracy in which former LA City Councilman Jose Bizar, assisted by others, used his office to give favorable treatment to real estate developers, financed and facilitated bribes and other
illicit benefits. And some of this, as we know, branched out to the world of sex, poker chips, you name it. It was really like a good old-fashioned bribe case, of course, cash. Large amounts, and we got, of course, pled guilty in January and a couple of years ago. They came over former LA City councilman. He also got some trips to Vegas and wink, some little side action from the developer. Well, yeah, because you need City Hall's cooperation if you're going to build a big tower. Be somebody corruptible inside Garcetti's office. So that's who ran the change. He is the former Los Angeles deputy mayor. When you're a deputy mayor, that means you're appointed by the mayor. And the mayor is Garcetti. So this is as close to this case. That's the Garcetti. This guy decided not to take a plea deal. He decided to go to trial. The trial started a few weeks ago. It made the for rather unusual reasons. We mentioned when the trial opened that the attorney for Raymond Chan is none other than Harlan Braun. The name that might be familiar to people that follow the legal field. He's an 80-year-old now. He's had celebrity clients over the years that include Roman Polanski, Roseanne Barr, Landis, Larry Busey, Chris Farley. He was also involved in representing a police officer, I think, in the PD of Rodney King over 30 years ago. So he's in the news, and the trial is on hold because apparently Harlan Braun collapsed in his office. On March 2nd, he returned to his office after the day's trial, and his adult son, whom he shared an office suite, found him gravely ill. He took him by ambulance to UCLA Medical Center, where they gave him treatment. He underwent steroid Swiss, but he was in the hospital for 10 days. So then he got out. The medical team says he cannot participate in the Chan case, and his fate is an indeterminate but significant period of further medical treatments and convalescence. It sounds like a stroke or something along those lines, where you have to do a lot to come back with physical therapy and such. I don't know what it is, though. But they think it'll be at least 3 months down the line, if not longer, that he can resume any kind of practice of law. But Chan wants a mistrial. He wants a mistrial. Start all over again, granted with a new attorney. Which is probably what's going to happen next. Otherwise, what do you do? Don't let him defend himself. If he's innocent, well, he needs an attorney. Well, he doesn't need an attorney. He's innocent, right? You just go up there and say nothing's happened. Please, your own case. I didn't take any money. I didn't give anybody money. The judge could say, find another attorney now. I don't want to hold this trial. But you have an expensive, famous attorney when you're guilty. You hire the attorney to confuse the sub-zero IQ jurors that they got the wrong guy. Right now, it's on hold until March 27th, so there's still some time before the judge decides whether or not they kick this trial or now. Chan is facing a dozen criminal counts: racketeering, conspiracy, bribery, honest services fraud, lying to federal agents. This guy is really the end of this entire scandal. Everybody else has either been found guilty or pled guilty. Right. So he's 66 years old, and he's been in city government a long time. So they're trying to act like this man is innocent. He's never done anything like this before. You have no cases before this. That's not a defense. All the evidence says he did it. It doesn't matter that they didn't catch him 20 years ago. I love the versions that attorneys use, which worked on some people. It's like, well, I never did this before. How do you know that? And what does that matter? Well, he was deputy mayor who oversaw economic development for Garcetti in 2016 and 2017. He's charged with arranging what they call indirect bribe payments to city officials by lining up employment contracts for the officials' relatives. Oh, that's a good one. So that's another side perk to the bribe, right? So if you find a job for my blood nephew, sure. Yeah, that'll be chance, John. If you have a big family, there's a lot of judge there. You see, Braun said that he's an innocent public servant who just got swept up in the case by ambitious federal prosecutors. Swept up? The evidence of his involvement, they probably had emails or other people saying, how come my mother never got swept up in a corruption case? Was there one in her workplace? No, but she never committed. Your mother, my mother, right? They never got arrested. They never got swept up in a case because they didn't do anything wrong. People who do stuff wrong end up getting swept up. Well, they're saying that, because he was part of this whole developer real estate stuff for the city of LA and all these people were corrupt,
even his heat corrupt. Yesterday, I saw his name on a paper and said, grab him too. That's the job description. You have to manage the corruption that comes through your office. And it looks like he was the go-between. Of course, what they're not saying here is what he got in terms of money or, what his remuneration was for doing it. They don't see that, but I'm sure it'll come out of the case. We got more coming up. Johnny 10 KFI AM 640 live everywhere. The iHeart Radio app. And Mark live in 24-hour KFI newsroom.
Former LA Mayor Garcetti has been confirmed as the next U.S. ambassador to India.
It's been 20 months since Garcetti was first nominated. The process was stopped after allegations that he knew about inappropriate behavior of his former chief of staff, Rick Jacobs. There was last-minute debate on whether Garcetti should be confirmed. A number of Democrats actually opposed Garcetti, but a number of Republicans approved. And then,
The nays are 52, the nays are 42, the motion is agreed to.
New York Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer made the closing comment.
The United States-India relationship is extremely important, and it's a very good thing we have an ambassador.
Overcrowding is forcing an animal shelter in LA County to make some extreme decisions.
The Long Beach animal shelters resorting to possible euthanasia as a way to deal with the recent influx of dogs. The facility has 99 large dog kennels, but currently is housing 120 canines. The overflow animals are living in portable crates, staff offices, even in the cat room. Officials say while adoptions have been steady this year, a number of dogs recently were brought in from homeless encampments. There are currently 9 dogs at the Long Beach shelter said to be perfectly adoptable that will be euthanized unless they're adopted by the end of the month. Jennifer Jones Lee, KFI News.
Foreign actress Stormy Daniels has met with prosecutors in Manhattan who are investigating hush money paid to her on behalf of former President Trump. Her lawyer, Clark Brewster, says Daniels will make herself available as a witness or for further questions if needed. Grand jury is looking into a 2016 payment that Trump's then lawyer said he paid Daniels on Trump's behalf. Daniels said she had a 2006 sexual encounter with Trump that she did not want, but didn't say no to. Trump says it never happened.
And then we've got these baggers this is the same configuration that bottles are covered.
And Bobby Caldwell, the singer known for his R&B hits "What You Won't Do for Love" and "Open Your Eyes," has died. His wife announced his passing on Twitter, saying he had been suffering from health issues for the past 6 years. He was 71.
Level 4-5, very
Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy tomorrow. Highs low to mid-60s for Metro LA, San Gabriel, and San Fernando Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire, around 60 in the Antelope Valley. Right now, it is 57 in San Juan Capistrano and 59 in Staten. We're going back to the 15 in Rancho Cucamonga. Still trouble, 15 southbound before you get to Foothill Boulevard. That crash still blocking the 3 left lanes that is on from Baseline Road. This is still past that 15 southbound before for Rufus Street. That earlier was cleared from the 3 right lane. In Redlands, 10 west on Wabash Avenue, got a rollover accident over on the right shoulder. You're going to see delays from your Franklin Boulevard. In Santa Ana, on the 55 north and a Dyer Road. Got a car still running the left lane. It's going to be a little bit slow, I think, from the 73. KFI in the sky, get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. Credit, please. Spells BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com.
Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, save, play, and earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption limitations applicable to certain purchases in certain states.
Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around noisily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. Hey y'all, eSharp is 2023 and you're excited about making some changes in your home. Bravo you! But when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, along with sinks, faucets, tubs, toilets, etc., you know the drill, you're going to need my secret weapon. Here it is. WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in stock and hard to find appliances than WDC. Like the much sought after Thermador 36 Pro Harmony gas range, or Thermador French door fridge, or the Wolf built-in double oven. Sure, you can order them. But WDC has them. And the same is true with just about everything else you're looking for. To get your kitchen and bath done right, you need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I have trusted for years, WDC. Find the WDC nearest you at WDCappliances.com. WDCappliances.com.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with great deals from Stater Brothers. Guinness Beer 12 packs on sale now for just $11.99 each when you buy two. And save $2 on Jameson Irish Whiskey with digital deals. Happy St. Patrick's Day from Stater Brothers Market. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit servicechampions.com.
Live everywhere.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. It's 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're on 1 to 4 on the radio. After 4 o'clock, the podcast on the iHeartRadio app. It's called Giant and On Demand. And you get in, list all the parts you missed. Or relive the parts that you heard. Yes, that's right. Maybe you want to share them with someone. Or something live, it's like, I got to have a friend of mine here. It's incredible. So that's the way you find it. The iHeartRadio app for KFIA is incredible. It's incredible. You got to hear this, right? You got to said this time. I'm not giving more thank you. That's right. Find out my evaluation of service IQ. This is the first hour. We're going to have a special guest after 3 o'clock. One of those cases where this person will remain anonymous. It is a 5th grade LA Unified School District teacher who is not happy that there could be a strike. In fact, I think the union today was supposed to have a rally and announce the date of the 3-day or whatever strike. Talk to the teachers coming up after the news at 3 o'clock. And again, this is mostly not about the teachers, although they want a big pay raise. It's about the other ones. People in the cafeteria and the offices and the people who serve the slop. The teachers are going to go on strike because the people who serve the slop don't get paid enough. You have never had an LA Unified School District cafeteria meal. How do you know what slop? I have never had a cafeteria meal in my life. You didn't have your own smell because the first day I went to a public school cafeteria, I looked at it and I said, wow, that's a lot of slop. It is called the MQ-9 Reaper drone. I feel like the tables turned a bit. You remember the Chinese spy balloons that were flying over the U.S.?
Yes, it's a
cut down eventually by all the military. And right now, both the U.S. and Russia want to get their hands on this U.S. drone, which went down over the Black Sea. The Black Sea, of course, borders several countries, of which Russia, Ukraine are a big part of the Black Sea. What was it doing there? We don't know. But it apparently got clipped by a Russian fighter jet, and the U.S. decided to bring it down because it was inoperable. Now we want to go get it because we don't want the Russians to get it. If there's anything valuable to be learned from it, or whatever is collected in terms of data. The Russians are saying, well, there you go. That's the U.S. trying to help out Ukraine with that drone doing something up there. And the U.S. isn't saying much about what the drone is doing over the Black Sea. However, spying on the Russians. Or doing something to help Ukraine, figuring out Russian troop movements, things like that, right? We're giving them tens of billions of dollars of assistance. Yeah, so that's part of it. We're giving them a lot of equipment. But the Russians are right. They're saying, well, this is true. So it's directing that the U.S. is actually sending their own equipment directly over the area. I can help Ukraine. I didn't think that was in dispute. I assumed So then you better take to the bunker because that means that they were in the war and it's going to be World War III. Oh, I'm convinced that this could turn out very bad. Still, but what is it? Okay, because he's insane. I can't believe how many young men get fed into this. Yeah, you think there would be a bigger rebellion in Russia? I mean, I see the numbers. I mean, even family members, you can be in the streets, even though they'll kill you. It's all young men. There's the entire generation of young men gone. There's going to be nobody to marry in that generation. They're not going to ever have kids. And these families are going to live with this grief for the rest of their life. And for what? Although I hear now, a lot of the soldiers getting killed. Have you heard of the Wagner group? Yeah, the Wagner group is mercenaries, prisoners. Opened up the prisons and forced them into service. But they were untrained for military. So the prisoners are getting slaughtered. The mercenaries are getting slaughtered. The guy who runs the Wagner group is angry with Putin and publicly critical that this was a disaster because most of the Russian troops are either young men forced into duty, or prisoners, or mercenaries. A lot of the first wave of Russian troops have all been murdered by Ukrainians. New story in the New York Post that Russia's Wagner mercenaries have been so hard pressed to replenish its ranks, they're turning to porn hubs to recruit soldiers. They're urging male viewers, yes, to stop pleasuring themselves and instead apply for a job at Wagner. Oh, that'll make a good soldier. In a commercial, a blonde woman wearing red lipstick is seen twirling an oversized lollipop in her mouth, while a husky female voice purrs in the background. We are the bleeping coolest private army in the world. We're recruiting fighters from all regions of Russia. Oh no, did you say this? So? Wow, any work for TNT Boss? Wow. And a telephone number appears on the screen. You have to be direct. Oh, that's at the end here. The woman with the lollipop. There it is. The board number. Well, that's really sad. That's why I think eventually Putin's going to realize this was the worst war Russia ever tried to fight. It's going to be the biggest loss, embarrassment, and he's going to fire up there. They had a bloodbath in Afghanistan in the late 70s, but I think this is going to stop that. Well, and right now, how are you going to get prisoners, mercenaries, and teenagers who are forced into battle? How are you going to win with that? What do you know how? So far, according to another story in the New York Post, there have been 39 bodies. These are Russian citizens who apparently, some of them are well off. Sergei Grisham, a financial fraudster and oligarch, in a California mansion for $15 million, apparently died from sepsis on March 6th. Coincidence or not, it happened after he criticized Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but somebody injected sepsis into their system. It's possible. We mentioned this guy last week, a guy who works with viruses, Andrei Monikov, who helped develop the Sputnik 5 COVID vaccine. Right. He apparently died from a filter accident. They think he died. He had an elk around his neck. His apartment got broken into by a thief who strangled him to death. Is that right? Yes, although the thief, of course, couldn't consent. That's yeah, you think? Wow. It says that a lot of the Kremlin, according to a Russian expert, they have their fingerprints on the death of 39 people who are connected to the Russian government but have been outspoken critics. I love some of these their stories. Colonel Vadim Boyko, he was the chief of globalization for the Ukrainian war. They said he committed suicide, but he was shot 5 times. When I think you want to kill yourself, you want to be sure. You shoot yourself 5 times. Then you get bullet in the mouth, does it? But yeah, I don't know how you get the next 4 shots off. Let's see, Marina Yankina, Russian defense official, 16 stories fell out of the building. There was a lot of falling deaths, I remember. Yeah. And they're all alleged suicide. They took a fall. Yeah. Says here, another oligarch, Sergei Protosenya. formerly the CEO of Novatech, a company with ties to the Kremlin. He and his family were enjoying life in Spain. But in April of last year, his wife and two daughters were found at their villa chopped up by an axe, probably an accident, and he was hanging from a noose. The government said it's murder-suicide. However, his son says that is a lie. He loved my mother, especially Maria, my sister. He would never do what he chopped up his family with an axe. And then hung himself. Right. Somebody, an oil boss, died last year of a drug-induced heart attack. While attending a shamanic ritual, they all had publicly criticized Putin. So you say one bad word about Putin, and you're getting a knock on your door. But that's how strong men stay in power. They eliminate their opposition. It works. And they do it ruthlessly so others know, shut up. That's right. And so that's how he gets away with killing 100,000 of the young men of Russia. Right. That's how you do it, because people don't care as much about the murdered soldiers. They care about their own life. All right, we got more coming up. Johnny Ken, KFIA, 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Deborah Mark live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
At least 7 students at a magnet school in Sun Valley have gotten sick from what the LAFD called chewable marijuana gummies. LAFD units responded this afternoon, and officials say the students were all conscious and breathing. A couple of cars in Baldwin Hills have gotten stuck on a road that runs along a hillside. Part of the hill became a muddy mess overnight, slid onto North La Brea. Almost 20,000 government employees in Orange County are no longer allowed to view, download, or use TikTok and county-issued devices. Southland weather from KFI most of cloudy tomorrow, highs in the low to mid-60s. This report brought to you by LRBs from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're going back to the 210 Pasadena. Still trouble here. 210 eastbound, right before you get to Rosemead. Got that cramp? Still blocking the carpool in the left lane. Stop from Fair Oaks Avenue. Atwater Village on the 2 southbound before Fletcher Drive. Got a wreck blocking the right lane there. Good news still in Ranch Cucamonga on the 15 southbound before Foothill Boulevard. That earlier wreck is cleared. In Redlands, 10 westbound Wabash Avenue, got a crash blocking the right lane. It is really heavy coming away from Live Oak Canyon Road and Riverside. 215 southbound before Hot Springs Road. Got a crash in the center divider area. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Get ready to spring into warmer weather with Almonte RV's Spring Special. Book your next open road adventure by March 31st and save 10% off of your early rate and receive $200 for travel between now and May 13th with promo code SPRING2030. For more information, visit AlmonteRV.com or call 800-337-2149.
This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with savings on select PCs powered by the latest software and Google processor. Plus, get deals on select accessories and free shipping on everything. Save now by calling 877-ASK-DELL.
If you want to sell your home, you have to know the market has changed. Drastic rise in interest rates. And that means it's important to take action now. Before you call an agent, call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is a great alternative to selling your home. No dealing with agents, commissions, paying for repairs and waiting months to sell. They'll make you a competitive cash offer and can close in days. No agents, no commissions. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy, so sellers walk away happy. Yeah, see what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews. If you're ready to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 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 sellersadvantage.com.
I'll give you a background on Dr. Ben Gersh. We discuss the level 4-1.
TRE number 01961658. Oh, good times are waiting on St. Patty's Day. Yeah, and I respond here to my list of talents. And now the top 5 reasons for this number 5.
St. Patrick's Day treat me. Get a free Ray the keychain March 17th.
Number 4.
Ray's no gift giveaway. Get a Toasty Toaster when you earn 500 points on your report card. The 20th or 21st. 3. Charting Good Friday. You can win up to $1,500 in free play playing Plus with your report card. Starting 1 to 8 p.m.
And the number 2.
It's not luck. We work hard for you. That's why LA Times readers voted us the best casino in the Southland.
And the number 1 reason.
Eat, drink, and be Irish birthday. Discounts on draft beer and Irish whiskey at Olive Bars on St. Patty's Day.
For Orlando Casino Resort and Spa. For Orlando, good time for everybody. Spring's going to be here before
you know it, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Call SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, you want to lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
You can save even more with a 30% federal tax credit in California solar rebates.
Call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from yourself. They got keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, or go to solarmaxtech.com.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. This will be in Disneyland jail for 6 hours.
Because you were throwing stuff from the skyway.
I was not throwing, I was dropping ketchup and mustard.
You deserve to be in jail, mister.
How was that a jail vote then? Why did he just kick me out?
Can you get your photo taken?
Look, Kelly, have Mickey smiling and pointing his live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Johnny Ken Show. And the Ken Chan Post KFI. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A couple of quick things. We're excited to announce that the voice line has plenty of openings, so drop your messages using the iHeartRadio app, microphone icon, or dial up the toll-free number 1-877-MOIST-86, 1-877-647-8886. Tell the world how you feel about Eric Arcetti becoming the new ambassador to India. That really happened. That should work up a few people to call. We did not play the voice line last Friday, so there should be a lot to be released during the 3 o'clock hour. Coming up, speaking of the 3 o'clock hour, we're going to talk to Anonymous. John, we love talking to Anonymous. This is a 5th grade teacher at LA Unified with over 20 plus years of experience who's very upset that there's going to be a strike. Well, they're striking because janitors want more money. The teachers are walking out because the janitors want more money, and that's right, they're unifying with them. And the slop servers in the cafeteria. And who else is bus driver? Yeah, these are some of the security aides, teaching assistants. They want a 30% raise already. I don't know for how many years. People don't just go out and get better jobs. Why is that? There's like 11 million jobs that are still unfilled in this country. Why is it good though?
If you ever try to break into this airspace,
Some people, I just saw the other day the restaurant business is making a booming comeback. They're one of the biggest hirers right now. I saw another story that a lot of people who've been staying home have decided they got to go back. Inflation's too much. They got to pay more money. Oh, wow, they got to work. Well, some of it was women who couldn't get daycare because the daycare people gave up during the pandemic, but now they're coming back too because of inflation. The problem is everybody gets more money by coming back to work. They're going to spend more money and they'll be more inflation. Yeah, that's what happens actually because everybody demands to get raises, and the raises have to roughly match inflation, so everything keeps spiraling up. Now we're going to talk about one of your favorite topics of the week. The Wall Street Journal did a great story. The party is ending for French retirees. They have heard this since the civil unrest in the country of France because, well, like our Social Security system, their retirement system is going big time into debt. And they want to raise the legal retirement age of, oh my gosh, to 64. Ours has been 65 for about 90 years. Right. And with ours, the longer you wait, the more you get the Social Security. I mean, 90 years ago, we came up with 65. And France is stalking at 64. Well, France is better than our Social Security system. They talked to a 75-year-old guy here who's been retired for 14 years. He used to work in the airline industry. He gets a check every month for almost $7,000. That's pretty good. Yeah, he's enjoying the beach life. Yeah, perfect. It says here he sleeps in and strolls the beach. Right. God, is that cool? Then what do you do on the second day? I feel like a teenager, he said. Well, that's what my parents said when they were retired. It's like back in high school, they call their friends and they go play golf or they go out for lunch. I worked when I was in high school. Yeah, I don't understand this. I don't understand doing that. You've got your dad to do that. That parents that head down and just keep working for your croak over the table because otherwise you're sitting there. He will never work. This guy right there in the studio, he's 99.
I won't read.
Right. No, you didn't. I don't know. No, I've never asked your attitude about retirement versus working.
What happens at S4?
I think I would be bored.
It actually is talking about extraterrestrials
I
coming
think
to
something,
America and
but
So there are two
specifically
types of people.
S4.
People with full
That was
retirement.
confirmed
People
by
say, oh, no,
neighbors
I
as
want
the
to keep working. I
maybe
want to.
part-time.
Now,
I would
I'm not criticizing either one.
3 days
how
a
do
week.
you get
3
to
days a week
S4?
would be
It's
perfect.
12 miles away. There's three
Oh,
ways.
okay. So you'd like to cut back a bit.
Not bad from that.
But you would
Plus,
continue to
that's
do that
number
for
one.
70,
Number two,
80?
you
Maybe
take a
voiceover
U.S.
work I could
Army
do it
Black
at
Hawk
home.
helicopter. The third
Yeah,
and
where I
final
got
option
a flight where I don't even have to
is
sit
a
up.
Russian
I just do it
Mi-12
the microphone
behind
to the
the
bed, yeah.
helicopter gunship. So those are the
Well,
three
people are
options
living longer.
that you take to
And
get
the population
to
of France is
S4.
growing
Now,
older, and they have
flying
this problem
with
that
just
a lot of Western
we're at the
European
helicopter
and
landing
other
pad.
countries
We're now going to
have, is
enter the
that
facility for a
they
virtual
had
walkthrough.
more than
You'll notice
4
that there are
workers for every
some very
retiree back
interesting
in the
lines
60s.
here on the
Well,
tarmac.
it's going to fall to 1.5
We have two
over this
parallel
decade.
red
I
lines.
don't,
Okay?
apparently
And
everyone
then
in
there are
France
two
is
parallel blue lines.
illiterate,
This is called
mathematically
walking
illiterate. I don't
line.
know what the word is.
And you are told,
Or
according
you
to
can't
neighbors,
count,
this
you
is a
can't do
very
math.
oppressive
They
society.
stopped having babies.
It's not a user-friendly
And now they
area.
want to
It's
stop
not something
working.
that is a nice place to be at.
What do you who's going to pay for that? In order to pay for your early retirement, you have to create more babies. But the birth rate fell so sharply that there have not been enough workers for a long time to keep the fund solid. Right. France has one of the lowest rates of retirees at risk of poverty because their pensions were pretty much protected against say other countries. They stopped having sex, they stopped having children, now they want to stop working. Everybody's supposed to play on the beach and take a check from the government. Now they can't raise taxes, they say, because France has some of the highest taxes. Out of 38, what is it, OECD countries, what does that stand for?
Turn that to the right. That's how you get it. Very similar.
Well, their tax rate
Now
is
we've got the layout. We
45.1.
start at the top.
U.S. like comparison is only
Second floor
26.6.
4-2. We've got 4-3.
Yeah, so that's why they don't want to use taxes in a defense. In other money, they just want to raise their retirement. They take 45 cents out of every dollar. Here in this country, they might take 45 cents
Now,
out of a
area
wealthy
S4,
person's salary.
4-1.
But their average is 26 cents. Yeah, but on average in France, it's 45.
And if the first thing that happens
Well, their life expectancy there is over 82. The US is at 77.
what you see is this
See, John, drinking wine is
long
nice. See, they won't die either. They're not only not having sex, they're not raising kids, they're not working, and they're not dying.
To the left, you see a red line.
That
You
can't
cannot
go on
go to the
anymore.
left. On the right, there's a blue
Either
line.
you gotta have the
can't get
kids,
access
or you
to
gotta
that.
work, or you gotta die. One of the three has to happen.
The first room to the left.
So if you can hear it about it, this is why people take it to the street
The
to
avionics
protest against
just
raising
beyond that
the
is the
retirement age.
bullshit
It's their culture.
Over here we have a files
At
department.
one point it was
We
60.
have something
They
called the
eventually
briefing
went up.
room. This
This
is
is
a
what
very
you have to
important
explain
the
to
briefing
children
Why?
when they're in school. You gotta
Because there's
explain
something
how the
called
world works.
King Tut's
It's like,
trading
here's the deal.
update tapes. And they
You
have
gotta go to
something
work,
called
and you gotta work for at least this much.
binders, which is
If
defense
you
and technical
don't,
and information
you're
security
gonna die of
binders.
starvation.
So I just
You
submit
also have to have a few kids
all
along
this
the way
thing about
because
Carl
they have to
Sagan
work in
stating
order to
that
keep the retirement
extraordinary
benefits
weight
going.
require
You have
extraordinary
to work,
evidence. Well,
you have to have some
here's where
children.
the evidence is.
And at some
This
point, you
facility,
do have
they
to
not
die.
only have the hardware, but they've
For all
got
of that
tissue
runs down.
samples.
That's what I'd be teaching in the public schools. Someday you do have to die. You do. I mean, imagine everybody lives to 102. We're all going to bankrupt. We can't have that.
On the far western wall,
I feel like, free life is short, so you might as well, take advantage
there
of
is a
having more
forward
leisure
dash
time.
That's right.
red
Life is
paint
short.
circled by a
Pretty
red
short.
circle. So that indicates
Okay,
that you
coming up
are
next,
at area
we're going to talk
S4.
to an anonymous
That's the
person
significance there.
who says that they're a
The
teacher
first
at
hangar
LA
bay,
for more than
which is
20
right
plus years,
here,
fifth grade. And they
this is
don't like
hangar
the
bay
strike
number one.
possibility. Johnny
Was
10:10 641 live everywhere, the iHeart Radio app. Give them a 24-hour damn user.
Hangar bay
I don't know what you're
number two,
thinking,
you
but I
believe
kinda like
exact
that.
same
Keeps
vehicle,
it fun.
possibly the ARV alien
KOST
production.
HD2.
Los
Hangar
Angeles,
bay 3,
Orange
ladies and
County.
gentlemen, was the
Everywhere on
Roswell
the iHeart
craft.
Radio app.
It was
More
covered by a
houses
tarp.
off the way.
So
I'm
they
Deborah
didn't
Mark,
get to
live
see
from the
the
KFI
aircraft,
24-hour newsroom.
but it
People
was
whose
the
property
Roswell
was
craft.
damaged by the recent
Next we
snowstorm
have
in
in
the
the
San
next
Bernardino
hangar,
Mountains have been given
which is
some
number 4,
relief.
is the
San Bernardino
P-52
County is going to waive up to
craft.
$5,000
Next
for
hangar
county
bay
planning
5
and
was
permitting
empty.
fees to repair homes and
Hangar bay
buildings.
6
Supervisor
contained
Don Rouse says the
and
release aims to help people already facing challenges in the rebuilding process.
Contractors that search the mountain, they're stretched pretty thin right now.
and insurance adjusters are taking their time to get up and do those.
That is no damaged homes and buildings that weren't designed for the weight of the snow on them. At least 29 homes and buildings have been red tagged, meaning they're too damaged for people to be in. Like trolling, KFI News.
A hit-and-run driver who hit and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro has been arrested. The man's son says he hopes the woman does some time.
It could have been an accident. She has just stopped, gone out of her car, checked on my father, dialed 911, asked for some assistance, but unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Police say the woman hit the man earlier this month when she was driving from one bar to another. Got into another crash shortly after someone who spotted the woman's car tipped off police and then arrested the woman last week. Police say she confessed. Almost 20,000 government employees in Orange County are no longer allowed to view, download, or use TikTok on county-issued devices.
And you'll notice here
Except as necessary for law enforcement purposes. OT Supervisor Don Wagner says banning TikTok will mitigate online security concerns and data tracking. U.S. Army banned TikTok from government phones. The move follows Pentagon guidance and a similar ban by the U.S. Navy. Supervisors yesterday unanimously approved the ban, citing federal claims of potential spying by the Chinese Communist Party. The OT sheriff also issued a warning to parents and all TikTok users that the data collection could put users and national security at risk. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
India has a new U.S. ambassador.
Nomination, Department of State, Eric M. Garcetti of California, to be ambassador of the United States of America to the Republic of India.
The Senate voted 52 to 42 to confirm Garcetti. The former LA mayor was nominated 20 months ago, but the process was paused after allegations surfaced he knew about the inappropriate behavior of his former chief of staff, Vic Davis. A number of Democrats actually opposed his nomination, but an equal number of Republicans supported it. The LA School District says it is willing to sit down and negotiate with workers who are demanding better pay and treatment. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho has been vocal about his concerns for students since the labor union announced the potential strike. Now he says he's willing to continue talks to prevent schools from shutting down.
looking down through the catwalk to the left-hand side. This is the first hangar bay.
We already have demonstrated our willingness to move on.
Carvalho says he's made several offers to the workers, but they haven't responded. The labor union, representing over 30,000 employees, said last week the wages are insufferable, and many are at the poverty line. At LAUSD headquarters, Chris Adler, KFI News. Some gun rights groups have reacted to President Biden's speech in Monterey Park.
Sam Paredes is with Gun Owners of California and says he heard Biden's comments yesterday and also read through Biden's entire executive order on gun violence.
Everything that you brought up is already part of federal and state law. There is no new ground broken here.
Paredes says California has the toughest gun laws, yet has the highest number of mass shootings. So when I asked him if he had a solution,
We have a very strong suggestion. This is what we have been pushing for a long time. The issue is not gun violence. The issue is criminal misuse of firearms.
Gregory, KFI News.
And shocked to fall in his words grow about the strength of gains in the U.S. and overseas. The Dow and NASDAQ and the S&P 500 all saw sharp declines when the market opened. Shares of Credit Suisse have tumbled to a record low.
Credit Suisse has one major contributor and depositor. That's the Saudi empire. So when the kingdom says, yeah, no more funds coming in, Credit Suisse shareholders kind of freak out.
KFI financial analyst Jason Middleton says it's going to bring down the global markets in the financial sector and keep focus on all financing and banking in the U.S. and beyond. We're going to go to the 91 next.
One of America's most popular news channels is Newsmax. Now, millions watch Newsmax for news and perspective that you're not going to hear from other networks. Try Newsmax, and they say discover why the left is trying to silence their voice. Well, for good reason, it's becoming one of the most popular channels in America. Tune in every night for Greta Van Susteren, Rob Schmidt, Eric Walling, Greg Kelly, and more. No surprise that Newsmax is already the fourth highest rated cable news channel and growing fast. You can get Newsmax on most cable systems. Just check your channel guide. And if they don't carry Newsmax, switch to one that does. And Newsmax is also free on streaming. Go to Samsung Plus, Roku, Xumo, Pluto, Vizio, Apple, and more just to tune in. You can even download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone and start watching now. Millions are making the switch to Newsmax because Newsmax is real news for real people.
KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow closed down 281, S&P 500 down 27, NASDAQ up 6, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.90. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Outline weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low to mid 60s for Metro LA, San Gabriel, and San Fernando Valley. Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire around 60 in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 55 in Dana Point, 59 in Anaheim, 58 in Diamond Bar, and 52 in Simi Valley. It's slow on the 91 in Cerritos. This is on the westbound side. You know, when I first checked, it was backing up from Carmenita, but now it's loading up all the way from Valley View, and those westbound delays extend all the way to Pioneer. Well, we've got Mike O'Brien checking out Pasadena, KFI in the sky.
The big problem on the 210 eastbound just out of Pasadena there, just supposed to be road peak boulevard. This one actually there on the 2 lane, so in there over an hour, up to the steroids to downtown Pasadena. Westbound 210, looking in the east there, back to about Huntington. Now the 210 eastbound looks full again, it's looking at 605. Just a good stretch out from Glendora, and then once you get from the 57 into Laverne. Now we got some problems really out in the Redlands area. This is kind of unusual going. The 10 westbound pushing Wabash and forward there. Got one but two overturned vehicles in the right lane. So bumper to bumper back out of Cherry Valley. Oddly enough, the 10 eastbound is slow from Ford on and off into Galamesa. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Los Feliz on that way southbound, delays in leaving Los Feliz Boulevard and going bridge all the way to the 605. KFI in the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual reading of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? No. Oh no.
He's been stolen. LifeLock Minority makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound. Meet colorful characters and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Dennis with RV, ViralRabbi.com. Kickoff RV show is on now. The free starting at $19.99. Photo starting at $49.99. Zero down delivered and no payments to free. ViralRabbi.com. With a photo of Ivy 22 Westminster. Termite problem? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800 Pacific. More stimulating talk. Johnny K Show, John Cobell, Ken Shampoos, KFI, and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, around from 1 until 4. If you missed something, podcast after 4 o'clock on the iHeartRadio app. John and Ken on demand, so no excuse for missing. Yeah. Speaking of podcasts, in 1 hour, Tim's guest will be Adam Carolla. He's like the podcast king, right? Yeah. Yeah, he's been really successful for a long time. He'll be coming on Tim's show in about an hour here on KFI. We want to remind you that the Voice Line is coming back on Friday, and there's openings for you to leave a message. Use the iHeartRadio app, the microphone icon, or call the toll-free number 1-877-VOICE-86, 1-877-664-7886. You probably noticed it's been raining. We have exciting news, John. What, are you ready? Okay. Mandatory water restrictions are being lifted for nearly 7 million people across SoCal. You're not part of it, but I am. The Metropolitan Water District has ended the emergency conservation mandate. Really? Yeah. You know how many gallons of water I saw fell in the state, and this was before the latest round of storms? Trillions, right? 32 trillion. Millions. Yeah. 30 big buckets. And I spent all day emptying the bucket. We carried on a 1 trillion gallon bucket. Like a 32 of them. Just breakfast back this morning. All right. So, another big story. By the way, look, the car got disabled this morning by potholes. I called 311 yesterday. So, there is a massive. And Karen Bassetti answered, yes, actually she did. She was the first voice I heard. I started yelling at her, and then I realized
Yes, it was recorded. Oh, there's a pothole on Sunset Boulevard. It is the size of Rhode Island. Oh, that's fantastic. There is pretty strong. There's going to be a strike within the LA Unified School District. Teachers too, in sympathy with workers who are with SEIU Local 99. These are people that work in the cafeteria. These are people that are janitors in the schools. This will shut down the Los Angeles Public possibly for days. We are now going to talk to a fifth grade teacher who apparently has 20 plus years of experience in LA Unified School District, but wishes to remain anonymous. All right, anonymous teacher, welcome.
There was a meeting between President Dwight D. Eisenhower and representatives of the P-52.
What's the problem with the connection? That's super anonymous. I'm hearing it. So anonymous. She refuses to use the voice. She's sending she's not on the air because we can't hear her. Actually, I hear a voice. I feel like that noise. This is the fun part. Oh, here we are now. Yeah, this is the first. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Perfectly. All right. How are you?
I'm well, sorry, I'm calling from the car. It's right now.
We understand that you're not happy with this plan for a teacher strike.
I'm very unhappy and displeased with this as a mom, number one, and as a teacher, number two. We don't want to have to sit outside the classroom. There are parents outside, they're screaming, they're like, oh my God, another strike? This took a year off because of COVID, now another strike? And this is not even something that the members of UCLA have voted for yet. But the directors just went ahead and they're like, yeah, you know what, we're going to call it a sympathy strike. But we're not even going to call it a strike. We're just going to give you guys the power not to cross the picket line. We're going to honor the picket line.
As usual, everybody's playing semantics and playing with the words. Because it's really embarrassing to go on strike when you just took a year and a half off. I mean, any of these teachers have any shame?
It's not the teachers this time. I mean, I'm one of the teachers. I have two children at LAUSD myself. Many of us do not want to go on the strike. We, as our unions, are not even give us the chance to vote on this strike.
These union leaders. It's a democratic election. This is the majority of teachers voting for these leaders.
Yeah, but it's a small percentage of the teachers who actually voted. And you know what? Many of us are in the union because many of them don't even know that they could pull out. And they're very using to get protection from unlawful stuff, from bad administrators, this and that. But right now, the stuff going on at UCLA is unfair to the teachers, and many of us don't stand for a lot of policies of UCLA. And I tell you,
we often have individual teachers on over the years, and every one of them says something like you just said. I guess why they're comfortable coming on the show. But really, where is all this public outrage when the teachers are sitting home for 16 months? Or when they're threatening this 3-day strike. You never, outside of you, there's no teacher saying, hey, this is screwed up, this is awful.
You know what it is? Many of us get bullied by our own unions. We get bullied by other staff members that are like, no, we all got to go in, you know, one for all and all for one.
Just to the right, we've got
well, yes, you can go out and bully back by pulling out of the union, or you just don't, you know, go to the staff meeting or go to staff lunch, because then you're going to be the one who's going to have your fingers pointed at you.
Maybe people want to get used to having fingers pointed at them. If I came to work and I had some quad walk in here and tell me I have to go on strike the next 3 days, yeah, I'd shove them to the floor. It's like, get out of here, get out of my business. I'm just coming into work. I'm not listening to you. I mean, you gotta fight back. You gotta bully back.
And this is exactly why we're upset as teachers, because we didn't, like you said, you know, we voted and blah, 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 but we didn't even get voted on the damn strike. We didn't get a choice. The directors just said, you know what, we're going to go ahead and do this strike. And hopefully, I'm very, very optimistic. You know, I personally like our superintendent, because although I think putting the kids first after many other superintendents that we had, I actually think he cares about the education and now the USD. And I'm hoping he can sit at the table with some of these people who are just pushing other politics in, and they're just kind of getting the numbers of the union, but yeah, let's do this union and that union, and hoping he can sit and say, let's put the kids first for one.
What percentage of teachers felt sad that the kids were out of school for a year and a half behind they are now. And you could measure that they're, a lot of them are never going to catch up. Does anybody feel bad about that?
Many teachers did feel bad, especially for me. Within the elementary school, we had so many little kids who had speech problems due to wearing a mask and also not being in contact with other kids their own age. We have so many kids who are far behind in mathematics and reading and comprehension skills. And there are many who say, well, you know what, it's the fallout. No, it's not the fallout. Education that we're doing was not real education. It really wasn't. I'm sorry, it wasn't.
I mean, well, don't be sorry, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Clearly know that. But these pro-union teachers, they don't care about this? I know you do. You probably have many teacher friends who do. But obviously, the crowd in control doesn't care. Well, what's wrong with them?
It's a job. And you'll do whatever you can to make more money. That's what it is.
So they have no interest in worrying about kids' lives and education.
Well, I mean, even right now, if the superintendent closes 3 days, by law, you have to maintain a certain number of days. That comes from the state legislature. Which means that you have to add 3 extra days, either towards the end of the class, end of the school year, or within, add those 3 days. So that's going to mess up a lot of time for teachers and students. If you're planning on going on vacation at the end of the school year, or you have culmination and graduation, you have an extra 3 days at the end. You're going to mess up a lot of lives. It's not the end of the world, but you're actually doing much damage.
Compared to when you got into the teaching business, right? And I imagine you're probably idealistic and you wanted to do good. What do you, now that you've been on the inside, what do you make of what you're saying?
Education's changed. Education's changed. It's frustrating going to work. It's frustrating being a parent and being part of the system.
I mean, it must be sad to see what's happened in the LA public schools.
It is sad, and there's a lot more other stuff that's sad about the LA public school system. God forbid you call a child, by their own gender. Or there's a lot of other issues that we're not supposed to go into that. But the strike right now, the timing right now is just like, the adding ice for the parents, which is so upset coming back after the pandemic. And now we have these ridiculous babysitting days, which, like, you come in if you want, you can stall behind random days throughout the month. And the parents are not sending in their kids. They're not. And as a teacher, I'm like, I'm not even sending my own kids.
All right, well, we thank you for coming on and venting. We appreciate it. Good luck if you're
I appreciate it. And please, if parents are listening, tell your teachers, we support you, but we really need you in the school. If you can call your directors at UCLA, contact your chat teachers and say, not all of us want this strike. And as teachers, as good human beings, we have the right to be more vocal. And we should use that one.
All right, thank you so much for coming on. That is a fifth grade teacher in LA Unified School District who wants to remain anonymous, not happy with the prospect of an into the 3-day strike, which is in sympathy with the behind-the-scenes workers, custodians, and cafeteria workers who are looking for a big raise. Got an email from a listener with some good inside stuff on this coming up next. Johnny King, KFI AM 640, live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. Deborah Mark, live in the 24-hour Tampa News.
Several homes are in danger of sliding down rain-soaked hillsides in North County. 3 apartment buildings in San Clemente have been evacuated. Officials in Texas say they are taking over Houston's nearly 200,000 student school district. The decision follows allegations of misconduct by school trustees and chronically low academic scores at one of the nearly 50 high schools in the nation's 8th largest district. And T-Mobile is buying Mobile for $1.35 billion. We're going to go to the 101, and we will check in with the KFI and Sky next.
Getting hurt in an accident can happen to anyone. If you're ever hurt, car, motorcycle, trucking accident, or you get chewed on by a dog, there is only one company to call, Sweet James Accident Attorneys. 800-500-6200. Hey, for the last 15 years, Sweet James has helped tens of thousands of injured accident victims get the medical treatment they need. They have won almost $1 billion for their clients. $188 million was settled in 2022. Being hurt after an accident has a major impact on your life, and the last thing you need is to take it on alone. Sweet James have been awarded Best Attorneys in America. Personal injury is all they do. That's it. They do it well. Sweet James speaks to you, but tough
800 500 5200, 800 500 5200, weekdays.com.
Stop on weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low to mid 50s. This report brought to you by Blindster.com. We're going to a crash on the 101 in Sherman Oaks. Well, it all outside of Van Lines Boulevard. A couple of cars got into it. The right lane has been blocked. The lanes are backing up overall, getting away from Universal Studios. It's also affecting the 134 westbound away from Cahuenga. We've got Mike O'Brien looking at Diamond Bar, KFI in the sky.
57 angels, 57 northbound, that's line out right on the 150, 60. Looks like they're pulling out the right lane, so it looks like the blade path is getting about counter-turning. Even tougher out of Orange County on the 91. 91 Orange County is pretty well jammed there from the Imperial Highway over the Green River. This is definitely 19 in the Riverside there. But in Riverside on the 215 south, the 50 east is on the Emergency Freeway, 30 o'clock spring. Like they cleared out a lane, 50 eastbound affected the Louisville Boulevard, and the 215 southbound pretty much at the 10. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
This report is sponsored by Quest Pest Control. For over 60 years, Quest Pest Control has been California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help getting rid of pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Quest Pest Control for a call 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. That's 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. Or visit QuestPest.com.
Southern California Edison wants you to know that downed wires are dangerous. Never approach or touch a downed wire or anything in contact with it. Stay away and call 911. Stay alert. Stay safe. Learn more at fce.com/stay safe.
When he gets on the stand and he's fake crying and talking about Papa and when's the duck pond and I love Papa,
That's what you call your son? How come you never referred to him that way in an interrogation or any of your conversations with police?
never once.
Gary and Shannon.
He was putting on a show on the stand.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KF Demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John Cobell and Ken Champel, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the I say one more thing about the teacher. Oh, we're not done here. I got a whole explanation for you about what's going on. You go ahead, just real quick. I really get irritated and annoyed when people say, "Oh, I'm getting bullied." You're a grown man or a grown woman. Hit back. Don't just tuck your head between your legs. Oh, let's wait. Stop that. You care about the kids, you gotta fight for them. What, they're gonna point fingers? What, in the teacher's lounge? You can't handle that? Everybody's so timid and weak. The union, UCLA, calls the shots here now. We've talked about how the Los Angeles City Council is being taken over by this mob of Democrat socialists, and now have 3 and growing. LA Unified Teachers Union, UCLA, is already taken over by one of these people. Who's an Cecily Maillard Cruz. Oh, yeah. She's all about social justice. This is a woke warrior. And the reason they're doing this is because they want the janitors and the cafeteria workers to get a 30% raise. This is the SEIU union that they're backing by having the teachers walk out too. Or as our guest said, otherwise you have to cross the picket line, and that's difficult to do because, John mentioned don't worry about getting bullied, but that's what will happen. Because they'll do that to them. So how are doing it to them? An insider said they sent us an email with the few little details that are worth talking about. And it says here, according to this, the district has offered to raise the floor. So the minimum wage, and these again are the workers, the cafeteria workers, the janitors, is $20 an hour, including offering full no-cost health benefits for part-time employees, 4 or more hours a day or 80 hours a month. And they're dependent. SEIU denies this offer. Do you think if this were offered to the average worker, they would turn it down? They want, we mentioned this before, 30% raises. And here comes the last paragraph of the email. This is about demonstrating political power. SEIU wants to be taken seriously by the LA Unified School District. This is a way to show their might. However, UCLA is only backing SEIU's demand for the 30% raise.
for UTLA's already planned demonstration because if SEIU gets a 30% raise for their super low wage, UTLA can say they deserve a 30% raise because their average salary and benefits is $130,616. Which actually included a PDF where you can look up that salary and benefits. Salary and benefits for a teacher, yeah, 130,000. This UCLA teachers, right. That's their average benefit. Pay and benefits package is 130,606 for 9 months of work. Yeah, the Zoom school. Yeah, it was Zoom school, and they were in their pajamas and fuzzy slippers. Right. Yeah. So it kind of works both ways. It's about social justice. We want the janitors to make $25, $30 an hour. But if they get that, we can go there and say, well, we're actually more skilled. We're teachers. Pay us even more. That's the thing. That's what I keep telling everybody. It is not about social justice. It's being used as a tool to get them huge raises. It works hand in hand. Doesn't it justify the huge by getting the raise for the janitors? Well, why do the janitors deserve 30%? Well, social justice. Well, no, but they want to use that because it makes them seem noble. It gives them a better argument with the public. Well, they're just trying to do the right thing. These poor downtrodden janitors. They don't care about the janitors. I mean, they don't care about the school kids. You tell me they care about the janitors? Of course they don't. It's about them. It's about creating a justification so they get a 30% raise on top of $130,000 a year. Oh, and LA Unified School District is losing enrollment. I always go back to us talking, like it was 20 years ago. They wanted this big building boom where they were putting out all these bonds to build all these schools. They were like, oh my God, in 20 years we're going to be overwhelmed. We're not enough space. There'll be too many kids in each classroom. We used to build and build. Well, 20 years later, the pandemic really put the cork in this. They're losing students. It was actually a lot. Because during the pandemic, even the staff people have to send their kids to the school district said enough in Zoom school is a word. And the lockdown lasted the longest of like 8 school districts in the country. They kept the kids. And some parents said, that's it. I've had enough. I'm not going to send my kids there anymore. We'll either move or we'll find a private school. We'll do something that we have to do. You know, that just means that the remaining LA Unified School District students are even in tougher situations. 20 years ago, LAUSD had 737,000 students. Now, 20 years ago is what I'm thinking of when we were talking about. Now it's 430,000. Oh my God, yeah. So 700,000 to 400,000. Yeah, so it's 40%. Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't know it was that bad. Yeah. And the teachers are making that much more. This is what I think. You're supposed to be paid per pupil. How come the per pupil that they lost 300,000 pupils, but the budget went up astronomically. Right. If you're getting paid by the pupil, how does that math work? You have 300,000 fewer pupils, and yet the budget is on reserve, and now they're making $130,000 a year for 9 months. So now I have the details. SEIU Local 99 is asking for 30% across the board raise. UTLA is asking for a 20% raise across the next 2 school years. They want 10% more a year for their teachers. Oh, they're just greedy. In a time of declining enrollment, horrible scores, bad graduation rates, they don't care. They just because the people who run LAUSD, the school board and the superintendent, are pathetic cowards. They don't want to go to the public and make the case that because what are they going to say? The teachers aren't worth it because our school system obviously sucks. Well, you run the school system. You give teachers 100% of the power. School board has no say. The superintendent has no say. It's these crazy communist lunatics who are excessively greedy. Well, here's what it is to the kids. Cecily Maillard Cruz put out a statement. She's the UTLA president in the school district where 86% of students live in poverty and staff salaries are nearly enough to pay rent or put food on the table. We will stand alongside the members of SEIU Local 99. What, $130,000 a year?
I have never met a day.
Teachers can't pay their rent? No, she's talking about the SEIU logo. Well, you're not. They claim that their average salary is $25,000 because they're serving. But many of them work part. Many of them work part time. It's not a full time job. You can't. These jobs are not made for you to have a home and a family. You have to get other work. Yeah. Now, my cafeteria ladies were older, but they were like my husband worked, so they could just have another income for the family. Yeah. You can't use it as a main income. Obviously, you can't. You can't have family if you make so little money. It's not responsible. It's not practical. All right, so maybe you should go to San Francisco where they may hand out $5 million to people. We'll explain what this is. John and 10 KFI AM 640 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app and everyone live the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
The 11th atmospheric river of this winter season is this state. Yesterday's storms brought more rain and snow to California, along with widespread flooding and power outages. The Ventura County Fire Department's Andy Van Sciver says they have extra crews on hand to help out.
We have over 100 firefighters on duty in addition to our normal staffing.
He says his department has 2 swift water teams and 3 task forces of hand crews that can readily respond to flooding issues. Officials say rain will decrease by tomorrow. More than 30 cars that drove over large potholes on the 71 flat tires and other damages. The PhD says the potholes closed all northbound lanes on the freeway between Rio Rancho Road and Mission Boulevard this morning. Caltrans blames the rainstorms and says it is working around the clock to fix the potholes. The news is brought to you by Jacoby and Myers, injury attorney. A jury says a man was mentally sane when he killed his stepmom with a pickaxe in Lake Forest in 2013. The man pleaded not guilty and claimed insanity. Officials say if he was insane at the time, he would have gone to a mental health hospital. The guy was convicted March 2nd and is scheduled to be sentenced April 3rd. He faces 26 years to life in prison. A businessman sought by China's government and known for his ties to the Trump administration has been arrested in New York on charges that he oversaw a $1 billion fraud conspiracy. Wow Wenwei allegedly solicited investments through false statements.
Prosecutors seized $634 million, but they said amounted to the proceeds of the alleged fraud, while allegedly lined his own pocket with the money he's accused of stealing, buying himself a 50,000 square foot mansion.
Says Gua also bought a $3.5 million car and financed a $30 million yacht. Because the yacht is where Steve Bannon was arrested in 2020 on unrelated charges. Wow was one of China's richest people with a fortune estimated by Forbes magazine at $1.1 billion in 2015. We're going to the 405 next.
Want to sell your home? Well, you got to know the market is changing. And now there's a drastic rise in interest rates. Everything's going haywire. So it's important to take action now. Before you call an agent to do this, you call Seller's Advantage. It's a great alternative for waiting months to sell. Seller's Advantage will make you a competitive cash offer and will close in days. No agents, no commissions. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy, so sellers walk away happy. See what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews. Ready to sell your home? You call Seller's Advantage. They might even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no obligation offer, 888-321 as is. 888-321 as is. 888-321 as is. SellersAdvantage.com. The DRE number is 01961658.
Southland weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the low to 60s for Metro LA, San Gabriel, and San Fernando Valley, Inland Orange County, and the Inland Empire around 60 and Hillsborough South. Right now, 58 in Villa Park and 59 in Westminster. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 405 in the Boulder Path. On the northbound side, just before Skirball Center, they have just cleared this out of lane. Special lanes are backing up overall out of West LA, leading the 10 freeway. And we've got Mike O'Brien taking a look at North Hollywood, KFI in the sky.
Trouble for the 101. Looks like the right lane blocked. Up to the bumper. Now catching the north point goes way back to the Columbia Path. In fact, that's started about Santa Monica Boulevard. Even if on the break, cleared up to the 405 to the 134, and then once again from Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. So, popular item today has been potholes. Latest switch, they're coming up here on the 605 road down to Fisher's Tech Road. Looks like they're stopping all lanes right now to repair those holes that bumper to bumper is catching normal point that goes way back to the 105. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
The drive in Pomona is really tough as well. They're seeing some more potholes on that northbound side of the 71. This is coming right up on Holt Avenue. You still have some lane restrictions there, and that's jamming the drive away from the 60 in the sky. Helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Just dial pound law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Imagine air travel that's simple and hassle-free. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Fly on your own schedule. Avoid crowded terminals. And never stand in another line again. As a Surf Air member, you're in control of your travel day. SurfAir.com. Stress-free, easy air travel. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with it. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. This is Jacob Emrani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
KFI AM.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
John and Ken Show, John Cobell and Ken Champo. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Well, despite the fact that I don't care about violence and they're showing up anyway to have a good time. Nobody listens to this guy. There's also warnings about if you take any pills in Mexico, beware, they may very well have fentanyl in them. Oh, they're certainly going to ignore that. Yeah, I know. And then something bad's going to happen. Everybody's, oh, that is so terrible. And one of the most outrageous financial stories we can find in a long time is coming out of where else? San Francisco, where the city had assigned an African-American reparations advisory committee, reparations, and it is unbelievable wish list. $5 million to every eligible black adult. That's $97,000 for 250 years. And homes in the city for just $1 a family. More than 100 recommendations were made by this committee. However, the supervisors embraced some of the recommendations and said, we don't care about the cost. This is the right thing to do. Well, where do you get the money from? Well, let's go through some of the numbers because it's a really good question. The numbers are astonishing. If just even 50% of the city's nearly 45,000 black residents met the requirement to get the money, the city would be looking at a $112.5 billion bill. Comparison, San Francisco's entire budget for the current fiscal year is just $14 billion. The budget for the state of California is $308 billion. So how are they going to pay $112.5 billion? They're not. This is just a joke. This is a gag here. I thought the supervisors would say, thank you for your recommendations and just table this. But now they're saying, no, let's look at this. $5 million a person. It's virtue signaling. Well, I believe in reparations. They know. Yeah, but wait a minute. I mean, but $5 million, wouldn't one person on the board say that seems a little bit high? No. Because you're talking about double-digit IQ, like I was trying to play Apple. Everybody about super woke, bend over backwards. Yeah, if the city paid every black resident $5 million, and they on the hook for $223 billion, that's $263,000 for every non-black person in the city. That's what they'd have to shell out to cover this. California, of course, was never officially a slave state. That's brought up many times, although there were people here with slaves who were not slaves. This is not Alabama we're talking about. No, you'd have to. You know what this is also about, though? I didn't see this until I started scoping through another article. It's not just reparations for the effects of slavery, John. It's for the failed war on drugs. So if you can show that you had a family member who was incarcerated in the failed war on drugs, you might get money too. Oh, this is all just silly. I mean, it's really silly. This is like woke is now peaking into absurdity. Now it's the whole thing's a farce. Well, that's why I hope this story gets a lot of attention. Yeah, the country realizes. But I hate to tell you, but it was the way the question was worded. Bad if you said no to it. Oh, that was a juice ball. That's juice ball. Well, that's what they do because wokeism is so unpopular now. You know, the woke journalists are going to come up with a fake poll to say most Americans approve of this sort of thing. No, they don't. Stop it. Several supervisors were surprised to hear pushback from politically liberal San Franciscans. Apparently, they said unaware of the legacy of slavery and racist policies. They keep Black Americans on the bottom rung of health, education, and economic prosperity, and they're overrepresented in prisons and homeless. There's so many Black Americans who are successful and have good jobs and own homes and raise families because they chose to live life a certain way. I don't accept anybody's excuse ever, especially if you live in America. All right, you have no excuse. There's a pretty good short list of rules to abide by, and you'll do well enough. I am fed up with everybody's victimhood, everybody's reasons. All they want, you just have a group that wants free money here. I mean, $5 billion. That's $5 billion. I mean, where's the journalists instead of these idiot journalists? I can see the fraudsters coming here and set themselves up, Black people as the front to present fake documents. Of course, San Francisco, they qualify. No $5 million, man. That's a lottery win. And no media, no writer, no reporter asked the supervisor on the record, on camera, where are you getting the money? It doesn't exist. It's like giving housing to every homeless person. It doesn't exist. That's not possible. Right. This is just a wish list and a way to stand there and look like it is a virtue signal. It is the way to put it. It is a drug that people are on, feeling morally superior because they're on the right side of an important social issue. It gives them some kind of high that they give them. I don't know why. It's stupid. Well, the only truth of this is the number of people who are homeless or who are in prison in the U.S. is actually low compared to the total population, but they are disproportionately Black. That's the truth. Yes, but it comes down to did each individual commit the crime or not? And then why did they commit the crime? I'm not interested in why. Did you commit the crime? See, the wokesters argue you committed the circumstances caused by your racism. No. It's not caused by it happened. You might be interested to know that the Chicago suburb of Evanston, I think that's where Northwestern University Reparations Study Task Force. But if San Francisco advances with this plan, this would dwarf everything. No, they can't, because you'd have most of San Francisco moving out. Yeah, as soon as they found out it's going to cost them, well, they're going to raise taxes, is what people do, probably. That's what I would do. For normal, sane people. Because, how come they were called the bad DA up there and the school board members. They should be reacting to this, too. I don't understand. I know somebody who lives up there, and they say that people in San Francisco are by nature very sour, dour, bad moods. And they hate LA people. Yeah. No, it's just I tell people this. LA people don't care or talk about San Francisco people. Not much. But San Francisco Bay Area people hate LA people. Well, you know what? They made their city into a sewer, an unaffordable sewer. And now they're going to give away, every single dollar that every resident has? Just leave. It's not worth living there. We got more coming up. John and Ken, KFI AM 640, live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. And Deborah Mark live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
The Metropolitan Water District has rescinded the emergency restrictions that were put in place last year due to the state's historic drought. The LA School District says it is willing to sit down and negotiate with workers who are demanding better pay and treatment. City of LA is looking to help street vendors save some money. A council committee has approved a motion calling for a study to look into the Walk and Park vending permit. We're going to go to the 210, and we will check in with the KFI in the Sky next.
The S&P, boy, that went down 20% last year, and this year is not looking good. Today was a particularly bad day. A majority of economists are forecasting a recession in 2023. Yeah, that's why you hear time and time again, it's very important to do this. Diversify your portfolio or else you risk taking precious metals. That's the company we trust. With Legacy Precious Metals, you can protect your retirement account by rolling into a gold bay, or you can have metals shipped directly to your door. Visit Legacy online and get your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com. Or give Legacy Precious Metals a call. Here is their toll-free number, 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Do not leave your retirement to chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals now. Download your free investor's guide. BuyLegacyGold.com.
From Southern California, Toyota dealers dropping into Augusta. Looking better once you make your way past crowded on that westbound side as well, from about Rosemead back towards Fair Oaks. Now, Mike O'Brien's checking out Whittier, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, where we've had some problems with potholes, and it's been going on all day on multiple freeways, really. The picture light goes down to Focus Tech Road. It's actually a little better than normal. Just some slowing there from northbound Focus Holes and Mission Boulevard. That's the Caltrans project that's started with their potholes there. And now just get word that somebody ran into some of the Caltrans equipment and is now becoming hostile with the Caltrans workers. Folks, we're all crazy. It's not a competition. You bumper to bumper, that is back right off the 50. I would use Gary or head over to the 57.
Doug Allen, here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
It's a busy day with the Lakers are now officials with the start of the league's new year. It's the end of an era for Dallas as the Cowboys announced the release of running back Ezekiel Elliott. He's now a free agent and can sign with any team. I'm Frank Aaron.
DraftKings sports betting partner of the NFL. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code SPORTS for a special offer when you sign up. That's code SPORTS. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with savings on select PCs powered by the latest 12th-gen Intel Core processor. Plus, get deals on select accessories and free shipping on everything. Save now by calling 877-ASK-DELL.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7 economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Regrow your own natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. Get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts by calling 844-333-HAIR or advancedhair.com. I'm attorney Darren Capanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-CUFFS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-CUFFS, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUFFS.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting live here in Crestline.
Got the latest here at Union Station.
Reporting live here in Laguna Beach.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday.
Really heavy rain come through.
We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
Los Angeles! Saturday and Sunday on the CW. It's a party after an incredible start to the season in Mayakoba, Mexico. Live Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all season long. It's the battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Stream Friday on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW.
Marsha, you're on KFI.
Hey, Udon.
And how much snow have you got?
6 feet of snow. You know what we're really in need of?
Yes.
Booze.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
What I thought was an emergency going on up there is probably just a big party.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Johnny Ken Show, John Cobell and Ken Shampoo, KFI AM 640, live everywhere in the iHeartRadio. Call the toll-free number 1-877-VOICE. Had an anonymous LAUSD teacher explain how so many of the teachers. Well, a quick note that our system voted no, and apparently 7 of them voted yes. He would not have been able. Was this like a Republican plot to deport him? Oh, I don't know. It's possible. Well, I have no idea. There's people from other states. I hope they don't let it back in. So I hope something happens. Stop using even the paperback. Bring your 14,000 times more bacteria than a toilet seat. That's really. Well, that ought to make you put it down. I never use those either. A toilet seat? Researchers from water filter guru. Think 4 times as a computer mouse compared to your pet's drinking bowl, and that's 14 times more bacteria. Yeah. Now, the squeeze top bottles were the cleanest. The worst were the screw top and the straw-fitted lid bottles. But I know there are people that walk around and say, yeah, and very gross story about what janitors are. They save themselves in there. They add ingredients. Apparently they do. Yeah. So the answer here is the same as with the stupid cloth grocery bag. You have to wash it. And a lot of people are too lazy to do that. No, see, I use plastic bags. At least once a day with hot soapy water. I use plastic with a reusable bag. I'm looking and thinking, cleaner. Just robbing the I don't just as many as I used to. It's embarrassing. Why don't you walk around with your manhood set? I mean, it's just so. But it's all right for me. You cross the line with John Kofeld's judgment. Yeah, that's right. Now you've become something less. You have a cloth bag, a reusable water bottle. It's like I don't ever want to talk to you. Okay. Well, those guys like you. That too. Well, they're usually very well read. Right? We'll see. Apparently, people only wash their water bottles maybe once a month. It's disgusting. All this stuff is disgusting. Yeah, but how come we don't learn that they're sicker? They're not getting sick. We're hearing like, well, maybe they don't know. They probably, you know what? They're the ones who got it. That's very possible, I guess. You know, think of that. Somebody was spreading it. It was the reusable crowd who was spreading it. I'm going to take a wild guess here. Tim, you're not a guy who uses reusable cloth bags at the grocery store, right? No. No. I don't even bring it back to the store and put more stuff in. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I don't. I take all my groceries out of those bags and put the groceries in the car and then throw the bags in the car. At a supermarket here in Burbank, they used to say, hey, you want help with your groceries? And when that bag, no bags, go ahead. One of our news editors, that lady is very well read here at KFI. Hi, IQ. Yeah, she said, what's on the show? I know, I get it. Nancy. And please, don't say this after the next one. Bill Kelly's coming on at 7. All right. You know, wow. Yes. He's coming on your show. That's right. To talk about Indian food and delicacies. That's right. Hey, look, we're at the first exclusive interview. Where he's going, there's less homeless. I really have money, I know, in a lot of cities in India. Have you been to India? I have not. You're well traveled. I have many family members that have, but I have not. No, I don't really want to. It's not on my list, Tim. Yeah, okay. I'm surprised there's not an Indian. Oh, yeah, but there you go. Right. Okay, Google, play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
KOST HDT. So far they have. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Hundreds of LA school district workers have rallied at City Hall in LA despite the district's peace talks.
People with the 2 major labor unions representing the district say they're demanding pay increases and respect. Custodian for Emmanuel Arts High School, Edna Logan, says to Superintendent Alberto Carvalho, when you assume the position, it comes with responsibility.
And he accepted it. And one of the first things he needed to look at was what needed to be corrected.
Workers say Carvalho's offers don't even come close to what they need, and they're ready to strike. In downtown LA, Chris Adler, KFI News.
The Metropolitan Water District has rescinded the emergency restrictions that were put in place last year due to the state's historic drought. 2020 to 2022 was the driest period in California's history, prompting the district to impose limits on outdoor watering and plants to help offset reduced water supply. The agency said yesterday the winter storms have helped alleviate the water shortage, and it's lifting the emergency mandate restrictions for nearly 7 million people. The sex offender on roll has been arrested for allegedly sexually assaulting a woman inside a McDonald's bathroom in Riverside. Police say the man went into the women's restroom Sunday, confronted a woman as she was leaving the stall. They say he blocked the bathroom door and assaulted her. The woman escaped, and another. The Justice Department and the Securities and Exchange Commission are investigating the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says 2 people familiar with the situation claim the investigation
and whether there's any evidence of possible insider trading.
Jarvis says it's not clear whether any wrongdoing has been committed. One of the sources says the DOJ's investigation involves federal prosecutors in California along with prosecutors involved in fraud cases. Accumulated snow has caused part of the roof to collapse at a shopping mall in Duluth, Minnesota. Fire Chief those declines in spending at restaurants and furniture stores. Police in Austria have warned of a possible increased security and an officer presence in front of certain buildings in Vienna. They say the measures are precautionary. They can't predict how long they'll be in place. They said this Friday's jackpot up to $254 million. Lottery officials say one ticket matching 5 numbers, but this in the mega number was sold at Home-Style Donuts in Norwalk. That ticket's worth about $2.3 million. We'll check
and get the best possible price. So Sunday connects you with 22 sleep and get the best possible price for their home. So them online, Sunday.com, SUNDAE.com/offers. Sunday.com/offers. Sunday's like real estate progress. For more information, go to Sunday.
Partly cloudy and a bit warmer tomorrow. Highs mid-50s at the beaches, mid-60s. Metro LA, Orange County around 70, and then higher in the valleys around 60 in the high desert. Slight chance of rain late Friday and early Sunday, but not a big deal. Otherwise, some clouds and cool temps. Right now in Anaheim, 56, Newport Beach, 55, Cerritos, 58, Long Beach, 57 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow finished down 281. NASDAQ was up 6. S&P was down 27. The average price of regular gas in California is $4.90 a gallon.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Got messed up around Sherman Oaks.
This is at 101, making your way along the southbound side, delays leaving the 405, taking you ahead to the 171, loading up as well, getting away from just about Hollywood Boulevard in stretches all the way to White Oak in Encino. Let's head out to Anaheim with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Just approaching Harbor Boulevard. That's 91 East at Harbor Boulevard, where they have gone to the right shoulder there. Great tight on that stretch out of Buena Park from about the looks like up ahead, that's so bueno. That's going to load up there in Anaheim Hills, pretty much from the Imperial Highway to Green River. The good news is beyond that, that is surprisingly good into Riverside. Orange County, not too bad. 5 northbound, you got going up from Culver up to the Orange Crush. 405 northbound from Harbor, pretty much up into the construction zone through Beach Boulevard. And still a flooding problem there in Tulsa, Chica. Looks like PCA's remain close to the flooding there. That's between Warner and Sea Point, so there's no through traffic between Sunset Beach and Huntington Beach. You'll have to detour through Fountain Valley. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Another pothole city is in Pomona on that 71 northbound coming up on Holt Avenue. That drive is just crawling, single-digit speeds, getting away from the 60. Approaching Holt, watch out for some lane restrictions. KFI in the Sky helps get home.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number?
Not me. Nope. Oh no. He's been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound. Meet colorful characters and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection.
Friendly way.
At school, we call Jacob in the morning. Call Jacob.
It's Conway Show, and we're still digging out from all this rain. We'll have plenty of news on that. Plus, 8 students suffered medical incident at Sun Valley School, reports the week. But first, one of the funniest guys in show business, and I used to work with him he was on the mornings on KLSX, I was on the evening, and he'd come out with us almost every Friday for a couple hours. Didn't have to do it, but just enjoyed it. And a lot of rules of, is it rule of thumb or rules of thumb? But I have a lot of them that I've gotten from driving, and your rule of thumb was, if you drink and drive, you have to drive like you have
I've done that on his 16th birthday, and I remember saying it into a mic
in driving. But one of the other things that I also I thought was a great idea, you came on with us one day and you said, SoFi Stadium, or whatever stadium, give you more shots to find out where your buzz is when you're driving, because not everybody is .08.
Well, yeah, there's heavyweights out there. I mean, okay, for instance, I have an SPCA driver's license. I have a professional license to race
Okay, here's let's just put it to you this way. Let's put it to you this way. And I don't want to endorse drunk driving.
Sure, no, neither do I.
Let me say my piece.
Okay.
Who would be a better starting quarterback for the Green Bay Packers? You or Aaron Rodgers on 3 beers?
That's right.
Well, what other math do we need to do?
That's right.
I like to gamble on sports.
Yeah.
That on you?
No.
Or Aaron Rodgers on 3 beers?
That's awesome. Hey, by the way, I heard that you wrote some of the jokes for Jimmy and the Oscars. Is that true or false? Or somebody just BSing?
No, it's true. I wrote for the Oscars the 3 years he did it.
Oh, that's great, man. I could tell that you were involved this year. It was a very funny show. There wasn't a lot of politics involved. And for the first time, I don't know, in maybe 2 or 3 years, I really enjoyed it. I really liked it.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought the monologue was to me over 30 pages of jokes, and I would just like mark them down, you know, put this one's a 6, this one's a 9, you know. Yeah, here's the one at the end, like here's the punch up, and here's the tag, and you know, look, the percentage, you know, he used a person that makes the monologue. That's a good, bad, and average, but it's a thrill.
Right. But does anybody at like a show like that have the stones to tell his introduction humor is not really working?
Excited to see him that I think he sort of it's a little bit of a hot chick in high school syndrome, right? No one ever told, you know, the head cheerleader to bell the ball. Hey, the lady, shut up for a second. The girls are talking over here. When's the last time someone told Dwayne Johnson, hey guys, could you zip it? We're having a conversation here.
But man, is that guy massive? I mean, you probably saw him personally because you were working at the Oscars, but just on TV, he looks like the size of an RV.
Yeah, and you know, he does those things, and I don't know that ripped, hydrated with, you know, veins coming out of his veins. And he guy's got veins in his calves. I don't want you tweeting on Sunday about what you ate for your cheat day. Every day for me is a cheat day. You know, this thing where you're putting 6 hours into the gym and you're slamming creatine and you're eating raw eggs, and then, you know, 2 hours on a Sunday you have a piece of fun cake, and now I'm supposed to identify with you.
Well, that reminds me of the, you know, you said years ago that you hate working with the guy who gets taken out by a Snickers at 2 o'clock, you know? Oh man, if I have a Snickers at 2, I'm beat by 3 o'clock.
I don't like any of the people that tell me what food does to them. You know what I mean? Like the people that go, oh man, I'll enjoy a steak, but at some point, after I eat 8 ounces of red meat, I really start to crash. And then I have a piece of chocolate. When I hit that chocolate, I get that rush, right? The chocolate will kick in. And like, you're talking about a handle of vodka doing that to me. Not Reese's Pieces. And then I have a cup of half-calf coffee, and I'm zooming through outer space, and then I crash. And people are like, are you that delicately wired? Everything that hits your palate sends you into some place?
Okay. All right, hold on one second. I don't want to promote your podcast. Hopefully, I can stay for a second here. This guy's great, man. Still the funniest man in show business. I love having him on. As a matter of fact, Valio, if you can book him for every Wednesday at 4, you'll do us a solid. All right, very good. Yeah. All right, we're live. Conway Show on KFI AM 640. More of that in Corolla on KFI AM 640, but more of the Trojan now on in the newsroom.
Former LA Mayor Eric Garcetti has been confirmed as the next ambassador to India by a 52-42 vote in the Senate. Some Republicans ended up voting for Garcetti. U.S. officials say they're not sure if Russia intentionally downed a U.S. drone flying over the Black Sea. They never made contact, but the feds say there's absolute evidence that they did. The World Video Game Hall of Fame has narrowed down this year's 12 finalists, including Angry Birds, Quake, NBA 2K, and Wii's
So that's why the attorneys at Sweet James have devoted their lives to helping injured clients, and they are going to help you get the medical treatment you need so you can heal. And they help you get the money you deserve. So phone them up, financially recover, physically recover, and recover that car as well. Sweet James has one mission: help accident victims get better physically, financially, and emotionally. And they've recovered over $1 billion for their clients over the last 18 years. No reason not to call them. I recommend everybody call them. 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, or the website. And again, they were awarded Best Attorneys in America. SweetJames.com.
Step in the road, not cars, and Mission Viejo.
It's a boulder of all things on that 5 northbound. This is just before La Paz Road across the 2 right lanes. Not sure how it got there, but it's there, and it's loading the drive up all the way from the 73 split. But then on the southbound side of the 5, this is coming up on Crown Valley, just past Oso Parkway. It's a wreck that landed in the right lane, and delays here are backing up all the way from Lake Forest Drive. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Problem is the motor for the 71 northbound approaching the Kellogg interchange there, just at about Fishing. Now, that Caltrans in the, I believe, the right lane. It's pothole repair. It's been a popular item today, I'll tell you that. And it is bumper to bumper back to the 60. I would exit there. Pick up Gary, that's up there to the 10, or maybe the Diamond Bar, pick up the North 57. Now, also, you've got the South there as well, right off the Kellogg. That's pretty short-lived. I think I'd just stick with that. The 210 eastbound on the brakes now, out of Pasadena.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This is Pro Bowler Sean Merriman. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network. Great about the Rams and Chargers during the NFL's legal tampering period are now official with the start of the league's new year. It's the end of an era for Dallas as the Cowboys announced the release of running back Ezekiel Elliott. He's now a free agent and can sign with any team. I'm Frank Arable.
During Staples Teacher Palooza, teachers save big, or you save. Save 25% on classroom decor and up to 40% on brands like Post-it, Papermate, and Elmer's. In-store only, offer ends for one. While supplies last. Help your favorite teachers stock their classroom at Staples. This report is sponsored by Almonte RVs. Get ready to spring into warmer weather with Almonte RV's Spring Special. Book your next open road adventure by March 31st and save 10% off of your nightly rate and receive 200 free miles for travel between now and May 13th with promo code SPRING23. For more information, visit AlmonteRV.com or call 800-337-2149.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster has sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters to satisfied customers across the country. With 20,000 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com.
In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio.
Been a key component for us. Our consumer is omni-channel, so we need to be omni-channel. We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio. I think using the audio influencers has been a huge component for us. Working with iHeart, we were able to really tease out the audio influencers in key markets that were authentic Chipotle fans. And because it's authentic and because they're seen as trusted friends by the customers and the listeners, it's really been an effective strategy.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Hey, it's Jennifer. Join us this March to make March matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Every time you shop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, podcasts.
Did you see any news stories, any reaction from anybody in elected office? Where's Karen Bass? Where is she? Nothing, just silence. And in a day, everybody will forget the story. There are obviously plenty of countries and plenty of cities with a lot of poor people.
John and Ken.
There are no
PM on KFI and on demand Eddie.
Oh, this guy died today, right? What's his name? What? Bobby Caldwell. Bobby Caldwell. Oh man, I love that guy. I love Bobby Caldwell. We have the store where it's still digging out of that. Mayor Eric Garcetti, or former mayor, is going to India to be the ambassador over there. And then I see that something happened in the NBA. Okay, well, you're still in town. I read something online that you were thinking about moving and skipping out of LA. Is it just LA or California?
I think it's California. Wow. I'm not to probably leave after they graduate. And people always go, what's your timeline for moving? And I tell them I will be attending my kid's high school graduation in a U-Haul. I will roll down the window. I will enjoy the ceremony, and then I'm off. So, well, let me tell you too, because you're going to outdo your whole life so much, right? The scariest thing that the folks that, Gavin Newsom and the like, and LA City Council, and all this kind of stuff, people would never leave California in the past, right?
No.
And if they did leave California, they would either go, I'm going to Maui to retire, or my business moved to Virginia, and I got to move out with the business, right? Now, you talk to people who live in California their whole life, and you go, leaving, where are you going? And they go, anywhere.
Yeah, isn't that wild?
They don't even have a destination anymore. Like, this could be one of the Carolinas, could be Nashville, could be Nevada, could be Texas, could be Florida. Like, it's all on the table. Everything that's not California is on the table.
Yeah. This is as late as 1982. I went to Bowling Green State University in Northern Ohio. And when you move into a dorm, on the first night everybody is there, you sort of miss your parents. It's your first experience away from home. So they get everybody in the recreation room, and you say your name with the other guys in the dorm, and then you say where you're from. And, there's Cleveland, Toledo, Columbus, Cincinnati, Columbus, and then I said Los Angeles, California. They all looked at me, and about 9 of them stayed afterwards and asked me a million questions about what California is like. Now, you say you're from California, and they want you out of their dorm.
Yeah.
Go on.
They're scared you're going to, like, some of your horrible policies are somehow going to infect them.
Right.
Like if you're typhoid Mary.
But remember when we were kids, the only people that really moved out of California, you're right, those examples are right, but the other family that moved out are people that went bankrupt. It was embarrassing to go when dad or mom or your parents went bankrupt, and they had to move out of town because there was such a shame attached to it. Now you hear a guy down the street goes bankrupt, and everybody's standing in line to figure out who his attorney is, so they can use the same thing and screw him out of credit card bills.
Yeah, it's turned into a debacle. I can tell you this because I made it actually on Carol Shelby, California, to build cars. So he came to California to build race cars in Venice Beach. Could you imagine anyone from Texas moving to Venice Beach, California, to start manufacturing?
Right. Yeah, and especially cars that take gasoline. I think Formula One and NASCAR is still on gasoline. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they were going to do electric. Yeah. Hey, I was thinking about you. I wanted to do this, and I wanted to film it to see if I would get killed doing it. But I wanted to go to a Gamblers Anonymous meeting and say, and get my opportunity to get up there and say, hi, I'm Tim. Hey, Tim, how are you? Good. Listen, I took $5,000 to Las Vegas. I turned it into $50,000. It's my first experience to Vegas, but I was really pumped, and I think I might have a problem, so I'm going to start going to Gamblers Anonymous meeting. Do you think you'd get killed at that meeting?
You wouldn't be the hit, while people were getting everything bagels and the free coffee during the break. You might be shunned at that point. But I think we should try it anyway.
One of my favorite lines you ever had was, the term, it used to be called homelessness or hobos or bums, and now they're used the term experiencing houselessness. So during my senior year, I was experiencing a 1.6 GPA.
Yeah, I know. And it's so funny. If you told me I was a D-2 or I was just experiencing, I was not experiencing A's and B's, or, for me, not going to college, walking
out of how they're tired of cleaning carpets for a decade. And wouldn't that help? Right. You know what I'm saying? You can say this person is hungry. You can say this person has no food. You can say this person is experiencing no. You could person is without quiche. You can say whatever you want. It's still the same person and the same problem. That's insanity.
Yeah, all right, so let's promote the contest, the Adam Carolla contest. You doing any live shows as well? Any theater shows?
I'm doing shows coming up, and people can go to adamcarolla.com for all that. But it's just a daily podcast at adamcarolla.com.
Excellent. All right, I really appreciate coming on. I hope Belly's going to call you Wednesdays at 4. How does that sound for you? Pretty good?
Oh.
All right, Adam Carolla, everybody. Thanks for coming on, man. That's great. Well, the funniest man in the world, man. Adam Carolla is great. I think I don't go a week on KFI without quoting something he said or something he's done. One of the unique voices and one of the funniest guys in the world. And I'm thrilled that he comes on with us, right? Of the two guys that I think are known in Hollywood as being really nice guys who are really funny, Adam Carolla and Jay Leno. And where do they always come? Right here on the Conway Show on KFI 640. One ounce Trojan, KFI's 24-hour news. Orange County's declared a state of emergency due to the continuing barrage of winter storms. Supervisor Katrina Foley says a hillside collapse in the Dover Shores community in Newport Beach is just one example of damage reported across OC.
I've had the opportunity to see the hillside damage firsthand, and I'm deeply concerned about the ability to respond, especially as we see more rain coming.
3 apartment buildings have been evacuated in St. Clements because of a landslide that could cause that building to tumble backward down the hill. The governor added Orange County to the state's emergency yesterday, which frees up federal aid to help with the damage. This report brought to you by Semper Solaris. Kobe Bryant's imprints and footprints have been unveiled at the TCL Chinese Theater 12 years after the Lakers star became the first athlete to have his hands and feet imprinted in cement. Imprints have been kept in storage since 2011. Bryant's daughter's widow appeared at the ceremony along with Lakers president Jeannie Buss and former Lakers coach Byron Scott. A giant blob of stinky algae is headed toward Florida. Research professor Dr. Brian LaPointe at Florida Atlantic University says satellite imagery shows the 5,000-mile-wide mass of seaweed is in the Atlantic Ocean.
That is moving westward towards the Caribbean region and will be making its way to the Gulf of Mexico and South Florida in the coming months.
France Caribbean. Scientists say the blob could reach the Florida coastline by June. UK Treasury Chief Jeremy Hunt has predicted the country will not enter a technical recession this year. Hunt says the government will take whatever steps are necessary for economic stability. He added Britain's independent budget watchdog forecasts the country will meet the Prime Minister's priorities to cut inflation in half, reduce debt, and get the economy growing.
Russia is running out of capability and running out of French.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he spoke to his counterpart from Russia about the Russian warplane that struck a U.S. drone over the Black Sea. He says it's important great powers be models of transparency and communication.
This is about the rules-based international order. It's about waters of its neighbor and annex its neighbor's sovereign territory.
Austin says the U.S. will continue to fly and operate wherever international law allows. Russia's denied one of its fighter jets struck the propeller of the U.S. drone yesterday. The U.S. says it's working on declassifying surveillance footage from the drone that will show the crash. Rain dissipates tonight. Overnight lows around 50 degrees. The sun will peak through tomorrow and a few degrees warmer, but it'll be overall partly cloudy and a tad warmer getting to the weekend. Maybe rain early Sunday, late Saturday. Right now in Mission Viejo, 57. Huntington Beach at 56 degrees. Let's head out to Pacific Palisades.
There's some emergency road work along northbound Pacific Coast Highway. This is just right in the area of Sunset Boulevard. It's just between Sunset and Puerto Marina Way. That's where it looks like they're at least blocking the right lane until 6 o'clock tonight. And this is loading the drive up all the way from Chautauqua. So it looks like they're going to be working until about 6 o'clock. Let's check out the latest in Alhambra. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Some good news, Angel. The 10 eastbound at Garfield looks like they cleared up really wreck there. It's all 2 lanes off the shoulder. However, it's really heavy at the City Terrace, and really, that just leaves you a little gap this morning that goes way back to the Santa Monica, starting at about 20th. Up ahead, the 10 eastbound will slow again, pretty much from the 605 through West Covina, and then once we get beyond that,
flying off into the vehicle. Bravo gets a Mona all day long. 71 northbound at Holt Mission there. There's a pothole repair in the right lane, and that is pure slam from the 60. So what you want to do, pick up Gary, bring up beat the 60 right at that same spot, go north to the 10, or go to the 57 to the Diamond Bar, and then go north there. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Boulders and rock debris are being cleared out of lanes in Mission Viejo on the 5 northbound before La Paz. And traffic is loading up away from the 73 split. They're also clearing up a crash on the southbound side of the 5 right around Oso Parkway. And this is loading the drive up, getting away from Lake Forest Drive. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. The bills start coming in, and they don't stop. Medical bills, dental bills, car repairs, rent that's due, funds people need, but just don't have. As a nonprofit, JFLA has been helping people overcome financial challenges since 1904. We provide zero interest, no fee loans, so that emergencies don't mean financial ruin. Support our efforts and learn more at jfla.org. In need of a loan yourself? We're here for you at jfla.org.
Hey, it's Team Sharp. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce, and the change is not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rates, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSLB 1008374. Bring into super prices and a super selection at the North Superstores. 6 great brands: Honda, Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, and Volkswagen. At 9 convenient locations, from the Cerritos Auto Square to the Irvine Auto Center. From West Covina to Huntington Beach, we have all your favorite models in stock. Plus, get total peace of mind when you purchase, thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. Which states, if you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, Northridge will pay you the difference or buy your vehicle back. There is simply no reason to shop anywhere else. Don't miss your chance at a fresh start this spring and get behind the wheel of your favorite new ride. Test drive today at a Northridge Superstore location, like the #1 Honda store in the world, in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop online at northridge.com. Global Honda New Vehicle Sales 2022.
Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime?
QC Kinetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and put them in your achy joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to anyone.
Imagine being pain-free like this summer. Living life the way you used to. Walking, running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using
Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN.
Superwoman, super lawyer, superwoman, superlawyer.com.
KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
You used to call me on my cell phone.
KFI AM 640. Conway Show. Man, that Adam Grohl's a funny guy. It's on us between 4 and 4:30. May want to go back and podcast that and give it a listen. Dean Sharp's coming on with us at 6:20. He's always cool. Mo Kelly at 7 o'clock. He comes on with us right before he appears on the stage. And then also we have other news we are talking about. T-Mobile is buying Mint Mobile. They bought Sprint, and he's off to India by a 52-42 vote in the Senate. Some Republicans voting for him. I think just to get him out. We also have the news coming in with the Russia, the United States with the drone. It's still a little fuzzy on what happened there. But the big story that they're talking about in Orange County is the cliffside that is crumbling in San Clemente. I know Angel's with us, right? You with us, Angel?
Oh, yeah.
You're familiar with that area probably more so than anybody here on the station. Is that true?
Oh, that's true. I used to live right down the road.
Yes. And so you know exactly what this is. And I'm trying to picture where it is. Is it Avenida Pico at the end or Buena Vista at the end? You know?
It's Buena Vista. So Buena Vista runs parallel to the shore, and it's right on top of a bluff.
Okay.
And it's in the north. It's on the north end of town.
Oh, the north side. So it's right near Dana Point then.
Yeah, but it's closer to like Capitol Beach.
Okay.
But yeah, as you're heading over there, and it's north end of town. It's north of the pier.
Okay.
And
that's where the train. Does the train stop at the pier?
Yeah, the train stops at the pier, and there's also a train station right at the north end of town.
Wow, you got two. Drives are closed that area because of this?
Yeah, it's right on, El Camino Real below. So, what do they call it? El Camino Real.
While you grab it, I'll do the story while you gather that, and then we'll come back to the close. All right, here we go.
Apartment complex's back patios fell down the cliff at 8 a.m. A pool had to be drained, renters evacuated. More of the foundations of the structures are being exposed as the hours go by. Officials
disappear. And that's the worst, man. Absolutely worst.
You know what's also scary? That not only did all of that dirt fall onto a road and could have taken out a car or two, but across the street, I mean, there are houses down there along Beach Road, which is also runs parallel to Coast Highway. And I mean, it could have taken out some houses also on the end of the rock slide.
Right, and then the train tracks as well. So, all right, let's continue here.
All the neighbors kind of frantically screaming, their deck's falling, so went out to the backyard.
Day morning, after hours of heavy rain, Clayton Robinson owns one of the multifamily units on Buena Vista above North Beach.
We had probably between 15 and 20 guests here last night, and everybody's out safe. Nobody lost anything. At this moment, it's just the backyard. My gorgeous backyard, but, it's sad, but, life is far more precious than things.
Good for him, right?
Life is far more precious than things.
There you go. Great attitude. They'll keep you alive for a long, long time.
Life is far more precious than things.
Late Wednesday, the blue building's yellow tag was changed to a red tag.
By the way, it's very, very difficult to get that statement out when a guy is jackhammering your backyard into the ocean. It's really, really difficult.
Life is far more precious than things.
Late Wednesday, the blue building's yellow tag was changed to a red tag.
Going parallel along the backside along the ocean there has impacted a little bit of the slope coming into 1501, just to the, what would be the south of 1503, and then the units to the north, 1505 as well. Part of their patio has fallen off of the cliff as well.
A geologist called out to inspect the unstable cliff says the land is still moving. 2 other apartment buildings on the bluff are red tagged, a third allowing limited access so people can gather their belongings.
I just heard a big bang and then just went outside and realized that the quarter of the patio was gone. So I was like, oh, just frustrating, Love our spot, but
dozens of evacuated.
By the way, that sounds like a renter. That doesn't sound like an owner right there.
Yeah,
I just heard a big bang
love our
and then
spot.
We'll find something tomorrow. We'll move on.
I just heard a big bang and then just went outside and realized that the quarter of the patio was gone. So I was like, oh.
Yeah, that's a renter.
Oh, just frustrating, Love our spot, but
dozens of evacuated renters and their furry best friends have been moving out all day.
The word landslide or earthquake is something I always tell my guests, don't mention that word in your house. You just don't talk about it in your house. So I'm kind of really not surprised. We live here, I see the news, I'm not, so I'm just glad it didn't happen, the whole building didn't tumble in the middle of the night and we're stuck in it.
Okay. Let me tell you why that is a little crazy to not mention the word earthquake in the house. There are an average of 86 earthquakes every day in the state of California. 86 a day. 86 earthquakes. And if you take 86 and you multiply it by 365, that means there's 31,000 earthquakes on average in California a year. Now, let's say you're 60 years old. All right, you're 60 years old. I'm sorry. It's 31,000 earthquakes times 60 you go 31, and then you multiply it by 60. So there's 1,860,000 earthquakes over your lifetime if you're 60 years old. 1,860,000 earthquakes. 1,860,000 earthquakes. I don't know anybody who's died in an earthquake, and I've survived 1.8 million of them. So to be hysterical over an earthquake is not healthy for you. All right? It's just not. There was a time period between 1994 and 2014. There was a 20-year period there in California where only 2 people died of an earthquake. 2 people died of an earthquake between 1994 and 2014, I think it was. Up in Northern California, 2 people died. I think in the Colton-Good earthquake. So that means over that 20-year period, and yet it's hysterical if you went to bed every night, blocking your windows, thinking down with you. What's wrong? All right, now we're live.
Just quickly, there were 2 mudslides in the San Clemente area, just so that you know. It's that one on Buena Vista that you were talking about affecting the homes, and then the one north of North Beach, closer to Capo Beach, and it has Coast Highway closed.
Oh, wow. All right, we're getting information on that as well. Excellent information. Thank you. Angel Martinez, she's on top of it, man. All right, we're live on KFI. We're now closing KFI 24-hour news.
That's been here. The latest storm hitting the state and the Southland has packed a huge punch, closing several miles of PCH and creating tons of potholes, floods, and alcohol from 5 a.m. to 2 a.m. An emergency for late-night violence that were declared the last 2 years. And T-Mobile is buying Mint Mobile, which already uses the T-Mobile network, for $1.35 billion. Mint is, or was, partially owned by actor.
Story with you, but some of you are still facing hair loss, and I can't figure it out. So don't settle with balding if you desire a full head of hair. Advanced Hair makes the solution easy. Takes just one visit. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day, and it's all backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. No wonder why tens of thousands of people, including myself, have received the FUE treatment from Advanced Hair's top-rated physicians. It works for bald spots, receding hairlines, thinning hair, men, women, younger, older, wiser. Probably why it works. And a full head of hair doesn't only change the way you look, it makes you feel more confident, more proud, more youthful, and regrowing your hair where you were once balding, absolutely life-changing. Schedule your free consultation, get yourself 250 free hair grafts, plus $250 off. That's a great deal. 844-333-HAIR. Don't forget to ask about the Advanced Hair Guarantee. 844-333-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Rain goes away tonight, some sun tomorrow, and a bit warmer, cloudy and cool to the weekend. And this report brought to you by Vanguard University in Orange County from the Southern California Toyota Dealers.
Pause where some earlier boulders or the parkway is being cleared off to the side as well, but that's really messing the drive up with delays from just about Big Parkway. Let's check out Diamond Bar. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Troubles for the 57 Eagles, 57 northbound at the merge with the 60. Looks like the lane or 2 is blocked there because it's now getting real solid. To the Brea Pass, talking about Lambert right out of Orange County. Now, we've had top failures there all day on several freeways, and it's been a real tough spot for the 71. 71 northbound approaching Mission into Pomona. Looks like it reached the right lane of the 2 that is blocked with Caltrans working on the pothole. Bumper to bumper from the 60. Now, southbound had only been a little pitch there, but now southbound stays real heavy down to Rio Rancho in the 60. And I got a hunch they're setting up shop to do some more pothole repair. So you got tie up both sides of the 71 through Pomona. Don't do it. Use the 57 in out of Diamond Bar, or use Gary. Gary is going to be a good option for you. Right there to the 71, I'll tell you. Like O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit vanguard.edu to learn more. This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. When it comes to your tax refund, think biggest. As in, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund or your money back, plus $100. Get to Jackson Hewitt for your biggest refund, guaranteed.
In this week's Marketers Report, Patricio Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio was a core part of that.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
If you own a small business, you got through COVID, and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting live here in Crestline.
Got the latest here at Union Station.
Putting live here in Laguna Beach.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday.
Really heavy rain come through.
We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
And Sunday on the CW. After an incredible start to the season in Mayakoba, Mexico, Liftoff returns to the U.S. live from Tucson, Arizona. Liftoff is live all season long. It's the battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Stream Friday on the CWS and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. iHeartRadio icons with The Edge, celebrating U2's Songs of Surrender, their new 40-song reimagined collection. Don't miss it. Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on the Classic Rock Channel on iHeartRadio. And now, a few words from your dog.
Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd, for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM 640.
KFIAM 640. Got myself.
Bad vibes and thanks to many 2 slides working there. And that's a big story for people that live out there. It's also affecting PCH and affecting Amtrak. So if you take the train between San Diego and Los Angeles, you're going to be affected by that for sure. So we're talking about that. We're talking about the rain. That's another big deal. And then we also have, a storm coming in later next week. And T-Mobile is buying Mint Mobile. They're buying everybody. They bought Sprint, and now they're buying Mint. Oh boy, everyone's going to eventually be with either AT&T, Verizon, or T-Mobile. Those will be the 3 left, and then you'll have to, figure out which one's best for you and jump on board. Things on.
What do we have? I think we better do it right now. Oh, God. There you have it. T-Mobile announcing it will purchase Ryan Wireless brand. The price tag on the deal could go as high as $1.35 billion, according to a release from T-Mobile. This means Reynolds, who is a minority owner, will stand to make a nice payday, you could say. And shares of T-Mobile.
How much? How much is Brian Reynolds making?
This means Reynolds, who is a minority owner, will stand to make a nice payday, you could say.
So he has no idea. He doesn't know either. I think he had
that effing number. Don't say. They'll cancel my Mint account if you say that number.
Shares of T-Mobile up marginally on the news, but this has me thinking of some other celebrity victories in the M&A space. You see, in the alcohol sector, with Diageo acquiring another company, Reynolds have been involved in.
God, this guy's Reynolds is in everything. What the heck? He's got liquor. George Clooney had liquor too, right? He had
The tequila?
yeah, what was the tequila? Casamigos.
Reynolds had aviation, I believe.
Okay.
Gin or the vodka, I can't remember what that is. It's called aviation.
Yeah.
Along with didn't he have that with DiCaprio, I think, or something like that?
Which one was it that was vodka? Or the tequila? You know what? I haven't had that one. Stop joking on the air, please. How is it? It's pretty good. It is good? Okay. All right. That's Steph who's just great, man. He's every time he's like, come on, Steph, who's get out of here.
Have been involved in with aviation gin, also with Diageo purchase of George Clooney's Casamigos. You see it in the makeup space with companies like Coty investing in Kylie Jenner's cosmetics, Rihanna also having.
Why are we in anything?
By the way, Diageo, who they're just mentioning, that bought the tequila from Clooney, they're also the owners of, they bought it as the owner of Aviation Gin, right?
Oh, is that right?
So this one company apparently is buying all these celebrity alcohols.
Aviation gin seems odd. Like, you know, what name did they pass on? Your today's captain is on gin. Your pilot's on gin. I don't know. Aviation gin. I don't know. Seems odd.
Success.
That's like yeah, it's like 4-wheel drive gin. I don't know. Seems strange to combine.
Shot at 35,000 feet.
That's right. Yeah.
Gin.
I don't know.
Success in the makeup space as well, getting a flash of that at the Super Bowl, and that's I think really just.
Although he has that Royal, what's his name? Reynolds, Ryan Reynolds.
Right.
I'm looking at this at Wikipedia thing. He has a pot company too, called the Man. This guy's into everything. This guy's loaded, man.
It's been interesting to watch how ads like that with Ryan Reynolds, that little bit of touch in the influencer space can kind of carry companies.
It's all about the influencers. I mean, these brands
Oh
all.
wait, this is a fake Wikipedia page. Does he spell his first name R-Y-N?
R-Y-A-N.
Oh, okay. This is a fake Wikipedia. Somebody faked this out on this.
And the influencer space can kind of carry companies.
It's all about the influencers. I mean, these brands all.
Okay, listen to this lady here.
It's all about the influencers.
Okay, if it's all about the influencers, why are we on a gin or a vodka or a tequila or a I don't know, a self service? Why couldn't we get on anything?
The influencers. I mean, these brands all tie themselves up with influencers and their initiatives, their companies.
Yeah, where are we? Delia, you know that whole George Clooney crew. Where are they? Why can't we get the coffee makers on board?
See, I made a bunch of calls. I'm still just waiting for find out.
So you got a coffee maker out of it,
I
right?
did.
Good for you. That's great.
Yeah, and this could be a huge win here for T-Mobile because we know organic sales growth, at least within that industry, has been slowing now for quite some time. Mint Mobile has been very, very successful. Gives T-Mobile a boost here.
Wait, let's back up.
Quite some time. Mint Mobile has been very, very successful. Mint Mobile has been very, very successful.
Anybody know anybody that has Mint Mobile? I don't know anybody who's even heard of it.
And Mint Mobile has been very, very successful.
With who? Who got the Mint?
Mint Mobile has been very, very successful. Gives T-Mobile a boost here within the prepaid space, but also gives them access.
You know, maybe people do have mints that I know, but they would never say that. You know, you would never say, like, who's your cell service? People would lie about it. Oh, it was Verizon. I've been with Verizon for 20 years. Well, really, why do you get this mint bill in the mail every month? Oh, that's not me. It's my wife's friend. It's sent to the house for, because they're getting divorced or something.
To the success that Mint has really had in their DTC marketing strategy, clearly something that T-Mobile could potentially benefit from here going forward.
There you go. Delia, do you know anybody who has Mint Mobile?
No.
Yeah, isn't that weird? But they were very successful. I don't know anybody that.
I don't know anyone.
I saw something where people are calling Ryan Reynolds the white Jay-Z because he's parlayed his celebrity into massive businesses.
Oh, is that right?
Why?
All right, that's kind of
I
cool.
smart like Shana
So,
Smurdy got that
I would like to be referred to
Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Iger Radio app.
Following the trend. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Almost 20,000 government employees in Orange County are no longer allowed to view, download, or use TikTok.
talk on any county-issued devices, except as necessary
Oh,
for law
stop,
enforcement purposes. OT Supervisor Don Wagner says banning TikTok will mitigate online security concerns and data tracking. The U.S. Army bans TikTok from government phones. The move follows Pentagon guidance and a similar ban by the U.S. Navy. Supervisors yesterday unanimously approved the ban, citing federal claims of potential spying by the Chinese Communist Party. The OT Sheriff also issued a warning to parents and all TikTok users that the data collection could put users and national security at risk. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News. This report brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. More rain has hit the Southland following the state's 11th atmospheric river this winter season. ABC's Andrew Denver says nearly 300,000 power outages were reported last night. The mountain counts could to the state already nearly 300% above normal. Multiple areas experienced record rainfalls yesterday, including Oxnard, which broke a 93-year-old record. LAX also broke its daily rainfall record with 1.97 inches of rain. 2 people have been arrested during a student-led event at UC Davis that was organized by a group featuring conservative speaker and activist Charlie Kirk. About 100 people protested outside the campus in a demonstration against the far-right radio host. Turning Point USA says Kirk spoke about American values at the campus yesterday. The 2 people arrested are accused of painting graffiti on the wall outside the event. UC Davis says one officer was hurt and he was jumped on from behind and pushed to the ground.
First it was the crypto bank, then it was Silicon Valley Bank, and a couple of other regionals. Now it's international.
Stocks of banks, both large and small, have dropped. KFI financial analyst Jason Middleton says Credit Suisse is one major contributor to deposit. Saudi Empire has decided not to inject any more money into the bank.
So it's going to bring down the global markets and the financial sector and keep focus on all financing and banking in the U.S. and beyond.
The heaviest losses were focused on smaller and mid-sized banks. The S&P 500 closed with a decline of 0.7%.
She's all badass.
What is that birth control can be? You know, it's a very, very
Federal judge in Texas has heard hours of arguments on whether to keep the most common abortion medication legal. Lawyers for a conservative group asked the judge to suspend FDA approval for mifepristone. Women's March Executive Director Rachel O'Leary Carmona says it's important women have access to the pill, and the group's spreading false information about it.
There's no scientific backing for this whatsoever. I think that they're saying it, and they're just hoping that people repeat it, and it's false. There's no scientific backing for any of this medication.
O'Leary Carmona says regardless of your views, it's dangerous any politically motivated group to bring a case against the drug that has been approved by the FDA for 20 years just to take it off the market. State lawmaker New Hampshire has been arrested for an angry tirade against the driver of a snowplow. Get it off the road! The driver reported Representative Jeffrey Beeson Saturday. Paul Manson says he's been plowing for about 6 hours.
Put it in my driveway. Get your hands off me. I didn't get them off me. I didn't touch you.
Police say Grayson was arrested for disorderly conduct, criminal threatening, and people assault. Rain goes away through the night, goes around 50 degrees, partly cloudy, a bit warmer tomorrow, highs of 50 to 60, mid-60s, Metro LA, Orange County around 70, inland side of the valley, around 50 in the Antelope Valley. Slight chance of rain late Friday night into early Saturday, and again late Saturday into early Sunday. Otherwise, during the day, some clouds and thunderstorms. Right now in Fountain Valley, 58, Lake Forest, 56, Marina Del Rey, 57, and regular gas in California, $4.90 a gallon. Wait, shut down, Sherman Oaks.
This is a stall on the 101 southbound, coming up on the 405 there, clearing it out of middle lanes, but watch for a backup getting away from Haskell. Michael O'Brien, Anaheim Hills, KFI in the sky.
That's right, for the 91 eastbound, just jamming on the brakes here on that 91 eastbound, just past the Imperial Highway. Just check heavy over the Green River and the Orange Riverside County line. Still leading up from there back on with a pretty much the Silver Club on and off into Riverside. 57 northbound, Ashburn to the 60. We're very out of the lanes on that one, but really tight squeeze here out of Orange County, starting about Connor Canyon. Now we have potholes on the 605 northbound around Peck Road. Looks like they stopped all lanes earlier. They cleared it out, but it's just slow to recover. It is still bumper to bumper back towards the 105 and see Whittier. And the South 605 on the brakes now, leaving Whittier Boulevard down to the 5. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Cleanup after some flood action is really affecting traffic in Pacific Palisades, northbound lanes of Pacific Coast Highway just past Sunset. Watch for lane restrictions there and a crawl that's coming away from California Incline. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime?
QC Kinetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and put them in your achy joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the
way you used to, walking, running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN.
Okay.
It's another good deed for freedom. Our sister Thomas, the British family that the family of two pizza night during the store on, but she heard on the radio that we do good deeds for freedom to all the broken homes. She explained that her husband had recently passed away, and that he would always solve those kinds of problems. Thomas and I just stepped in and looked at his book and got the payment done as well. The happy little thanked her for Tuesday. She said she was so grateful to a company that can do what they do for you too. Give us a call. Go to Stanford's Plumbing, Heating, AC, and good deeds for free.
I get Teslas are a touchy subject for real car enthusiasts, but this I don't understand. Like,
You've been in a truck
explaining
accident
the
called the
buildability of Tesla's brand new Plaid. And I mean, look at the front. It's open and I'm tapping it. It's like it's in full. It's open. I understand Teslas are pretty much, computers and they happen to manufacture vehicles, but bits and pieces don't fit. None of it's flush. Like, it looks like toddlers put this together during recess.
But right now, if you're on Amazon, Morongo, Beaumont, it's dumping out there. Absolutely dumping. You guys are getting what looks like a half inch of rain out there right now. It's just happening here. So keep an eye on that. You have a mountain sliding in San Clemente, 2 locations there. And then also T-Mobile buying everybody. They bought Sprint, now they're buying Mint. And so, if you're with Mint, now you're with T-Mobile, or you will soon be. Soon you will be. All right, and then the big story that's happening right now, there are thousands and thousands of teachers downtown Los Angeles right now talking about a strike. There must be 5,000 workers in downtown LA right now getting prepared to walk off the job for a 2-day strike. And here's what it sounded like just moments ago here in Los Angeles. I'm inviting our local for immediate and ongoing conversation in an environment where we do not use the environmental.
It's great.
Right, like the 1976, I think it was 76, Pittsburgh Pirates. That was their theme song that year when they won the World Series. I think it was sometime in the 70s. It may have been 76. We are family. Oh, you hear them? Somebody in the audience there yelled out, "There you go." Do you hear them?
Yeah.
Let's play it again.
where it is.
By the way, they don't get the food, they don't get water, their kids are screaming, their husbands cheating on them, they're so low down, they want to be here with you, so
Wow, it's a wild one. Right now, it is exclusively on KTLA, I believe. Fox is not on it. Wow, nobody's on it, but KTLA. Bellflower Boulevard, apparently doing north right now. High performance bar. What do you think that is? Like a high-end, maybe a
don't cancel me. Please do not cancel me
That guy's got a lot of car under him, a lot of horsepower on that under that hood. Getting on the freeway. What is that freeway? It looks like 7 or 10. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Mercedes. I-405 at Bellflower, Long Beach. All right, Long Beach. Looks like it's going northbound. Can't see the shadows right now. Like if there were shadows, you could tell which way it's going, but the sun's not out, so the sun's not helping us out.
Just not tonight. Give me a
I
break.
think he's
So
telling
sorry if I
southbound.
was insulting.
Southbound.
Please tell me something.
All right, we are keeping an eye on this case, man, and it is a wild one. That is, this guy is moving and really kicking ass. And we're getting off the freeway again. Here's Channel 4. Let's pop up Channel 4 here. They're covering it. Looks like he's getting off the freeway. That looks like near Steel Beach.
That's Palo Verde.
Okay.
It's the border to Still 5.
Okay, yeah, that's my exit when I used to live in Steel Beach. We used to stop at a 7-Eleven there. I got a 40-ounce beer. When I got home and knocked that out.
I can't really show you on national television, but would you mind? Is that right?
Yeah, this guy's really moving, man. THC, possible burglary suspect. In my experience, burglary suspect. West Coast. Yeah. That's up where you live. Close on the way. All right. And he's almost found himself all the way down in Long Beach. Oh my God. But they also say if you're going to burglarize a place, don't do it where you live, because a lot of people might recognize you. So go to a different area, right? So he may have lived in Long Beach, went to, up to the 210 to, burglarize, and then back to Long Beach. Pretty nice car for a burglary suspect. Yeah, maybe that's also stolen, though. That's possible. What you thinking? Yeah. I don't think if you have that kind of car, really moving in Long Beach. Turn on Channel 4.
Great.
Channel 4 is covering it NBC here in Los Angeles, and we're covering it here on KFI AM 640. More now closed to KFI 24 News. Jerry says a man was sustained when he killed his stepmother with a pickaxe in Lake Forest nearly 10 years ago. He was convicted of that murder March 2nd. The FBI says it's got no records of former President Trump sent any agents to stop voter fraud in Florida during the officials at Crater of Diamond State Park in Arkansas say it's been a good year for diggers, with more than 100 diamonds found so far this year at that Crater of Diamond State Park. One visitor apparently just found a 3.29 carat. Here's one thing. It's the value of things you can control, and addressing hair loss is no exception. With advanced hair, they can reverse years and even decades of hair loss with simple one-day treatment. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and it's all backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. Works for bald spots, receding hairline, thinning hair, women, youngsters, men, older, wiser, and it worked for me. So the top-rated physicians at Advanced Hair have improved tens of thousands of people's lives. People just like you and I who desire a full head of hair. Schedule your free consultation by phoning them up, 844-333-HAIR. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair brushes. Do what I did. Value the things you can control and start regrowing your own natural hair today. With Advanced Hair, 844-333-HAIR. Before and after photos can be seen and maybe help you make your decision at the website, advancedhair.com, advancedhair.com. Rain goes away tonight, and sun will peek through tomorrow. The clouds will still linger, and a little warmer, a degree or two, kind of that way through the weekend. This report brought to you by Selfie Power Services. Let's head out to Long Beach.
On the 405, it's going to be a little crowded making your way along that southbound side, getting out of Carson, heading towards the 710. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Trouble heading into Hawthorne on the 405. 405 northbound. It looks like that's just about Rosecrans. Looks like they're in the two right lanes, so unusual stretches going towards LAX. It's bumper to bumper right out of the Gardena area. In fact, almost out to Carson at this point. Now up ahead, you're back on the break from the 10 easy drive. And if you're headed to LAX on the South 405, South 405 leading up now from the west side, pretty much from Wilshire Boulevard to Blackfeet Era. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Hey, FI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Duffy Power Services, family owned for nearly 60 years, is LA's generator expert for all your generator needs, commercial and industrial, including maintenance, rentals, purchase, and installation. For the largest fleet of generator rentals in Southern California, go to duffypower.com. That's DUTHIE power.com. This report is sponsored by Cadillac of Beverly Hills. Cadillac of Beverly Hills. The free no-charge maintenance package with every XT4, XT5, and XT6 has been held over till Saturday at Cadillac of Beverly Hills. There is only one. CadillacBeverlyHills.com.
This week's Marketers Report, Raja Manar, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer of MasterCard, talks about measurement.
Measuring sonic and sonic branding and sonic initiatives across the board, the principles of measurement are the same, but the parameters that you measure are different. We measure, and what we find is our investment is paying for itself in foods. We have been partnering with iHeart across multiple platforms, both for brand enhancement as well as for performance marketing. I think it's a cut-through of the message and the recall of the brand are much higher. Also, it has been very beneficial for us to integrate some of our campaigns into the native content of iHeart. It has been a very nice partnership and it continues to be a strong into the future.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audience's conversations, trusted influencers, insights.
Hey, it's your buddy Nielsen Baker. Replace your old leaky windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. Do it once, do it right with American Vision Windows. With all the rain and all this crazy snow, now is the time to upgrade your windows. We replaced our worst windows with American Vision Windows. We're thrilled with the results. They did a fantastic job. They use SunMatrix technology. It prevents dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting in your house. You know the owners, Bill and Kathleen. They started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. So get the value you deserve until 2024. 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months plus free installation. CSLB number 778326. Trust the window company that I trust. My family and friends trust. American Vision Windows. Call today. Get a free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Pray.com's Meditative Prayer Podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, sleep better, and more.
As you close your eyes, ask God to come and have fellowship with you. Open yourself to the Holy Spirit and ask Him to minister to you.
Listen to Meditative Prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
And now, a few words from your dog.
Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd, for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFI AM 640 for stimulating talk. Get out the way.
KFI AM 640 Conway Show. The chase has ended on Channel 4. CHP pursuit of possible burglary suspect ends in Long Beach. They went to an office building in a parking lot for an office structure, and they have not been seen since. So probably a couple of getaways. They pulled into this parking garage and it's 5 round, but no sign that they got their guys or gals. And that's the move nowadays. You speed away from the cops at a dangerous clip so the cops stop chasing you, and then you go into a mall or a theater parking lot, or in this case, a parking lot that's connected to an office structure. You mix in with the crowd, and you're done. You're done. So this one might be a little more difficult for them. Yeah, this one's very difficult because it's not attached to the mall. Yes. Yeah. Was that it?
Right where that unit just pulled up, right at the entrance and exit for that parking structure.
Right.
As the camera from Sky 5, I think that was on it, was looking at it,
You see a police unit drive in. This is before the one that we just saw before they left the scene.
I think I know what you're going to say. A suspect's car exactly like that drove out.
Did you see
I
that?
saw that. Yes.
I saw it too.
Yeah, he's on his way. He's gone.
He's out of there.
That's so crazy. Man, what a crazy city we live in. Where we're following a high-speed chase with the cops show up, and it looks like he may have driven right past them. Boy, oh boy. And Angel, you and I saw it. None of the other helicopters followed that guy, though. Channel 4 didn't follow him. Channel 2, nobody did. I've seen at least one or two. You know what? I don't blame the cops for not wanting to get in there and figure it out. You know, they arrest the guy, and 2 days later he's out anyway. So, that's where we are in life. So anyway, so that looks like that's come to an end. A lot of cops. Where did that end, Angel? Do you know what the cross streets are then?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the cross street. So sorry about that.
On the scene now. Yes, parking structures near Bellflower Boulevard and Shermino Way. All right, look up there looking for somebody who may be in the water. Channel 7 will crank up the audio here. On the one person. Oh, there he is. I was looking for. There he is. Looks like he's hanging on to either a rope or another socket. It's like a tarp or something. Side of the river there, and LA is trying to get the micro. These crews are going to lower a flotation device down to him, and they're initially going to hope he can grab onto it. Oh my God! You have to pull him back up, but a very tense situation. If they don't get this guy now, he gets in the water. He's done. It's a call about 5:05 p.m. and now they are working. Oil Heights is this individual that is stuck in the LA River. We'll keep an eye on it. But he's right near a cement factory.
Thank you, Dave. Stay with us for a moment. Clear water. I mean, clearly that river is overflowing, and that water is moving very quickly. Probably pretty hard for this guy to hang on.
They might want to lower that life preserver, by the way. It's about 10 feet over his head. I don't think he can jump that high. I know. I don't think he has a string on it. We don't know if this is a fire hose to lower that truck. Yeah. Looks like, you're right. This person ended up stuck, and now they're clutching on. Wow, look at all the water, even above whatever that piece of plastic is that they may have been, that they found there. And luckily, it looks like this person is able to hold on to that. How much longer can he hold on? Hold on long enough until the wastewater deep. That other waste deep water. Or if they can realize a different kind of rescue attempt that they can make here. In some cases, we've seen LA City Fire bring their aerial assets in to assist. Wow. But this is right now. Oil Heights, swift water rescue going on. Right near a cement factory. See there, all the cement trucks there. That flotation device. Dumping up cement in there to tighten up that water. Deeper than that. Exactly. That light was over back up. And that guy could fall in too. What the status of the rescue is at that point, but LA City Fire, they do have eyes on this individual. How do you get in there? That they can set up to get this person out of there. We'll just have to keep an eye on it for now. And by the way, he's wearing a mask. Is that a mask or a beard? Maybe a beard. That'd be hilarious if they were wearing a mask. Yeah, that'd be great. Great. Work in his benefit, and before he comes up, he's asking the firemen to wear a mask on. He's very cautious. He's except for the fact that he's very cautious, except for the fact he's in the LA River right now. So they're going to do a pass, and they're going to make a judgment call to see if they can be of any assistance. You got to get him out. He's plucked somebody up into the helicopter and not have to worry about any other radical rescue going on in Channel 7. Oil Heights, swift water rescue. A male still kind of clutching on in that little corner of the embankment there. It looks like at least it can rise it looks like. I don't know. Onto the side there.
Did he climb down that piece of fabric that or there? And
I don't know how long is it going to float around.
Yeah. Water. I'm sure that water is very cold, but again, the current is very strong there. And unfortunately,
he's going to start to lose grip because he's got to be cold. That water's got to be in the 50-degree range. If that.
Along the river, and they find themselves
no water. Yeah, you're right.
Many times. I don't see when you pulled out. I was looking to see if there was any signs of any encampments nearby, but I didn't see.
you could maybe locate
You don't need to throw a raft. You can get the raft and it's moved away from the wall.
he found himself in the water.
It doesn't seem like it should be this hard for some reason. Yeah. Oh, that's good, like, he fell in the water. He was in a homeless camp. Looks like he fell in the water. Oh my God!
Individual, we don't know for sure at this point, but that is a very likely conclusion that one could draw. With those currents, it is very hard to hold on, and he has to, this poor individual.
Luckily, there's races where on that wall where you can deflect a little bit.
Yeah, a little insect.
Look out of
I had no idea that he's on TV all over LA.
He's become an instant celebrity.
see it at the moment.
Thousands of people watching this guy right now.
West of east of
Right, so boil ice, radical.
Yeah, that looks so cheap.
Seeing here,
This is a radical rescue going on Channel 7 right now.
to lower down into the river, but they ended up pulling that back up, and it's that they may make use of that LA City firefighting helicopter as it gets a few passes up. Okay, so they got a firefighting helicopter there.
Wow, this is very dangerous. They only have really one shot at this. If he gets into that curry, he's done. And check him a life preserver in case or a life jacket in case he does get thrown into that current.
They look like they're hanging up there.
There it is. Oh, life jacket. Okay. Oh, man, and there's a fire hat, hard hat that's hanging down to him as well.
So they've got a rope or a string long enough to lower a vest.
Yeah. There's a sandwich on that thing, it looks like, too.
In the break room sandwiches.
Yeah, they're baiting him with food.
Salad. And also, if you want to try and get, hopefully this individual.
I wonder, whenever I see something like this, I wonder how many bad decisions resulted. Take a break, we'll come back, turn on channel 7 and try to get to 15, 20 minutes. They can't save this guy. And he's very close to being washed down the river. So flip on channel 7. Let's hope the hell they get this cat out of there, man. And we need some help right now. We're live on campus. We're not frozen.
Police have arrested a driver who struck and killed a man riding a bike in San Pedro.
A woman was driving from one bar to another bar when she hit the man. Police say they think she may have been driving under the influence. The cyclist's son says the crash earlier this month makes his blood boil. The fact that she decided to just stop, stare at him, and then drive around him, that was probably the most frustrating part within the whole scene. Officers found the woman last week.
She's had a suspended business license and is not supposed to be operating or keeping remains in the warehouse. Officials say the remains date back to 2013, and the business did a poor job keeping records. No contracts were found, only names and counties. This is what trying to find the families. The man's been killed by floodwaters from a canyon in southern Utah. The King County Sheriff's Department says 3 groups of hikers were hoisted by a chopper yesterday. One man still missing, so he was rescued and is being treated for hypothermia. The atmospheric river storms that swept parts of the U.S. last weekend raised the water level 80 canyons before additional floodwaters spilled into them early this week. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says the U.S. will spend $331 million in humanitarian aid to Ethiopia. While meeting with the country's foreign minister, Blinken pointed out some of the food being provided to Ethiopia comes from Ukraine.
That just underscores the importance of making sure that the arrangements that were put into place, necessitated, unfortunately, by the Russian aggression against Ukraine, in the Black Sea corridor, making sure that things could get out of Ukraine.
Blinken says the aid includes funds for life-saving support to those displaced by conflict, drought, and food insecurity. He says the U.S. is committed to helping Ethiopia develop and strengthen their own productive capacity. And officials in Texas and state taking over the 8th largest public school district in the country. Republican Governor Greg Abbott said the education minister started making moves toward a takeover in 2019, following allegations of misconduct by school trustees. Houston's public school district has nearly 200,000 students. Rain's going to go away through the night. Overnight lows around 50 degrees. Some sun will peek through tomorrow, but clouds mostly and a few degrees warmer, just a few. Partly cloudy and a tad warmer through the weekend. Maybe rain early Sunday, late Saturday, early Sunday. It's 56 in Costa Mesa, 58 in La Palma. Things are slow in Boyle Heights.
Okay, we're going to start on the 5 freeway because all of this rescue that's happening and the swift water rescue over the LA River
has helicopters overhead, so that's causing a big visual for anybody driving in the area that flies southbound. It's going to load up overall out of Griffith Park all the way to the 605. I was also looking at the surface streets in the area that run parallel and cross over the LA River right at this spot. And it's just loading up Soto, Santa Fe Avenue, and also Washington Boulevard and 25th Street. So that whole area, just on the surface street, is a huge mess right now. We've got Mike O'Brien, Hawthorne, KFI in the sky.
We got a message to Hawthorne on the 405, 405 Georgetown at Rosecrans. They're still going out of the two right lanes, so real tight on that stretch. Looks like back to about Western, almost to the 110 freeway. Now, southbound fence, not too bad for the problem. Most of it hits you up ahead from the 110 down to the 710. Big problems in Pomona all day long. It's been hot. Both directions have been affected. Essentially, your real vertical road at this point is like the north and south 71 completely jammed up there. I would avoid it, use Gary's and all this, or go over to look at these traffic. Like O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I need to mark it.
You don't even know what he sounds like.
While on your own schedule, avoid chronic trouble, and never stand in another line again. As a Surf Air member, you're in control of your travel day. SurfAir.com. Stress-free, easy air travel. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com.
Hey, dang it, Andrew.
We'll make this critical adjustment so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Air conditioning and plumbing. TTL.com. You can cool, but it's hard to spell. License number 1047-781. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital will have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by 1.5 commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants. Tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with National Grocery Store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com. The body's care of cancer. Good Devices powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley's quote, Navage is the best thing I bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Little solar with local and every home. Simper Solaris. Visit simpersolaris.com. We're putting media back in social media. Follow us now everywhere at KFI AM 640.
KFI AM at 640. Wow. What a rescue that was. Man, oh man, if you did not see that, you have got to watch Channel 7 7 tonight, Channel 4, Fox had it. That was some rescue. Wow. I have never seen anything like that, man. We were screaming in the studio here because a lot of us thought they were going to drop it. Once they grabbed it, it was hard for them to grab it. But once they grabbed this guy who was in the LA River, a lot of people in there, including myself, we thought they were going to drop it. And man, oh man, that would have been unbelievable. So we're racking up the video, racking up the audio. I'm going to play it for you here in a second.
I'm just going to try to help with this situation. In case anybody ever has any issues remembering the shocker, it's 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink.
They tried to get him out by throwing him a life preserver, a life vest. They couldn't get that to him. He was hanging on to a big sheet of plastic, it looks like, connected to a fire hose. And he's probably freezing his ass off. He's in water. It's 45, 50 degrees, maybe.
It's a good question. You learn basically a lot about your own physical movements, I would say, first and foremost, because you're watching yourself all the time. So it's always like having a mirror in front of you. Definitely, you kind of listen to yourself and notice how much you say and all those things that people have. Also, certainly from like social ways, I've learned a lot. But really, I learned a lot about my interaction with people. It's all on camera. So any kind of discussion that I have, it's recorded and on camera all the time. I don't think I would be as outgoing and in other ways be as willing to jump in on all these different social medias, but the cameras really give me more confidence because I know it's being recorded. So in the future, even if it's really boring what I'm doing on social media, perhaps it might be interesting to some people if it eventually goes viral.
The audio here in a second. Man, oh man, Crow, did you think they were going to drop this cat?
When they, I don't know, he's got the whatever the carabiners, the giant ones that he used to kind of get around that guy's arm. You didn't quite see him get under the guy's arms and know that he's going to hold him. So yeah, I think it was pretty trepidation. Right. As soon as they started to lift that, then they kind of drug for a couple minutes there in the water, like, oh, pull up. And everyone was saying the same thing, just put him on the ground. Put him on the ground. If they dropped him from that height, he was going to die. He was going to die. He was going to be in the river. He could have been knocked out. Oh, my God. What an unbelievable, tense moment it was. So if you're in Boyle Heights, if you're in that area and you see all these helicopters around, it's because of the rescue. The rescue that just happened live on Channel 7, I think Channel 4. I know Channel 7 had it for sure. But man, oh man, what an unbelievable rescue. The way these helicopters, the way these guys are trained, they show up on the scene from LA Fire Department, they flop this, they have this guy, it looks like
who's going to turn on Mr. Rogers? Go for it, Logan.
And it's a big wire, and he keeps pointing, over to the left, and the guy that helped land helicopter, he goes, I know where he is, I can see him. I'm trying to get you there. Well, it's hard to get on.
Posted to Twitter at Conway Show. You can see the rescue.
Okay, we got the audio here?
Working on that.
Working. Just say what you have so I can play it in here. You have to say the whole thing, or whatever you got.
There was an issue.
Oh no, is that right?
Hey, give me a chance. I'll fix it.
All right, okay. All right, an issue with the audio, but if you can go to Twitter and look at it. It's on Twitter, right?
Oh yeah, and soon we'll be on Instagram.
Yes. So check it out on Twitter. But so if you're not home, you're working, like most people are doing in life, and you didn't see it live. It's on Channel 7 here. The helicopters landed at the hospital. Looks like. Oh wow!
Okay.
Woo! The short, what a rescue! A couple of miles from where he was rescued, Washington Boulevard in the LA River, over to LA County USC Medical Center. Is he gonna walk out, or is he gonna be on the area? They're actually waiting for a stretcher. Oh, good idea. Onto the helipad, and then that big stretcher. It looks like that stretcher and some workers from inside the hospital may be making their way out shortly here. We're hearing only in America. 1-year-old female. And there were no other victims in the river, so it was just this person. Every other country just kicked them into the river. That's the core thing. Hold on to only in America, man. America. Wow. That's wild. What a rescue that was. That is unbelievable. Man, just the audio or the video of that is wild. To see it, to see a helicopter buzzing over the LA River like that. Let's see if I can give it if I can find an audio here. I think it's on YouTube or maybe channel 7 has it on their website. Let's see, only if I can spell rescue right. It's not up on their website yet. This is not another river rescue. But check that out. It really was incredible. And Channel 7 had it. I know NBC was flying high overhead as well. And that was a wild ending to it. And just unbelievable. Report on that. I just knew. Can you guys play it on the Twitter? All right. This is audio. I think this is the guy in the hospital now. Yeah, this is them already at the hospital. All right, we're going to figure out how to tell a play. But we will play it. All right, we're live on KFI Institute. We're not frozen. KFI Play Run. Former LA Mayor Eric Garcetti has been confirmed as the next ambassador to India with a 52 to 42 votes from Republicans in the Senate voting for Garcetti. U.S. officials say they're not sure what they intentionally down the U.S. drones flying over the Black Sea. Russia says they never made contact, but the States say absolute evidence says they did. The World Video Game Hall of Fame has narrowed down this year's 12 finalists, which include Angry Birds, Place, NBA 2K, and Sports. And the public will vote on the winners in take a look at the freeway. Dr. Manger at Saddleback Eye is going to want to give you the all-new Laser Light Lazy Exam. Yes, the Laser Light Lazy Exam. Use the laser to make your eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly match your vision. The Laser Light Lazy Exam helps Dr. Manger give you crystal clear vision. I'm giving away a Laser Light LASIK exam for 14 callers only. So stand by to get the Laser Light LASIK exam to get to 1,000 measurements of your eyes for free. Getting eyes tested by a laser that measures your eyes over 1,000 times is especially important for people who are nearsighted, farsighted, so reading glasses, contacts, the whole audio. The Laser Light LASIK exam. I'm giving away a Laser Light LASIK exam. Take over 1,000 measurements of your eyes. First 14 callers only. So get ready to dial this phone number. Punch it into your cell phone. Do not drive. Measure your eyes over 1,000 times for free. Call Saddleback right now. Call my doctor, Dr. Manger. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. Yes, rain goes away tonight. Some sun tomorrow and a degree or two warmer, and then cloudy and the first part 2 degrees when we get into the weekend. This report brought to you by the California DMV. Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center was no places, potholes and potholes.
Just on the 405, making your way northbound coming up on Rosecrans, that is where the two right lanes are off limits because of these potholes. And a mess of the drive is what it's making. All the way from the 110 freeway, you are on a break. That's southbound side of the 405, flows out of Culver City, leaving the 10. It looks better past the 90, and then you're kind of on the brakes from the 105, heading towards all these potholes. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Well, we've got potholes out in Pomona all day long on the 71. 71 northbound, it started early in the morning. It's a good distance to northbound side. Northbound 71 at about 4. Looks like they finally cleared lanes there on the northbound side. And it's recovered fairly nicely from the 50. It's the southbound side of the 71 after 50 around Rio Rancho. Looks like they're working on some lanes there. And that is still there from the 10. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
In South LA, you're still moving on the 110 northbound, moving to 105 all the way to Manchester Avenue, and ahead from Expedition all the way to Stadium Way. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I think it's Martinez.
Did you know that vacations can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list with access to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online. This report is sponsored by Santa Monica Buick GMC. Santa Monica Buick GMC. The free no-charge maintenance package with every new vehicle has been held over till Saturday at Santa Monica Buick GMC, home of Denali'ville, USA. Santa Monica Buick GMC.com.
The podcast Let's Start It Too wonders, what is the secret cabal of the nation's North American history? We're the key.
And for you, ladies and gentlemen, like and partners with nothing and everything. Why? Because something bad.
Listen to Let's Start It Too on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A light source system gives you filtered, delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filters to change ever. It's maintenance-free. New customers get a free Apicure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source Water, taste and feel the difference. Portions of the following program are pre-recorded. Moving clip number 2. They perform on stage. Sometimes they go, yeah, keep going, keep going. Come on. Good job about cooking work. Our radio feature. We might as well just stay at home because we're the only ones when they work. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on Gigabyte and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I think people in this world are the ones who seem to nourish my soul. And I want to learn how to be the best receiver that I can ever be, because it's one of the most wonderful gifts we can give anybody.
What a recipe. You got to see this thing on our Twitter page. You got to go to Tom Show on Twitter. We never say you got to do it. We always say, hey, please go there if you can, great. But you got to see this recipe. This is unbelievable. Now, these LA firefighters swooped in and grabbed this guy. And I thought, when that guy let go of the rope that he was holding on to for dear life, I thought he was done. I thought that firefighter, there's no way that guy had the strength to hold that guy. He had the strength of 10 men. I guess that's who they lower down. You lower down the guy who has the upper body strength. You don't lower a guy like me down. Instead of, having these cigarettes stolen, and can't even lift myself. I can't lift myself out of bed some morning. This firefighter grabbed this dude. We're going to play the audio here. Grabbed this guy and single-handedly lifted him out of the river. Cable he was attached to. Opened the can, there he goes. Another cable falls. And now the rescuer and the rescuee are free and being hoisted up into an LA City fire helicopter, Copter 2, I believe. And this is why I thought they were going to drop him back into the river right on the edge. This victim is out of the water, but the danger is not over yet. You just have to get into that helicopter. It looks like it was Copter 5, excuse me. Copter 2 is also working the scene here, positioned downriver just in case anything happens. And they're going to be in this helicopter in short order, and hopefully this victim will be treated and in a little warmer conditions in short order.
Yeah. How skilled are these firefighters? I mean, this is really impressive. Again, always impressive.
Wild.
It's great. Yeah, I'm sure he's feeling so relieved right now. Just breathing a sigh of relief. It's a 30 plus minutes run, 35 minutes for this gentleman. Yeah.
35 minutes in that kind of freezing water. That guy's lucky to be alive. And then it's just a short trip over to LA County Hospital, USC LA County Hospital there. Very incredible. The rescue has completed, and they have 2 options here. They can either land at Trinity Hospital for further inspection, and hopefully the victim wasn't too injured, just a little cold and maybe in need of a little observation. But when Delia did an unbelievable job putting it up there, and I know that because she told me that during the break.
I did an unbelievable job.
She came in jumping up and said, look, I knocked it out today on this thing. I get the microphone on my helmet tonight. That little sticker. Oh man, is she, and she comes in and goes, I did a solid for the show, man. I dominated. I was the MVP today, dancing around. I should have been this river dance that Delia was doing. But she was right, man. She nailed it. And that comes right after the chase, which came right after the strike of the teachers all protesting downtown. What a day! Unbelievable day here in Los Angeles. You got the rain, you got the teachers downtown. We are family, right? Going out on strike and get all crazy. Then you got that high-speed chase that ended up in Long Beach with tons of cops now surrounding that building, looking for the guys that ran that car in there. Potential burglars.
It was funny, our operations manager, Oscar, was watching the chase, and he turned for a second, and then it was the LA River, so he thought the chase had ended.
For a second, he goes, wait, is the guy in the river? That's great. That's fantastic. Wow, what a day. Man, you know what? Let me recap here before we get into our 6 o'clock.
I personally like our Mr. Rogers more. He has a certain tonality of San Fernando Valley porn director that I really feel is missing in Twitter Spaces.
Talking about the rain and the snow and all that stuff. Then all of a sudden, the teachers, LAUSD, are all down there. It looks like 2,000 of them. Downtown Los Angeles with all their signs, their red shirts, and we are family, all right. And then once that's done,
Mr. Rogers, you do a very, very good Mr. Rogers. You should just know that.
Up in Long Beach. Where would they say the burglary suspect was from? Right? We said it was out near West Covina. West Covina chased them all the way back to Long Beach. Now they're in an office building parking lot, and they're trying to grab these guys. And then as that's going on, probably 7-8 miles as the crow flies back in downtown Los Angeles in Boyle Heights, there's a guy stuck in the LA River. And everybody's watching it here at the newsroom. Everyone's standing up and yelling and cheering. Sorry, 50 people in the newsroom here. We got news editors, showrunners. We've got cameramen by themselves. We got the cameraman, the lighting guys from Kiss FM came down. They were down here. And all the guys working on the new newsroom, building a new newsroom here at KFI, and all they come down with their construction hats on, their vests on. About 9 of those guys were looking, and everybody's cheering and yelling to get this guy out of the river. There must have been 50 to 75 people all watching all the TV here, yelling and river. Everybody breaking out and cheering, and women crying, guys crying. Belly was trying to figure out how to put it up on Twitter. We can't get the audio. We finally get the audio. Cheering his ass in the KFI newsroom. Wow, what a day! What a day here on KFI. Wow! Man, I feel like we could probably walk out of here now, and Robin and Bertolucci would not even complain. 2 hours. You guys deserve that hour off.
You're gonna have them lined up like cats.
That's probably the response.
Hey, I hear you. You're amazing. Fuck yeah, girl. Get over it.
Someone else? For everybody? Okay. All right, we're live on more stimulating talk without even lifting a finger. Hey, wrong finger. Just tell your smart device to play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Radio app. Adding to the list. Another Fraser live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom with the storms of conference supervisors and the governor to declare a state of emergency in Orange County. Multiple families have been kicked out of 4 apartment buildings in San Fernando because of a landslide that could send the building tumbling down a hillside.
We have several incidents occurring in Orange County.
Supervisor Christina Foley says homeowners are struggling to get insurance to cover millions of dollars in damage.
A hillside collapsed in the Dover Shores community in Newport Beach, and other weather-related events throughout Orange County, from Seal Beach to Rancho Santa Margarita.
Governor Newsom yesterday added Orange County to the state of emergency, which frees up access to state and federal storm damage cleanup funds. In Newport Beach, Corbin Carson, KFI News. And the county's offering some relief to people whose property was damaged by the intense snowstorms.
Board of Supervisors recognizes the hardships that have been placed on our homeowners and our businesses, and they are trying to do everything that they can to facilitate lessening the financial burden.
Supervisor Dan Rose says the county is raising up to $5,000 in permitting and planning fees to repair and rebuild properties. Heavy snow from the recent storms damaged homes and buildings. At least 29 properties were deemed too damaged for people to be in. Former LA Mayor Eric Garcetti has been confirmed as the next U.S. ambassador to India. It's been 20 months since Garcetti was first nominated. The process was stopped after allegations that he knew about inappropriate behavior of his former chief of staff, Rick Jacobs. There was last-minute debate on whether Garcetti should be confirmed. A number of Democrats actually opposed Garcetti, but a number of Republicans approved. And then
the yeas are 52, the nays are 42. The motion is agreed to.
New York Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer made the closing comment. The United States-India relationship is extremely important, and it's a very good thing we now have that ambassador. Gregory, KFI News. President Biden spoke about his plan to help offset cancer drug costs in Las Vegas. He said some people are paying up to $14,000 a year for cancer treatment drugs, but in his new budget proposal, that'll change.
They'll never have to pay more than $2,000 a year for all the drugs they consume,
because these changes will give people peace of mind. Pharmacists say lowering drug costs in Nevada is extremely important because Daniels has met with prosecutors in Manhattan who are investigating hush money paid to her on behalf of former President Trump. The lawyer, Clark Brewster, says Daniels will make herself available as a witness or for further questions if needed. Grand jury is looking into a 2016 payment. Trump's then lawyer said he paid Daniels on Trump's behalf. Daniels has said she had a 2006 sexual encounter with Trump that she didn't want but didn't say no to. Trump says it never happened. A businessman sought by China government and known for ties to the Trump administration has been arrested in New York on charges he oversaw a $1 billion fraud conspiracy. Joe Winway allegedly solicited investments in false statements.
Prosecutors seized $634 million that they said amounted to the proceeds of the alleged fraud. Well, allegedly lined his own pockets with the money he's accused of stealing, buying himself a 50,000 square foot mansion.
Eric Tursky says Joel also bought a $3.5 million car and financed a $30 million yacht. He says the yacht is where Steve Bannon was arrested in 2020 on unrelated charges. He was one of China's richest people, Bo was, with a fortune estimated by Forbes magazine at $1.1 billion in 2015. Come on. So, excuse me for RB hits. What you heard here, what you won't do for love. He died. Caldwell's wife announced his passing on Twitter, saying he'd been suffering from health issues for the past 6 years. He says he's been shocked. His body has suffered from mitochondrial damage and oxidative stress due to an adverse effect from an antibiotic. He says she's forever heartbroken. Mark Caldwell was 71. We'll take a look at PCH.
You know, it is not luck. The people at Morongo just work harder for you than everybody else. That's why LA Times readers go to Morongo, the fun gift giveaway. You get a toasty toaster when you're in 500 points on your reward cards on March 20th or the 21st, your choice. St. Patty's Day freebies. Get a free plush rainbow keychain on Friday, March 17th. How cool will you look going on? So eat, drink, and be Irish for the day. Corned beef and cabbage at Good Times Cafe. Discounts on draft beer and Irish whiskey at all the bars on St. Patrick's Day. That's Friday. Man, that place could be rocking and rolling come Friday. So day after tomorrow, it's the time to hit Morongo. Trunk is a reward card between 1 and 8 p.m. on Friday. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa, good times for everybody.
Rain goes away through the night, goes around 50 degrees, partly cloudy tomorrow, and a degree or two warmer. Big 50s at the beaches, mid 50s Metro LA, Orange County, around 70 in the Empire Valley, and 60 in the Antelope Valley. Slight chance of rain again, just a slight chance of late Friday, early Saturday. Good on Saturday, except for some clouds, and then a slight chance of rain again late Saturday, early Sunday. Otherwise, partly cloudy during the day with those cool temps, maybe a degree or two warmer. Saturday looks like the warmest day, not much. Right now in Irvine, 56, Fullerton, 57, Burbank, 59, Torrance, 56 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby Myers Injury Attorney. Dow is down 281, NASDAQ is up 6, S&P is down 27, the average price of regular gas is up 490 a gallon.
Wait, maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Head out to Pacific Palisades.
Along the Pacific Coast Highway, making a way north on coming up on Sunset Boulevard, that's where the right lane is off limits because of a mudslide in the area. Caltrans is out there. And the drive is crawling along all the way from Pomona.
We still have a problem. 71 southbound and Via Verde, actually a little closer to Rancho. It looks like right between the 60. They're still working a lane or two there. Now, that's northbound 71. We had a problem all day, a pothole up by the 10. They finally cleared that, and it's actually recovered fairly well. The 405 northbound at Hawthorne, any two Hawthorne there, the road clear. Potholes as well. Looks like a couple of white lanes are being blocked. It is down for the 110, and it's very full of potholes. I'm getting up
To Laverne. This is on the 210 eastbound. Right fruit. It's the crash out of lanes now to the right shoulder, overall slowing with Lone Hill. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This hour of the Convoy Show is being brought to you by Purigan Water. Get a complete whole house water filtration system for $0 down and $49 a month. Go to PuriganWater.com.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Your social security number? I mean, nope.
Oh no, he's been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Identity theft protection starts here.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use?
Now what? I had a friend that went to my computer career and they talked to me about it.
He was done in just months.
I did do it online.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months with zero experience at My Computer Career.
That worked for me and I know it can work for you.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Dennis Dillon RV, DDRV.com. Season kickoff RV show is on now.
More stimulating talk.
And I have radio stations.
So, really? Yeah.
What a big news day. News happening all over Southern California. Everything's keeping an eye on the rain. A lot of water restrictions have been lifted for people here in Southern California. 7 million of us who live in Southern California have had our water restrictions lifted because of all this rain. That is a big deal. We're also keeping an eye on San Clemente. There's a couple of landslides going on in the area. And then we followed this rescue out of the LA River. And that probably will be the lead story on all the LA newscasts on television tonight. That was a big deal. To watch those guys risk their own life to save this complete stranger is unbelievable. But it came in a three, almost like a three-peat. There's a wave of three major stories that were happening one after another, and man, we got into the meat of every single one of them. It started about 45 minutes ago with the LAUSD and the union members threatening a 2-day strike for all of your LAUSD members, whether they're teachers, administrators, janitors, cafeteria workers, everybody. They're threatening to go on a 2-day strike. And they were all gathered downtown Los Angeles, probably 5,000 to 10,000 people live at City Hall in downtown LA, and man, we swooped in and covered it all.
In an environment where we know the state here, but that doesn't seem to be the case. With the case.
Yeah, it's what they call surveillance, but as you said, and so that's what